solidity towards their strength in the moment. And they've been getting consistent top 2s at every single event in the last few months.
Absolutely. Is it finally time for Liquid to break that curse and come in first place? But what a time it would be to do that indeed against Newbie, a team that has definitely shown a lot of their strengths already with this smoke. Gang Newbie coming in aggressive mode. Oh, don't go back! Don't go back! So he turns back in, and Newbie will look to claim themselves first blood off the back of that blunder. Mind control getting caught out by a very aggressive but very successful movement there from Newbie. I mean, you're coming that far across the map at this stage of the game, Coach.
Yeah, it's really good to do movements like that sometimes, especially in huge matches like this, because all it loses you is a smoke. It's actually semi-significant, but to get a first blood like that and get wards down, potentially block that camp that Beastmaster wants to farm. And the most important thing about that camp for Beastmaster is that he can farm there and then go back to lane easily. But now he's going to have to go all the way to his jungle. So if they push the lane in, he's going to have to TP to be there for that.
So at the bottom, KP coming in, was hoping to have the bounty rune, but telekinesis was there to interrupt that one. I mean, let's talk about some of these heroes, Purge. I mean, most notably, the different ones being this Ricky on the side of Liquid, going to be manned up by KuroKy, and then of course Hal bringing out the PL this time for Newbie, something that we haven't seen them do so far.
Yeah, I like what Swindle said on the panel, and I'm not just saying that because he's right. Zeus is pretty good versus PL, but PL did provide a lot of good solutions to the 3 heroes Liquid already had. But now that Zeus is there, he has an aura that's going to constantly scale no matter how much HP the PL has, and it's constantly going to clear out the illusions very rapidly, or at least help you figure out which one's real. So, and Fada's Zeus is amazing. They've played it in other patches. They've gotten a lot of advantage out of it. If he can just have a semi-decent game, get his mana pool up, maybe a Bloodstone Veil, something like that, maybe a more early game build since they're going to 5-man, then it should be a really good game for Liquid. Now, the one pick that I'm slightly unsure about is Ricky. I mean, Ricky can do a lot, but will he? Like, if he gets Smoke Cloud and some other gank options, yeah, the Smoke Cloud's going to be really good against, like, Phoenix, against PL, against Lion, against Void. It kind of gives a lot of what Zeus does, and those two together, a Silence plus Burst means kills on almost anybody in the early game.
And the thing is as well, we can see KuroKy at the moment pretty much sitting AFK here in the mid lane, just hoping for that Courier Snipe. The question is, I mean, are a team like Newbie going to fall for this? There's been no sign of Ricky on the map. Is it going to work out?
Well, considering the fact that Newbie has 800 gold, he did not just forget how much a bottle costs. He's just waiting, and he just can't safely do this.
So you're pretty sure they know? They know that KuroKy's got his eyes on them.
Yeah, and it's sort of good. I wouldn't say it's been really good considering he's got nothing out of the lane other than prevent them from using a courier, but I mean, he's also got a magic wand, so every time that Zeus casts a spell, he gets 15 mana. He can get away with not having a bottle. It's not as good for him, but I think this is overall a better trade here. I would like to see him maybe move around, harass some supports, maybe help kill one of these offlane heroes since they are dual offlane, but we haven't seen anything like that from him yet.
We're going to see KuroKy leave the mid lane now, and we'll see indeed where he does decide to head and put that pressure on. Let's see, so boot sample are purchased, but still, indeed, just hesitating with that courier movement.
Well, they did see him take the bounty. That's actually pretty big for Newbie. So now they know that there's a chance that Ricky's roaming towards the bot lane.
And straight away, the courier's being brought out.
Yep, they instantly know. He's not there anymore. That's another cool interaction, that they have Howl with Ricky. I don't know if this works with Tricks of the Trade or not, but it's really going to amplify his early game damage by a lot if they can time the Howl correctly.
Well, he's coming down towards this bottom lane, but there's already a sentry here for Newbie, so it'll be hard for KuroKy to find a lead in.
They'll know right now. Instantly he'll take damage. There's no way they kill him either. This dual lane combo, okay, maybe they will.
With a dust, they can certainly give it a go, and a bash as well coming in, and there's the good old stun rate, 6.87 indeed. There's one. Kaka getting caught up with the telekinesis. They'll find a kill in return. But he's going to try and get KP as well. No time off for 17 seconds, but the chase down won't be there. Just sends up a 1-for-1, losing KuroKy, but Liquid able to take that kill back onto Kaka.
Yeah, it's the benefit of Ricky being really slow, and he was only level 1, so he didn't have Blink Strike. So they got a bunch of right clicks in before they even started going on him. And the slow and the instant bash from Face's Void guaranteed his death. If he doesn't get bashed, maybe he lives there and they waste the dust. But really nice kill there by Newbie with 2 heroes that probably shouldn't be able to kill anybody.
Looking elsewhere across the map as well, Beastmaster has headed back into the jungle, mind control. KuroKy's going to head up top to look for some levels, which is indeed desperately needing here. 3.5 minutes in, only working for his level 1. But all this kind of play around is given a lot of space to house PL. He's 27 for 7 at the moment on this top lane, and he's getting a lot of XP here, of course, as well.
Yeah, and Chuan's doing really well also. He's level 3 already. He's picked up Boots of Speed. He's got a TP scroll. He could try setting up some kills. or moving around the lanes. So the hard part is that he can't really get a kill mid. This is the benefit about Radiant, that Fada's going to be very safe here in his lane, especially because there's a dual off lane. So maybe they can do a rotation here and set up a kill mid, but it's a lot more likely that Chuan's going to spend time in lane, maybe try to get kills on Ricky, and just keep getting his own levels.
As well as one Jax and Kaka playing around with each other. In fact, Kaka going with the Sunray. Jax, he's going to walk in for the cancel with the telekinesis.
Ooh, messed up the cliff.
Let's see if Kaka
he might
wants
die
to
now.
continue to play. He has got a dive. He's going to use it, closing in, but yeah, eyes on mind control, coming across with the ball. So Kaka holds back, styles up, and disengages.
All right, decently done. On the mid lane, 18 last hits for Zeus, and Dragonite has 27. They're actually losing the mid lane here. It's a bit surprising, just slightly, but it's not really that much because Dragonite, he can't kill him. He's got all this regen.
Oh, look at down bottom here with the sentry down. Kuroki's walked into Chuan's trap, and they'll find themselves another kill onto Kuroki. He did get himself a few levels on that top lane, but beating away kills the likes of a lane that Hal, who already is having a fantastic time on the PL, is not too ideal for Liquid.
Yeah, he does pick up boots though, and level 3, so now his gank is much better. He will end up going back top again. The dire ward. They're going to see him TPing in, so they know that he's there. They could try to set up for another one. Move rotates over with 6, though. They should be able to take this tower most likely, and this is, I don't think, something that Liquid can defend with Dragonite rotating to here. Like, Zeus is going to walk over, but he's only level 5, and he can arc lightning this a bit and try to slow it down, but if he gets stunned or initiated on, he dies.
And still being spotted out by the warden from Newbie, so they know exactly what's happening. In fact, they're trying to make a move over towards Spada. They'll take down the Hawk with the Breathe Fire. Indeed, they'll stay strong with the push in 5.5 minutes in Newbie, able to get the tower, more gold into the PL's pocket, and how he is just getting richer and richer here in the early game, and Liquid unable to do anything about this PL's progression at the moment.
Yeah, there's almost no way that they defend that, and as soon as they realized that their opponents had vision in that area, Auto backs out instantly because he's like, okay, they have vision of us, we don't have vision over them, there's a good chance I'm just going to die here. I might as well go mid and get 6 and some more farm. What's most important for him is just making sure he has a mana pool. If he has a good mana pool, then he can delay almost every push just by spamming out arc laning, but he's got to get there. And if he gets ganked or if he dies in these rotations, it completely changes the whole game, and it's going to put Liquid severely on the back foot.
Down it, Kaka was eyeing up to see if he could snag the bounty ring away from the side of Liquid, but Jax secures it here for the side. Top lane still. Hal hanging around with Chuan. Eyes onto Kuroki just in case he comes too far out there. They'll be very willing to try and make a jump onto the man, but Kuroki is getting a bit more space. He's reaching up, but there we go. It's not enough. They move in, they close the gap, and Kuroki a little bit too close for his own good, and it is another death on this Ricky. 3 of the 4 deaths at the moment.
Yeah,
and 3 of the 4 kills, of course, for Newbie.
It's a really straightforward kill there. I mean, Ricky actually isn't very defensive against ganks. The only way he survives that if he smoke screens right before he's getting disabled. So at least then they have to walk around, but as long as they get 1 disable off, he dies 100%. Very low base HP hero, doesn't have very good strength, and he's getting levels, and he's getting not even farm. He's only got 3 last hits. This is really not paying off for Liquid right now.
Yeah, and the fact that now 7 minutes in, Hal's got his boots with travels. Very good timing here for the man.
I just don't think Ricky was going to work in this game against a Dragon Knight. I mean, why? I mean, he sat so long mid, and now he's rotating top. He's died a few times. Did die bottom, of course. That was kind of maybe where he needed to start the game, pressure the Phoenix or something.
Mid lane, what have we got going here? Moving in on Tavada, they'll go forward, they'll take the Zeus kill, mind control, turning around with the Roar. Jerax follows through with the telekinesis, trying to drag move under the tower, but the armor's too much. They'll burst down the Phoenix with the Fade Ball, but Jerax, he's going to get taken down by Hal. How can he get himself out? He's got Moon and Chuan with him, so yes, he's going to be fine. And now with the stump from Chuan, they'll turn on to mind control with the Hex to follow through. They should be able to find the Beastmaster as well, and they do. They find themselves a third there in the mid lane. 3-for-1 trade for Newbie. Okay, Zeus ult now, the buyback ult to finish off Hal, and that certainly was worth it there for Fada. A big kind of a pay-in to get out with something, but still nonetheless, it is Newbie, of course, coming out on top with that trade.
He does lose gold in the buyback, but the important thing is the levels. The more levels that Zeus gets, the better. He needs to hit 16 relatively fast, at minimum somewhere around the 11 to 16 mark. That way most of his skills are maxed out. So a pretty big kill for him, but overall a really weak fight for Liquid. And I feel like I'm still not seeing the value out of Ricky that we need to. I feel like he didn't go on the right target there. He put the smoke cloud down on the dragon. I think instead he should have gone for the Phoenix in the backline, who wasn't that, he was like at half HP. He doesn't have 6 yet. He was near creep, so Liquid definitely could see him. If you would blink strike onto Phoenix, hit Phoenix, drop the smoke cloud, instantly the Sunray ends. That's going to mitigate way more damage than smoke cloud in a Dragon Knight.
Absolutely, yeah, as you said, just Kuroki needs to have eyes on that backline all the time, the fights, and Chuan Coming around, dropping down a sentry.
He may put another one down, but this is a little bad for them because they need the scent against Ricky.
Now, Cross closing across.
Oh, Crow's here, they see him.
Yeah, both pinging out each other. They did spot out, I believe, that central ward placement with the observer ward, as the pings did come out when he did it.
And now the big item for Fada is the arcane boots. So he's got a haste on top of this. Means he can actually, he's one of the most dangerous heroes on the map right now, in the game really. With this much damage and this much mobility, newbies got to be careful. They do have great lockdowns though. They've got Chronosphere ready. Faceless Void can TP at any time, so if they get a little too deep on the dives, Liquid's gonna get punished really hard, so they have to initiate this perfectly and burst down their target instantly.
As you said, they did have a few eyes onto the top lane. Mind Control, he's got the roar back up.
He needs one coin, he's got it.
There we go, shot through the trees, and in we go onto Han with the smoke screen as well. They got the damage to finish this man off with the ball slow. The Thunder Gods throughout, they'll find it. A big kill for Liquid, but Newbie, they're looking to punish it. Straight onto Mind Control with the Dragon Tail, and he goes for the smart TP. Nothing to cancel it, nothing to hold him back. And Liquid getting away with a clean pick-off onto the Phantom Lancer, the biggest pick-off they could find at this point.
Oh, I love what Liquid's doing here. It looks like they're changing their mind, but the smoke to go top right after they were just top might be a little unpredictable. Instead, they're trying to aim for mid. Juan's going to read into that one since the Zeus just missed. He's got his haste up ready. He's going to be looking for one of the backline heroes.
I mean, look, into the jungle comes Moo. He's trying to make his way back towards the mid lane, but...
That's a hard hero. You can't kill Dragonite.
And Chuan scribbles there onto the jungle, just saying, watch out, guys. Liquid are around in the area. Now revealing again in the mid lane, Moo and Kaka on the high ground. So they can do anything. Timberman, Jerax, and Fodder around with the push.
Oh, no. Oh, it's just Fire Spirit. Never mind. This is, normally you don't get Fire Spirits here, clearly. But when Sunray is the most OP ability in the game, and you can give it to, I don't think I've ever seen a Rubik actually cast that spell before, but easily, it's a good spell. It kind of gives Liquid everything that they would have done with the Phoenix pick at this point in the game. And instead he gets Fire Spirit. It's not a terrible spell to have actually against PL, Void, and Dragonite, but definitely better ones.
Onto the jungle, Chuan comes. Kuroki, eyes on him at the moment. They've also got Mind Control coming through again.
Now they're a little scared here. I'm surprised they've got PL as well as Void here on the bot tier 1. Line 6 though, he could easily kill the Ricky. They would have had to commit Aurora to that. Although I think that would have been worth it. I'm not quite sure why they didn't go for that. Level 7 now on Ricky, so he's going to be able to do a lot more damage with his backstab hits.
Kuroki, I mean, obviously we saw him with a tough start, dying for 3 times, but there's no doubt about it, he is still finding that XP, as you said. And, yeah. I mean, with that, he can start to be a bit more active. And in these team fights, you feel that every time it's always going to be about getting the smoke screen on that Phoenix, really.
Smoke screen on anybody. That one fight was especially important for the Phoenix. Important now as well because Phoenix has his ultimate. A lot of newbies heroes are extremely countered by silence. Lion, Faceless Void, Phoenix, but mainly Faceless Void and Phoenix. Either of those two heroes, the fight completely changes if they die without casting their spells, especially if they're an inch away from doing it.
Necrobook now picked up for Mind Control. He's still making the progression nicely on the Beastmaster newbie. Themselves hanging around behind their tier 1 in the mid lane. I mean, 12 minutes in. You're looking at the network, you've got Matuma Man on the top with his Lycan. We've seen a lot of games where, you know, Lycan on Matuma Man, this has got to be one of his strongest heroes, no doubt about it. Yeah. He can win games in 20 minutes. You know, we may see this game, if it goes the way, the kind of pace that Liquid want to, you know, in 12 minutes time, then absolutely dominate. You know, I feel with the drafts as well, that's something that they are going to look to do. They surely don't want to go late against Newbie's lineup this game.
Probably not, but the other important thing is just not to lose their towers. And I think the reason that Newbie's been grouped here so much is because they're anticipating Liquid initiating in that moment. And I feel like Liquid's actually playing differently this game than they normally do, and they're doing this on purpose so that Newbie can't predict them as easily. They're expecting Liquid to fight behind this tier 1 tower, never happened. And now they're smoking down to a lane where the tower's already gone. This is also very unpredictable and weird to see.
No, but the great thing was Mind Control had his Hawk right over where they smoked.
Yeah.
So again, the vision game from Beastmaster is much too strong. And I feel, yeah, Newbie are going to realize that. Yeah, they've been rumbled.
And they may have to do this dive mid, but it's so difficult at nighttime against a Beastmaster. They're going to see you coming before you do. And if you don't initiate that properly, the fight's going to go real bad. So, first major item now for Zeus, disassembles his Arcane Boots, makes an Aether Lens to increase the range of all of his spells, and is damaged by a bit. But that's super important because now he can sit farther back, or as he's casting spells, there's a lower chance that he gets caught in Chronosphere, or spells from Lion, or even Supernova. And now they're doing their smoke rotation again. Again, it's going to be Jax and Pata smoking together.
How they've just got to get that lead in Raw. Let's see if they get it. They will indeed. No chance for How to respond. KuroKy moves in with the smoke screen. Thunder God's Raptor to ensure that they get the kill. Matumba Man picks up the final touch. But again,
Mike Chuan.
if they continue to do this on the PL, that's going to be exactly what they're looking for. And look at the damage.
It's going to take 2.
Chuan's going to walk it off.
Juan saves him, no problem. If he had ult there, that was Chuan dying 100%, so a little unfortunate for him he had to use it. Looking for the D-ward, actually, they're going to spot this observer ward that Liquid just placed, so that's got to be a little scary for Jax.
He's going to go for the play here. Oh! Jax styling on him, but top lane, KT. Moves in with the Chronos with the bastion onto Matumba Man as well. Can he get himself out of this one? He can't. They'll take down the Lycan. And Wakaka moving in, pops the dust, looking forward for more. Can he close in onto KuroKy? KuroKy getting himself out to the left. Trying to juke it, he's got a salve as well, and looks like he will be able to get himself out of there.
This is actually the slowest hero ever. When you dust him, his movement speed gets reduced. He has no way to basically break his invis. So on the bright side, he knows that there's probably not a sentry in the area, a lower chance at least, because they did use a dust. So for now, he's going to go grab vision of enemy heroes, and that'll influence Liquid's next moves.
And just getting that valuable intel indeed, KuroKy.
So with them all grouping mid, it seems pretty clear that they're going to go there. The other lanes aren't super push out, but...
Oh, look at this, no messing as well. Straight up with the Supernova move. He's going to close in, get the Dragon's Tail off, and classic, clean-cut newbie execution there in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Icarus Dive is actually an ability that I really undervalued, but watching this tournament now, consistently Phoenixes are using it just to initiate. The slow is actually significant, 25% for 4 seconds, and it led up into the Dragon Knight stun, and that kills the hero guaranteed.
Now we're going to see Newbie come in with a push. I mean, without the Elder Dragon form, of course, not quite as strong as the push that Liquid have with that Beastmaster Lycan.
Oh.
But nonetheless, they'll give the tier 1 a good shot. Let's see if Liquid come in time to defend. KP,
they gotta wait
that
for
Chrono
Zeus.
back up.
Zeus is really important here. They don't have damage without Zeus. Lycan even is kind of limited on damage, and he does all physical. That's not going to be very good against Dragon Knight. It kind of works against Void, but only if he's locked down, so they gotta have Zeus up. They continue to defend their tier 1 though. It's super important that they do this because it's close to so many places on the map, and it semi-neutralizes the Roche advantage that Newbie's got here.
Yeah, both tier 1s for either side, playing very, very low at the moment. We'll see Liquid come in to try and finish off that of Newbies. And Newbie themselves, all being spotted out by, again, this Hawk placement from Mind Control up towards the Secret Shop.
Yeah, straightforward push there. They knew that Chronos Hero was still on cooldown, as was Supernova now. So with that happening, pretty straightforward there for Liquid to take the tower. They're a little careful about it, but it really didn't cost them much, and that's one of the downsides to these big cooldowns on Teamfight Ultimates compared to what Liquid has. Their longest cooldown is like, what, Savage Roar or Primal Roar? Maybe Zeus ult? Zeus ult in 90 seconds, that's their long cooldown. Whereas Newbie's playing around these big, like, 130 plus cooldowns. So if those aren't up, Liquid's consistently going to push towers. It's not a very straightforward game for Newbie, despite their 5-man push looking pretty good.
We're going to see Newbie try for another smoke. Talking about those ults, they've got them online now. They want to try and use them here to make a gank occur. KuroKy.
Oh, broke. Will they dust?
He's going to spell on Chuan.
They had to dust that right away. He used it now, he wasn't paying attention. That happens sometimes. You're looking around the map, you're looking at your allies, you don't realize your smoke goes away. If he pops that right away, Ricky probably was still alright.
But he was right on the edge, wasn't he?
Yeah, that completely changed it. That guarantees the survive. So smoke is stopped, and they might be able to get Dragon Knight here.
Move's been left alone here, and Liquid responding to this one.
Crow can't reveal this. He's got to wait for the dragon or the roar.
He's trying to go for the invis body block. KuroKy, there we go. Sets it up for the roar, and they come on to move. He's out of mana, out of luck. No haste stream's going to save him at the moment. Yeah. And a very nice reaction from Liquid. I mean, Newbie, off the back of that play, you know, a failed smoke and then leaving Moot to farm very deep on his own on that bottom lane.
Yeah, that was a bit weird for sure, especially because they knew that they had just revealed on a Ricky. Like, surely Ricky, he'll maybe see you dust, stay in the area, track your movement, but he probably felt fine because he had haste. Crow's going to find the Phoenix too.
Up here on the high ground here. Hex straight away, locking down KuroKy. They'll move in. They'll take him down. No, he gets the chance for the trick with the train, and maybe Liquid can back him up. KP with the Chronosphere on the 2 backliners. Fodder and Mike Control held back the finger from Tron. Takes down KuroKy. They'll move in for a second. They found Fodder. How still alive in the midst of this all. The Phoenix Sunray forcing Mind Control back. Matumba Man, he's got to get himself out now with the ult off, but the Necro units chasing down KP. The Wolves as well. Can they quite finish off this Void? The attack slow though from the Spirits from Phoenix will hold it back. At the moment, 3 down on Liquid. Now still moving in. He just wants to bend these units off, and as we can see there, Newbie very, very happy with that fight. And again, just these Chronospheres from KP being incredibly disruptive, just catching out two heroes on the back, and suddenly Liquid, they're fighting with a huge deficit.
Yeah, with that said though, same story. Long cooldown ultimates, they're gone. They use Supernova, they use Chronosphere, everything's down with the exception of the Dragon Knight ult. So guaranteed Liquid respawns, and now they go push the tower. I don't know if it's going to be bottom, but if you look where Mind Control's Vor is, that's already what he's prepping for. He's pushing bottom. So I think they're going to most likely group here. Minimum, they get vision down aggressively in the enemy jungle, because they know that if they're mostly 5, they can easily take a fight against Newbie right now. There's no way that Newbie can win a fight right now. Unless it's like real bad. Walk into a Ravage or something like that.
Let's see. The game plan is for Liquid. You can see at the moment, Newbie, they've just picked up the Diffusal Blade on the PL. I mean, we already saw in that last fight how much Hao was just doing with the Straight Lance spam. Now the fact that he's put the Diffusal Blade online, it's going to be very, very scary for some of the heroes on Liquid. Especially with Timberman when he's not got that ult up. We saw in that fight he was able to really have a go at Hao whilst in the ultimate form. Had to instantly get himself out of there as soon as it runs out.
Well, they were grouping up for bot push, but with Newbie doing like a, I don't know, like a fake mid, they put 4 heroes mid, looked like they were going to push there, and now Liquid hasn't fully committed to this push bottom. And the ults are back up again, Chronosphere is ready. It's going to be Diffusal Blades all over the place on Newbie as well. They've got one ready on PL, and now they've almost got one on Faces Void as well. So, there's not a huge amount of things they can remove with this, but it will be able to drain mana. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I'm missing. It seems a little bizarre to buy so many diffusals. It totally makes sense on PL, obviously. The Void, it's semi-standard Void too.
Yeah, the Diffuser into Manta build from Void.
Yeah.
So we have seen a fair few.
It's really good against Zeus, I guess, because Zeus is very mobility limited. If you just keep hitting him with Diffusal Blade charges, he's just going to die if his team can't back him up. So it might allow them to like severely punish Zeus. Not only with Chronosphere, but now with essentially a permanent slow in a team fight.
I mean, that's the thing as well. You look at Liquid's lineup, and it really, if you take the Zeus out of the fight, you are just eliminating a huge amount of the damage output of Liquid at this point of the game.
Yeah. And that may be what they're aiming for here. They actually do use Dragon Knight ulti to take a stack, a little unexpected, but it's still good to do. Most players and teams just don't even bother with this, but I think Newbie's bothering to do it just because they already feel like they have a bit of an advantage over their opponents. Can accelerate the BKB, which they now have on Dragon Knight, and now Dragon Knight's almost impossible to kill. If he gets his BKB off, it's so tough. Like, even Ricky Smokeblade doesn't do anything now.
Yeah, and it couldn't have been a more perfect time to get that BKB in kind of synergy with Fada picking up the Veil of Discord. You know, suddenly that one big pickup that the Zeus has been working towards is going to be a bit more null and void against that DK in the fight. Timberman still finding space on the top lane. I imagine Ultra's Necro 3, he needs a BKB against Newbie's lineup?
It's not the best. I mean, it's off Sunray, it'll stop stun from Dragon Knight. Lion disables. I guess he kind of does need it, but he can still get chronoed, for example. He still has to worry about Supernova a little bit. I think it's ultimately going to be a good choice, though. Especially if he gets some good attack speed items, he can pick off Egg pretty easy. There's a couple of heroes he has trouble with. Phoenix can Egg, Lion has lots of disables, and now Chronosphere, so it's going to be a tough game for Matumba for the next couple of fights.
Bottom lane, you can see a push coming out from Liquid, and it will be reacted to from the side of Newbie as they close themselves in.
What is this? Is this a Newbie scan? Oh, they're checking to see if they're farming at the large camp, I think. Because they were previously at the bot tower, which means they're either TPing out, hiding in the right side trees, or farming there. So they used a scan for it. They weren't there. Maybe anticipating like do I need to chrono this if he's TPing in this area?
I can also check, of course, just in case Kuroki's standing around watching.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Yeah, the PL, it does detect invisible heroes. They're putting a high chrono ward, they're going to attempt Roche here. Can Liquid stop it is the question. It's going to be really hard. Because Zeus can poke it out a little bit, but they can punish with mobility.
This invis room from Mu, though, could be the starter off. In fact, it's Timberman getting ready with the ult, running straight in. Smoke screen, onto Carrot on the house, watching off to the side. Now Mu gets his stun off, onto Carrot on the back line. Carrot stunning support, but they'll get out the Zeus ult. They'll take down 2 here. It's going to be a great fight here for the side of Liquid. But Timberman hexed up, but look at him go. That movement speed takes down Tron here with the wall. Turns down. Look at the damage output of Fodder in this fight. Mu, the last one left standing, but he's going to go down as well. It's a triple kill for the Zeus. And this is what we're talking about. Purge, you don't kill that Zeus, and he absolutely destroys you in these fights at the moment, 23 minutes in.
How in the hell did nobody on Newbie get their ult off there? We didn't see a Chronosphere, we didn't see an Egg. I know that Phoenix got roared. How did Faces Void die? I don't even know, man. He just blew up. The magic nuke, the like Rubik lift.
That Zeus, man, it's very, very scary.
I mean, if neither of those spells happen, I think it's clear that we're going to see a 5-0 in those team fights. They've got to get their spells up. There's got to be a Chronosphere. There's got to be a Supernova. One of them not happening is going to happen, just because Liquid is almost always going to have the vision advantage with Ricky and the Beastmaster Hawk. But you've got to get one of them on.
Such a nice fight. Oh, Jack!
Oh my god, are you serious?
Oh, dives in,
Oh, he had a Hawk. Okay. There was a Hawk back there between the tier 2 and the tier 1, so he saw that come. It wasn't
so
like...
already casted the telekinesis.
I mean, that's fast reactions. That's not like godly reactions.
He'd set it up.
It's like, I wonder if Phoenix is going to dive and try to deny this tower.
I mean, mind control's thoughts really this game have been absolutely brilliant. We've seen them catch out fair few smokes, constantly scouting out the positioning of newbie as they come in to look for these engagements. And this is the problem, you know, we said there's 12 minutes, or like 12 minutes later, 25 minutes in.
Oh, they're going on.
Are going to be going for pushes, they're going to be going for these fights, and they're going to be absolutely destroying these heroes.
And Newbie is not set up here because they killed Phoenix. Now they take another tier 2, and KP making a mistake means now they can pressure the Rex.
This is the classic time of game where the Liquid find their element, and they know how to use it absolutely perfectly. And with a Beastmaster like a draft like this, it's going to work for the most part of it. Can they slow them down, Newbie?
Oh, he's dying.
How? He's gone! You've lost your PL! He was going to have to fly back straight away. Liquid, they find the tier 3. They'll get themselves out, keeping Matumba Man alive, but this is, you know, suddenly this game has taken a sharp turn for the worse for Newbie.
This series of events went from like Newbie winning the game 5-0. It's like, okay, that's good for Liquid. Then they get a tier 2 for free because of mistake, and they get a Rax tower because of mistake, and they get a PL kill and buyback. Like, this game completely changed. This is not like the perfect play that Newbie normally does. They're plain old frantic here. I don't think they expected to lose a 5-0 team fight there.
And look at these iron pickups as well. You've now got an AC done on Matumba Man for the next push, and there's a Blink Dagger on Jerax's Rubik.
Okay, great item for Matumba Man here. The BKB would have been really nice, but with Aegis, absolutely doesn't need it. And this way, his attack speed goes up, and his whole team's does as well. Plus Beastmaster, that egg is actually just going to die. Unless they Chronosphere on top of it. That's like the only way that works.
I feel at this point it really is down to KP's Chronos. Obviously you've got a nice amount of lockdown around it. You know, if you catch up 3 heroes to the Chrono, you've still got Chuan who can focus down 1, the Dragon Tail from Mu to focus down another hero, but they need to get the lead in themselves. We've seen in these fights, Liquid just able to get the jump burst, mind controls roars, each and every fight have been absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
And look at this again, they're already setting up to try and find something in the middle, but understandably Newbie, they're going to be playing a lot safer now at this point of the game.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. This is going to look a lot like when OG played Newbie, where Newbie got knocked down to the lower bracket. They're going to send their base a lot. They may move a little, but mostly just going to be looking for really good team fights. They can easily still win this game. They've got the team fight heroes. They have the better team fight heroes. They can't get initiated on. They can't lose heroes one by one right at the start of the fight. So Liquid will do the predictable thing, push up with the one hero that can't die. Well, can't die.
Oh, Killian and try and kill him though, jumping in onto the Superman of this man. Here's the man with the Aegis, gets fingered down, they'll be able to pop it. Mind control jumping forward, looking for the raw opportunity, gets it onto KT. The Supernova with the back line, the Superman's back and they've lost the void. The Superman, can they kill him? The Supernova's done coming through, how? Move closing in, but he gets the chance to run away. In from the sidelines, Jared's looking to control Drown, the walls chasing him down, it's a double kill. They're going to get How as well, a triple kill from the Superman as he sends the units in. They'll move in, Jack, with the body blocks, they're looking for Mu as well, they're going to get it. 4 down on Newbie at 27 minutes in. Liquid destroying them in every single fight.
It was so hard for Void to get his ult off there. I mean, they initiated on the Lycan, and they killed him, and then you're waiting for a respawn, and all Matumba Man, or sorry, all Mind Control had to do was walk at him.
Oh man, at this point, 1 minute down on the PL, I think this could be
our game. Oh my god.
GG is board, it's the classic Liquid, they play this kind of playstyle so perfectly, 27 minutes in, this kind of lineup that's so suited to these early fights, crushing your opponents, and I mean, by god, in those last 5 minutes, they absolutely crushed Newbie.
That was a game that Newbie was pretty significantly winning. Game was not over, and then all of a sudden 6 minutes later they GG out because they got 2 racks. Like, those fights got so hard actually towards the end because they had 2 Necro 3s. Their play there, Matumba or Mind Control walked towards KP. There was no good Chronosphere yet, and he just roared Necro 3. Once his mana's drained, it's over.
Getting ourselves ready for game 2 now between Newbie and Liquid. Game 1, a little bit of a beatdown and just a show off how well Liquid can play a certain style of the game at the moment. Game 2, the fantastic thing about this patch, we're seeing so many different heroes, so many different strategies coming out that it's going to continue here. Different things coming out. The Weaver for the side of Newbie. Yeah. Liquid, maybe it's doing a little bit closer to home, but finishing off with that MP.
Liquid's draft, no surprise.
I was going to say,
right?
that's a Liquid draft.
Liquid hasn't even played this draft before, only. It's been OG and Liquid have played this draft, basically. 2 good supports, fairly good at saving, especially the IO. counters out kind of Doom, Disruptor, heroes like that. They just need to weather the storm basically and push towers and maybe get late game, maybe. I think their late game is potentially good, but the Weaver plus the Alchemist with the hypothetical ags on Weaver sounds real good.
I mean, they're going to be time-lapsing people, glimpsing people. The time travel's going to be real for the side of Newbie if they can get it online. And the way that we've seen them play the Alchemist before, it's I can't remember the last time we've seen Newbie have a game with an underwhelming Alchemist. They seem to be able to always create the space, allow the game to go on to the point where it is going to become effective, and we'll indeed see if that's going to be the case here in Game 2. Game 1, they're only given 27 minutes really to show off their style, but with a lineup like this, do you feel we can be expecting a longer game here?
If Liquid wins too many team fights like last game, the game just ends because they have 3 tanky heroes, all very good at pushing. Obviously Prophet not super tanky, but great at pushing with Treants. Lone Druid takes towers, Bristleback doesn't die, so he should be able to push towers afterwards. It just kind of comes down to how Newbie does their team fights. Can they get Dooms off on the right targets while getting a good Supernova off, while picking off IO, for example? If they can do that, they're going to win this game. Their lanes are as well. Can they punish the IO and Bristleback? It looks like they're going to be mid. Can they punish those heroes? Can they grab all the runes? There's so many unknowns here.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about dooming the right target. I mean, I guess, who are you ideally dooming here?
Bristleback's not bad because if he doesn't cast Quills, then he doesn't actually right-click very hard.
But he's still going to have that. Oh no, yeah, actually no, in that sense. I mean, he's not going to die, but you can force him to really not
do mediocre right-clicks.
Yeah,
like it's still something. But if you can't cast Quills and you can't cast Goo, you're not amping up your Warpath stacks, and your right-click damage isn't very good. Especially if you go like a mech pipe build. So it really depends what Fada builds. Who was the Bristleback we saw the other day that won? I think it was when OG played. Complexity maybe? I can't remember.
There was an OG Liquid game where we saw Mind Control play the best.
Yeah, you're right.
And he was having an absolutely insane game.
And he got like 2 tank items, but then he went like damage. He got like, and by the end he had like Abyssal with an MKB. And there, if you doom him then, it doesn't matter. But dooms on Bristol can be significant. That or Earth Spirit are probably the ones, maybe IO for example. But dooming heroes like Nature's Prophet and Lone Druid in most cases is just a huge waste.
I mean, I really feel that this is going to be scary for Newbie, the fact that they've let the side of Liquid get these comfort picks. I mean, just the supports alone. The fact you've got Jarex ES and Kuroki I, this is arguably their 2 strongest supports.
Yeah, and the damage output that Earth Spirit does in the mid game is ridiculous. There's been so many games where it's just very clear that an Earth Spirit being in the game is what won them a certain team fight. So Jarex can win some of those fights in the mid game stages, then it will allow Liquid to just barrel down towers. So yeah, those heroes are a huge threat for Newbie.
I mean, let's talk about this mid lane, Bristol, about the Fada's going to be playing this time. Obviously, as we were saying ourselves, the last time we saw it was Mind Control playing it on the off lane. I mean, the decision to run it mid, he does pretty well against the Alchemist and in Purge. Is that the reasoning here from Liquid?
Yeah, well, I mean, Bristleback's always good against a lot of 1v1s. In reality, he has lots. He can last hit with a spell while also harassing his opponent, while also last hitting. He can survive a lot of things. He's great in a lot of spots, but they have to put him somewhere, and they could put him off lane hypothetically. This could have been Mind Control playing it, but they wanted to fit Prophet into their lineup, so not too weird that he's here. And he works against lots of stuff. Definitely works well against Alchemists.
I mean, talking more about that Prophet, the fact that it was picked up 5th, do you think that was always Liquid's intentions, or do you think Kuroki, whilst he was drafting, he just saw that opening at the end? And I mean, for what reasons, looking at Newbie's draft, would you feel that you go for that Prophet this game?
Well, it's a good hero for pressuring, and there's a hero that they need to pressure, it's Alchemist. So him helping out with some of those ganks can be really good. And it also pushes out lanes, that way it gives them the ability to predict where their opponents are going to be and potentially take team fights on their terms, which would allow them to take towers afterwards. So it's important to have that kind of knowledge that you get just from being able to easily push any lane at any time. Or if you do end up losing a team fight, maybe you can split push it and force your opponents to do things that they would normally be able to get advantage from. So there's a lot of really good things that Prophet does. And look at this now. Phoenix can't. There's 2 Treants just chasing through the jungle. He's like, please leave me alone. Please, God, stop. He's not even paying attention, and he's gonna get some stacks off here in the meantime. But this is doing so much, and now they know Phoenix is not mid. Bristleback can play fully aggressive. He can maybe soul kill move.
Oh,
no, he's got no mana.
Going in, yeah.
It's got
where's your man goes?
Point. He's got 2 item slots, dude. Ooh, there's a regen bot rune. That's
that's the dream rune for the man. I mean, I guess he's got to be careful about the acid spray, but yeah, if he can position himself around and find that opening. I mean, we saw just then, as you said, if he had a little bit more regen, that would have been a kill.
Sometimes, alas, you're limited. They might try for a Moo kill here. Aka's in the area. It's got only a level 1 Sunray, so that's basically like better than four heroes put together.
Getting the Phoenix for the second time as well this series. Obviously, game one, it just wasn't. You didn't really have the kind of team around it to do as much, and just the pressure from Liquid was absolutely insane. Of course, after the point of losing those 2 team fights that we saw. Game one, and that's the thing I think, as you said as well. Just looking at the potential of the 2 teams push. When it comes to team fights, if Newbie's getting wiped, Liquid's going to be pushing a lot quicker than if it was vice versa.
It's still, it's still decent for Newbie. Weaver, Alchemist, they're going to do lots of right-click damage, but you're definitely right. Liquid's push is amazing, and it's amazing right from the start of the game. Like, it isn't until like mid to late game that Alchemist or Weaver are good at it. But Liquid right now, they could actually just 5-man a tower. If they really wanted to, they're going to want to get collecting levels first, though. He's going to try to kill mid.
And he going in onto Moo here, the stack's building up, the Sunray coming through with the heals. Is it going to be enough to keep this man alive? But Fada moving in with the regen from Kuroki. There's your first burst. They will lose Kuroki in return. They may lose Fada as well, indeed, with Newbie's reaction, sending the heroes towards the mid lane. So they find themselves a second. But first blood does go the way of Liquid, but I think those 2 kills kind of nullify that off, and indeed the gold swing favorable for the side of Newbie. Yeah,
they were really set up for that. The Phoenix the Sunray just made a huge difference, kept the Alchemist alive. He also had a wand, gave him a huge heal there. He's not 6th yet, but that death is pretty good for him. Limiting what Fada can do is great. On the other side, the supports are getting experience from that, and very often when we see these like timeouts to ganks and counter ganks, the supports that are doing the ganking get a lot more. Because that means Jerax is going to hit 6 faster, and he's going to have that earlier time period where he just owns heroes like Doom and Alchemist in teamfights, cuts right through their armor.
And I really feel this is something that we kind of see happening for the side of Liquid a lot. I mean, yes, they lose a couple of heroes in the mid lane, but that means the supports and Newbie, they're heading their attention towards there. And this is giving Timberman a lot of space on this lone druid. He's 31 for 16 at the moment in terms of CS, and it's going to be a very, very quick Midas timing this game.
It's pretty close to what Weaver's doing. Never mind, 21 last hits on Weaver.
He's got the Midas down now, 5 minutes in. It's coming out.
I'm a little surprised how his last hitting is poorly. I haven't been watching that lane too much, but I'm going to assume it's because of tramp manipulation. Pull creep waves around, force him to last hit under tower, mess up the pulls, for example. It makes it so there isn't like a really straightforward pattern that Hao can use to get a lot of farm.
Just a 5-minute Midas here for the Lone Druid as he picks it up from the side shot. Matumba Man, it's got to be one of his fastest timings this series.
That was the first thing he bought.
This land, sorry. Yeah.
He actually bought nothing else. Just Orb of Venom, Quelling Blade with 1 set of Tango. So.
And it pays off if you can get it at this rate.
Oh, easily, because most players are getting it like 7-9 minutes. He's already used Midas twice at that point compared to those players. So you're talking already 400 extra gold than those players would have in that time period, which is going to translate to a faster Radiance. Maybe that comes at a point where Alch's Radiance isn't even up, I
was going to say, yeah, at this point, he really is going to be giving that Alchemist a run for his money, quite literally.
Just super rare, completely rare. That said, there are a few stacks here for Moo. A lot of smaller creeps as well, and he is, of course, going the typical Midas build. Soaring into Midas this time.
I mean, I think he's got the armlet.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, soaring to armlet.
I was totally thinking armlet. I said Midas.
Midas on the mind.
We really did have Midas on the mind.
Yeah, indeed, the armlet will be the next one coming out. We can see already the stacks here. It has been blocked up by the side of Newbie, so they're not going to be able to get that one again.
Big D word.
Indeed, and with the drive-by. They're going to go on him here, Jerax, leading forward with the slow. He's going to try for the TP out. Is he going to make it? Yes, he is just. Kaka, by the skin of his teeth.
Do you know he denied the rune while diving there too?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was
what a flashy
I was like, this is ridiculous. If he would have died for it, I was going to make fun of him, but that was godly what he just did. That was really
There's
amazing.
a reason why they like to get this man the Phoenix. I mean, as we've been saying, and as the panel have been saying, all of Newbie's players have certainly been performing to the best of their ability this LAN, and we might see something kick off here. Look at how, with this rotation. I'm Kuroki.
And no stun. Alright.
Alright, easy game for Kurok.
I'm a little surprised he stayed around, but I guess they could have picked him off if they were able to chase him down, for sure. And no glimpse either, so they steal the large stack. That means the Moo's going to have to play a little bit more normal. They're actually contributing 4 heroes. Well, that was contributing 4 heroes trying to protect Alchemist's farm, and they still didn't get punished for it. So Liquid's getting so much, and in the meantime, they're still free farming.
He really is. I mean, at this point of the game, 7 minutes in, I know it's still early days, but the fact that you are ahead of the Midas, I mean, let alone being equal, that's...
you talking about Alchemist?
Alchemist. I've got Midas on the mind as well. I keep saying Midas, Burge.
It's because they're building the same item, so we're like, oh, he's clearly doing that thing.
But no, this has got to be, this is really good news. And we know how much Matumba Man could do with this lone druid. We have seen time and time again It's the same as it's like them, really.
Yeah.
I'd say these two heroes are the scariest if you allow Matuma Man to play them, and especially when they're in the right kind of lineup for the side of Liquid, which we've pretty much been seeing happen time and time again, because Kuro, he always gets the draft he wants, it feels.
Yeah, and Lone Druid against heroes like Doom is just really effective because he doesn't care about getting Doom. Now, he's got to be a little scared about Stun Ray, but, you know, his allies can back him up for that kind of a situation, and Weaver, Disruptor, like, he's quite survivable against these guys, and his Bear, if he gets Radiance, can make a lot of space, so it's a great Lone Druid game. He's off to a great start. He is behind Alchemist now, so naturally, Alchemist is going to get the Midas first. Just kidding. Radiance first, most like, well, I guess not, because he's going Armlet initially.
It's going to be interesting to see.
It might be about the same time. Yeah. If Liquid hits that timing first, and Alk is still trying to finish up that relic.
Well, now it's got the Armlet done now, so 8-minute Armlet.
Got 900 gold, and Lone Druid has 800, so I guess they're actually about even here.
Yeah, but I don't know, I'd say at this point, you're probably looking at the Alchemist to win. The stacks are still there. And
all comes down to the ganks, really.
It does. If they can shut down this out.
Liquid's moving now. They get the tier 1 bottom. They did just TP Mind Control mid to pressure the tier 1. That's not going to stop anytime soon. They can easily start defending their towers as well. They just need to bring about 4 heroes to do it. Although Earth Spirit's not 6 yet, that's a downside. Somebody just got glimpsed, I believe. Not true. Somebody TP top. Oh, they're still TPing more.
I'm trying to hold this one off. Here comes Matuma Man.
Okay. I didn't see who got glimpsed back. Maybe the IO, perhaps?
I think it was Jarrett. Oh, no, Jarrett's still got his TP available.
It must have been IO.
Yeah, it must be.
Or it could have been Mind Control's actual TP, and then he ulted, or he teleported after. Oh, they're going bottom.
Well caught out straight away. Here we go. Dropping the Doom onto Fada. Kuroki trying to make himself out to the sidelines, but there we go, boys and girls. The Sunray, ladies and gentlemen, of the dive for.
Oh, what? The Spirit, he got him. Was he ready for that one? Fada is still gonna die, but that was almost not bad. What a sick play.
I mean, yeah, they bring one down with them. I mean, still, at the end of the day, yeah, the 2-for-1 trade, Newbie will take it.
Oh, it could have been quite a bit better.
It could have been better.
Still a fun little engagement. It was good, though. They pick off the Bristol back. With that said, though, Liquid's going to TP back mid, and they're going to take this tower now. There's almost no way they stop it. Phoenix is also level 4, so there's a lot of level problems going on with the supports on both sides. But Mind Control already prepped up mid. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see them rotate for this. Matuma Man's trying to create pressure in the offlane. He's doing a good job. That tower's also gone. Most of these towers just falling for Newbie repeatedly. Liquid's going to hold on to this tower gold advantage, and it's really going to influence these fights a little bit more. Although the net worth is pretty close, but that is being offset by the fact that Alchemist just power farms so fast.
Absolutely, and he's now coming up to 1k ahead, so 10 minutes in, it's not the biggest of leads for the Alchemist, but we can certainly expect to see him continue that lead against the Matuma Man Lone Druid. Jarrett is into this rune. Let's see if he can set something up in the jungle. He's going to see what he can find. He's going to spot out move on the out.
He's 6. If they get a rotation,
they've just taken down the mid tower, so they can send more heroes up in Liquid.
There's a ward in the way, though. They're going to spot the rotation. Trying to play it slow. Okay, he might be able to get How if he disables How. No, they're way gone. As you can tell, I'm bad at
looking at the magnetized. Yeah, he's just going to drop the magnetized in silence. Jarrett, he goes for the play here, and he's
gonna get it.
Oh, silence really not long enough.
And now he can't TP. He actually fed.
Yeah,
that's
maybe
a pretty big mistake.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake here.
It would have been a huge kill, but very difficult to get that when you're still under leveled on Earth Spirit. Because in fact, he actually stacked his disables a little bit. He needed to wait full stun duration and then silence afterwards. And I think what he did there is he was stone efficient in that he pulled back the rock that he punched, and by doing that,
he had to do it straight.
Exactly, and then he's only getting like what 2.5 seconds of disable basically. Instead, he could have gotten about 4, in which case maybe he kills the Weaver. I just think he could have executed that slightly better, because as soon as the time lapse comes out, there's no way he gets that kill. It's a pretty big mistake in this match.
I was going to be very. I'm looking at the Weaver at the moment, of course, with that appearance to the mid lane. He's 3-0-1. He's having a very clean game. He's certainly losing out in terms of net worth to the other 3 big cores on the map.
Heavily.
By quite a mile, yeah.
And that was profit plus the fact that he rotated early and didn't get kills out of it. Significant.
Yeah, that's going to be right. Yeah, the fact that the Weaver's only a few hundred to get ahead of the profit. I mean, Mind Control, he's easily keeping up with this How Weaver.
Oh, and I actually don't think I like how his build this game. He picks up a Perseverance, which clearly is most likely going to be a Linken's. What is that stopping this game, though?
Nasal Goo?
A hypothetical Nasal Goo or Orchid on Prophet. That's it. By like Dragonlance level 1. Get 15 agility and actually have an item that helps him fight.
More in the mid lane, running away. Jerax. Just be fine.
They don't have the glance?
Too far away. Look at the edge. Look at the range. It's not quite going to get him. I mean, Sunray is there. And it will bully Jerax right back down, but he gets himself safely away. And Newbie do disengage, but he's not unable to find a kill on the Earth Spirit. And again, this is kind of Newbie. We're seeing them constantly looking to kind of put 3 heroes to look for a kill. And that's, of course, going to leave the map open elsewhere. Radiant's now done on the Alchemist. How's Lone Druid doing? He has got his relic, Matuma Man. How much gold is he away from the recipe? Still quite a bit. Okay.
Yeah, in the meantime, like, he's been split pushing basically slightly while he's farming, and by doing this, he can't just fully focus on getting gold, which is that plus Regal's Greed is why Alchemist got it a little bit faster here. So Newbie may be looking to take a fight now. They've got all their ultimates ready to go. Their team fight is clearly better. There's basically this period where Liquid needs to get their main tanky items to start the game off here, and they're close. Vanguard on Bristleback, you'll get SNY next. The other supports have their items, but the big one is the Radiance. Once they have Radiance on Lone Druid, they're ready to fight, but not before that.
I mean, as you see, they were positioning themselves around the Dark Secret shop, but already the TP back from Jarek towards the top. Matuma Man, I mean, he's very aggressively farming here. He's going to go for the TP out. He's not going to make it. Matuma Man, a little bit too greedy here. They will kill the Weaver, but they lose the Lone Druid for in the jungle. So one-for-one trade there.
That's sort of worth it, I think, for Liquid. Really.
I mean, they are really shutting down How. He is getting far behind now.
Yeah, like, honestly, that was their second most farmed hero on their team. And right now, he's looking like an off lane. He has no farm. This could put Newbie into this like one core lineup, and then all Liquid has to do is buy items that help them kill the Elk.
Yeah.
And if they kill the Elk, the fight ends basically. With the exception that he will be pulling some really valuable Ags this game. Mainly, God, they could have hypothetically time lapse and Phoenix Eggs. They could like save anybody on their team. Oh, this could be a big kill.
They will not find this Alchemist. The kinetic field will be chopped down, holding back. Sparta does turn around with a concoction, but Newbie, not really with the damage output at the moment to turn back into a Bristle and Eye, especially with the Sandwich now picked up on top of the Vanguard.
Yeah, if Weaver's items don't continue up, if he doesn't team fight really well in these next couple engagements, it can be really bad for them.
Looks like he's trying for a kill on Kuroki here, and he might just get it. He will take down the IO. Liquid on the chase down, but How's out of there.
That was really well done. He's actually got 3 kills, 4-1-1. I can't believe his net worth is so far behind. But these guys have been farming the entire game, Fada as well as Mind Control.
Yeah,
Lone Druid.
Yeah, Fada's been getting the stacks, the Alchemist and Alchemist, and indeed Matuma Man with that very, very quick timing on the Midas. So I mean, it's a hard game to keep up with the farm, but as you said, How if he keeps playing it safe, keeps getting the kills like this, he can certainly catch himself back up.
I still don't see a lot of value in his item build, though. I think he's going to have trouble in those mid-game fights. Like, they're just going to goo it, and it's over. Like, his Linken's is essentially then an expensive stat item, but he could have gotten an expensive stat item. Like, Linken's gives you plus 15 to all stats as far... Let me double-check, because they just changed it. Plus 15 to all stats, it gives him 30 damage, costs 4,800 gold. He could get plus 15 to the stats that he cares about for literally the price of the... what's it called again? I literally just said it. Dragon Lance. It's 1,900 gold. It gives 15 agility, 15 strength. So much better than Linken's this game.
I mean, is there any chance there's a casual Perseverance into Desolator?
That's awful. That's like I just started playing Dota and I'm like, wow, Perseverance gives me everything I need. Damage, regen in lane because I keep having to go back to heal, and mana. It's perfect. It's not justified for the cost at all.
Bottom down here, Jerax but the savage roar from Matuma Man forcing Newbie back. He rolls himself and gets himself to magnetize to the sidelines. Mind control coming in. Movement trial with his supernova, forcing the side of Liquid to back themselves up. Move drops the stun onto Matuma Man. He's dreamed up as well. He'll try and walk this one off on the Lone Druid. He should be fine. Harder backing off as well. On the sidelines though, How he's going to look to pick himself up another kill. He should be able to find Kuroki here on the IO, and he will do indeed.
All right. Well, he keeps getting kills here. That's really good for them. I only got 1 kill though. I thought it was going to be more, but it wasn't. Lone Druid ends up staying alive despite getting doomed. He's almost got his radiance. Now he finally has it. He could have gotten this like 2, maybe 3 minutes earlier. This whole game would have been a little bit easier. Quite a bit easier.
But it's still a good timing. I mean, 60-minute Midas radiance, Matuma Man.
It's still fine, but now Alk has boots of travel. Now he's way faster than his opponents. He's almost got his next item. He just grabbed a bounty run for 500 gold, for God's sake. Like, how do you compete with that? He's like, oh, I was actually headed that way anyways. Thanks for the free item. That's actually so much gold.
Yeah, Mu really is finding the amount of fun that we expect from Mu Alchemist as well. As I said at the start, we've seen a lot of performances from Mu on this hero this LAN, and it can get very, very scary. And at this point where he is looking to be 5k ahead of the lead farmer of Liquid at 17 minutes in, game plan certainly seems to be set into play here for Newbie, and they are finding the momentum on that Alchemist that they needed. It is just indeed How slightly struggling at the moment, but he's caught up with Farter. Yeah, he is closing this gap.
Yeah, it's these last couple fights, he's staying alive in them. He's
playing it really well.
Yeah, he has been just not dying, but that's basically a fixture of him being a good pick. Weaver is difficult to kill for the heroes that Liquid has. It's not until they get things like Abyssal Blades that Weaver has to be too scared.
It really is. I mean, it's all down to Jerax catches him out at this point.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you're not killing him. You're not, unless he overextends.
Or Mind Control buys like an Orchid, in which case he's protected against the Lincoln. So in some ways that build is alright, but I just wish he would have gone maybe a little bit more focused towards an early game build. Would have made his farm faster, lots of reasons like that.
We can see on the graphs the full Alchemist effect beginning to be felt, and the net worth difference is a fight kicking off here on the sidelines by the secret shot. They roll in onto Mu. It's a big kill if they get it, and they do. The Alchemist taken down at the same time. KP rooted up. Matuma Man chasing this one down. He needs a bit of backup. Fardock going to cut in from the sidelines. Does he want to dive this one? It looks like he's a little bit scared of the Sunray, understandably, but with a backup for Kuroki. Fardock goes in, Jack with the boulder smash onto 2. Setting up a second as they'll bring down the Kaka on the Phoenix. How? Now turning up the fight. We've seen how much she's been able to do before, but this time, as the time lapse back out immediately. And Nubi losing 2. And could this be the start of this point of the game? 18 minutes in, where Liquid feel their strength and they want to abuse it as much as they can. Can Nubi hold back Liquid at this stage of the game?
Well, they got a 630 buyback out of it. They're going to do some chasing here. It will stun on Matuma Man, but I think this Liquid can back right now, and they got huge advantage. They killed Phoenix. Phoenix is alive now, and they got a buyback from Elk. So despite him still being miles ahead in terms of farm, actually impacts quite a bit. Buybacks now are more important than buybacks later, with the exception of the fact that you will die for a long time afterwards. So tactically, that was really big for Liquid. They get a lot of gold from it as well, since he was by far the biggest net worth on the enemy team.
And it's pretty much what we saw again in game 1. There was that point where Hao brought back around the similar kind of stage, and then the next push when Liquid went in, as you said, we may see the thing where the buyback's still on cooldown. And certainly that extra death time gives Liquid the opening to break one rack, so maybe even a second one with the amount of pushing power that they've got.
And now Fada's transitioning into damage items. He's got Vanguard finished, SNY is up next, and his follow-up's probably going to be something like an AC, most likely. And at that point,
who builds the AC, him or Matuma Man?
That's a good point, actually. I almost want it to be Fada just because he's a little bit farther ahead in some ways, but AC is such a core item on the bear, and he has to get an armor item, so it probably has to be Lone Druid, but it would be a great AC game for Bristol as well, since he's against the physical damage of Alk as well as Weaver, both of them luring armor additionally. So maybe buy some Crimson Guard instead, I guess, is probably the right thing to do. That way his whole team just survives team fights a lot right now.
Moves down bottom. I mean, Matuma Man did get the root onto Hal, but of course not enough control to bring down the Weaver. And did end up losing the bear. I'll have it back up in 10 seconds though.
He's a bear slayer, man. That's his second one.
This is nice as well, look. There was a scan here at this point from Liquid. They do know that something's going on. They'll probably be aware that this smoke's going. Yeah, they'll dive for the Matuma Man.
They know he's still there.
Yeah, they're going to come in for this one. Matuma Man, is he going to receive any backup? Liquid are making their way over, but Matuma Man in a lot of trouble here. The control is there from the sideline. Now they turn up, so they draft time through. They manage to take down the Disruptor. Supernova coming out from the side of Nubi though. Mind Control's trying to take it down, but he hasn't got the attack speed to do so. Now he himself's in trouble, as it looks like Nubi will be able to claim themselves a second. Mind Control taken down as well. A 2-for-1 there on the bottom, and it's 2 at the highest value heroes from the side of Liquid. Nubi going to be very, very happy with that exchange.
Yeah, especially because they did it right next to a tower, or they're just going to go home. Okay. I guess it's alright. They're not going to be able to kill Fada no matter what. But so surprising, they win a fight right under tower, and they're just out. They're gone. They get out of there. Huge kill though. Semi-major mistake from Jax there. It was a little bit of a clumping in the trees. He didn't get his ulti off. He casted it, he just wasn't close enough. And it's very rare that Earth Spirits miss that. But because they were grouped up in the trees, he just was a little too far away, and then they lose all of their damage in the team fight. I guarantee that if he got his magnetize off, they would have maybe committed to that fight and probably killed another hero on Nubi. But as soon as that was missed, it was over. They got a ditch. It was already a bit of an iffy fight from the start. And Lone Druid actually doesn't have his bear for 48 seconds, because that just got sniped from Hao, so that was a huge gank as well from Nubi. So this farm speed is now bad. Like, it's actually just kind of screwed for now. At least a minute.
And in a game as well where Matuma Man is desperately trying to keep up with the Alchemist. That is, as you said, going to hurt him. There's now 7k difference between the two of them, Mu. Farming very, very well indeed, and it is going to be an interesting game as this one pans out for the Alchemist. So obviously almost certainly going to look for that Octarine, but then we're going to get closer and closer to that point where he is going to start to be able to buy the Aghanims for his teammates. How? 22 minutes in, he has the Deso finished on top of the Lincolns, and you know, after a start where he was lagging behind, he's now up there on par with Matuma Man's farm, and How
Yeah.
He's more than recovered now.
Oh, easily, yeah. His build is completely fine now. He survived all the early fights, gets a bunch of kills, gets a couple bear kills. And now he transitions into another damage item, probably. Maybe he grabs something like a BKB. There's another problem with the Lincolns. He's still kind of killed if they do a bash into silence the boulder smash. So maybe damage next for him. They need to get some solutions against these tanky heroes, and Alpha shouldn't be the only one.
This is nice as well. I mean, they're going for Roshan. They're going to do it at a pretty incredible speed, and as we see, no chance for Liquid to contest. They're going to come in with a nice 3-man boulder smash.
Oh, they're going.
He's got a DD as well. He'll get Glitch back immediately, doomed up as well. Can Liquid still try and take this fight?
They disengaged. That was perfect for them. A miscommunication from Newbie. They glimpsed him the same time they doomed him, so that means he just get out of jail free card. They're like, oh, thanks. Now we'll go do something, because now you don't have dooms. That's pretty valuable. You can also look for kills on the map. Maybe split push all lanes, look for a gank setup, relocate. I'm sure they're kicking themselves for not having Dragonite though. I mean, having Dragonite hypothetically over something like Bristleback this game could make all the difference.
Jack, he did just try and roll into Kaka, but there is backup and a lot of it. Newbie jump onto the Earth Spirit and a little bit of a kind of a rare over-aggressive play there from Jax. He's normally relatively safe on the Earth Spirit, but threw himself into 4 then.
Is he feeling the pressure maybe? I hate to say it, but I mean, how many times has Liquid gotten to a grand finals and gone second? I'm sure he'll play better later.
I've got to keep their composure here indeed, as Newbie ready to fight, move with the concoction, eyeing it farther, they'll move in onto the Bristleback. Do they have the damage, the control to deal with him? They're probably they're just not even trying for the Bristol at the moment. It's not really the target they want to get.
Yeah, at maximum they can trade relocate for some spells here, but they weren't going to get that.
As you said, the relocate's always going to come.
So Octarine for Alchemist. That means 1 or 2 more items and he'll start buying axe for people. The start just might... Alright, you probably Weaver first, just because then you cover yourself. It's basically like your 7th item. You're like, hey, I'm going to give this to you, but you always have to use your ult on me, right? It lowers the cooldown of time lapse as well. It becomes quite good, down to like 16 seconds. Really good skill. Immediately after the Weaver eggs, I think I would put it on Doom instead. And the reason is because it's really good against Bristleback, because it applies Break, which will remove his passive. So it gives him a really straightforward way to kill him. Once you see that Ag's Doom get casted on Bristle, the Weaver's going to shred him. It doesn't matter if the Wisp is there, it's going to just look like any other semi-tanky hero with a Wisp. It won't be in an unkillable machine, basically. So I think these Ags rotations that Alk's going to be able to give to the Doom is going to possibly break Liquid late game. Because right now it's not looking super good. They just don't have a good solution to Weaver, and the Ags solutions that they're going to give to their other heroes are really good actually against Liquid's cores. They like have to get a solution to Weaver. That's problem 1. They can kind of kill Alk, but killing Weaver as well is getting tough. Like Root is maybe the only good way they can do it.
Yeah, Root into a silence from Jarex at this point, really.
Yeah, that sounds alright.
Yeah, this Weaver, yeah. Weaver with the Reaver. So if you work in state, you're going to become very, very hard to deal with. And he's going to just play games here with mind control, and I don't know, he's going to go straight for the TP out. It's the right play. Yeah. Just escaping, but this is scary for Liquid, as you keep saying. These calls for Newbie really coming online, and 26 minutes in, this was the point of the game that in game 1 Liquid were able to kind of storm the base. So Newbie very, very much more happier with the way that the game 2 is panning out, and I feel that they are in the lead at this point in the time.
It's absolutely clear that How is just a great solution against almost everybody on Liquid. None of their heroes can really stop him from just running at them and almost killing him. I mean, how many times did you just kill Wisp for free in the early game? And that's not going to stop anytime soon. He's now getting the Reaver, like you said before. That'll turn into a Heart, so then he's going to have insane amounts of HP. And then any right-click damage that they're going to throw at him is just easily going to be offset. And that's going to be comboed with the potential Ags on him. So that's going to make him even tankier.
Yeah, more
it's going to go up to like 3.5k HP, which is insane at this level. At this point in the game, that's so much. That'll be more like 3k, I guess, but can't burst through that. They don't have good solutions. At the very least, it guarantees that Earth Spirit's combo doesn't kill him, no matter what. And then he gets damage item after damage item after damage item to round the game out.
Well, there's now the Shiva's guard done on the Bristleback, but which is going to make him a little bit harder for How to chip through, but at the same time, How's Weaver? He pretty much ignores that Bristle as we've been seeing and goes for those squishy cores and heroes like the Nature's Prophet. Of course, like Kuroki on the backlines, it's a great way to start the fight that can take Kuro out of it. And with the smoke from Newbie wrapping around, they might get themselves a pretty nice opening onto Liquid. Mind control. spotted out here, and indeed KB jumps forward. There'll be a silence onto him, looking for the positioning here for the Supernova, and there it comes. Can they take down the X? They're not going to be able to have the chance to do so. Juan caught out on the side, and the Superman moving in. He's doing a hell of a lot of damage, but they've already lost 2 Liquid. They're going to lose for Superman as well by looks of it. It's a double kill for Hao, and this is what we're talking about at this stage of the game. Hao is just far too strong. They'll cancel the TB on Zambada. They've lost 4, and Liquid now losing 5. As Newbie, at this point of the game, I mean 27 minutes in, it's their special timing so far in the series, and now it's the chance for Newbie to storm down a lane, and it really does feel like they're pretty far ahead at this point, Perch.
It really does. I'm a little surprised that Liquid didn't even GG right there, but they know that if they do hypothetically win a team fight, they will take a lot of buildings afterwards, so it has the huge Rax potential. But there's 5 dead heroes. I think they're getting Rax right now. At the very least, tier 3 tower should die.
It's this 30-second cooldown on the death time for both the Bristle and the Lone Druid. Look at the net worth difference. It's really tapered off here. Newbie very happy with how this is going, and now straight up, Moon's got the AC, the heart on the Weaver, the pushing power, and just the sustain of this lineup. It's going to be even more. Let's see how safe they want to play the Newbie. Already on the back line. They've actually caught Mind Control out. He's actually come in. They're starting to play games with him here. And I don't know if he gets himself out of it. Moon, can he get the stun off? Yes, he can. The glimpse back as well, and Mind Control is well and truly dead. Another pick for Newbie.
When you looked at the draft, they looked so good for Liquid with their start, but the way that Newbie is playing, they're not playing very gank heavy. The only person that's been ganking in the early game was mostly Weaver. Almost primarily, Newbie just sat back and farmed a lot. They did some ganks occasionally, but they didn't hard commit to pushes. And the purpose of this is because if they gank too much and then Wisp turns something around with relocate, then he gets all of his value in the game. But Wisp has just seemed like a worthless hero this game, and it's because of the way that Newbie's playing it. And the fact that their 3rd and 4th pick just completely countered Liquid's cores. And they were fairly unexpected, at least the Weaver semi was. Like, the Weaver and the Alchemist are just so difficult for Liquid tanky cores.
They really were perfect picks this game. They really were. How's Weaver, as we keep saying, they just can't deal with it. And Moon, look at the net worth. He is doubling that at the second on the board. He's on 30k at this point in the game. 30k, 30 minutes in. It's, you know, it's the 1k at least GPM at the moment for the out. Against a team like Liquid, that's very impressive in itself. And we can see here Newbie just pushing on to the tier 3. How are you going to stop him? I mean, how he just really doesn't care, and now he's just going to start to chip away at Butter, pushing back the Bristol back, opening up this second set of racks that Newbie will start to begin to take.
It's so difficult for them to initiate here. And then, if that wasn't hard enough, you still have to worry about a Blink Doom or 2 Sunrays and a Supernova. Like, Phoenix is so good against these heroes. And it's just made worse by the fact they can kill the course. They gotta kill Hao here or something.
They've got to do something indeed, but already look at the bed. Well, the bed's gone. The racks are exposed. It's going to be a second melee racks down.
Doesn't have a bear. 20 seconds.
Newbie here in game 2. Really stepping it up from game 1 where Liquid showed their strengths. Newbie very quickly turn around here and show theirs. And Liquid very much playing on the back foot at this point of the game. They're still trying to hold it. We saw there Nature's Prophet Mind Control trying for a bit of the rat. This is looking very scary for Liquid.
Kaka's got 4,600 gold on a support Phoenix right now. Like, they just have almost everything they need. Shiva's Guard will really limit the damage output of the tanky cores, who generally have more survivability than damage. It's going to reduce the attack speed of the bear, and the bear doesn't even have, well, he's just now finished an AC. So all this attack speed advantage that Matoma Man just peaked at is completely countered. Never mind, he got a Vlad's. Okay. Everything I just said is devoid.
I guess at this point, maybe just feeling that the pace of the game, they might even be able to finish before Shivas comes online. Just get the Vlad's to make the push stronger at this stage.
Look what he body bought. Vlad's and Medallion. These actually make it so Liquid's ability to kill is even worse. Whoever gets initiated on, Medallion on him, and he's going to stand close enough to have Vlad's aura. That's 11 armor.
Nice waltzed in. Team still hanging around here. Matuma Man joining the forces with Rochi, and they'll look towards the Doom. They've lost Mind Control on KP.
They gotta kill him, otherwise they're just getting...
He's just sticking around, and indeed they'll have to relocate out. They just can't deal with that.
He really doesn't want to lose the bear here. Oh, if this bear dies, it's so bad for them.
Oh, with the Purge creep as well. They're gonna get it.
Oh my, level death, man. That's the bear counter right there.
The control, how can they kill how no time left. I'll just Gucci away, but with the buyback from Mind Control and the hand to get the sprout root, can they kill it? How no! Now they tried for that so desperately. Mind Control committing a buyback. It doesn't work out. They lose the bear as well.
That was just such a good pick. Like, how do you stop Weaver? they have one stun, one silence. And Mind Control didn't go Orchid because that's not really his style. They're about pushing. And now Chuan's setting up top for Mind Control. Kaka's just gonna TP out. Okay. I did predict, maybe that was a dire ping on the ward. Phoenix putting Phoenix wards down. Pretty cool. I'm sorry, that was Chuan's ward.
I mean, it really does feel at this point Liquid in such a tough position. Ow, he's already ready to come back in, and okay, stun into silence.
Sentry spotting that one out. They might still go for it. He can roll. He's got to go now. Alright, how much is this going to do? A lot. Alright, that's a bad sign.
Not even a worse stun here for the side. Kuroki is in trouble. Now go for the TP, Ghost Scepter.
He actually does whatever he wants right now. There's no consequences. He'll buy MKB next, most likely.
Wax time.
Eggs.
Place your bets then,
All right.
Purge. Who's it going to? Who are you closing up the game with an Axe off?
Best target is Weaver, I think, easily. Just because he's about to get a damage item, and it guarantees that if he's initiated on, he's going to live because he's already got stupid amounts of HP. And if they go on anybody else, he can time-lapse them back. It's either that or Doom, I think. Doom would close the game out. Weaver would close the game out. I don't think you give it Disruptor here. They don't really need it to counter anybody specifically. I would definitely put it on Weaver. With that said, the Ags is here. He's going to pick it up.
Oh, who's he going to? Oh, it goes to the Phoenix.
Okay. I guess a similar thing as time-lapse. Now he can sit way back and he can supernova somebody. It's a little scary though. Okay, they're going in.
There we go, on to Jarek the Purge as well, holding him in position underneath the static storm. Jarek's is gone. They've already found Kuroki on the backlines with the Doom on Tafada. It's going to be a fall. GG is called, and Purge really in a quite severe turn of events after game one. We are seeing how strong in the right position with the right lineup both of these teams are. Game one, a bit of a stomp for Liquid, and game two, a definite stomp for Liquid.
Yeah, they actually already had Ags on the Doom there. That was the second Ags that we just saw. That's how far ahead they were that game. They just picked the perfect heroes that were just so hard for Liquid to counter in the mid game. If they hadn't, like, Liquid had to win fights. They took some towers, but they didn't really turn around anything significant that game like they did in game one. And they've got to do that with that kind of a draft disadvantage, with those cores versus those cores, to take the win.
Well, I mean, so I'm looking. Indeed, we are, and already here, game 3 into the best of 5. We know we're not going to have a 3-0 stomp, which is always nice. It's 1-1 so far. The first 2 games, though, very short, less than 30 minutes, very one-sided for the most part of it. We're here to game 3 now, Purge. Different heroes coming out each and every time this series, absolutely fantastically. And this time around, the Lifestealer for Liquid, which is going to be played by Mind Control, so it's going to be very interesting to see what the lanes are going to be from Liquid. And Newbie with the very confident response of How on the Juggernaut.
I like Newbie's heroes a lot better, generally. They have great teamfight ultimates, they can get a lot done, but with that said, there's a Rubik on the other side, so stealing Omni Slash, Roar, Exorcism, Ravage, Earthspike, basically every spell in this game he's going to be happy with. They're going to try to move to the jungle to get some blocks off, but this is way too scary. 4 Newbie heroes running at him. And with an offlane Lifestealer, he can go to the jungle pretty fast. Swindles mentioned the Iron Talon, but they may do an aggressive trialing kind of situation. Especially because the second support is what? It's Beastmaster, so they can definitely pressure heavily if they do an aggro try.
So I guess this is the thing as well. We've seen this before. Timberman, he knows when there's a position to do a successful 1v1, and Lone Druid versus the Tide Hunter, it can certainly work out for the man. He's not going to die in this lane.
Yeah, he won't die in that lane. It's a little scary later when Lone Druid gets like 3, maybe 5 with support rotations, but considering the supports they have, they're semi-right-click based. I feel like this is a pretty good early game Tide. He's definitely going to be difficult to kill. But with not being able to block the large camp, that means Kako's going to have huge contribution in this game. It's kind of similar to what even Doom does in a lot of cases. You do some ganking, eventually transition to good team fight. In this case, Beastmaster's just going to AFK jungle till he hits 6 at like 6 minutes, and then he's going to start ganking. So it's going to really come down to how Liquid deals with those early roars, or whether or not Crow ends up going to the jungle and pressures him early. That's probably what Kuroki's going to want to do here. If he does that successfully while occasionally ganking mid, this could be a really good game for Liquid. And I kind of like that we're seeing a different playstyle. I feel like Liquid got outpicked last game. They had the perfect heroes to deal with that like 3 tanky core strat, so now they're doing something different. Spada's playing Initiator hero, and we'll see if that changes things.
Yeah, the lanes that are going to sell out. It's going to be Jarek's helping out on the bottom lane, just creating the space for Matumaman's Lone Druid. And mind control on this top one. I mean, trying to find the farm against a Lion and a Juggernaut. I guess you should be doing fine, at least until the point where the amount of lockdown comes out from the Lion that the Blade Fury is going to get through before you get the chance to rage off the bottom lane. Jarek's, he's still got a telekinesis here. He's going to hold off on it, not wanting to try and make a go. I think the tide is too tanky, and here we go, top lane, Chuan thinking about it, setting up the stun, but again, hard to make a go on the man when he's always going to have that rage available.
It's just such a good off-lane counter versus, like, it's the most bizarre thing, like Lifestealer off-lane, but it actually does counter Blade Fury. The magic spin, he just turns it on and walks away. And even if he gets like 2 points in rage early on, that stops almost all of the Blade Fury damage. But he might even be able to get away with 1 skill point here. I'm not sure which build he's going to go in Lifestealer here, but even if he does get a little under-leveled, he can still contribute to ganks in early fights a lot by doing Lifestealer off-lane. And if things go really well, he can then become a carry. So Liquid has a lot of better options this game in terms of gank, carry potential, stuff like that.
Absolutely, and of course just having simple things like the Lifestealer puck combination. You're going to have that initiation for mind control each and every time. You see Chuan coming around again, just trying to do his best to keep the man back. And towards the mid, I mean, KuroKy's already level 3 with that kind of jungling in the side camp. Just using this power to harass Mu away from the mid lane, and thanks to that we can see at the moment in terms of CS, it's 13 for 1 for Fata, 7 for 1 for Mu. This is giving Puck the space he needs to get out on top.
Yeah, we'll see how it translates in the next like 10 minutes though, because that's really where Puck starts getting more active, responds to ganks, things like that. Can he counter gank when the ganks come this game? Will it be, you know, Jug rotating for an Omni / Puck shows up? Depending on what skills get used, Puck may or may not be able to do anything, and that's really going to mean, does he get out farmed by Death Prophet? The first couple engagements are everything here, especially with Newbie having all the team fight abilities.
Yeah, there's, as you said, just with all the team fight potential, there's going to be that point where Newbie really hit a peak that they can just start to move in. And I mean, there's a constant pressure of KuroKy. You know, he comes around, he just stands there, and Mu certainly has to be very, very careful with his positioning, just in case they find an opening to get themselves in and go with the chase down. At the same time, mind control, as you said at the start, this man, he's having a pretty good time here in this lane in terms of hanging around, getting the XP. Not a lot that Hao and Chuan can do to zone out this Lifestealer. So he's going to be getting a lot here in the early game.
Yeah, I've actually never seen Lifestealer offlane. I don't know if they did that in anticipation or what, but it's actually such a good counter, with the exception that once Jug gets Omni /, he's a good he's a good option to just burst through Lifestealer regardless of whether or not he uses Rage. But right now, like, Jug can't even trade right clicks because Feast is such a good right click ability in the early game and at all stages of the game. So pretty much every advantage that Jug would have against the Lifestealer, he covers them.
Now let's talk about the some of the pros going for Newbie at this moment. At this point, of course, you have got this Beastmaster Kaka in the jungle that's going to be uncontested. Yeah. Still finding the expected timing on the levels and the gold. So level 6 will come at a very effective and impactful time for the lineup. And at the same time, bottom lane, KP on the tide. He's getting a few CS and he's also getting a lot of XP. As you know, we're talking about the fact that Newbie can't really zone out the Lifesteal on the top lane. At the same time, Liquid can't really zone out this time on the bottom. And here we have indeed Fada with the haste rune closing in onto Mu. KuroKy trying to block this one off, but the life drain. Mu's just about keeping himself alive, and it's enough.
Yeah,
there we go with the Soul Siphon.
Really good against tanky heroes, and Doom has a lot of HP right now, so Mu is pretty straightforward in getting all of that. If they had ultimate on Spada there,
so look at this. I mean, mind control. We're seeing at this point level 4, and he may even find a chance to kill like Chuan. You know what I mean? With Rage and open wounds, you can go in and chomp down on that line if you find an opening.
He's going to need probably phase boots for that to work, since his damage would be a bit limited when Chuan gets low. But yeah, if he's able to get a couple more last hits here, pick up the fast phase boots, he's going to have a lot of impact, especially if Puck goes Blink Dagger first. I don't know if he will. It might be more
Veil seems to be popular nowadays, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and it's a pretty good game for it. It'll synergize with Doom and Rubik.
I mean, we're seeing here, you know, how he just doesn't even bother trying to go aggressive with Blade Fury. He's got that healing ward out, so the self-sustain is going to be nice, but mind control, he is finding.
One thing that I like that Lion's doing right now is he's just spamming Earth Spikes on mind control, and that's because mind control has an infused raindrop, so it'll block the damage, but it will waste some of Lifestealer's money basically. Because it's mostly a mana item right now and an anti-burst item, but if you just stay in the lane like that and you keep getting nuked, then that 225 gold you invest into it and it's going to be a waste.
This is what I'm talking about. He's going to go on Tron here a little bit, push him back. But yeah, it does look like, as you say, he just feels hasn't got the damage to really commit at this point.
Matumba Man's almost got his Midas finished here. But KP getting dived a bit. He is level 4. Kuro comes in. This is a little scary. Oh, the root does everything.
Root, yeah, that's going to be setting it up for first blood here for the side.
Maybe? Okay.
There we go.
He looked invincible there. Does anybody damage him?
Kraken shot top lane, immediately in response, Kaka, that point in the game where he hits level 6 minutes in.
It's
the
so
power
good.
of the jungle Beastmaster.
It's so good. Like, you can't stop it. The only way they can stop it is by putting that ward down, but they got zoned up by Newbie, which is really, really smart. Newbie is one of the best teams for just knowing how to counter certain things and executing it perfectly, whether or not they're playing against bounty hunters, or they say like, oh, they're clearly going to go block our large camp to limit the beast jungle. And that guarantees the level 6 on Beastmaster, which now guarantees ganking the ungankable hero. So good rotations there from Newbie. They do lose the safe lane tower, but KP is going to be able to get 6 with this. So not that much lost here, especially because he's got 21 less hits.
Yeah, and just more crews going to come into the lane now for KP to soak up on that tide. So, and we'll indeed see a pretty good time on the level 6 for the tide end to this game. He works his way through the level 5, but all eyes on the 2 cores. The fact that, we pointed out with Timmerman again getting a reasonable timing on that Midas, and how on that top lane on the Jug continuing to be fairly uncontested. He's obviously slipping behind both Timmerman and Fata.
We'll see what build he goes. I think something like Battle Fury is pretty straightforward. Maybe Battle Fury Manta. He may go something like Drums Manta or Vanguard Manta instead, but if he goes something like Battle Fury, he's going to definitely outfarm everybody on the enemy team, and I think that's kind of important.
Again, with these roars, he's going to set up some action onto Kuroki. Could he turn this one around? He looks like Kaka. He's going to find it. Doesn't it pay with his life, but now it's Chuan turning up. They'll pick themselves up a second Newbie.
Huge by Chuan to be there for that one, and that gives him 6. So it was a great engagement relatively for Liquid, but with Chuan there, Puck goes down as well. Not worth it at all for Liquid. So, and Mu uses ult for that. He's going to get some damage on the tower with it. Really, really good fight there for Newbie, and that was basically Chuan. Right place, right time.
So Jax, he's coming to the mid lane. He himself, he's found a fair bit of XP. He's going to get that good timing on the level 6 with the next couple of creeps. Top lane, mind control and Hal continuing to battle it out between the 2 of them.
Like, just the fact that they've been able to put a parent off lane into the jungle and get 2 great roar ganks off by 7 minutes is ridiculous. Like, this hero, his jungling needs to get nerfed so bad, but you can't do it like, I mean, it probably should have been nerfed before the tournament, because it started getting popular right during the regionals. I saw a couple teams do it, where they actually would run a jungle, but now it's just obvious, like, especially on Beastmaster. For a lot of heroes, it's good. For this hero, it's ridiculous, and you can feel the impact of this game.
They're just playing it perfectly, as you said. Each time Roar's been there, they've used it to get a kill.
4 seconds left. Oh, better run to a lane. Set up with the Beastmaster Roar, guys. Here it comes.
Here we go, Beastmaster 1-on-1 being shown here by Kaka. Let's take a load off. He's rather close to finishing off the first level in Necro. Mid lane, Produkt's got a Dream Coil. They are eyeing that up. Top lane, Mind Control gets himself out with the Rage. I was just a bit aware that rotations may be coming through, and indeed Chuan did return up to the top.
Growth's really close to 6 as well, so this could give them a good gank option against Jug. Can't spin, can't drop healing ward, as long as you go first. And they could infest on top of this. If they smoke right here, it's really bad though, because Newbie's got an observer ward set up, and they're going to see their items and heroes. With these 2 together, they're definitely going to anticipate this kind of a gank. But also TP to a different lane and do this.
Oh, it was just on the edge. But the pings are there, yeah, they saw him jump out with the infest animation.
Smoke and gank top lane maybe for the Radiant team. That might be their goal. Ganking Mu would be really good for them also with Doom, but that one's a little bit harder. So they're, like, look at all the heroes on Newbie. They're all rotating over.
Yeah, they're well aware of what's going on.
So TP on How as well, so they're completely set up for this. This could be really bad for Liquid.
It's a nice counter on Liquid there. They know that Newbie are waiting there.
Oh, can you steal it? Oh, it's just Boar maybe. Alright, it's alright for Liquid. They anticipate the counter gank.
But look at this move for Newbie. They've now put 4 towards the mid lane, so
it's alright.
Yeah, but as you said, Liquid, they play this smart as well.
So Fata continues farming 900 gold for him. I really feel like I guess he can do things like Infest Spare. He doesn't have to solely rely on Puck Blink to initiate, but it's definitely the best way to do it. The fast treads is well picked up by him, probably just so he can farm a little bit faster in the mid lane, get more last hits. He's basically been playing this puck similar to how we've seen a lot of Dragon Knights.
Yeah.
You just go mid,
Yeah.
you don't rotate much, maybe do some counter ganking, but Newbie's really moved away from that like early dual roam gank style that they were doing a lot in the earlier stages of the bracket here.
So on the top lane, quite a nice steal here for Jarex for the pushes. He has managed to grab himself a healing ward. That's never a bad steal, certainly when he's got a couple of points in at the stage of the game. Mid lane with the silence. Sitting up on Sparta, Tron. A little bit late, but it's going now at the turnaround. They'll get the dream coil out. Sparta's been hexed up. Can they kill the foot? Yes, they can. They'll burst it down with Chris Ward. They're trying to go coming through from KP! Pushing them back. They're bound to in return. Kuroki.
He's still doomed, but they gotta get an open wound.
Silence from Moo. It doesn't matter the route coming through. If they can find more line, just got dropped to earth. The triple kill for Moo. If they could get Kuroki here as well, this is going to be a massive fight for Newbie, and they will ultra kill at 11 minutes in. A very badly coordinated fight there for Liquid, and Moo's exorcism just ripped through them as they just threw bodies at the Death Prophet.
Yeah, if you're not killing the Death Prophet first, you can't deal with that spell.
3,000.
You can't deal with it. If you don't kill that hero first, you're going to lose the fight, and that's basically what happened. Moo got to stand on the side while everybody else on Newbie was taking damage, and he just kept outputting. It looked pretty good for Liquid, but wasn't well coordinated. They didn't get infest damage, they never got open wounds with Lifestealer hitting people. It was just kind of one by one, almost getting kills, but not. And Newbie one by one came to that fight perfectly.
Chuan coming over the place for the deny, will make it. Very nicely done here from the line.
They've got ult, they can maybe get him.
There we go, looking for the root. The Hex coming through. They will indeed drop the Dream Coil. TP reactions coming through, and that's going to mean they don't actually end up finding a kill off the back of that usage of.
Well, maybe do they roar? They do.
My man, in a bit of trouble. The root will hold Hal back for the time being, but now he moves in with the Blade Fury. Can they find this lone Druid kill? The ball slows, the Omni stack, they're not messing. They'll find it. Chuan has been doomed out. They will find the kill in return. Maybe they can find more as Kuroki. Sparta trying to chase forward. Can they find themselves more to make this trade worth it? Looks like they're going to struggle. Still chasing, both incredibly low, but Kaka and Hal will get themselves out. And ends up being a Lion or a lone Druid, a trade that once again, Newbie, they will be very content with.
I think Liquid's just happy they finally killed a hero, because these last couple fights they've been having trouble locking people down. But with the Lion kill there, almost getting the second kill, at least they put Newbie on the back foot. But the bad sign is that was when they didn't have Ravage, and I didn't see an exorcism either. So coming off a cooldown just about now. So that was like best case scenario. And the Omni Slash was even used in a bit of a weak way too. So they had to commit a lot of ultis just to kill one hero, and they didn't have more.
Oh, and Kaka's been caught out by Jarex, and this could be the easiest solo kill of this man's life. All right.
God.
Jarex,
how does he do this,
with
man?
the skull and boars.
And now the board is still the boar. He's got to be. Oh, he's full now though.
Can he play his way out of this one, Jarex?
He can block the gank with the boar. In like 1 second. Put a boar behind him and he's good.
He's making him work for it.
Make the boar. All right, or he'll just walk away.
This is space creation here, Purge at its finest.
Jarex,
he's got a healing ward as well. Okay, gets fingered by Chuan. All right. Chuan with a beatdown. I tell you, the crowd here absolutely love Chuan. They really, really do. And I mean, how can you not when he's on his line?
They yell Chuan a lot. They'll like walk past, they'll be on camera for a moment.
He gets the biggest of cheers at the moment.
And I swear they're all behind us too. I don't know what it is, but
got the Chuan fan club there, folks.
I guess so.
Now to Roshan, Newbie finding something very nice off the back of a Ruby pickup, but we're seeing Liquid, they want to contest it, they do have a Dream Coil that they want to try and
no mind control
themselves in. Yeah, they got to let it go.
They're a little behind here. If they would have gotten the blink maybe a minute earlier, they could have perhaps set up for that, but they don't even have Relic yet on Matamba Man either. These early fights are not going very well for Liquid, and it kind of seems like Newbie's outpicking them now. Like, Newbie played a very straightforward style leading up into this point, but now they're changing up enough. Like, game one, it was like exactly the game that Liquid has been practicing, saying this is how we're going to beat Newbie, but Newbie shifted now, and it's gotten a lot harder.
And Jarex in trouble, roared up from Kaka, the follow through Sam for Chuan. It's another pick for the side.
The old ward advantage. So, big roar there, he gets a kill, and now he's like as farmed as some offlaners are.
Yeah, Liquid, they've got to start pulling their act together here in this game as they are letting things slip away slowly but surely. KP's now got a mech to add to the push, and it feels like in the first 2 games, there's been good pushing potential for Liquid, but you look at the lineup, the fact that they have got this job with the healing ward, they've got Kaka on his Beastmaster, and they've got such good team fight around this point of the game when the ults were available. Ravage and Exorcism at this stage of the game is nothing to wave a stick at. It will bite through Liquid's lineup.
They gotta grab somebody though. They keep taking towers. Like, their lineup was pretty good at pushing with Lone Druid, but not so much at the very start of the game, whereas Newbies is ready to go at the start and being better at team fights. But if Liquid gets some ganks off, if they initiate first, that kind of a thing can end up taking this game, but they've got to start winning fights. And they probably can't do that until they get Radiance finished, and they're not there yet. They've also infested, that was a little confusing. They infested Lone Druid for a bit there. Maybe he was going to TP, perhaps, not quite sure. Maybe they were saying, oh, they're going to go on Lone Druid, then he can pop out mysteriously after the Ravage, for example. But I don't really see Lifestealer scaling very well from this point forward. Like, he's got his Armlet finished, and his net worth is kind of bad. It's like below where Beastmasters is, below where Tidehunters is.
And of course, just the fact that Ravage and Mech Tidehunter is going to be a little bit more potent in these team fights if he finds the opening for those big Ravages. And KP as well, I mean, 1200, do you think this, in a game like this, you do just go straight for the Greaves, or
Yes.
do you get the Blink first? You go for the Greaves.
The reason you got to get Greaves here, and maybe he'll get Blink first, but Greaves at some point definitely is because of Puck silence, because if Puck initiates, he could potentially remove it and instantly Ravage. As soon as an AoE nuke goes off on him and other people, it's even worth it to pop the mech, and the lower cooldown is going to be great. There will be a fight here, though. How will it start, though?
Let's see, at the same
big
time,
Doom.
they're jumping in, Doom on the move, he's in a lot of trouble with that return Ravage. Can they turn this move? He's going to snap the green fox, Kaka comes in with a rush control, the kill, with a stolen Ravage, onto the Beastmaster, Kaka going to get taken down here by the side of Liquid. The question is, can they try and find themselves anything more? He's still walking out, he'll just about survive the Doom damage.
Oh, that would have been so big if they got both. They still do get one. That was a perfect initiation for them. If they can Doom before Exorcism comes off, it's a great fight. But they definitely hope to get more there. With that said, Matumba Man's on the top of the charts.
And he's got the Radiance.
It's ready.
Now it's done.
About the same time as the previous game.
I think just about 1 minute slower.
Considering the state of this game,
yes,
compared to the previous, is a great timing. So Liquid's going to have to wait for some cooldowns, but they now are going to feel about as strong as their opponents. And all they have to start doing now, Lifestealer's got level 2 Infest as well. He can jump into Ancients, scout for their team, kind of play similar to what a bear does in the first place. Scout out enemy positions, let your team initiate, and eventually pop out, do that good AoE damage, and pick off somebody.
Talking about pick-offs, Kuroki, he's on his own, Kakaromu close in. No help here for the Doom, and this should be an easy one for Newbie. And Moo now, an unstoppable streak on the death bomb. He's 6-0-2. I mean, Moo, he really has been having a fantastic game at the moment.
And this is the most dangerous period where he transitions into HP after survivability and movement speed. If he gets up to that Octarine Core or tanky item after that, then Liquid's going to start having a lot of trouble killing him, especially on Lone Druid, who's mostly a single target hero but does have some AoE. Lifestealer's kind of good against it, but you know, he's not a true hard carry. He's been playing offlane here, so I feel like this is a great Death Prophet game, and Moo's playing fantastic, so it's going to make it even harder to kill him.
And nice timings like this, Chuan. Dagger now on the line, so something else that's gonna help, and also how it just react to the puck. You know, just if you've got the vision, especially with the Beastmaster Hawk, you are gonna have that chance to kind of precast the Hex before the jump in.
Well, the next big fight now is when Ravage comes off cooldown again for Rubik. He's got 30 seconds left on it.
Ooh, look at this bottom lane. They're trying to go for Kaka. They've got the Dream Pop with the TP. Oh, and he gets the tower as well. Kaka with the plays.
He has been impacting so heavily on this 4-position Beastmaster. Please don't nerf Iron Talent. But he's also playing amazing. Like, he used the OP-ness of Iron Talent to transition to so many ganks, great pressure, limit what Lifestealer can do, gank mid. And Liquid's got to fight soon. They've got Ravage, but not for long.
Look at his moves come fairly far over. He's actually going to miss the silence. He's going to go for the TP. They've got anything to get it. They do. Jerax reaching out, grabbing out the Death Prophet, and they'll end this streak. The money goes to Jerax as well, and I think he's the one who deserves it. And he'll buy up the Arcanes. He's now got 900 on the way to his Blink Dagger, but a very nice cash influx for Jerax.
He's not going to get to Ravage. I'm so sad. Press it. No, dang it. Huge pick though. That was like
that was the pick, like to get
681 gold going to Rubik alone. Like, halfway to Blink Dagger now. That got him Arcanes plus a little extra. That was such a big kill for them. 25 seconds dead.
This is well played. Look at the Roar into the Omni Stash. Mind Control's gone. They'll pick a tower as well. That is your lifesteal. They're gone for 50 seconds, so a lot of space for and time for Newbie to play with. In fact, they're just going to continue the push. Look to try and find a tier 2 as well. So CC, he's coming through. What can Liquid do to stop this? But to man, the fair out. Already tier 2 at half health. Meanwhile, they're trying to push on the mid lane. KP holding on to the Ravage. They may not even need it as they close down onto Kuroki. Trying to get himself out of here. Is he gonna feel the need to pop it? No, Chuan's there. He's got his mini Ravages. And there's the crits, the finger as well as Chuan sets up another.
They actually say Chuan every time Chuan does something.
They do. They love that man.
I mean, it's probably better than saying like, I love you, Chuan, or... really gets to the point, you know?
It does. It really does.
Alright, so Taka has continued to make insane value out of his hero. Liquid as well pushing mid. I kind of would have liked to see them just hit the tower with the lone druid, but I think they were trying to be a little tricky there. Didn't work out though, they had to go back. They lose to Doom anyways, so they're kind of getting out-strategized here by Newbie. Like, they know when Liquid's gonna push, then they set up with Beastmaster, for example, and Juggernaut and kill whoever goes to defend the split push. So it's still accelerating these heroes, and How can farm like anywhere he wants. Enemy jungle, his jungle, Ancients.
Done incredibly fast as well with this Battle Fury build. We're not actually seeing all jugs go for nowadays. You know, we're sometimes seeing the Battle Fury being picked up later in the item build-up, sometimes going for the bots rush. It wasn't the case here for how this game is working out. Yeah, he's keeping himself ahead of a lone druid that picked up like the 6-7 minute Midas, and then the 17-minute Radiant. So Chuan,
really good timing.
Dispels the smoke, blinks out as well. Can they actually find anything with this one, Liquid? And I don't think they can. And oh, was that it as well? They actually had the Radiant spare, but I think the Infused Raindrop blocked the initial tick, so Chuan was able to blink without it affecting him. Infused Raindrops, boys.
OP
Infused
item.
Raindrops.
OP. Super huge.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll continue to defend. Another big item's up for them. How's got his Mantis style now, so one of the few ways that they can knock him down, silence. Or
and again, look at that! Look at this Infused Raindrop against the Radiance. It's bloody brilliant, Purge.
And you just look at the raindrop, and if it triggers, you blink right away.
He gets triggered, and he's out.
Super triggered.
A fantastic item for the people getting triggered. I'm triggered. I'm triggered. Get out.
Get out.
And triggering Chuan has been one of the worst things that Liquid could do. Great stuff indeed.
He's like making so much space. Like every single movement that Liquid does, he knows where they're at. Constant vision of them without even needing vision, because you know where the bear is, right? 1200 gold on Matoma Man. He needs to transition to an AC pretty fast here. It's actually pretty good against, with Vlad's AC, that is. Very good against the jug damage and the exorcism, so...
Oh, absolutely.
They have good ways to stay alive if they do 5-man fights, but it's all down to the team fight. Does the Doom come out before the Roar? Can you Doom him before he does exorcism? Still so hard for Liquid to initiate. Like, Puck's blink is one way, but Newbie has, like, 6 different ways.
They really do. And
Lion, Tide.
The blink on Tide, he now pretty much has the Guiding Grease done as well. He's only a few hundred away from that recipe. I mean, KP, you know, we talked about it at the start, he's getting a lot of space in the lane, and it's transitioned into this Tide that's incredibly scary at this mid-game portion.
Alright, Spirit Break going back up. Gonna do the split push a little bit. I mean, how could maybe Omni slash this?
Nah.
If he wants 300 free gold.
Oh, and Juana's been hexed up. He's in a lot of trouble. They've got the creep on. There's your Ravage. KP onto Mind Control there as well. They're going to find themselves alone with him a little bit. No, he's able to get himself in time. Manages to walk it off. Thanks, Crimson Guard. They slash doing minimal. Could they chase this down for more here, Newbie? Himself up, and they're just going to get for Chuan, catching out Matuma Man. It's going to be a second for the side. With the Invis Exorcism, the Ghost from nowhere, killing off Jarak. And again, Newbie, just the team fight potential at this point of the game is so damn strong.
Yeah, it's the tanky course, man. They're usually lacking on disables, on initiation, and Newbie's just been out picking them. And outplaying as well. Like, Liquid's not able to take the fights they want to. They want to get killed and then immediately take a tower afterwards. But Newbie doesn't even go close to their towers, and Liquid doesn't want to all in on taking the tower because then that lets Newbie initiate on the right heroes. So they're in this weird balance where if Newbie just doesn't get initiated on, and they just wait until until they finally get their initiation.
Yeah. And I mean, KP, he's a smart man, but he is indeed different from what we expected. There's not going to be degrees.
Okay,
Opting for the 4-star, I mean, this is pretty brilliant against the live steal.
Yeah, like at this point, he doesn't care if he sounds for 3 seconds at the start of the fight, because nobody's going to get bursted down on their team because they're ahead. So with the 4-staff now, if they initiate on somebody and doom them with open wounds, all they have to do is turn around and he forces them, and it more or less keeps them alive. So we're going to see a lot of 4-staffs get purchased on Newbie now, because when they're ahead, it counters their heroes.
Oh, Newbie at this point going to be feeling very confident. This build on the Death Prophet, you know, reaching towards that level 16. She's got the Octarine. She's going to be incredibly tanky in these team fights, as you've been saying. You know, with the healing wall from Hao as well. The sustain will be there.
Like, well, that's a bear gank.
Yep, there we go. Let's see them beat down onto the bear. Can they take it away? The Savage Roar.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Come on.
They could have maybe committed a roar to that or something, but no point. Just hoping to get a free bear.
I mean, at the least, you know, forcing it down so it creates the space for them to come in with this kind of push. You're not going to have the Radiant spare hanging around, getting a bit of an issue. So Newbie find the space to take a tier 2. They have a little bit of a ramp around here from the back, from the side of Liquid. The smoke from Kuroki and Jarex, maybe seeing if they can catch up any stragglers. Who's going to come straight down the middle? It's going to be Moo. They get the Doom out in time, and now Moo forward fighter, jumps to 3 core, wants to bring the Kaka, gets the roar out, and now with the other side, back in with the Cruiser Guard, KP, with the 3-man round, they'll focus down onto the bear, the Savage Roar, forcing Newbie back on the sidelines. Chuan versus Jarex, a bit of support on support action. Chuan jumping in, Hao there as well, finger onto Rubik, they'll take him down. They have lost Moo on the Death Prophet, so a favourable trade at the moment for Liquid. Can they keep it at that? Looks like they will as they back off, and indeed, well, Rubik for that Death Prophet, they'll take that anytime, Liquid.
Ooh, that was a really close fight. They got the great initiation on the Death Prophet. They trapped them 3 together, but all of Newbie's spells came out. They actually roared Kuroki into the trees there, so he couldn't contribute in any way. But still pretty good for Liquid. I guess both teams are pretty high cooldown base, so...
I mean, look at this though, Newbie still want to fight without the Death Prophet. They're going to jump in, catching out the Timberman on the sidelines, and this is why they feel that they can do. They just bring down their Lone Druid at an incredible pace. He's down for 60 seconds. Very nice beat down there
so
for the boys
critical.
on Newbie.
Like,
yeah.
Chuan just keeps finding kills. Did they just predict that one? Oh no, they had the Hawk, okay. Hawk's been sitting there. And a little weird that Matoma Man actually farmed in that position, considering that they traded just about evenly there. I would have thought he would have farmed a bit more safe. Or at least been, had a buffer hero, like one of his other allies, be closer to where the danger could be. So now they're just going to push high ground. There's 30 seconds left on Lone Druid responding, and then he's only going to have 1 bear. Means if they just like roar it, kill it, boom, it's over. They can easily get a Rax then.
See, their answer is going to be here at the moment. They need to do something big. Tier 3 down. Newbie moving on to the Rax. Liquid gets to make that jump. They're eyeing it up. How's that going to have the Omni Slash back up as well in 8 seconds? Doom also available again at 15.
He wants them to go on him, but they're just not going to. They're just hitting buildings instead. That was like the only way Crow could stop that. Oh, this is dangerous. Oh my god.
Oh, he's done it there. Raw to mind control. They're moving on to the Omni Slash. Bouncing around. Liquid forcing themselves back. Sparta bites back here. Can they actually find a kill with this one? They've dropped the Doom onto move, but he already got the Ghost out.
That's really hard.
A KP coming back in. He's got a Ravage in 20 to Hex. With 1 on the bottom. The center bullet will get him to die back on the puck. On the sidelines, mind control trying to take down KP. He'll find the time with the finger for Quad. Double kill from him. He takes down the Lifestealer with the Cypher. The Superman in the middle trying to fight them off, forcing the side of Newbie back. Quad slides himself to the right. 2 down at the moment on Liquid Newbie. See if they're ready to come back in for the time being, but they've cleaned out the middle racks. A die back on fastest puck. And here we have in game 3, Newbie once again showing their strength. And it's looking to be a very hard game for Liquid to try and pull back at this point. I mean, there's 5.2k gold now on Hao after that engagement.
Yeah, that fight could have gone way worse for Liquid considering the position they're in, but losing the bear especially, but he transferred his Radiance back to his hero right before it died, and that was the only reason he was even able to get the Newbie heroes to leave, so kind of saving our racks there with the quick play. But these fights are not quite closing out. They need to be able to burst these heroes down at the start of the fight, but the offlane Lifestealer's not paying off too hard. Mostly because Chuan's a beast, though.
Yeah, Chuan this game, I mean, what's the stats of the man? Has he been doing in terms of KDA? It's something ridiculous, isn't it, on the line? Let's have a look at...
Every single game, I see him just do amazing things.
3-1-12.
And he's got 4 staff now.
Which is
and-
exactly what you said, you know, picking up the 4 staffs in multiple.
Yep. And now BKB for Death Prophet makes it even harder for Liquid to burst him down.
Yeah.
Like, the only way that DP dies is if he gets doomed for BKB or Exorcism. If either of those spells go off, he's fine. Most likely. More staff on the Liquid side as well. Is that going to matter? Good against Roar. The rest of the spells, not as much. But it's an option. He actually never was able to get that blink off the ground. It's been a rough 10 minutes for Liquid here. The way the net worths look, the fact that Beastmaster is almost as farmed as Lone Druid is a bad sign.
Snoopy, as soon as the ults are back up, ready to go for some action again. Moving themselves across, you can see with the lines, they're ready to go incredibly aggressive. They want to find this wraparound onto the side of Liquid, and it could be brilliant. Liquid actually moving up the lane. I mean, also there's a chance the Newbie may just move into the base and start to hammer down on one of the racks. See what they can find with this one. Liquid themselves hiding up towards the top. The pings come through. They want to just try and go for a push. I mean, the TPs are all up for the side of Liquid, so they will be back with a reaction. And Janubi just revealed themselves.
They got the bear. That's dead for 60 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Is that just it? They're going to try to defend this, but it's still like they just lost like 6k net worth at least.
And they've got all their ults are still Newbie. But how are they going to stop this push?
They can't. There's no way they can take this fight. They literally have to give up 2 racks because they sniped the bear there. Like, Liquid did not expect them either. They're trying to bait Doom top to anticipate Newbie rotating a gank that with less than 5 heroes, but now they're gonna have to fight. They got 35 seconds left on the bear. Like, it's literally not even enough time.
The Newbie just walking around. Out comes the exorcism, and I think Newbie realized that at this point, they can very much look to close this game off. But Doom will be dropped onto Helmet, coming out walking in, but he's just getting absolutely melted by the ghost.
That's it.
He's dead. I think this could be Liquid just throwing in the tower. Oh, mind control on the backline, trying to come in. The Dream calls out for the Roar there. Conga, he's going to keep himself alive. There's Jeremy to follow through. Beautiful timing from KP. They'll look to Butter as well. He gets himself out with the orb, but they're now 2 down on Liquid. They slide themselves in, and GG is caught. It's all too much for Liquid as Newbie. Just like in Game 2, Game 3, the execution's perfect. The draft as well looked to have its strengths, and we certainly felt them in the play. And we're going to be moving on, but Newbie now 2-1. You know, those last 2 games looking very strong for them. Liquid, they need to change something up in Game 4.
The hard part is that this game was already different than the previous ones were. Like, Newbie pulled out something new that they hadn't used before.
Thank you very much, Red Eye. And indeed, here we have it. Game 4 now of the finals. Newbie 2-1 up at the moment. It's against the side of Team Liquid. And again, we're seeing some more fun stuff come out this time. Yajaros, Slardars, Newbie bringing out the Nyx Assassin 5th pick, which the panel wasn't too sold about. Purge, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's going to suck in the early game, basically. It does have the ability to spike Carapace and a stun, but like they said, if you can play aggressively in the laning stage against that hero, he's not going to contribute that much compared to a hero like Lion. Ranged hero, similar stun AoE, but also has more gank options. Like, once it hits 6, it's going to be pretty strong to have in the game, because it'll be like a different version of Bounty Hunter, but in the laning stage, it's going to have a rough time. So if Liquid can maybe exploit that with Slaughter offlane with Wisp, occasional JRX roam, they can do really well this game. So this is kind of like full circle. They did a lot of this dual roam early in the tournament, and they need to do it this game for sure.
Bottom lane.
They're going to fight for this.
Yeah, I mean, top lane is.
Oh, what a stun.
Nice stun indeed, setting up the pick for Newbie to take themselves a second room move. And then caught out. Can they indeed control this man? Mind control trying to close the gap with boosted speed, and he's going to get it there. They'll slam down, bring down. First blood for the side of Liquid. Mind control taking down Moo.
That was a huge kill.
And Croaky should be able to get himself out of this one. He's got to tether away if necessary, but losing 2 bounties, getting himself the first blood. I think you're happy with that one. And JRX trying to see if he can get the connection there in the mid lane. Isn't going to happen.
Yeah, they're actually using Nyx to try to zone the Elk a little bit with stuns. It'll work okay, but if Fada does well in this lane, and anything like the last time he played Alchemist, he's going to get a lot of items, and it's going to transition into being tanky for his team, and letting Gyro do the damage and Slaughter set up the team fights. And right now it's kind of in a 1v1, but the supports are rotating top, so they're doing exactly what the panel predicted, and that's pressure the heck out of Clinks. So at some point, he's just going to hard counter heroes like Gyro. It's too much physical damage, and it's not, Gyro doesn't have very good solutions to that.
Oh, again, Jarrett's trying to roll in. He's not getting that connection though. He does have the dust, so if you hit that slow with the dust slow as well, you are going to have the chance to beat down on the boy. The newbie, they've got back up around the corner as well. They're keeping their two support heroes up here as well, Kaka and Chuan on the Doom and the Nyx Assassin, but still they don't care. They're going to go in and here, closing the gap. Liquid looking to find themselves the second kill of the game. They need to win this one to keep themselves in it, and they're off to a good start.
Oh, they get a double here?
They hit the crush. They may have a good chance of taking out Kaka. He's only level 1. No more here in the short turf, and Kaka in a lot of trouble as Mind Control closes the gap. They'll find themselves another Liquid at the moment. 3-0 before the 2-minute mark. They could not have hoped for a better start.
That was actually huge. Doom kill after the initial Clinks kill. Kaka feeling really confident on Doom, but he doesn't even have a Stout Shield that, nor Scorched Earth. He's still level 1, so with 3 right clicks like that, they're able to pressure out a kill. And Nyx Assassin can't do anything. He like throws a stun, he's like, please guys, attack me, please. And that's all he can do.
Now looking at the other lanes though at the moment, Matuma man down bottom against KP. And CS is even, both finding the farm successfully. I mean, of course, this is going to be great for Matuma man. He's going to get his solo XP, but at the same time, we've seen what KP is able to do with a good start in lane. He had a fantastic tie game in game 3, and this is off to kind of leading into another good one for him in game 4, unless Liquid are able to make rotations and do something about the tide.
Killing Tide is almost impossible here. Like that's why it's a pretty good lane for KP, but how this could change it so.
Oh yeah, with his +1, they could have a shot, but as you said, it is a hard kill. Yeah.
Like, if he just stands by creeps, he doesn't die 100%. The best way they can deal with this, maybe magic damage, Gyro hits 6 kind of a thing, but as long as he keeps anchor smashing them, he takes no damage here. Like, he'll do this for days, he doesn't care. He actually did far more damage than they did to him there. So the big thing is really how well he uses Ravages in the mid game. That's what changes everything. Gank coming mid though.
There's a wrap around onto Mill, try and pop a gold snap to hold Mind Control back, but they'll still close in. Mind Control looking for the crush, but in fact Kaka, he's the one with the stomp. Holds back the gank, and it's a good job that Kaka rotated in, because it looked like Mill was in a lot of trouble there.
Yeah, he was definitely going to get stunned there. Doom didn't come in at the right time, so nice rotation, but that does cost a lot of mana for Doom. And a Scorched Earth cooldown, that's 160, so it's going to slow down his jungle farm, and as a whole it's okay. But Mind Control rapidly gets back to the top lane where he'll get experience, and as a whole this is going great for Liquid.
Bottom lane, Roki's looking to head over as well with the pings. They do want to do something about this tide, but as we've seen, it is evident that it's incredibly hard to do anything about KP at the moment. He really does not care what you throw at him on this bottom lane.
Yeah, they've got really good disables with Wisp and Earth Spirit, but right now their damage isn't very good with that dual combo. So it works against mid if it's just one hero that's semi-tanky, but Tide Hunter, that's almost impossible. Dota gets a bounty rune, he'll be really happy. 230 gold for him. Level 5 on that. So very close to 6, and at that point he's almost unkillable in the mid lane, at least until they either Ravage or rotate Chuan over.
Jerks again, and he's going to miss the initial slow, but just himself and Kuroki trying to make sure that Matuma man gets a bit of a leg up in this lane now on that Gyrocopter as he continues to find the space. And obviously the good thing, of course, with the Gyro with the early XP he was gaining on his own, does reach that level 6 potentially with the cooldown, and then as well they may have a chance of dealing with KP.
Definitely, that's their one condition. The bigger thing is really Rocket Barrage, but having a cooldown on top of that would help a lot for Disable. They do get a vision, they get vision. This could maybe be their open.
There we go with the slow. Jarrett's looking for the body block, the Rocket Barrage, homing missile in as well, and there's the stun to follow through. Great play here from Liquid, and they're going to do it.
Really nicely
take down
done.
the tide only just. And at the same time, Newbie tried for a play on Mind Control, but he was able to get the deny up to the creeps on the top lane.
And a great homing missile pickup as well. Normally Gyrocopters don't skill this, but it's a Tide Hunter. If you're having trouble killing him, that's a free 125 magic damage for 1 skill point. That's not bad at all.
And the thing is, as well as we said, the fact that they've got that kill, they've now got the level 6 on Gyro, they can very quickly just go for the kill again, and they might just do so. Here we go, the Superman wraps around, there's your cooldown, and there's exactly what we're talking about. Hitting that level 6 is going to allow for a much easier attempt, but they can't quite.
There was more mana.
I give it this rotation, yeah. Okay, things have gone south a little bit quickly. Oh, they'll lose the Earth Spirit. They actually get Kuroki and Matuma Man out.
Oh,
And
that tether was so good. If Kako would have gotten the Infernal Blade on him, he very likely could have killed him. Mind Control might get a solo kill?
Oh, really?
Okay, he does go invis. That was close enough. He'll be just fine though. Slar's at a pretty good position right now.
But this is the thing as well. I mean, we're seeing at this point of the game how aggressive Liquid can be with their heroes and with their lineup. And I mean, that time, you know, KP does survive the second round, but
this is a style that JRX really thrives on in terms of Earth Spirit. Some of the other games have been a little too passive for him. He doesn't want to sit around and go for counter kills. He wants to gank all over the place. He wants to make sure that there's 3 lanes that are gankable, because then it's less predictable for his opponents. He's been getting a lot done. Level 3 for him, so he's slightly under level 4 now. He's got the dust ready, so if he can initiate on Clinks, they can easily get a kill. Although he does still have his ulti up, so maybe not so easily.
Oh, trying for a sudden strike and a snipe from the high ground.
Well, maybe they'll get a ward, D-ward now on the high ground.
And we're seeing KP dealing with Matuma Man's aggression one of the ways. He just TPs out as soon as the cooldown connects. You know, he's not messing around on that tide hunter on the bottom. It doesn't mean a long walk back down to the bottom, so it's going to give Matuma Man the space to continue to find that free farm on the gyrocopter.
So JRX is setting up on mid now.
See.
They do see Chuan top, so...
And I mean, look at this. They are trying to get the Clinks into position. How? Coming around from behind, eyeing up Mind Control. If they can close in with the Chuan stub, but Mind Control playing it careful, seeing how far he comes up the lane.
They have a Golem Boulder, but like it's very difficult to land the stun here on
They
him.
might find Kuroki. Yeah, he gets the chance to tether through. And again, Kuroki with these tethers, just getting himself out of harm's way.
And they're giving Earth Spirit mid right now to try to catch up his levels a bit. In the meantime, Alchemist is jungling. The fact that both supports, or at least the IO was up top there and kept Mind Control alive is actually creating lots of space. This is normally a period of time where newbie goes into enemy jungle, puts wards down, and ganks the crap out of the Alchemist, but it hasn't happened here because they're just trying to stabilize a bit with their support picks. So I feel like Liquid's controlling this game in a much better way.
Compared to the last 2 games that we've seen from them, it's definitely the case. Still nonetheless in the mid lane move. He's got his Midas now, 8 minutes in. It's still a good timing for the Invoker.
It's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, he should be hitting at least 50 last sets at 10 minutes. It's maybe a bit lower than normal. And Fato's definitely offsetting this. He's even gone 4 levels in Greevil's Creed. 2 Acid Spray right-clicking, his armlet's finished already. So, in terms of his survivability this game, it's really good. Getting doomed is a little scary, but Clinks is all physical damage, Invoker is heavily physical damage, so armlet's going to pay off big time this game. So if they can just relocate him out when he gets doomed, his prospects are really good late game.
Look at the smoke rotation as well. They brought Mu in as well as Kaka to look for the top lane aggression. They'll push Mind Control back, but straight into the rest of the team. Newbie with the catch out. And all set up, of course, via a very nice ward there on the high ground. And the Kings will come through. Newbie, and with the pushing power of the Clinks, they'll be able to give it a good shot, taking down that tier 1 in the top lane. We'll see what kind of reaction comes out from Liquid. Mind Control will be back in 5 seconds.
Okay, JRX is gonna go. Almost interrupted that. He knows that he's there. Got a boulder smash this. I don't know if he can stop it though. Yeah, they rotated Mind Control as well.
Yeah, and they're just going to continue this push with the Forge Spirits. The question is, can Liquid get themselves a deny? Cold Snap on Mind Control is going to stop any chance of that one, as he has to back himself up. At the same time, Fada putting a lot of pressure. In fact, Kaka needs to be a little bit careful here. Fada, one chop away from bringing the Doom down. Now that TP reactions come in, the question is, can they actually catch this man out? They can't. TPs are too slow, and Fada's able to walk it off.
That's reminiscent of the last game, where one team is way ahead, pressures from their towers, and it was like 150 gold to TPs right there. And Fada didn't even have a single point in his stun, and he still forced that kind of rotation. With that said, though, Chuan's finally got 6.
Yeah, with a Vendetta.
Can't solo kill, though.
No, he needs some kind of... He does, of course, have the Sunstrike.
The only hero he kills is IO, and IO's also got the infused brain drop, so he's even survivable. IO's still only 4 though, so if they gank Gyro right now, this is really good.
Yeah, KP's got the Ravage as well for this one. It's all going to be up to...
No Doom, I guess.
Yeah, this is going to be very hard for Matuma Man to work his way out of Cold Snap. They'll drop the cooldown, but already he bursted low, bursted down with the Sunstrike to fall through. He's going to fall, and the second search for the Clinks does it. Newbie, they've rotated 4 in. They're moving on to Kuroki as well, and they'll find themselves a second.
Yeah, I wish Kuro would have just TP'd home. I don't think there was any feasible way that he got him out. Unless he was 6, but he wasn't, so... Gyrocopter gets blown up. Maybe if Gyro had more HP at this stage rather than going Mask of Death, but that was even like just so unlikely of happening. And they get 6 out of that on Doom, which means they should be able to take this tower afterwards.
Another tier 1 here for the side of Newbie. There's still space given for Fado on the Alchemist. He's 2k ahead. Moves Invoker. Armed with the Vendetta. And into the jungle. Seeing what he can scout out. Just getting the intel back for the team. They'll try and move over How as well. And with that, Chuan! Bit of a rare mistake there from the point. Now the Timberman has a punch to the side not to do. They'll pop the dust. They'll take down How. They'll look to get Chuan as well with the cooldown. They'll just about do it. Chuan gets himself out to the side. Being kind of to force with him back. He has been.
He wants to fight this.
He really does. He's looking to come back in. He needs the help of the team. Karka's looking for the TP out. He's not going to make it. Oh, he is! Really just getting himself out of the Doom. The stun wasn't quite available in time from Jarek's Earth Spirit.
Well, they do clear out their jungle at least, so it'll continue to give Alchemist place to farm. They can maybe get some D wards down. Stuff like that is super important here, because Matoma Man is strong, but he's not super far ahead yet like he normally is. They need to get him to his next like survivability item, so Lynx can't just 5-shot him. So they've got to protect their jungle. They need the resources too much. 2,800 gold on Alchemist, so Radiance is on the way. It's a really good Radiance game. The exception of Nyx Assassin Spike Carapace, setting that up and countering it. They're gonna go mid.
Rolling onto Moo. Again, Jarek with the control. They're relocating into this one as well. No messing around. They look to take down the Invoker. It's a big kill and it's a successful one. KP still hanging around here. He's going to walk into the 2 of them, but Kuroki is going to relocate back in 3 seconds. Tron, can he kill him for a time? Oh! He got crushed.
It looked like the Nyx was attacking really slowly, didn't it? Did you see that?
I think he went for the stun first, you see.
Oh,
and then he got stunned by the crush. But Matoma Man. Oh, the balls. Oh, jeez. That was a close call there for Karka, nearly finding it.
So he stays alive. It'll be Helm of the Dominator fast for him. And stack Ancients for this and use those Ancients by Alchemist. Alchemist will clear it out, so at some point too, there's some really good late game applications with Ags, like the Gyro Ags. It's not good if you buy it yourself, but if an Alchemist buys it for you and you have good right-click damage, especially against Doom, like it actually is a cool way to amplify his damage output.
In this game, this stage, 6-4. I mean, against the Alchemist lineup, I mean, what's the best play now here for Newbie? Do they need to, are they in a position where they have to keep the pressure up against an outcall?
I think so, especially because Clinks is kind of under-farmed here. It's 1, 2, and 2.
Oh, and here we go, the blink, straight onto Moo again, the lockdown, Jarek finds the stun, and it's another one. These are big kills, and this is Liquid finding the momentum they need against Newbie's lineup. Can they get themselves anything more? That's the question. KP has got a Ravage.
Moo's not able to accelerate like he normally is. 9 for once. They've got Blink Dagger up on Mind Control 2.
Liquid, yeah, they're around a little bit too long here.
They went
straight on
together.
Matoma, but Mind Control in with a 3-man crush, holding Newbie back. The question is it going to be enough to save Matoma Man? They'll roll and get the slow onto Karka, trying to protect the Gyro. He should be able to outlive the damage here to Doom. At the same time, Kuroki will be picked up on the backlines, but they keep Matoma Man alive.
Yeah.
Kuroki being the noble sacrifice in that situation.
He had to use Tether at the start to get out of position because he was out of, or to get in position because he was out of position. And as a result, the Doom was almost too dangerous, but they didn't have follow-up. If there was a Blink Dagger on KP or something like that, that would have been a one fight for Newbie, but this is just a fixture of the fact that they're behind. And their picks for once are looking a little weird, and it really comes down to that Nyx. They had to give him the lane, he wasn't able to create space for his team, he gave him some scouting, he's gotten a lot of levels, but he hasn't really shown his value just yet. Maybe once he gets Blink Dagger, we'll see this Nyx really pay off, but for now, they're giving a really good start to a team that has an Alchemist, and that just almost always looks bad.
As you said, this out. I mean, this is exactly where you want an out to be as well. At this point again, 15 minutes in, double the net worth at the highest on the enemy team. Out of house. I mean, Newbie, they will go for Roshan. It has been figured out here. The initial scanners, they can come in and out of the pit. And Newbie, they know as well. They're being careful. Liquid. Oh, Monk's actually jumping in very aggressively. Yeah, they can turn with Chuan in position. At the same time, the rest of Newbie down towards the bottom. They can kill with some man here. We'll get the cooldown out of the Ravage straight away. Catching two. Can they kill with the Gyro from the? Yes, they can. Gyro is down. Keeping moving forward. Mind Control jumps in. First with the Karka. Trying to look at the Ravage. Got the good coaching coming through. Out onto the Doom. Chuan stunned.
They can't fight that.
They'll kill him. Look at the damage from How. They're fighting themselves to second, and that's more than enough space for Newbie to maybe think about going back into the rush. And mind control's still up though. We'll see how disruptive he can be. Dog snap, just trying to hold back the man. They do have him magnetized as well, and maybe just with these 3 heroes up, it's still a little bit too much for Newbie to want to fight around and go back into the pit. They're playing it safe with Purge.
Yeah, they did delay the Roche at least, so they had that going for them, but they kind of ran in there like they could win that fight because they're expecting to be able to. Liquid has the stronger team fight right now with the exception of the spells Newbie has. On the bright side, they only lost 2 heroes, so much like every game, Alchemist can TP back and they can take a fight. He had boots of travel there. I wonder if it would have been severely different if he maybe got armor.
Look at this, Sunstrike. It's not even needed. He's already dead. Ow. He's getting a lot of momentum now in this click. He is finding these pickoffs that he needs.
Yeah. It's accelerating into death though. Once he gets that, then heroes like Earth Spirit and Io are going to die even faster. Checking out for stacks. Can maybe kill Fada. Fada doesn't have ult, but there's no way. Oh, or this. Chuan can rotate.
Chuan. Let's see them have a go at it. Oh,
he's bit.
Stunned though, Chuan. The spike carry was full getting, but Fada's starting to pull up.
Oh, no, he stunned himself.
This man's in a lot of trouble. There's the self-stun. There's the takedown. Wow. Another kill. Kuroki not able to save him in time. They maybe get more 24 shares, but Mind Control comes in with a crush. But come around with the Rocket Barrage as well. They'll find how in return.
Well, that's a little better, but considering how much farm he has.
Kuroki. He's relocated in on this one. He tethers across. Mind Control blinking forward. The momentum that they can keep with Mind Control's blink. And it's a double kill from the Zimmerman as they pick up Karkar as well.
It's absolutely worth it there. They needed to get as many kills as they could in return, and they got 2 good heroes. Thanks again. His Jesso's finished, but he keeps getting punished. He's not going to be ahead of his opponents, and Alchemist already is ahead, so putting in all of this pressure just to shut down somebody that's still going to farm amazingly, once he's already got those amazing farming items, that's not the right target. If anything, they should be more worried about Gyrocopter, I think.
Yeah, we can see at the moment on this graph, it's very, very close. So I feel, yeah, at the moment, a lot of these plays down to Mind Control. He's just constantly looking for more and more off the back of a fight.
Yeah.
What's on the map? Have we got a Sunstrike? Yes, we have. But Chuan, he's done the maths. Feels there's not going to be enough damage with the follow-through stun to bring down this man at the moment.
Well, he is missing stuns, but he's still almost got Blink Dagger. And that's when it gets even better. Because he can catch heroes like Io, as well as Gyro, or catching Slardar. They're gonna...
Mind Control! Within 3 minutes, the follow-through stun, the silence as well. Magnetize comes in. And just like that, Newbie, they've got to run. They've got to hide. The Ravage will come through, trying to hold them back, but how?
Oh, the damage!
He turns around, brings down Fada, KP, stun everyone. This Magnetize, they're forcing them back. Mind Control jumps in, takes down Hal. They've lost 3 on the side of Liquid. Chuan with the Sterner holding them back, but Liquid, they're ready to move in for more. That fight, Jerax on his bloody Earth Spirit, absolutely ripping through Newbie. It's a 4-1 for the side, and Earth Spirit is a good hero, Purge.
Dude, it wasn't just Earth Spirit. Those guys, they clumped the most I've ever seen a pro team clump. 3 heroes straight out of the Roche pit.
Oh, can they get...
They got stunned into stunned into stunned. That was 3 stuns there, including Alk stun. Like, the fact that they even killed 1 hero was amazing. But
my goodness.
Alk is weak to physical damage right now. That was pretty clear. That was like a 4-shot.
Oh, Kaka, I'm gonna deny the tower, but yeah, fights like that, Liquid. I mean, that really is the thing, as you say, just the amount of team fight that they can have at this point. I mean, yes, Newbie's got a Ravage, but the control, as you said, if Newbie aren't too careful with their positioning, Liquid's lineup's going to be jumping on that every time.
Yeah, the Slardar was literally the exact pick they needed.
The fantastic setup every time. It's getting them so many kills.
Gives them vision, creates space for the Alchemist.
Poor Kuroki. Oh, Kuroki!
See the panic stutter. He was like, oh god, where's it going to be?
Oh man, he's going to be... I wish I could see his face right now.
You can. Oh, wait, he's the other side.
Oh no, I can't.
They're going in though. They don't have Ravage. It's going to be a really hard fight for them to win.
Mind Control again. The 2-man spin, the Star's going to get from the target. The corner big of a Summerman. Moving in with the Black Cannon, the Magnetize again. Look how much he's doing, and maybe they're staying close together. They're taking down the Magnetize, the Stone again.
They got Hal.
Them down. They've lost 2. They're going to lose themselves 3 as they chase down KB. They couldn't find themselves a 4th, but they will. Triple kill for Fada, and again. These fights, I mean, they're just standing in and soaking up the Magnetize as if it's a bloody hill. It's actually the thing killing them.
I just can't believe they're trying to fight this. Like, they ran in with their heads cut off. They walked in, smoke broke, and they were like, well, just get initiated on now. Like, they just didn't have a good Doom target, basically. They didn't put vision down as they approached. They're just not approaching the teammates correct. And now they get Aegis. And it's on the Gyrocopter, who has tons of damage output. Alp can survive being doomed right now, and he's got another item flying out. Just a little bit of a Yasha. But once he gets Manta style and he can like break off the Desolate buff, for example, or stop that chain of initiation that Clinks does, he's not going to die anymore unless he gets stunned into that damage.
It just really feels those last two team fights have been very strange from Newbie. They've just not been careful at all with the positioning in it. And as we're saying, it really is Liquid just capitalizing on that, and they're making so much money off the back of it as well.
Yeah, on top of the fact that they have Alchemist farming insanely fast, and now Mind Control, second most farmed player in the game. He is putting up so much this game. Like,
he really is setting up everything here for the side. 6-2-8. I mean, it's really his setup into Jerax's follow-up. That's been brilliant every time.
Yeah, and he buys a Vid booster here. I don't know if this is going to be a Heart or a Crimson Guard.
With the Sentry as well with the Dust, they found out how. Once you've got this lockdown onto him, he's gone. Another kill for Parta.
The big play there. Did he grab Rune or something? They saw him with the Observer Ward, I'm guessing. That's such a big kill. It's like, please take your biggest net worth and feed it to our biggest net worth. Manta's almost ready. Yeah, it's actually ready. 200 gold, he's got Manta now. AC afterwards, surely.
This around for Liquid as well behind the tier 2s. It's Mind Control again, setting up for more. Eyes on Boulder.
Okay,
Carapace, yeah. It's going to be enough to stop the progression of the advance. Twan blinks in, he's going to miss the stun just a little bit short. If only he was a Lion.
I don't think it was going to matter there.
Oh boy, I mean this game, Liquid are really coming back into this series after 2 games which did not look great for them, Purge. And here in game 4, they are just stepping up their team fight, stepping up their coordination. And it's just too much for Newbie in these mid-game engagements.
On the bright side, they've got really good ward vision right now. They might be able to get Jerax. Didn't want to Ravage for that, obviously. That would have gone bad. They would have gotten the kill, but take a tower from it. Would that mean that they just get stomped the next team fight?
And it really feels they need everything saved for these team fights because they need to do something to turn them.
They really do. Especially with Mind Control getting this tanky. If he goes something like Heart, I think I would like Crimson much better. There's a lot of right click coming out of Newbie. Heart allows him to potentially just scale over their DPS, but not against a minus armor hero. I think that's the wrong choice.
You can't do this.
He
actually did it.
That's actually pretty funny. Blinked in front of him, bro. That was weird. Just a little bit too late getting that lane. That could have been a kill. Maybe. Just counter push it instead.
There's Matuma Mana right there on the top lane. Playing on the edge of this. Yeah, he's got backup as well coming through. This could be good for Liquid. Look at the TPs in. Farder joining in, but Twan, eyes on the man.
Rapping.
Okay, Farder's in a fair bit of trouble. Can he fight his way out of this one? The control, the stun strike, the right clicks is enough. Beautiful execution from Newbie, but they're bringing in Mind Control. Broken with a relocate, they're looking to do this. How? Oh, he's just standing in the tree. How?
Don't look at me. I'm going to invis in 2 seconds, please.
If I turn my back to you guys, you're not there.
He just closes his eyes.
Yes.
That's how it works.
Absolutely. He does the ostrich, head in the sand.
Gibby's up on Gyrocopter now, so great stun, catches him. They ravage. Oh, the styles of Jerk!
Yeah, I mean, this man is a bit of a god, and now with the cooldown, they can try and turn. The stones onto Karkar, but Timmerman moves in and moves. Got the meteor, the Deafening Blast, but Timmerman's got to be careful, but he has that BKB, and again, the Magnetite from Jerk forcing them back. The Doom will be dropped, but already, Doom himself is dropped by Liquid. They'll turn around and find one more. If they can kill the Timmerman as well, it's going to be good. He's trying to find Moo as well. It looks like this time Newbie will be able to come out on top of Mind Control. They have an Aegis on the Timmerman as well. He's going to look for a setup stun. Who's he going to find? Pings on the lane. The vision now, chasing down this boy KP with the TP. Is it going to be successful? It is. Mind Control goes the wrong way.
Man, considering that whole fight started with Alp just dying, that was a great fight for Liquid. Got a lot of kills, traded an Aegis for a couple more. Alp died, of course, but who cares? He's got 8,000 more gold than his opponents. And once he grabs his next item, that kind of burst becomes that much harder. Like 400, 500 HP or an AC on top of what he currently has, he just doesn't die anymore.
I mean, Purge, I have a dream that I'm going to cast a game of competitive where we see Gyro with an Aghanim's. Do you think this could be the game?
I think this is the game. I mean, it's looking pretty close, but Liquid's not closing it out. It could still go both ways. I mean, Alk is surely farmed enough. He's about ready to start pulling him. And first one would, I mean, there's really not a lot of eggs targets, really. It's what, Gyrocopter, Earth Spirit.
Yeah, Jarex is actually probably going to take priority here.
It's a really good one, actually.
Really good.
He may end up going Blink Dagger. His itemization right now kind of looks like that, but the most important thing that it does that's valuable this game is that it lets you do that OP thing that you used to be able to do, Geomagnetic Grip on an ally.
Absolutely.
If somebody gets doomed, chain stunned, you pull him back. It's like a force staff towards you no matter which way he's looking. That is some good value. And he gets Blink on top of that, he can basically play Tusk, which he does amazingly already too. That gives him 2 different ways to save people that get initiated on. He could like pull somebody back that gets Ravage and Blink in and Stone Form the other one. Like there's so many options here. It's a great Ags game for Earth Spirit.
And let's see what Newbie's next point of call is. They're still moving around as forward. We can see, look at this group of 4 at the moment on the high ground, maybe hoping that Liquid were going to come for a smoke maybe to fight for the low ground that Newbie could capitalize on, but not really the case. Liquid, maybe now though, look on it. He's just going to be lucky with the bounty runes. He's 500 gold away from Octarine.
They have to get a good initiation, that's why they're standing around there, hoping that Liquid would run uphill while smoke, then they could Blink Ravage and win a fight. That's the kind of stuff they need. Liquid now playing safe, grouping up together. I would like to see them get a gem at some point, but I think they're really scared about the...
This could be nice if they take the courier down. It's got that Heart of Taras recipe on, so that will slow things down a little bit.
They're all melee though, what do they do?
Oh no, the all melee strat.
Oh,
they got it. He bought the Reaver as well. That had the Reaver. Oh no, sorry, it was the Mystic Self-Afada. Okay, but still, that's 2 cores that you're slowing down the item build of. You're slowing down the Heart, you're slowing down the Octarine for 3 minutes. That's pretty big for Newbie.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Alchemist still farms really fast though. It's definitely big. It's mostly just a lower cooldown and some lifesteal stuff. They're still going to be happy to take a fight right now. I don't think they're worried all that much about that, but at the very least, good gold for Newbie. That's going to give the Clinks a bit of time. He's going BKB now, something he has to get, but this is not the item to scale against an Alchemist.
Yeah, they've still got a fair bit of physical punch. That's for sure, especially with this Slardar and the way mind control's been playing, it's been absolutely disgusting.
So was it a heart recipe?
It's a heart recipe and a mystic.
So it's probably mind control's heart.
Yes,
okay, there's his Reaver.
Yeah.
He would have that finish now. It's still alright. He's still going to have some good HP. It'll be a good damage item actually, plus 45 damage while making him tanky. If he gets doomed, for example, just such a higher chance that he survives. With his HP pool being deeper.
Sure. Let's see if we can scout someone out of the jungle that we can see as well for Newbie. They are around. Liquid. They themselves being very, very careful. As I say that, they're mind control. Is he going to come down here? He's going to be careful, and Tuan, he heads back. Not going to find anything with this Vendetta usage.
Yeah, they have to be really careful right now. And that's why my man just sits on the cliff sometimes like that. If he's waiting for camp respawns anyways, you might as well stand somewhere where you might break a smoke and be able to have time to react to it with BKB. Minute left on the courier there for the Octarine, 1800 more gold. Like by the time he finishes Octarine, he's actually going to have another item. Pretty crazy. And then the Ags will start.
I can't wait.
I just want to see Gyro Ags so bad.
I don't think I've ever seen Gyro.
I haven't either. I haven't even seen it in a pub game.
Nope.
Luckily everybody looked and they're like, yeah, this is actually really bad. Speaking of Ags heroes, what happened to Potom, man? Was just not picked anymore?
Dude, yeah, what did happen to Potom?
She was so popular that like the last week or two.
No,
I think people finally realized that she's not as good as they thought she was. That's the problem.
Yeah, I was going to say the teams that kind of spam picked her kind of got knocked out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's true. She's good as a support sometimes. Just not as a hard carry. Definitely better picks. So Liquid will continue farming. This is great for them since they have more farming heroes. They basically have 3 heroes that farm really rapidly on the Newbie side. I guess it's semi-similar, but I put more faith in heroes like Alchemist, Gyro, and Slardar. Those heroes are always going to scale better. And with Clinks being as behind as he is, it's going to be hard for him to get ahead. He did in the Weaver game, but this is a very, very different game and a very different hero.
And here we have some big items. Axe now done for Moose Invoker. Blink Dagger is online for Jarex, and as well we're seeing that 10 seconds until the courier is back pretty much for Liquid. So that, and as you said, on top of that, the fact that the Alps already surmounted a huge amount of gold. There's your heart completed.
Alright, now they got gem.
He's going to be able to get his Octarine out.
Well, with the gem, they should be able to get better map control. Newbie was putting a lot of observer wards protecting their side of the map. But if they can move around and get these, especially with the fact that Roche is up, this next fight is huge. If somebody like wins this fight really hard, it's guaranteed tier 2s
Maybe even
and more advantage. Like, if Liquid wins this fight and gets roached, it's going to be extremely difficult for Newbie to take the win. Oh, he blinked south. He thought the whole team was there. It was actually just Doom by himself. And they do... Oh, sorry, these are his illusions. They actually don't know he TP'd back.
Newbie's positioning is really good here. You can see them all around the pit. They're going to TP over How. Everyone is very much ready to contest this Roshan. Liquid, yeah, they're not going to fully commit to it yet at the moment. They know it's far too risky against this lineup. Ravage, Invoker's combination. And also, I mean, a tide as well that's halfway through the recipe of a refresher.
Yeah, that's actually one item that could change the game. Because if they get the good initiation and he can AoE stun everybody for over 5 seconds, that's game winning.
And you've only got BKB on the well, sorry, did Matuma Man?
Yep, just
Matuma Man.
I think he's the only one.
Yeah, mind control with the heart, and obviously Alk with just the standard out build.
With that refresher coming out, though, they definitely need to start getting more BKB. Slaughter should be buying it next, most likely. We may even see it on Alchemist. Probably a good idea, especially with Spike Carapace and the next Assassin. That kind of chain stun is the only way that they kill Fodder, basically. He can run around constantly at max movement speed. He just doesn't die. Very low chance on that. Tier 2's pressured. Liquid isn't even trying to take a fight. There's... Oh, we'll just push your tower instead, I guess. Take towers instead of Roche. And this way, buybacks from Newbie are going to be less punishing towards Liquid.
And we have a tier 2. Liquid, they want to try and move forward again. We know how strong their fight is. They will be fighting into the Ravages of KP.
And they're quite set right now.
Yeah.
Fodder has a plate mail. So his survivability is through the roof.
We'll find a tier 1 in the mid Newbie, so still managing to find something. Edging KP towards that refresher recipe. But as we can see on the bottom, they're still hanging around as a full 5-man Liquid. Now we're starting to see the TPs back to react to this illusion push. Moves come back on the Invoker.
Yeah, they really don't want to hard commit to this because it's so scary. If they go high ground like that and they get ravaged and lose a team fight, then Roche goes to Newbie and the game is completely, not even, but huge jump back up. So with that tower being pushed, they know exactly where the creep wave is. Now they have a little bit of time to take Roche. And they might get bleeding.
I don't know if he gets there in time. Doesn't know. Going off the shoulder with the Sunstrike. And yeah, indeed, the physical damage of Liquid at this point means the Newbie not even going to have a chance to contest this one. Matuma Man with the Aegis and the items that we talked about for Liquid, they're very much in a good position to push up. They've got the Shiva's done on Fodder. Now with the Skadi and Matuma Man, this is looking to be a very good time for Liquid to find some action.
Yeah. And now their limited damage is even worse. Like, Clinks just has treads. And now that attack speed is like way more offset by Shiva's.
KP sell the Talon here to get that refreshers done.
Oh yeah, for sure. If they're going high ground, you definitely do.
Here we go. So sells it. Very, very close to that recipe.
Needs 80 gold, 85 gold. Tier 2 tower is going to fall. Jugger Cuppa gets the last hit in. Time to go high ground. Jarro's got the Scotty as well, so BKBs coming out of Newbie aren't going to do anything. They're pretty limited.
Oh man, if they can get off this double Ravage without them realizing that refresher's done, I mean, it's going to be very good timing for it considering the way that the game's been going. But it's going to be done now. It's going to be all about KP and his positioning on this defense. You see at the moment, Liquid starting to get a bit cheeky, a little bit aggressive, moving in. Aiming onto the racks. KP keeping himself very far back to not give away their item pickup.
Liquid's playing is so careful. If Alk gets doomed, I think that's the only way they lose this fight, and that's why he's sitting so far back. I mean, they've got BKB, tons of HP, and an Aegis on Gyrocopter. Why threaten anybody else? They're only going to put Alk Illusions on the line, and Gyro.
Initial stun from Chuan onto Matuma Man. KP now on the tree line. Fodder's moving forward. He's going to come in very aggressively with the Shivas. He's going to spot out KP from the sidelines. He wants the man to BKB on Helldager first. Ravage coming for refresher. He's got the second one. He's trying to hold on to it, but he can't really because Matuma Man. He's already killing this man. The double Ravages come through. They've lost one. They've lost 5.
There they go.
I mean, the double Ravage just wasn't good enough at the end of the day as Liquid too far ahead at that point.
Yeah.
This is farmed too well, and we're going to game 5 here, but
I'm so excited, dude. They knew exactly what to do in that fight. They're like, we're way far ahead. There's no point playing careful. Finally, Fodder just said, that's it. I'm going to buy back for this fight. Run in, tank the Ravages, tank the Doom, and then after that, what do you do? Doom had a Midas and a Plate Mail and a Blink Dagger. Like, that is not enough to win a team fight. And that, game 5, we're down to a best of 1. Like, I am getting chills right now.
Thank you very much, Red Eye. And indeed, here we have it. Game 4 now of the finals. Newbie 2-1 up at the moment. It's against the side of Team Liquid. And again, we're seeing some more fun stuff come out this time. Yajaros, Slardars, Newbie bringing out the Nyx Assassin 5th pick, which the panel wasn't too sold about. Purge, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's going to suck in the early game, basically. It does have the ability to spike Carapace and a stun, but like they said, if you can play aggressively in the laning stage against that hero, he's not going to contribute that much compared to a hero like Lion. Ranged hero, similar stun, AoE, but also has more gank options. Like once it hits 6, it's going to be pretty strong to have in the game because it'll be like a different version of Bounty Hunter, but in the laning stage, it's going to have a rough time. So if Liquid can maybe exploit that with Slardar offlane with Wisp, occasional JRX roam, they can do really well this game. So this is kind of like full circle. They did a lot of this dual roam early in the tournament, and they need to do it this game for sure.
Bottom lane.
They're going to fight for this.
Yeah, I mean, top lane is.
Oh, what a stun.
Nice stun indeed, setting up the pick for Newbie to take themselves a second room move. And then caught out, can they indeed control this man? Mind Control trying to close the gap with the boosted speed, and he's going to get it there. They'll slam down, bring down. First blood for the side of Liquid. Mind Control taking down Moo.
That was a huge kill.
And Kroki should be able to get himself out of this one. He's got to tether away if necessary, but losing 2 bounties, getting himself the first blood. I think you're happy with that one. And JRX trying to see if he can get the connection there in the mid lane. Isn't going to happen.
Yeah, they're actually using Nyx to try to zone the Alk a little bit with stuns. It'll work okay, but if Fada does well in this lane, and anything like the last time he played Alchemist, he's going to get a lot of items, and it's going to transition into being tanky for his team and letting Gyro do the damage and Slardar set up the team fights. And right now it's kind of in a 1v1, but the supports are rotating top, so they're doing exactly what the panel predicted, and that's pressure the heck out of Clinks. So at some point, he's just going to hard counter heroes like Gyro. It's too much physical damage, and it's not, Gyro doesn't have very good solutions to that.
Well, again, Jarrett's trying to roll in. He's not getting that connection though. He does have the dust, so if you hit that slow with the dust slow as well, you are going to have the chance to beat down on the boy. The Newbie, they've got backup around the corner as well. They're keeping their 2 support heroes up here as well. Kaka and Chuan on the Doom and the Nyx Assassin, but still they don't care. They're going to go in and here, closing the gap. Liquid looking to find themselves the second kill of the game. They need to win this one to keep themselves in it, and they're off to a good start.
Oh, they get a double here?
It's a crunch. They may have a good chance of taking out Kaka. He's only level 1. No one here in the short turf, and Kaka in a lot of trouble as Mind Control closes the gap. They'll find themselves another Liquid at the moment. 3-0 before the 2-minute mark. They could not have hoped for a better start.
That was actually huge. Doom kill after the initial Clinks kill. Kaka feeling really confident on Doom, but he doesn't even have a Stout with that, nor Scorched Earth. He's still level 1, so with 3 right clicks like that, they're able to pressure out a kill. And Nyx Assassin can't do anything. He like throws a stun, he's like, please guys, attack me, please. And that's all he can do.
Now looking at the other lanes there at the moment, Matuma man down bottom against KP. CS is even, both finding the farm successfully. I mean, of course, this is going to be great for Matuma man. He's going to get his solo XP, but at the same time, we've seen what KP is able to do with a good start in lane. He had a fantastic tied game in game 3, and this is off to kind of leading into another good one for him in game 4, unless Liquid are able to make rotations and do something about the tide.
Killing Tide is almost impossible here. Like that's why it's a pretty good lane for KP, but how this could change is so...
Oh yeah, with his +1, they could have a shot, but as you said, it is a hard kill. Yeah.
Like, if he just stands by creeps, he doesn't die 100%. The best way they can deal with this, maybe magic damage, Gyro hits 6 kind of a thing, but as long as he keeps anchor smashing them, he takes no damage here. Like, he'll do this for days, he doesn't care. He actually did far more damage than they did to him there. So the big thing is really how well he uses Ravages in the mid game. That's what changes everything. Gank coming mid though.
And let's look wrap around onto middle, try and pop a gold snap to hold Mind Control back, but they'll still close in. Mind Control look for the crush, but in fact Kaka, he's the one with the stomp. Holds back the gank, and it's a good job that Kaka rotated in because it looked like Moo was in a lot of trouble there.
Yeah, he was definitely going to get stunned there. Doom didn't come in at the right time, so nice rotation, but that does cost a lot of mana for Doom. And a Scorched Earth cooldown, that's 160, so it's going to slow down his jungle farm, and as a whole it's okay. But Mind Control rapidly gets back to the top lane where he'll get experience, and as a whole this is going great for Liquid.
Bottom lane, Roki's looking to head over as well with the pings. They do want to do something about this tide, but as we've seen, it is evident that it's incredibly hard to do anything about KP at the moment. He really does not care what you throw at him on this bottom lane.
Yeah, they've got really good disables with Wisp and Earth Spirit, but right now their damage isn't very good with that dual combo. So it works against mid if it's just one hero that's semi-tanky, but Tide Hunter, that's almost impossible. Dota gets a bounty rune, he'll be really happy. 230 gold for him. Level 5 on that. So very close to 6, and at that point he's almost unkillable in the mid lane, at least until they either Ravage or rotate Chuan over.
Jokes again. He's going to miss the initial slow, but just himself and Kuroki trying to make sure that Matuma Man gets a bit of a leg up in this lane now on that gyrocopter as he continues to find the space. And obviously the good thing, of course, with the gyro with the early XP he was gaining on his own. Just reach that level 6, potentially with the cooldown, and then as well, they may have a chance of dealing with KP.
Definitely, that's their one condition. The bigger thing is really rocket barrage, but having a cooldown on top of that would help a lot for disable. They do get a vision. They get vision. This could maybe be their open.
There we go with the slow. Jarrett's looking for the body block, the rocket barrage, homing missile in as well, and there's the stone to follow through. Great play here from Liquid, and they're going to do it.
Really nicely
Take down the Tide only just. At the same time, Newbie tried for a play on mind control, but he was able to get the deny up to the creeps on the top lane.
And a great homing missile pickup as well. Normally gyrocopters don't skill this, but it's a Tide Hunter. If you're having trouble killing him, that's a free 125 magic damage for 1 skill point. That's not bad at all.
And the thing is, as well as we said, the fact that they've got that kill, they've now got the level 6 on Jaro, they can very quickly just go for the kill again, and they might just do so. Here we go, the Silverman wraps around, there's your cooldown, and there's exactly what we're talking about. Hitting that level 6 is going to allow for a much easier attempt, but they can't quite.
There was more mana.
I can with this rotation, yeah. Okay, things have gone south a little bit quickly. Oh, they'll lose the Earth Spirit. They actually get Kuroki and Matuma Man out.
Oh, that tether was so good. If Kako would have gotten the Infernal Blade on him, he very likely could have killed him. Mind Control might get a solo kill?
Oh, really?
Okay, he does go invis. That was close enough. He'll be just fine though. Slar's at a pretty good position right now.
But this is the thing as well. I mean, we're seeing at this point of the game how aggressive Liquid can be with their heroes and with their lineup. And I mean, that time, you know, KP does survive the second round, but
this is a style that
bringing him down.
This is a style that JerAx really thrives on in terms of Earth Spirit. Some of the other games have been a little too passive for him. He doesn't want to sit around and go for counter kills. He wants to gank all over the place. He wants to make sure that there's 3 lanes that are gankable, because then it's less predictable for his opponents. He's been getting a lot done. Level 3 for him, so he's slightly under level 4 now. He's got the dust ready, so if he can initiate on Clinks, they can easily get a kill. Although he does still have his ulti up, so maybe not so easily.
Oh, trying for a sudden strike and a snipe from the high ground.
So maybe they'll get a ward, D-ward now on the high ground.
And we're seeing KP dealing with Matuma Man's aggression one of the ways. He just TPs out as soon as the cooldown connects. Yeah, he's not messing around on that Tide Hunter on the bottom. It doesn't mean a long walk back down to the bottom, so it's going to give Matuma Man the space to continue to find that free farm on the gyrocopter.
So JerAx is setting up on mid now.
See.
They do see Chuan top, so...
And I mean, look at this, they are trying to get the Clinks into position. How? Coming around from behind, eyeing up mind control. If they can close in with the Chuan stun, but mind control playing it careful, seeing how far he comes up the lane.
They have a Golem Boulder, but like it's very difficult to land the stun here on
They
him.
might find Kuroki. Yeah, oh, he gets the chance to tether through. And again, Kuroki with these tethers, just getting himself out of harm's way.
And they're giving Earth Spirit mid right now to try to catch up his levels a bit. In the meantime, Alchemist is jungling. The fact that both supports, or at least the Io was up top there and kept mind control alive, is actually creating lots of space. This is normally a period of time where Newbie goes into enemy jungle, puts wards down, and ganks the crap out of the Alchemist, but it hasn't happened here because they're just trying to stabilize a bit with their support picks. So I feel like Liquid's controlling this game in a much better way.
Compared to the last 2 games that we've seen from them, that's definitely the case. Still nonetheless in the mid lane move. He's got his Midas now, 8 minutes in. It's still a good timing for the Invoker.
It's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, he should be hitting at least 50 last sets at 10 minutes. It's maybe a bit lower than normal. And Fato's definitely offsetting this. He's even gone 4 levels in Greevel Speed. 2 Acid Spray right-clicking, his armlet's finished already. So, in terms of his survivability this game, it's really good. Getting doomed is a little scary, but Clinks is all physical damage, Invoker is heavily physical damage, so Armlet's going to pay off big time this game. So if they can just relocate him out when he gets doomed, his prospects are really good late game.
Look at the smite rotation as well. They brought Mu in as well as Kaka to look for the top lane in aggression. They'll push mind control back, but straight into the rest of the team. Newbie with the catch out. And all set up, of course, via a very nice ward there on the high ground. And the Kings will come through. A newbie, and with the pushing power of the Clinks, they'll be able to give it a good shot, taking down that tier 1 in the top lane. Let's see what kind of reaction comes out from Liquid. Mind Control will be back in 5 seconds.
Okay, Jerks is gonna go. Almost interrupted that. He knows that he's there. Got a boulder smash this. I don't know if he can stop it though. Yeah, they rotated Mind Control as well.
Yeah, and they're just going to continue this push with the Forge Spirits. The question is, can Liquid get themselves a deny? Cold Snap on Mind Control is going to stop any chance of that one, as he has to back himself up. At the same time, Vada putting a lot of pressure. In fact, Kaka needs to be a little bit careful here. Vada, one chop away from bringing the Doom down. Now that TP reactions come in, the question is, can they actually catch this man out? They can't. TPs are too slow. Vada's able to walk it off.
That's reminiscent of the last game, where one team is way ahead, pressures from their towers, and it was like 150 gold to TPs right there. And Vada didn't even have a single point in his stun, and he still forced that kind of rotation. With that said, though, Schwann's finally got 6.
Yeah, with a Vendetta.
Can't solo kill, though.
No, he needs some kind of... He does, of course, have the Sunstrike.
The only hero he kills is Io, and Io's also got the infused brain drop, so he's even survivable. Io's still only 4, though, so if they gank Gyro right now, this is really good.
Yeah, KP's got the Ravage as well for this one. It's all going to be up to...
No Doom, I guess.
Yeah, this is going to be very hard for Mataman to work his way out of Cold Snap. They'll drop the cooldown, but already getting bursted low, bursted down with the Sunstrike to fall through. He's going to fall, and the second touch for the Clinks does it. Newbie, they've rotated 4 in. They're moving on to Kuroki as well, and they'll find themselves a second.
Yeah, I wish Kuro would have just TP'd home. I don't think there was any feasible way that he got him out. Unless he was 6, but he wasn't, so... Gyrocopter gets blown up. Maybe if Gyro had more HP at this stage rather than going Mask of Death, but that was even, like, just so unlikely of happening. And they get 6 out of that on Doom, which means they should be able to take this tower afterwards.
Another tier 1 here for the side of Newbie. Still space given for Fado on the Alchemist. He's 2k ahead. Moves Invoker. Farm with the Vendetta and into the jungle, seeing what he can scout out. Just getting the intel back for the team. They'll try and move over How as well. And with that, Chuan! Bit of a rare mistake there from the point. Now the Fiddle having a bunch to decide what to do. They'll put the dust. They'll take down How. They'll look to get Chuan as well with the cooldown. They'll just about do it. Chuan gets himself out to the side. Being kind enough to force him about back. He has been.
He wants to fight this.
He really does. He's looking to come back in. He needs the help of the team. Karka's looking for the TP out. He's not going to make it. Oh, he is! Really just getting himself out of the Doom. The stun wasn't quite available in time from Jarek's Earth Spirit.
Well, they do clear out their jungle at least, so it'll continue to give Alchemist a place to farm. They can maybe get some D-wards down. Stuff like that is super important here, because Mataba Man is strong, but he's not super far ahead yet like he normally is. They need to get him to his next survivability item, so Clinks can't just 5-shot him. So they've got to protect their jungle. They need the resources too much. 2,800 gold on Alchemist, so Radiance is on the way. It's a really good Radiance game. The exception of Nyx Assassin Spike Carapace, setting that up and countering it. They're gonna go mid.
Rolling onto move again. Jarrett with the control. They're relocating into this one as well. No messing around. They look to take down the Invoker. It's a big kill, and it's a successful one. KP still hanging around here. He's going to walk into the 2 of them, but Kuroki is going to relocate back in 3 seconds. Can he kill him for a time? Oh! He got crushed.
It looked like the Nyx was attacking really slowly, didn't it? Did you see that?
I think he went for the stun first, you see.
Oh,
and then he got stunned by the crush. But man.
Alright.
Oh, the balls. Oh, jeez. That was a close call there for Kaka, nearly finding it.
So he stays alive. It'll be Helm of the Dominator fast for him. And stack Ancients for this and use those Ancients by Alchemist. Alchemist will clear it out. So at some point too, there's some really good late game applications with Ags, like the Gyro Ags. It's not good if you buy it yourself, but if an Alchemist buys it for you and you have good right click damage, especially against Doom, like it actually is a cool way to amplify his damage output.
In this game, this stage, 6 for 4. I mean, against the Alchemist lineup, I mean, what's the best play now here for Newbie? Do they need to, are they in a position where they have to keep the pressure up against an outcall?
I think so, especially because Clinks is kind of under-farmed here. It's 1, 2, and 2.
Oh, and here we go, the blink, straight on to Moo again, the lockdown, Jarrett finds the stun, and it's another one. These are big kills, and this is Liquid finding the momentum they need against Newbie's lineup. Can they get themselves anything more? That's the question. KP has got a Ravage.
Moo's not able to accelerate like he normally is. 9 for once. They've got Blink Dagger up on mind control too.
Liquid, yeah, they're going around a little bit too long here.
They wait
Straight
for
on
Tether.
Matuma, but mind control him with a 3-man crush, holding Newbie back. The question is it going to be enough to save Matuma Man? They're rolling it the slow onto Kaka, trying to protect the Gyro. He should be able to outlive the damage here to Doom. At the same time, Kuroki will be picked up on the backlines, but they keep Matuma Man alive.
Yeah.
Kuroki being the noble sacrifice in that situation.
He had to use Tether at the start to get out of position because he was out of, or to get in position because he was out of position. And as a result, the Doom was almost too dangerous, but they didn't have follow-up. If there was a Blink Dagger on KP or something like that, that would have been a one fight for Newbie, but this is just a fixture of the fact that they're behind. And their picks for once are looking a little weird, and it really comes down to that Nyx. They had to give him the lane, he wasn't able to create space for his team, he gave him some scouting, he's gotten a lot of levels, but he hasn't really shown his value just yet. Maybe once he gets Blink Dagger, we'll see this Nyx really pay off, but for now, they're giving a really good start to a team that has an Alchemist, and that just almost always looks bad.
As you said, this out. I mean, this is exactly where you want an out to be as well. At this point of game, 15 minutes in, double the net worth at the highest on the enemy team. Out of house. I mean, Newbie, they will go for Roshan. It has been figured out here. The initial scanners, they come in and out of the pit. And Newbie, they know as well. They're being careful. Liquid. Oh, Monster actually jumping in very aggressively.
They could go.
Yeah, they can turn with Tron in position. At the same time, the rest of Newbie down towards the bottom. They can kill with some man here. We'll get the cooldown out of the Ravage straight away. Catching two. Can they kill with the Gyro? From the yes, they can. Gyro is down. Keeping move forward. Mind control. Jump stick. Rush with the Kaka. Martin, look at the Rav Ready. Got the good coaching coming through. Out onto the Doom. Tron stunned.
They can't fight that.
They'll kill him. Look at the damage from Hal. They're fighting themselves a second, and that's more than enough space for Newbie to maybe think about going back into the Roshan. Mind control's still up though. We'll see how disruptive he can be. Gold snap, just trying to hold back the man. They do have him magnetized as well, and maybe just with these three heroes up, it's still a little bit too much for Newbie to want to fight around and go back into the pit. They're playing it safely, Purge.
Yeah, they did delay the Roche at least, so they had that going for them, but they kind of ran in there like they could win that fight because they're expecting to be able to. Liquid has a stronger team fight right now with the exception of the spells Newbie has. On the bright side, they only lost 2 heroes, so much like every game, Alchemist can TP back and they can take a fight. He had boots of travel there. I wonder if it would have been severely different if he maybe got armor.
Look at this, Sunstrike. It's not even needed. He's already dead. Ow. He's getting a lot of momentum now in this clicks. He is finding these pickoffs that he needs.
Yeah. It's accelerating into Deso. Once he gets that, then heroes like Earth Spirit and Io are going to die even faster. Checking out for stacks. Can maybe kill Fada. Fada doesn't have ult, but there's no way. Oh, or this. Chuan can rotate.
Chuan. Let's see them have a go at it.
Oh, he's bit.
Not no Chuan. The spike carry will get him, but Fada's starting to pull it up.
Oh, no, he's stunned himself.
This man's in a lot of trouble. There's the self-stun. There's the takedown. Wow. Another kill. Kuroki not able to save him in time. They maybe get more touchpoint carries, but Mind Control comes in with a crush. But come around with the Rocket Barrage as well. They'll find how in return.
Well, that's a little better, but considering how much farm he has.
Kuroki. He's relocated in on this one. He tethers across. Mind Control blinking forward. The momentum that they can keep with Mind Control's blink. And it's a double kill from the Simmerman as they pick up Karkar as well.
It's absolutely worth it there. They needed to get as many kills as they could in return, and they got 2 good heroes. Thanks again. His Deso's finished, but he keeps getting punished. He's not going to be ahead of his opponents, and Alchemist already is ahead, so putting in all of this pressure just to shut down somebody that's still going to farm amazingly, once he's already got those amazing farming items, that's not the right target. If anything, they should be more about Gyrocopter, I think.
Yeah, we can see at the moment on this graph, it's very, very close. So I feel, yeah, at the moment, a lot of these plays down to Mind Control. He's just constantly looking for more and more off the back of a fight.
Yeah.
What's on the map? Have we got a Sunstrike? Yes, we have. But Chuan, he's done the maps. Feels there's not going to be enough damage with the follow-through stun to bring down this man at the moment.
Well, he is missing stuns, but he's still almost got Blink Dagger. And that's when it gets even better. Because he can catch heroes like Io, as well as Gyro, or catching Slardar. They're gonna,
Mind Control! Within 3 minutes, the silence as well, Magnetize comes in! And just like that, Newbie, they've got to run, they've got to hide, the Ravage will come through, trying to hold them back, but how?
Oh, the damage!
He turns around, brings down Fada, KP, none of us want Magnetize! This Magnetize, they're forcing the back, Mind Control jumping, takes down Hal! They've lost 3 on the side of Liquid. Chuan, with the Stern holding them back, but Liquid, they're ready to move in for more. That fight, Jerax on his bloody Earth Spirit, absolutely ripping through Newbie. It's a 4-1 for the side. And Earth Spirit is a good hero, Purge.
Dude, it wasn't just Earth Spirit. Those guys, they clumped the most I've ever seen a pro team clump. 3 heroes straight out of the Roche pit.
Oh, can they get...
They got stunned into stunned into stunned. That was 3 stuns there, including Alk stun. Like, the fact that they even killed 1 hero was amazing.
But my goodness.
Alk is weak to physical damage right now. That was pretty clear. That was like a 4 shot.
Oh, Chaka, I'm gonna deny the tower, but yeah, fights like that, Liquid. I mean, that really is the thing, as you say, just the amount of team fight that they can have at this point. I mean, yes, Newbie's got a Ravage, but the control, as you said, if Newbie aren't too careful with their positioning, Liquid's lineup's gonna be jumping on that every time.
Yeah, the Slardar was literally the exact pick they needed.
The fantastic setup every time. It's getting them so many kills.
Gives them vision, creates space for the Alchemist.
Poor Kuroki. Oh, okay. Oh no! Oh, Kuroki!
He's a panic stutter. He's like, oh god, where's it gonna be?
Oh man, he's gonna be. Oh, that guy, I wish I could see his face right now.
You can. Oh wait, he's the other side.
Oh no, I can't.
They're going in though. They don't have Ravage. It's gonna be a really hard fight for them to win.
Oh, control again. The 2-man's dead. The Star's trying to connect on the target. The corner thing of another man. Moving into the black cannon. The magnetize again. Look how much he's doing. And Newbie, they're staying close together. They're taking down the magnetize the stone again.
They got
bringing them down. They've lost 2. They're gonna lose themselves 3 as they came down. Maybe they couldn't find themselves a 4th, but they will. Triple kill for Fada. And again, these fights, I mean, they're just standing in and soaking up the magnetize as if it's a bloody hill. It's actually the thing killing them.
I just can't believe they're trying to fight this. Like, they ran in with their heads cut off. They walked in, smoke broke, and they were like, well, we just get initiated on now. Like, they just didn't have a good doom target, basically. They didn't put vision down as they approached. They're just not approaching the team right correct. And now they get Aegis, and it's on the Gyrocopter, who has tons of damage output. Alk can survive being doomed right now, and he's got another item flying out. Just a little bit of a Yasha. But once it gets Manta style and he can like break off the Desolate buff, for example, or stop that chain of initiation that Clinks does, he's not going to die anymore unless he gets stunned into that damage.
It just really feels those last 2 team fights have been very strange from Newbie. They've just not been careful at all with the positioning in it. And as we're saying, it really is Liquid just capitalizing on that, and they're making so much money off the back of it as well.
Yeah, on top of the fact that they have Alchemist farming insanely fast, and now Mind Control, 2nd most farmed player in the game. He is putting up so much this game. Like,
he really is setting up everything here for the side. 6-2-8. I mean, it's really his setup into Jarek's follow-up. That's been brilliant every time.
Yeah, and he buys a Vit booster here. I don't know if this is going to be a Heart or a Crimson Guard.
With the Sentry as well with the Dust, they found out how and how. Once you've got this lockdown for him, he's gone. Another kill for Parta.
The big play there. Did he grab Rune or something? They saw him with the Observer Ward, I'm guessing. That's such a big kill. It's like, please take your biggest net worth and feed it to our biggest net worth. Manta's almost ready. Yeah, it's actually ready. 200 gold, he's got Manta now. AC afterwards, surely.
Round for Liquid as well behind the tier 2s. It's Mind Control again, setting up for more. Eyes on Control. Carapace, yeah, it's going to be enough to stop the progressive advance. Twan blinks in, he's going to miss the stun just a little bit short. If only he was a Lion.
I don't think it was going to matter there.
Oh boy, I mean, this game, Liquid are really coming back into this series after 2 games which did not look great for them, Purge. And here in game 4, they are just stepping up their team fight, stepping up their coordination. And it's just too much for Newbie in these mid-game engagements.
On the bright side, they've got really good ward vision right now. They might be able to get Jax. Didn't want to Ravage for that, obviously. That would have gone bad. They would have gotten the kill, but take a tower from it. Would that mean that they just get stomped the next team fight?
And it really feels they need everything saved for these team fights because they need to do something to turn them.
They really do. Especially with Mind Control getting this tanky. If he goes something like Heart, I think I would like Crimson much better. There's a lot of right click coming out of Newbie. Heart allows him to potentially just scale over their DPS, but not against a minus armor hero. I think that's the wrong choice.
You can't do this.
He
actually did it.
That's actually pretty funny. Blinked in front of him. That was weird. Just a little bit too late getting that lane. That could have been a kill. Maybe. Just counter push it instead.
Is Matuma Mana right there on the top lane? Playing on the edge of this. Yeah, he's got backup as well coming through. This could be good for Liquid. Look at the TP's in. Fada joining in, but Twan. Eyes on the man.
Rapping.
Okay, Fada's in a fair bit of trouble. Can he fight his way out of this one? The control, the stun strike, the right clicks is enough. Beautiful execution from Newbie, but they're bringing in Mind Control. Broken with a relocate. They're looking to turn this out. Oh, he's just standing in the tree. How?
Don't look at me. I'm gonna invis in 2 seconds, please.
If I turn my back to you guys, you're not there.
He just closes his eyes.
Yes.
That's how it works.
Absolutely. He does the ostrich, head in the sand.
KB's up on Gyrocopter now, so great stun, catches him. They ravage. Oh, the silence of Jerk!
Yeah, I mean, this man is a bit of a god, and now with the cooldown, they can try and turn. The stones onto Karkar, but Timmerman moves in and moves. Across the meteor, the Japanese blast, but Timmerman's got to be careful, but he has that BKB, and again, the magnetite from Jerk forcing them back. The Doom will be dropped, but already, Doom himself is dropped by Liquid. They'll turn around and find one more. If they can kill the Timmerman as well, it's going to be good. He's trying to find Moo as well. It looks like this time Newbie will be able to come out on top of Mind Control. They have an Aegis on the Timmerman as well. He's going to look for a setup stun. Who's he going to find? Pings on the lane. The vision now, chasing down this boy KP with the TP. Is it going to be successful? It is. Mind Control goes the wrong way.
Man, considering that whole fight started without just dying, that was a great fight for Liquid. Got a lot of kills, traded an Aegis for a couple more. Alk died, of course, but who cares? He's got 8,000 more gold than his opponents. And once he grabs his next item, that kind of burst becomes that much harder. Like 400, 500 HP or an AC on top of what he currently has, he just doesn't die anymore.
I mean, Purge, I have a dream that I'm going to cast a game of competitive where we see Gyro with an Aghanims. Do you think this could be the game?
I think this is the game. I mean, it's looking pretty close, but Liquid's not closing it out. It could still go both ways. I mean, Alk is surely farmed enough. He's about ready to start pulling them. And first one would, I mean, there's really not a lot of eggs targets, really. It's what, Gyrocopter, Earth Spirit.
Yeah, Gyrox is actually probably going to take priority here.
It's a really good one, actually.
Really good.
He may end up going Blink Dagger. His itemization right now kind of looks like that, but the most important thing that it does that's valuable this game is that it lets you do that OP thing that you used to be able to do, Geomagnetic Grip on an ally.
Absolutely.
If somebody gets doomed, chain stunned, you pull them back. It's like a force staff towards you no matter which way he's looking. That is some good value. And he gets Blink on top of that, he can basically play Tusk, which he does amazingly already too. That gives him 2 different ways to save people that get initiated on. He could like pull somebody back that gets Ravage and Blink in and Stone Form the other one. Like there's so many options here. It's a great Ags game for Earth Spirit.
And let's see what Newbie's next point of call is. They're still moving around as forward because you look at this group of 4 at the moment on the high ground, maybe hoping that Liquid were going to come for a smoke maybe to fight for the low ground that Newbie could capitalize on, but not really the case. Liquid, maybe now though, look. He's just going to be lucky with the bounty runes. He's 500 gold away from Octarine.
They have to get a good initiation, that's why they're standing around there, hoping that Liquid would run uphill while smoke, then they could Blink Ravage and win a fight. It's the kind of stuff they need. Liquid now playing safe, grouping up together. I would like to see them get a gem at some point, but I think they're really scared about the...
This could be nice if they take the courier down. It's got that Heart to Rust recipe on, so that will slow things down a little bit.
They're all melee though, what do they do?
Oh no, the all melee strat.
Oh,
they got it. He bought the Reaver as well. That had the Reaver. Oh no, sorry, it was the Mystic Self-Inflator. Okay, but still, that's 2 cores that you're slowing down the item build of. You're slowing down the Heart, you're slowing down the Octarine for 3 minutes. That's pretty big for Newbie.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Alchemist still farms really fast though. It's definitely big. It's mostly just a lower cooldown and some lifesteal stuff. They're still going to be happy to take a fight right now. I don't think they're worried all that much about that, but at the very least, good gold for Newbie. That's going to give the Clinks a bit of time. He's going BKB now, something he has to get, but this is not the item to scale against an Alchemist.
Yeah, they've still got a fair bit of physical punch. That's for sure, especially with this Slardar and the way Mind Control's been playing, it's been absolutely disgusting.
So was it a heart recipe?
It was a heart recipe and a Mystic.
So it's probably Mind Control's heart.
Yes,
okay,
yeah,
there's the Reaver.
Yeah.
He would have that finish now. It's still alright. He's still going to have some good HP. It'll be a good damage item actually, plus 45 damage while making him tanky. If he gets doomed, for example, just such a higher chance that he survives. With his HP pool being deeper.
Sure. To see if we can scout someone out of the jungle that we can see as well for Newbie. They are around. Liquid, they themselves being very, very careful. As I say that they're Mind Control, is he going to come down here? He's going to be careful, and Tuan, he heads back. Not going to find anything with this Vendetta usage.
Yeah, they have to be really careful right now. And that's why Matoma Man just sits on the cliff sometimes like that. If he's waiting for camp respawns anyways, you might as well stand somewhere where you might break a smoke and be able to have time to react to it with BKB. Minute left on the courier there for the Octarine, 1800 more gold. Like by the time he finishes Octarine, he's actually going to have another item. Pretty crazy. And then the eggs will start.
I can't wait.
I just want to see gyro eggs so bad.
I don't think I've ever seen gyro.
I haven't either. I haven't even seen it in a pub game.
Nope.
Luckily, everybody looked and they're like, yeah, this is actually really bad. Speaking of eggs heroes, what happened to Potem, man? She was not picked anymore.
Dude, yeah, what did happen to Potem?
She was so popular that like the last week or two.
No,
I think people finally realized that she's not as good as they thought she was. That's the problem.
Yeah, I was going to say the teams that
Better
kind of
heroes.
spam picked her kind of got knocked out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's true. She's good as a support sometimes. Just not as a hard carry. Definitely better picks. So Liquid will continue farming. This is great for them since they have more farming heroes. They basically have 3 heroes that farm really rapidly on the newbie side. I guess it's semi-similar, but I put more faith in heroes like Alchemist, Gyro, and Slardar. Those heroes are always going to scale better. And with Klinks being as behind as he is, it's going to be hard for him to get ahead. He did in the Weaver game, but this is a very, very different game and a very different hero.
And here we have some big items. Axe now done for Moose and Boca. Blink Dagger is online for Jackson as well. We're seeing that, what, 10 seconds until the courier is back pretty much for Liquid. So that, and as you said, on top of that, the fact that the Alk's already surmounted a huge amount of gold. There's your heart completed.
All right, now they got gem.
He's going to be able to get his Octarine out.
Well, with the gem, they should be able to get better map control. Newbie was putting a lot of observer wards protecting their side of the map. But if they can move around and get these, especially with the fact that Roche is up, this next fight is huge. If somebody like wins this fight really hard, it's guaranteed tier 2s and more advantage. Like if Liquid wins this fight and gets Roche, it's going to be extremely difficult for Newbie to take the win. Oh, he blinked south. He thought the whole team was there. It was actually just Doom by himself. And they do. Oh, sorry, these are his illusions. They actually don't know he TP'd back.
Newbie's positioning is really good here. You can see them all around the pit. They're going to TP over How. Everyone is very much ready to contest this Roshan. Liquid, yeah, they're not going to fully commit to it yet at the moment. They know it's far too risky against this lineup. Ravage, Invoker's combination. And also, I mean, a tide as well that's halfway through the recipe of a refresher.
Yeah, that's actually one item that could change the game. Because if they get the good initiation and he can AoE stun everybody for over 5 seconds, that's game winning.
And you've only got BKB on the well, sorry, did Matuma Man play?
Yep, just Matuma Man. I think he's the only one.
Yeah, mind control with the heart, and obviously Ack with just the standard out build.
With that refresher coming out though, they definitely need to start getting more BKB. Slaughters should be buying it next, most likely. We may even see it on Alchemist. Probably a good idea, especially with Spike Carapace and the next Assassin. That kind of chain stun is the only way that they kill Fodder, basically. He can run around constantly at max movement speed. He just doesn't die. Very low chance on that. Tier 2's pressured. Liquid isn't even trying to take a fight. There's, oh, we'll just push your tower instead, I guess. Take towers instead of Roche. And this way, buybacks from Newbie are going to be less punishing towards Liquid.
And we have a tier 2. Liquid, they want to try and move forward again. We know how strong their fight is. They will be fighting into the Ravages of KP.
And they're quite set right now.
Yeah.
Fodder has a plate mail. So his survivability is through the roof.
Well, we'll find a tier 1 in the mid movie, so still managing to find something. Edging KP towards that refresher recipe. But as we can see on the bottom, they're still hanging around as a full 5-man Liquid. Now we're starting to see the TPs back to react to this illusion push. Moves come back on the Invoker.
Yeah, they really don't want to hard commit to this because it's so scary. If they go high ground like that and they get ravaged and lose a team fight, then Roche goes to Newbie and the game is completely, not even, but huge jump back up. So with that tower being pushed, they know exactly where the creep wave is. Now they have a little bit of time to take Roche. And they might get bleed in.
I was going to say, I don't know if he gets there in time. Doesn't know. Going off the shoulder with the Sunstrike. And yeah, indeed, the physical damage of Liquid at this point means the Newbie not even going to have a chance to contest this one. Matuma Man with the Aegis and the items that we talked about for Liquid, they're very much in a good position to push up. They've got the Shiva's done on Fodder. Now with the Skadi on Matuma Man, this is looking to be a very good time for Liquid to find some action.
Yeah. And now their limited damage is even worse. Like, Klinks just has treads. And now that attack speed is like way more offset by Shiva's.
KP sell the Talon here to get that refreshers done.
Oh yeah, for sure. If they're going high ground, you definitely do.
Here we go. So sells it. Very, very close to that recipe.
Needs 80 gold, 85 gold. Tier 2 tower is gonna fall. Jugger Cuppa gets the last hit in. Time to go high ground. Jarro's got the Scotty as well, so BKBs coming out of Newbie aren't going to do anything. They're pretty limited.
Oh man, if they can get off this double Ravage without them realizing that Refresher's done. I mean, it's going to be very good timing for it, considering the way that the game's been going. It's going to be done now. It's going to be all about KP and his positioning on this defense. You see at the moment, Liquid starting to get a bit cheeky, a little bit aggressive, moving in. Aiming onto the racks. KP keeping himself very far back to not give away their item pickup.
Liquid's playing is so careful. If Elk gets doomed, I think that's the only way they lose this fight, and that's why he's sitting so far back. I mean, they've got BKB, tons of HP, and an Aegis on Gyrocopter. Why threaten anybody else? They're only going to put Alkalusius on the line and Gyro.
Initial stun from Chuan on Tumma Man. KP now on the tree line. Butters moving forward. He's going to come in very aggressively with the Shivas. He's going to spot out KP from the sidelines. He'll put the Manta. BKB on out. There's your first Ravage coming from Refresher. He's got the second one. He's trying to hold on to him, but he can't really because the Tumma he's already killing this man. The double Ravages come through. They've lost one. They've lost 5.
There they go.
I mean, the double Ravage just wasn't good enough at the end of the day as Liquid too far ahead of that point.
Yeah.
This is farmed too well, and we're going to game 5 here, but
I'm so excited, dude. They knew exactly what to do in that fight. They're like, we're way far ahead. There's no point playing careful. Finally, Fada just said, that's it, I'm going to buy back for this fight. Run in, tank the Ravages, tank the Doom, and then after that, what do? Doom had a Midas and a Plate Mail and a Blink Dagger. Like, that is not enough to win a team fight. And that, game 5, we're down to a best of 1. Like, I am getting chills right now.
The draft now complete. It's time to get into it. Game 1 of the International 3 Grand Finals is now underway. $1.4 million and change to the winner, over $600,000 to the loser. On the side of the Alliance, yet to drop a set, we have S4, the captain on the clockwork, Loda, your gyrocopter. EGM, the EO, will have a very quick pause, I hope. Ake on the Enchantress. And in the base, it'll be Bulldog, your nature's prophet. And on the Radiant side, Team Na'Vi, Kuroki the Visage, Havost, the Vengeful Spirit, looking like we might see a farming Venge. Dendi on the solo mid Batrider, Puppy, the captain on the Venomancer. And that leaves Funnick as your safe lane bounty hunter. The pause is going down now. Here we go. Back into game 1. What are you expecting, Lumi?
I expect a lot of kills coming on this tri lane. This tri lane up top is going to decide much of the early game.
Hold that thought. We'll have another pause here. So, I mean, we look at Navi's lineup right now. They have track gold. They have supports that really get out of control if they have a good start, right? You have Soul Assumption. You have Familiars if you hit a fast level 6. Venomancer, if he's ahead, can just run anyone down. If Navi gets ahead, it will be very hard for the Alliance to hold on to territory. It will be very hard to get their Wisp level 6, but if it goes the other way, if Alliance get a good start, they have the clearly superior late game.
Clearly superior mid game as well, because when you see Alliance and they pick up BKB on Gyrocopter, what is the Vengeful Spirit going to do? What is the Visage going to do? There's really lacking physical damage. Now with that said, Vengeful Spirit is going to give you a physical damage increase aura. She's going to give you minus armor, so there is some weapons, but it's just, I don't think that's enough.
They have some access into late game. Bounty Hunter is a pretty decent semi-carry, Venge a decent semi-carry, but you look at the Alliance, they have a Prophet, one of the strongest heroes in the late game, not in combat directly, but for his ability to farm and split push. They have a great global lineup as well. And Na'Vi, heroes that don't really flash farm. That's the other thing to keep your mind on. Batrider is a great farmer in the jungle, but Venge, Venomancer, Visage do not farm all that quickly. Bounty Hunter doesn't either, unless he decides to go for a Battle Fury, which we don't expect at all. So if Na'Vi fall behind, their ability to farm fairly limited. Alliance talking things over. They've got a moment here. They seem very calm.
Well, looks like Batrider has reconnect. I'm surprised that there is pauses going on. We do have Merlini outside, just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I think Merlini's, he's had a hard week, buddy. He's taking a nap right now. Put the police cap off and he's lying down for a snooze.
I don't think any Dota player in the world right now is taking the cap off, because this is the grand final of one of the huge, this is the biggest prize pool.
The biggest esports tournament ever.
How do you sleep during this game?
You don't.
Yeah,
you try to, we're gonna wake you up. So game 1, soon to fall, underway. So we talked a lot about Navi's draft, and we don't have it on pause yet. So if you look at Alliance, I think for them, all they have to do is withstand the storm early on. Be prepared for ganks, get your wards right, don't get caught at level 1, hang on until Bulldog starts to kick in, gets his level 6. He can bail out the tri-lane. Of course, once you have S4 getting level 6, has access to hook. If Na'Vi dives that tier 1 top, and already there's a Prophet with his ult coming in, the clockwork rotates, Na'Vi could instantly lose one fight, and on that very one fight, just lose this game.
I completely agree. Although with that said, Vengeful Spirit as well as your Soul Assumption Visage, they have so much burst power that you can get that one kill and get back out. So that I think Na'Vi's going to use the speed of their killing to their advantage. Let's see, but back to your point, Clockwork as well as Prophet, once they make the TP in, that's going to be over. Yeah, it's going to be really hard.
The only team to take a game off of the Alliance this entire tournament was Team DK. And they did it a completely different way. They did it on the back of Burning going out of control in his anti-mage. They did it on the back of a really strong 4 Protect 1 mid-game lineup where once anti-mage gets 4 or 5 slotted, you go and break their base before Alliance's superior late game can kick in while you have basically while you're at the zenith of your economic advantage. But are we going to see Na'Vi win with a completely different style? This is a radically different approach.
It is different. At the same time, also somewhat similar to Game 2 with during the winner bracket finals when they ran the TIE Hunter solo mid. It was a pushing shred, got all 6 towers in 15 minutes, but they couldn't do it. So you got to hit your timing. Very importantly, you got to hit it right on. And this is, to me, a timing kind of base lineup. You got to make sure you knock down towers early. You got to make sure you get a ton of kills early, and you got to focus Loda. Loda was able to free farm on Alchemist on both those games, and you just don't beat a free farm Alchemist. Yeah,
Alliance has, and I think that's really worth talking about, is the contrast in these two teams. And we can start with the carries, because you look at Na'Vi, Havost is fighting from minute 5 to 8, and he never stops fighting. Constantly infesting Dendy as Lifestealer, constantly diving towers as Weaver, picking up kill after kill after kill. He's a lot of pressure early on. With Alliance, they asked Loda to perform a very different role. They say, Loda, we'll shoulder the burden in the early game. We will fight early, you will farm, and then later you will carry us. So it's a very different style for Na'Vi. And Loda's going to be on a hero that doesn't even fight for minute 5. Or rather, Havost. He'll be on a hero that doesn't even fight for minute 5. His hero is going to fight for minute 1.
Yes. The big difference in this game, though, also for Loda is that he can fight at minute 5 because he has a Wisp. So look towards that mid game where a chaotic fight breaks out on the other side of the map, and Loda is going to join. And with that said, it means he could farm, he could fight whenever he wants, and that's the power of Wisp. And of course, I just have to remind everybody, Na'Vi gave it away.
Yeah, maybe it's, again, they knew what they were doing, just like the Alliance knew what they were doing. Now, they knew what they were doing, and for the Alliance it worked. Na'Vi know what they were doing, but will it work? That's the difference here, and that's going to be the question. Ake does have an early smoke here, so don't be surprised if we see him maybe even go for an early gank on that lane if he gets the right creeps. Enchantress, I think in this situation actually is better than Chen, because you can have 2 creeps, you know all you have to do is shut down Na'Vi's tri-lane, and you pretty much win the game. And if he gets the 2 right creeps, he shows up at the right moment. Enchantress she's not one hero, right? She's 2 or 3 with those creeps. So
yeah, you could actually get 3 creeps in the beginning.
I think for Alliance, my hero to keep an eye on is actually going to be Ake. If Ake is a good laning stage, if he sets up a kill or 2, Alliance could just run away with game 1. But let's remember, it is game 1 of a best of 5, so Na'Vi can experiment here, and if it doesn't work, they can try something different in game 2.
I like how you're just talking about strat, and you're waiting for me to jump in.
And you're just
leave me hanging. Elder, you got this.
This is standard.
Because right now, we have a long pause. Can we just toss the strategy out the window for a bit? Because we've been talking about strategy for the past 5-10 minutes.
Let's toss it out.
I want to know who in the crowd is cheering for Na'Vi, and who is the crowd cheering for Alliance. So, Na'Vi? Is that okay?
I was lukewarm. On the other side, of course, we have the Alliance.
I think Alliance is...
It was pretty close.
Yeah.
I think they're anxious for the game to start.
Me too.
I'm a little anxious. We're only giving away $2 million and change from this one best of 5. No big deal. It's just... It's the biggest Dota games that have ever been played.
This is somewhat nostalgic, going back to your old Dota 1 tournaments, and there was nothing but disconnects. There's nothing but wait times.
All that training, Lumi, it's prepared you for this moment.
Yeah, and is it working well? Is the training going well?
I don't know.
I don't know.
We're still paused here. Both teams, I imagine, get a little antsy. They want to get game 1 underway. So we actually haven't done our predictions, Lumi. I think we can put ourselves on the record here and then be forever flamed and shamed if we're wrong. Predictions? We're actually going to unpause, so real quick.
3-2 Na'Vi.
3-2 Na'Vi. Oh, man, a bold prediction from Lumi. I'm going to go with the safe and stable bet here. I'm going to say Alliance take it 3-1. And on that note, we're back underway. Game 1, Alliance versus Na'Vi. Here we go.
Very, very good defensive warding here coming out all both camps. But of course, Wisp got the first ward down, so look towards this one being immediately dewarded, which allows Alliance to actually set up some ganks in the mid lane. There you go. Bye-bye, ward. You were on the stage for like 5 seconds.
It was a short and not so sweet life. And that's actually a big deal. Not having that ward for Na'Vi when you're running the aggressive tri-lane against an Enchantress means if Ake decides to gank without a smoke, they're not going to see it coming. Now, remember that in the old versions of Dota, or even in the previous patch, you could buy 2 sets of wards at level 1. Now you only get 1 set of observer wards before the creeps spawn.
So Puppey could just deward this if he wants to do so. Choosing not to do it yet has another ward over here on this side. That is going to be important, but at the same time means you do not have sight in the jungle. And not having sight in the jungle against an Enchantress is almost suicidal. That first deward meant so much for Alliance.
All right, so Alliance is actually doing something very different here. Looks like they want to dodge that aggressive tri-lane. They're going to send their Gyrocopter as well as Wisp to the bottom lane. And early on, that puts Funnick in a 1v2 against a dual lane that, if they have sentries, could definitely kill him. And they've got one on EGM. He's got to be careful here. He does not have boots. Normally, Funnick has boots, but it looks like he was expecting the Prophet versus Bounty Hunter matchup. And if you have that matchup, you really want the Poor Man Shield. Poor Man Shield is not going to help you too much against Wisp and Gyrocopter.
Well, it's going to help a little bit with the harass coming out from Wisp, but for the most part, he's coming right in. There is a sentry war on the ground. If he gets tether stun here, ooh, nothing just yet. Funnick coming in, sapping a little bit of experience. Obviously, we expect this lane to go towards Loda and as well as EGM. 2v1 against a melee hero. It should be fairly easy. What about mid here? S4 on his Clockwork against one of those most dominant mid hero, Dendy's Bat.
Yeah, Clockwork's pretty good against Bat because you have the cogs if he ever really wants to go on you. If he dives you at your tower, sure, there's Firefly, but you have the Battery Assault. And getting those mini stuns off, maybe you disrupt him for a moment. I think it's an okay match for S4. He's going to lose the lane, but his goal is just to get level 6, hang on, and angle for mid-game dominance. If Bulldog's not dying here in the top lane, I think that's pretty much what they're looking for. Havost does, or rather Funnick, has to be very careful bottom. So early on, looking at this tri-lane Lumi, do you think we're going to see any unusual skill builds from Na'Vi? Because these are generally support heroes, all 3 that they're running here. Or is it possible they get aggressive and just play sort of your standard kill early on support style builds?
Already right from get-go here, if you look at Puppey's skill build, he has selected his passive Poison Sting. Generally, you always go Venomous Gale as it is one of those strongest early game spell. And I think the reason that he has gone for Poison Sting, as we do see a gank on the Centaur. Nice stomp here. Any gonna be killed? Deny here. Looking for Ake, and they are gonna get denied.
Beautiful
No
deny.
early game EXP and go for you guys. And the reason you go for Poison Sting is it actually helps you for a push. It gives you like 5 extra damage-ish. It's I mean, there's no other reason to really go for Poison Sting early on.
Basically, you can hit each creep once, and then they'll slowly tick down. Whereas if you go for the Gale, you're not going to spam it. Gale, very expensive in terms of mana at the early levels. We'll see Funnick pick up a nice regen, and I'll head back to the bottom lane. So if you're Alliance, your goal is to not fall too far behind in the laning stage. You have the mid-game to fall back on, and so far, they're not dying. We see Ake getting good levels out of the jungle. You look at Navi's tri-lane, and their supports are both level 1. S4, in terms of the middle lane, sitting 11-1 to the 12-3 of Dendy. I think everything's going quite well here for the Alliance. The pressure is on Na'Vi, not on the Alliance.
Exactly. When you run an offensive tri-lane, you need to get things done quick and early. And of course, there's a ticking time bomb on the bot lane here, Alliance with EGM on the Wisp. Once he hits a level 6, suddenly this game transforms to something completely different. Of course, Gyrocopter is one of those early game carry heroes that could get into these team fights. So look towards Loda as well as EGM playing very close to each other throughout this game and looking to set up kills all of them now.
All right, Ake smoked up, heading towards the middle lane. Dendy, no mana right now. The courier's about to come in. It should have his boots as well as his bottle. And this might be an opening, but he's head up to the high ground. And it looks like the moment may have passed. Rocket coming in, canceling Dendy's bottle charge. Ake will decide that's not a good gank. He'll back off, and he's going to head back into his own jungle. Does he actually want to make a go on top? Because this is not a very strong ganking combo. I think he's just going to sit back here.
If he could get Kuroki somewhat out of position with the Centaur Stomp, he does have a clap creep now as well here.
S4's really playing well in this middle lane, just constantly using the cogs, burning Dendy's mana, preventing him from being aggressive, but it's bottom lane where they've gone in on Funnick. He's dropping pretty low. There's another Rocket Barrage. There's still a dust here. It's first blood, and it goes to the Alliance.
Very, very early. Oh, Loda.
Oh.
It's going to survive. That was pretty close.
That tango, that salve, making the difference here. And it's what we talked about. I mean, Wisp, Gyro, do have the power to kill a bounty early on.
Yeah, and of course, I think they might be going for a second one here. As the creep wave is pushing in, there's another dust available. That's going to cool down for about 30 more seconds. So look towards Alliance making yet another play under the tower very soon.
Yeah, they killed off Funnick in the bottom lane. The mid lane, they're trading evenly. The Prophet top lane for Bulldog has not died. They're running a jungler. The supports of Na'Vi are only level 2 to the 3 and 4 of Alliance. Alliance is already pretty damn far ahead on the better late game lineup.
Yeah, so far seems like this Na'Vi early game kind of rush strat on the top lane has not really been panning out. Of course, Funnick's got to be very, very careful on the bot lane. Dust is ready to go right now, and if Funnick's not careful enough, a single Dust will be the death of him. Keep in mind that he cannot win walk away. In fact, if he decides to win walk away, he'll be slowed down by the Dust, 10% slow on the newest patch.
We're 5 minutes in, golden experience is even, and Funnick is getting close to level 6, but now the phase boots coming out for Loda. A very slow, a very deliberate start for both teams. There is so much on the line. You drop game 1, all of a sudden, the series gets a whole lot harder for you. Na'Vi, they've gone for something very unconventional with their picks. Can they make it work? So far, we're not seeing it, but we do have to remember their ability to find kills in the mid game is outstanding. So much burst, so much lockdown. But for the time being, they need a few items and a few levels to make it happen.
Yeah, very interesting adjustment of skill build.
Round two, wrapping around. Dendy in a bit of trouble here. There's 2 Hellbear Smashers, but he's going to head north. Hooked and caught out by S4, but he heads north again. Juking here, jiving there, and he's going to dodge it. Up to the tree line he goes. He's got no TP, but he's got stick charges in the south. We'll head back into the river. The Hellbears are there. Clap number 1, but it looks like he should live. No, double clap, but he's got boots. He's still got the stick charges. Should be fine. Meanwhile,
Rocket's gonna hit, cancels the south, Dendy, dropping precariously low. But
meanwhile, in the top lane, it looks like they made a go on Bulldog. He's forced back to base, but now gets his boots and has 600 gold. He's against an aggressive tri-lane. He has not died. He hasn't lost his tower, and he's not that far off of a Midas. Could have won by like the 8 to 10 minute mark.
Yeah, this is one of the strangest pushing tri-lane I've ever seen. I mean, if you look at their skill build here, you have 1 point into play work, so they are going to get a tower here. Ake trying to deny it with the creep. You also have Kuroki getting a point in early Gravekeeper's Cloak, expecting some kind of early game dive, but with a tier 1 tower going up down, I think we are going to see Puppey as well as Kuroki starting to make some rotation towards the mid lane. Yeah,
meanwhile, the ticking time bomb you spoke about, EGM in an aggressive dual lane as a Wisp, is already 1 level from 6. And then you have to look at Na'Vi. Havost pretty survivable with his phase boots, but Puppey 560 HP at max with just basic boots. Kuroki 682 and the Gravekeeper's Cloak to help keep him alive. These heroes, if they get caught by relocate, they're just dead. I mean, they are flat out not going to live through that.
Yeah, it's very important to get basically 4 stabs or blink daggers, any kind of instant mobility item to get you away from those relocates.
And in order to do that, you need to farm. And you look at their supports, they're not getting a whole lot.
Exactly. They're not getting too much ganks off. They're not getting too many tower kills. And because of that, under level, under farmed, and Na'Vi struggling on this early game. When DK beat Alliance, they were doing quite well. They were, I think, winning every single lane. So Na'Vi definitely not going down that route to secure a win. Let's see how they could do it.
But this is a very kind of classic Na'Vi lineup in the sense that it can snowball really hard. And that's what Na'Vi's always been about. Aggression in the first 10 to 20 minutes of the game, sometimes even in the first 5. So far, the aggression yet to come. 8 minutes in, but you gotta know it's only the calm before the storm. And here comes S4. Level 3 battery assault, the more aggressive killing build. He wants to find a pick. He's up in the Na'Vi jungle, hunting, heading towards the bottom lane.
There's a
Funnick,
courier. There's
level
a courier
6.
by.
There's some TPs on Na'Vi. Oh, Funnick gonna be spotted out, but there's no gem here. And now the rotation coming in from Ake. He'll pick up a creep as well. They're gonna rotate Puppey off the top lane. Both teams now Ake healing up, Funnick driven back. They're not going to find any kills yet, but with the dust that should be on the Wisp, yeah, there still is a dust charge. If they try to go again, it could go south, but here they go. On to Ake, DD for S4. Ake dropping fast, he's going to fall, but S4, he's found Funnick, now tethered, blown up by the Ake creep, fighting from beyond the grave. Now Kuroki, sprouted, locked in place, but here comes Big, bad Dendy, but no, it's too much damage from Loda. 3-1. Already Na'Vi on the back foot.
We just talked about Loda generally not liking to join early game fights because he wants to farm, but this game making the quick rotation, helping out his allies. Of course, EGN came first, and of course, even though there was a track kill that went the way of Na'Vi, it was like a 1 or 2 person track kill, so Alliance coming out ahead, and they are staying ahead because they are winning every single lane right now.
And you look at Alliance, they don't need gold nearly as much as they need experience, and they are leading in terms of experience. Every single hero level 5 or higher. That Wisp for EGM, 1 creep wave most likely off of level 6, and once he hits level 6, Na'Vi, a lineup that wants to push early, a lineup that wants to find a lot of kills. When you are ganking, you'd better be ganking the Wisp or the Prophet, and ideally both, because if not, then they're just going to counter gank the crap out of you.
Funnick is scouted. If this one, the Wisp, there you go. They know exactly where he is now.
The orb's going to start splashing, and Funnick will rotate back for the time being. EGM, he knows how close to level 6 he is. He needs that 1 creep, and now he's got it. So the threat of relocate, it's on the board. The Alliance, Lumi, they've weathered the storm through the laning stage, and you got to say, although to a new fan of Dota, this might look like a dead even game strategically, it's a huge advantage for the Alliance.
Yeah, and of course, if you look at Navi's, the way they're playing right now, all 4 or 5 are hovering very close to the mid lane. They are losing out in terms of farm and experience. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have EGM and Ake in the jungle, just getting some tiny bit of a goal experience. You have Loda just straight up farming up top. So I think the Alliance is getting a ton more out of the map. And it's really hard to make a dive on S4 in the mid lane. He is so tanky, almost at 1200 HP with a full magic wand charge. There is no way they're going to get a kill on S4 without committing 4 or 5 onto him.
Yeah, they have to blow a lot, and I think it's worth it to blow a lot if you can secure a kill. But if you go on S4, then that's where relocate comes. The Prophet ult now online for Bulldog. They have to dive those counter gankers, and even S4 is a counter ganker because all the towers are up aside from the tier 1 top. Na'Vi, they need to find a gank fairly soon, in the next 3 to 5 minutes, I would say, for sure. They don't have the Dendi Blink yet. It's a key item for the ganks to work. But while they sit back, Loda's rushing a BKB, and if he gets one, you look at Na'Vi, and you talked about physical damage and their lack of it, and that hasn't changed for me. Funnick just has a bottle, boots, a poor man shield. He doesn't have any damage items. Nobody really does. There's a little bit of damage coming from Havost, but if he gets a BKB on this gyro, Na'Vi are going to have a very hard time killing Loda.
Yeah, Havost only gets that physical damage when he levels up and max both his smaller spells, the Wave of Terror as well as Vengeful Aura, but she's nowhere near the levels that she needs to be.
Meanwhile, Bulldog just chilling bottom lane. Funnick, though, he's going to start here with the Janata, now applying the right clicks, but there's a Sprout on Funnick. He might be in trouble. S4's rotated in. No detection yet. Here's your relocate. They really want this pesky bounty hunter, and they'll find him. The Alliance, they got poked, and they bit back hard.
Getting a free kill basically on the bot lane and not losing any kind of momentum anywhere else. There's no push in the mid lane. Perhaps we're going to see
right into mid. Here we go.
Okay,
they're looking for 2.
Oh,
Hook to fly. They've caught Puppey as well. Callout's coming in. Dendi's down. 6-1. Alliance already out of control, barreling down the middle lane. This is looking bad for Na'Vi.
We said in the early game drafting stage that if Alliance wins, just come out even. In the early game phase, they will just be unstoppable during the mid game. Not only have they came out even, they've done so much more. They're winning by the kills, they're winning by experience, they're winning by gold. Alliance is about to take a tier 1 tower. And how do you stop this? Going to go on the S4 on the mid lane. Tower is already dead and looks with a tether stun. Oh, Swap coming back in here. Can they get a kill on S4? They're blowing everything onto him, and they are going to get the kill. That was very important. A 4-man track kill. Funnick doing his work, and, well, Na'Vi finds something. Yeah,
the one guy that really would have liked that extra 50 gold is Dendi, of course. He's getting closer to his Blink Dagger. He will have it soon. Na'Vi definitely have a few more runs of aggression in them, and every time that a gank works, every time they get a couple of heroes with a track kill, they extend their lease on life in this game. They're not out of it yet, but they're the ones who have to force the fights, and if you're Alliance, you can take fights, but you don't have to. If you're Alliance, you want to be careful, though. Track Gold has a way of sneaking up on you. All of a sudden, Funnick shows up with drums, with phase boots. The next few fights later, he's got a BKB. Dendi's got a 4-staff. Then Boots of Travel. It creeps up on you, and then all of a sudden, you're like, man, where did all those items come from? I thought we were winning this game. So for now, Alliance ahead, but they will want to play it safe. And one of the big items that will allow them to play it safe is going to be this BKB on Gyro. It's coming very, very soon.
Yeah, because of that, I feel like Na'Vi basically have about 1 minute or 1 minute 30 seconds to make something happen on the map, because once BKB is up on Gyrocopter, and now because of there's a mech up on Emerald Bulldog as well, there is just nearly none of that on Na'Vi to do anything. How do you kill Loda? And meanwhile, of course, when you're not killing him, he's killing everybody else with the call down on max flat cannons.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, a lot of these heroes really don't do much against that BKB. You look at Visage, he has Familiar, sure, he's got a mech to help keep his own team alive, but most of his damage is the Soul Assumption in the early to mid game, and he's not going to be hitting that hard. Puppey, virtually useless against BKB heroes unless he gets off a Gale and advance.
Oh, they see.
Yeah, they go, though. Havost, easy pickings for S4. brought down by a hook, jams it in, and now it's 7-2. Havost, he's their one position player this game. I mean, you look at some of these other heroes, maybe they can carry the load, but he's really the only physical damage dealer, and that death, not going to help too much.
Havost going for SMY, and I don't know, give you a little bit of something in all categories.
It could be an Ag Scepter. That's the other possibility.
Sure.
But SMY...
Actually, it does look like an Ag Scepter.
Yeah, if it's an Ags, I mean, the nice thing with an Ags Venge is that you have Nether Swap constantly available for fights. The cooldown is only 10. But that doesn't necessarily help you if the Alliance just have the superior 5-man.
Yeah, of course. What does Ag Scepter do for you when
against Loda, for example?
Right, when you swap in and then you die, because there's so much focus fire on Alliance's part, but they will try to make something happen. That swap was what gave them the kill on S4 on the mid lane, but if you look at the Alliance, when they could Roche, they will Roche, and there's just no way that Na'Vi could stop this.
The Roche is dropping fast, but Dendi wants to contest. He's coming in with Firefly. Are we going to see an Aegis steal? Roche is low, not dead yet. They're backing off. They're going in. He can't make up his mind, and now it's too late. Firefly's over. S4 back into the pit, covering his team. Roche to fall. It goes to the Alliance. The Aegis on the Loda, and now a hook on a Havost. He's overstayed his welcome here. Swapping in Kuroki. Kuroki says, "Get me out of here, man!" And he can't. He'll fall. It's a headlong retreat now. Bulldog teleporting forward, creating another base of attack. Now a call down to Fly. They've lassoed Bulldog. He's still alive though. He's not even dying. 3 dead. No track kills for Na'Vi, and they're not going to get any. Make it 4. Na'Vi down 2-11, and they're going to GG.
Oh my god.
GG.
16-minute GG, and they're going to get that final last kill. Alliance just dominating Na'Vi. 3-time finalists, but it does not matter at all.
The Alliance not even slightly phased. Na'Vi went for a very unorthodox again. I mean, Alliance doesn't show aggressive tri-lanes, right? They always go defensive. They're just more efficient than you, and then they beat you. They're a cold-blooded machine. That's the story of Alliance this tournament. Now, well, it's going to be a Beastmaster from them. Great.
Beastmaster has level 1 aura. We could still see a level 1 TP.
It's a threat. The threat is in. Will Na'Vi be scared? Will we see any TPs from them? EO can scout the pit with their orb, so if they want to...
No, they don't give vision anymore.
When they hit a hero.
Yes, that's the thing.
So you can expand the orbs. They can at least get some idea if not Alliance is doing it, but it's not necessarily going to be enough to stop it.
Again, how do you stop it? Wisp has Tether at 1. Dendi has Napalm at 1. Funnick has nothing at 1. Puppey has Malefice, Conversion at 1. Like, there's just no level 1 good spells, but the fact that they're taking quite a long time to pick their heroes and perhaps still strategizing.
You got to figure their game planning for whatever might happen as soon as the creeps spawn. The player's about to hit the world of Dota. They're about to land, and we're about to begin. Na'Vi trailing 0-1 in a best of 5. Lumi, this is tense. We're waiting with bated breath.
I mean, both teams is just like purposely not picking the last hero, so they get like extra.
Well, like you said, it's strategic. Yeah. And here we go. Game 2 of the International 3 Grand Finals. Alliance versus Na'Vi. Alliance leading 1-0 and already heading down to the bottom lane. We'll introduce them quickly. S4, your Beastmaster. Ake, your Venomancer. EGM on the Visage. Loda on the Spectre. Admiral Bulldog on that Nature's Prophet. Nothing spent for him yet as far as gold goes. And on the Radiant side, we have Team Na'Vi. Dendi on the Batrider, rushing the bottle. Havost will be your Alk, bringing up the rear. Kuroki, your support EO. Puppey, the Enigma, and then Funnick onto his Bounty Hunter. This game starting with the boots.
Yeah, we've seen this in the past. Alliance not going for the level 1 Roshan, but using it as a bait. So they're hiding here to the right side of the tree line. They want to scout things out with trees. They are trying to bait Na'Vi to go inside the Roshan pit. Funnick does have Skeletal Walk, so he's checking an S4. Not exactly the best person to lead a gank because he does not have any disables.
Meanwhile, the pole camp has been warded off. You'll see a Sentry Ward deployed here. And one of the best ways to punish this kind of Na'Vi draft, oh, we'll see another ward. So is to basically slow them down, because Na'Vi need a lot of things, right? They need a Wisp level 6, they need a Dendi Blink Dagger. Your Alchemist, you want Havost to get his Shadow Blade or his Battle Fury, probably a Shadow Blade knowing Havost, up as quickly as possible. Enigma, you'll want to farm towards the mech, he'll want to get his levels in the jungle. So early on, they'll use maybe the threat of that Roche or just the threat of an early engagement to head into the enemy jungle. They do place 2 wards here, an Observer and a Sentry, and this is really clever from Alliance, because now Na'Vi are going to have a very hard time dewarding this camp at level 1, especially since it's such a greedy draft. At most, they're going to have 1 set of Sentry wards, and is there a single Sentry that can deward both of these? I don't think so.
No, there isn't. You got to spend both. You got to guess perfectly. And so far, no rotation has been made to make that D-ward just yet.
For the time being, S4 sitting mid. Ake rotating back to the top lane. That puts Funnick into your offlane bounty hunter, manually blocking the camp with his body. And he'll try and do some economic damage of his own. Loda's going to get free farm early on. The mid lane will be a Dendi Bat versus an S4 Beastmaster. Again, Dendi with what should be an advantaged matchup for him. Now, Funnick, continuous jungle harassment. We saw that he looked to do this in the past. We actually saw that Bulldog did this to Na'Vi, where Funnick was farming the level 1 Ancients, and he just used Bounty Hunter to constantly harass, slow down their jungle game, deny their economy, so that your other teammates can get ahead.
Yeah, at best though, Funnick has one skeletal walk left here. I think he's trying to pick off a courier, maybe he's trying to bait this creep wave going towards this direction. That's exactly what he's doing, but he's got to run through a Venomancer that has a Sentry Ward and a Venomancer Gale. If he gets Galed, he is dead. He's running, I think, maybe journeying across the world.
Yeah, I do want to point out the pole camp is still warded off, and again, it's because they put down an Observer and a Sentry. Very hard for Na'Vi to fully de-ward that. Puppey can still jungle, Kuroki can hang around him, but that does slow down your Enigma jungle game a bit. So Na'Vi's not completely screwed by this, but they are slowed down. Right now...
Oh, mid lane here, looks like we have a tether in against S4. He's dropping low, couple more hits gonna do it. Magic stick up, and he's gonna... No! He does not survive!
To Na'Vi! They're not done yet! Kuroki's gonna fall! 1 for 1, Bulldog standing strong. But Na'Vi, they needed a good start after that last game. Now a Gale.
Gale's gonna hit, and they're gonna right kick some, but nobody's gonna come in.
He should be fine.
Wow,
this is
Axis
too far to dive.
has a long
No, maybe not.
Oh, it's gonna hit.
Not enough. Not nearly enough.
Definitely scared.
So great start for Na'Vi, you gotta say.
I really like the fact that they made a rotation to the mid lane. Look at Funnick though. He has pulled all the way from top lane to his own jungle, and he's farming 2 camps at once. This is some next level stuff.
Yeah. Have we ever seen this?
I've never seen anything like this. This is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing too crazy in terms of kills, but innovation, we're seeing it here from Funnick. He has shown some really magnificent movement.
He's farming his entire jungle with the enemy creeps.
But mid lane, it's S4 on the run. Dendi looking to turn 2, and he will. Another kill for Na'Vi. Alliance, they had an unbeatable start in game 1. They lead 1-0 in the best of 5. But Na'Vi, they were given a lot of very strong, very fearsome heroes that are usually banned, and already they're making it work.
It's not the fact that they have really strong heroes. Obviously, Wisdom and Batrider are powerful, heroes at their own right, but it's the fact they're rotating. It's the fact that they're creative, and of course, Bounty Hunter is just... He's winning me over. I cannot help but fall in love with his play.
Yeah, Funnick just farmed his own jungle with the enemy neutrals. That is probably a first in competitive Dota, at least for me. Haven't seen that too often. Now, he's level 2. He's heading into the mid lane. S4 has a Sentry Ward prepared.
What?
It is going to run out soon. S4 sees him. Not much he can do. Now, Na'Vi do know there's a Sentry there. Of course, they are getting free farm on Spectre. That's always going to be scary to deal with, but it's being matched by Havos's farm as well. And he's going for the greedy build. He's rushing a Midas. It's actually pretty much what we see from Loda all the time. You got to say right now, Na'Vi on all counts are definitely winning.
Yeah, and because Dendi's got the first blood in the mid lane, and because he's got the second blood there as well, he's going to get his Blink Dagger very, very early. Whereas last game we saw Na'Vi Dendi didn't even get the Blink Dagger until that fight before the GG, so Dendi's going to have a huge impact this game.
And once he hits 6, he can even go for a solo kill in S4. That's where you need to have a TP on your Venomancer. You do have a Nature's Prophet, but he's not that good at counter-ganking Batrider because of Firefly. So S4, he'll have to play this one very cautiously. The Napalm stacks come through. He's also got to be worried about those Wisp rotations. For now, the Wisp is just sitting mid, waiting for a long-range tether. As soon as Dendi hits 6, he could go. Ooh. Not yet. Clearing the wave. The 4-minute rune is going to be picked up bottom lane. It's going to be on to Puppey. Now top lane. They've dusted up Funnick. Alliance strikes back. They'll take down Funnick. Make it 2-2. Give Loda some gold, but give a lot more gold to the out because Havos just picked up his Midas. And that's a 4.5-minute Midas on an Alchemist, maxing Greeble's Greed. Can you say Hala Hala get Dala?
I mean,
he's going to be rich.
We've seen Loda just completely go for this build, and he is just unmatched. He has so much gold throughout the game. He has, it seems like limitless buybacks, limitless items, and we'll see exactly what Havos is going to do. Keep in mind the playstyle of these two carry players are different. Havos very likely to join fights much, much early on.
Yeah, now we have seen in the past, I mean, not as of late, but if you go back to the International 2, Havos is able to adapt his playstyle. At the International 2, there were quite a few games where they picked him a Faceless Void, an Anti-Mage, and he didn't really fight early. He farmed and he won in more of a traditional 4 Protect 1, a late game oriented strat. So if they want to go late with track gold, with the lineup they have, they most certainly can. We expect Funnick to join fights. And once he gets a Shadow Blade, he'll probably go for pickoffs, but they don't have to fight that much early on.
Speaking of Funnick, trying his best to put on some grubby impression. There you go, windwalk kills.
Oh man,
Warcraft
stealing
3.
the neutrals. Now a Haunt's coming in. There's some sort of engagement about to break out. It's going to be Ake. Oh, pulled in. Now in trouble. Dendy pulling him far away. Not dead just yet. And Loda just farming top. They've lost a bat. They could lose a Venom soon, or Beastmaster soon. S4 on the run. Dendy leading 3-2. He's really diving for this. He will back off. Na'Vi, it's 3-2.
Tanner coming in the back line here. Wisp balls in your face, S4. And Funnick picks up yet another kill. I have to remind you, Funnick started on the top lane and had no help. He's level 4, 6 minutes in. This is some impressive long lane play.
They're really digging deep. I mean, they are just pulling everything out. Wisp ganking at level 1. Wisp ganking at level 2 at 3, and now hits 5. Funnick pulling the enemy neutrals to farm his own jungle. They are pulling every possible trick out of the hat. And as a result, they lead already by 2,500 gold, 2,000 experience. Havos free farming. He's going to have his phase boots now, or he could rush the Shadow Blade soon. He's going to have one by the 10-minute mark at the latest. Alliance in huge trouble.
Oh, Funnick, he's looking for a stun. Keep in mind that if he gets a hit in,
there's a sentry here. He's been revealed. Loda joins the fray. Now looking for a fight. Do they have any dust? No dust yet. No, there is some on EGM, but looks like Funnick is going to dodge a bullet and hunt a courier.
No, he's not going to get the kill.
You can't get that this early. You really need the phase boots, the leveled up Janata to make it happen.
But the fact that he just rotated it and drew 5 people's attention for a good 15 seconds, that means people are free farming elsewhere. If you look at the top lane here, we have Bat Rider working towards his Blink Dagger. Havos has never actually seen a hero this game so far because all he does is PvE on the bot lane. He's got his Power Treads, Midas, and Quelling Blade running, and 600 gold. I mean,
it's even possible he could go Battle Fury this game. When you're ahead like this and Alliance are reluctant to take fights when they're playing catch-up, I mean, if you do go Battle Fury Midas and they don't contest you immediately and constantly, you are going to be so far ahead. You could be 10k gold ahead of that Spectre at 20, 25, 30 minutes, and you could just go win the game on one big push. So Shadow Blade is what we expect because of aggression, but with Treads are the better jungling item, so we'll have to see.
Well, he's going back in the jungle. Definitely want to pick up a big creep. Hit himself to level 9 there. Oh, not exactly. Not big enough.
Yeah, still playing defensively for now. He could also buy a Claymore and leave his options open. So Havos, a lot of options for him now. Funnick, his job is to secure level 6, and Dendy the Blink Dagger, which, by the way, he's got. It's an 8-minute blink for Dendy, and as soon as they get track and relocate, which they're about to have relocate, it really is go time. Look at Alliance. Last game, it was Na'Vi who had the supports that were food. This game, it's Alliance who do. Ake has no boots. He is level 3 with 560 health. You look at this Visage for EGM, no boots. I think they're coming out now. Yeah, he's got his boots, but still, anyone is food as far as these supports go to a relocate gank.
Yeah, I wonder where that first gank is going to come from. Of course, the element of surprise is really, really important. So Dendy with this fresh, shiny new Blink Dagger. Is it going to be mid? Is it going to be S4? He smokes himself as well so that people will see him TP in. And is it going to be top, mid, bot? I mean, anywhere he goes fine because he knows that he has relocate. It's going to be mid, but he TP's right under a creep.
Yeah, he's been spotted out here, but he is smoked up. Let's see if they stay far enough back. He's going for S4. Blink, Lasso, he's found him anyway. They need this Tether Stun, and they're going to get it. S4 down to the low ground, gets off the roar, will fall, however. Loda, though, on the fight, bottling up his Dendy. Can't touch this, he says. Not dead yet, and he is going to live.
He's thinking of jumping back in. Emerald Bulldog down to about half HP. Here comes the EGM on his Visage. Puppy's in there as well.
There's a black hole here. He's level 7.
Yes, there is.
Alliance in huge trouble. Ooh. They have almost nothing to cancel it. Dendy's alive. Loda desperate for the kill, but cannot find it. And Lumi, this is normally what we see out of Alliance. Loda just farming, but this game, it's Havos just farming. Na'Vi are winning this game 4v5, and there is a huge ticking time bomb on their side. Havos, 1,200 gold, whatever he wants. Shadow Blade, if he wants it, just about ready to go. And the tier 1 mid now falls. The safe zone for Alliance, it now gets even smaller.
And there's going to be a Shadow Blade up, like you said, and now
they have track. I mean, if Havos starts finding kills, he is not going to stop.
And now you can see Puppy setting up very offensive wards deep into the enemy jungle. When you have the Hero Wisp, you want to have perfect vision on the enemy camps. You want to make sure that if you see the Prophet TPing in, oh yeah, that's a freebie. Do we have a relocate?
Wait for the relocate. Kuroki trying to find a partner in crime here. Puppy's still lurking on the low ground. If they knew he was here, they would have already come for him. So he knows they don't. In comes Funnick. They've got track. It could be a 4-hero track kill. Funnick, he's got the set. Bulldog's been greedy, and his greed will be punished. No relocate yet. Are they not going to use it?
They don't need it.
Don't even need it. Now it's smoke. They're spreading to the winds. They've gone in mid as well. Last one, S4. This is getting totally out of control. Hastrun or not, S4 will fall. Na'Vi are rolling through the Alliance. Another track kill. EGM on the run. He's going to fall 8-2. It's a good old-fashioned beatdown.
Oh, Na'Vi setting up shop in front of the tier 2 tower. They are just rolling so hard. The goal advantage, massive. The experience advantage, massive. Can they get this tier 2 tower? S4 generally one of the best solo mid Europe. He is 0-5-0. He is not doing a single thing in this game so far.
And now, already Havost is in combat shape. He's got the treads, he's got Midas as well as Shadowblade. He can farm and he can fight. Kuroki gives him that option. I mean, they are so far ahead. It can't be stressed enough. Alliance do have some access to late game. They have a Prophet, they have a Spectre, but they really need to find pickoffs and slow Na'Vi down. It looks like that's what they want. They're smoked up, but they're heading the wrong way. Narrowly, Na'Vi is going to dodge a bit of a bullet here. They still have relocate, by the way. They still have Black Hole. We haven't even seen them use their full arsenal.
I think they head to the right way, because if they engage now, they lose. There's no way.
We'll have to see. They've got a roar, but you can't really go on Kuroki. Now the gank reveal. Meanwhile, Alliance, 4 heroes, grouped up near mid. Puppey and Kuroki heading towards the top lane. Tethered up. Havost is there as well. The mech is almost out for Puppey. Their ability to fight is going to get a whole lot scarier. They can split push. They can gank. It's really pressure on the Alliance. Are they going to smoke again? What are they doing? They're all sitting in the jungle. 3 heroes.
They're waiting for Dendi.
We've never seen this tournament from the Alliance. I don't think, even that game they lost to DK, they look befuddled. They look flummoxed right now. They don't know what to do.
Yeah, normally they're off to a beautiful start in terms of experience or goal. They are never really playing from behind. And during the mid-game where they falter a little bit, their team play just brings them back. But to me, Alliance, really, their success always come through S4. But if you look at S4, because he has such a poor start, and the fact that his hero is not really that strong without a key 1 or 2 items, S4 is going to have a tough time changing this game around by himself.
Yeah, as much as Alliance do have fantastic late game, Na'Vi can match that to a large extent. Track goal, here we go.
Here we go.
Relocate. Hello, Mr. S4. Say hello to Slapchop. Havost is here. S4, roar. Is he going to live? He's still alive. Unbelievable. Still he stands. He's not dead yet. EGM might fall one more swipe. He gets the kill. Meanwhile, on the middle lane, they're diving Bulldog. That's a track kill. That's for 3.
Funnick's going to get picked up by Loda here. And Alliance,
he's looking for the turnaround, but Puppey's got Black Hole. He's got Malefice. Is he going to unload? Not yet. Oh, I think they could have gone there, but maybe a little bit too far to risk it.
Definitely a little bit too far. You don't know where the Venomancer is. Loda very tanky with 7 wand charges as well as the drums available. So good thing that they did not dive. But again, Black Hole is not being used yet. This is the next level Puppey strat. They always don't have Black Hole, so they can never come next to me, so I don't use it.
The only thing better than using Black Hole is
not using
Black Hole. Now it drums up for Funnick. Na'Vi going for a lot of early to mid-game items, the mechs, the treads. We see even the Shadowblade coming out. They know that once they get a certain level of farm, they can just keep on fighting. And now they've got a huge item for Dendi. There's your 4-step. If they isolate Loda, they can certainly kill him off, and Dendi's on the prowl.
He's always going to be on the prowl this game, looking for anything. His mana is dropping somewhat low. He will see a Illusion Rune and
bottles it up. So if you're Alliance now, you are very far behind. I mean, very far behind. You're down 14,000 gold, 10,000 experience to a Wisp, to a Bounty Hunter, to an Alk who went Midas, who maxed Greevil's Greed.
I mean,
what's your plan?
Just on a perspective, Na'Vi is out farming Alliance. Every minute, they're getting a tower worth of gold over Alliance.
Yeah, they are. Their advantage increases by 1,000 gold per minute this game.
What will Alliance do? Well, stacking is generally their way of coming back, but it's very dangerous to stack against Na'Vi, who could just roll into your jungle, kill 2 or 3, and then take your stack.
And their lineup is very mediocre for farming stacks. You look at these heroes, they don't have AoE, there's no Magnus in power. Beastmaster's okay, but that's really where it ends. I mean, they don't have a Gyrocopter, they don't have a Phantom Lancer with Empower. They have some late game, sure, but They got to farm the items to get there, and with the pressure that Navi's putting on them, you can see they're sort of they're locked into this. Look at that GPM, 15 minutes in. Havos, like you said, PvE Dota, he's yet to really join a fight. 1-0 and 2, and yet he is so fat.
Here comes Alliance. I mean, this smoke, whoa,
They've got to relocate here if they really need to.
No,
they're still running. The tier 1's up. If they fight this, this is going to be bad. Here comes the turnaround. Stun onto EGM. Where's the follow-up? Nothing yet. There's a few heroes here. Familiar's coming out, and Alliance is going to back off. But that's a lot of wasted time. Meanwhile, middle lane, here comes the relocate. You gank us, we dodge it and gank you twice as hard. Bulldog will fall. And Na'Vi in full control of game 2.
S4 drops a Beastmaster Roar, but he has no backup here. Tender movement speed forward here. Couple more rights, it's gonna do it. Havos finds himself a double kill. A Soul Kira is finished in 16 minutes. What is this farm?
He is richer than God. He's hardly had to fight, but now if he wants to, he most certainly can. Demny forcing forward, really wanting to dive a 2-hero Gale, but I don't think it's enough. In comes the stun. EGM, 1 stun, 3 swipes, and he's down!
My God, Na'Vi is rolling so hard. And when you have a carry like Havos, they're so fortunate to have Havos, who never really forces to trouble, who dives, but make sure to get kills. The fortitude of this carry player. I mean, why does he have a 4 there either? Like, I'm not sure what that's about.
I mean, I'm looking at a game now where game 1 was a complete stomp in favor of the Alliance. Game 2, a complete stomp in favor of Na'Vi. If you looked at the way the Alliance was playing heading into this match, a lot of their games were going 40+ minutes. And if they were winning sooner, it was still with a late game strat with Keeper of the Light, Phantom Lancer, Lone Druid, Nature's Prophet, a lot of late game heroes. Both games have been very quick. Game 2's not over, but man, it sure feels like it right now. Roshan, next in line, slapping and chopping. Havos, he'll have Roche. Then if he wants his BKB, he's nearly got it. The gold strat is really paying off, and here we go.
Relocate top, and they're gonna find Loda, the last hope. He's just getting melted by Havos. Oh, Havos, by the way, up to 3,200 gold. Didn't he just finish Sulkers?
Yeah, BKB's coming soon, and if he wants it, and once he gets it, good luck to Alliance stopping what's coming their way. There's a freight train rolling down the tracks, and it's about to run into a car, and let me tell you, Lumi, the car gives way, not the freight train.
I mean, he doesn't even need BKB in this game. In fact, he's going for a heart. Yeah, BKB, sure, it's going to block a couple of stuns, blocks a couple of nukes, but at this point, he doesn't care. He has so much frontline tank, he's going to go for a heart. It's a great sieging item. And when you're hit by this much, when you're hit by, what is it, 20,000 gold now? They have over eclipsed 1,000 gold per minute. Yeah. I've never actually seen this in a professional game.
I've seen close to it, but this is, I mean, it's like 1,100, 1,200 gold per minute. That's the rate they're gaining an advantage. That's not their lead, that's the rate they're gaining an advantage. It's not even how fast they're farming. Oh my goodness, the tier 2 falls top. There's 1 outer tower. Na'Vi, soon they're gonna kick down the front door. Alliance, their last stand in game 2, might be coming soon. Na'Vi, full map control. Vlad's probably on the way for Funix soon. Everybody's rich. Puppy's now got a mech, he's got 2.5k gold. They can just A-click towards the enemy base. 5 man and just death ball. And if Alliance try to leave to catch up, if they try to farm, Loda, what we saw to Burning happen in that game 3 against Alliance, where he died at his tier 3, could easily happen to Loda Spectre this game.
Yeah, you can see that right now. Alliance is trying to set up a bait with Loda. In fact, when you ask me what they need to do about 5-10 minutes ago, Alliance, I think if they could get some bait going, maybe bait in a relocate and then just wipe them, that might be a beginning of a comeback. But right now, that's just a far cry. They're so far behind. Yet another tower goes down, and more advantage goes to Na'Vi.
Now is the time to break the base. Kuroki already has a vitality booster. Na'Vi, BKB coming soon for Puppy. They're not going to wait. Havos in the front lines. To the lines he goes. He'll start hitting the tower. The pressure is here. They will have to respond. The Familiars try to stun. 1 falls in doing so, and they just don't stop. They'll back off. They'll reset. They'll reload. Dendy with a Yule Scepter. Whenever Na'Vi wants to pick a fight, they can, and if Alliance does not defend now, they will start losing their first lane of racks.
Oh, bit jump in against S4. He gets pulled back out, and S4 is going to get focused so hard that he does not know what him. Meanwhile, Havos 1v4 deep in the base. He does not care. Immediate buyback. Yule Scepter back up. Can we get a Black Hole? Yeah, no Black Hole. S4 drops his world first. They want Bulldog. Bulldog chasing in. Yeah,
Alliance,
Bulldog.
they just can't stand against this level of damage. Puppy's still hunting. Steinonake, they don't even need the black hole. It's a rout. It's a retreat to the fountain. They'll find S4. S4's dead in a matter of seconds. 4 to fall. They're farming Alliance in their own base. This is the most one-sided game that the Alliance has lost in this entire tournament. 20 minutes in, 20 kills. The gold lead 30,000, and it's GG! What was once a best of 5 is now resetting to a best of 3. It's all tied up. Na'Vi has struck back with a vengeance.
Get struck back with a sledgehammer. I have never, ever seen in a professional game where we had such high goal lead. This is the grand finals of the International, but before we send it back to the analysts, we have to remind that it was S4 that gave away both Wisp and Bad, and I could tell you that's not going to happen again. Back to you guys.
They tried
outside. Yeah, it's crazy.
Back to you guys.
Na'Vi bring back game 2 then, and it seems that both teams are flexing their muscles. Na'Vi had it like pretty hard in the third game, and they were like, well, you know what? If you want to do that, we can do that too. And they did get, as Lumi mentioned, the Wisp and the Bat, and it was just a nightmare for S4, and I think that's a big problem. S4 needs to be in the team fights and needs to have the items at least for the mid game, but he just got shut down so hard.
That was the scariest performance we've seen all tournament. I'm so impressed by Na'Vi, and they just made S4 look like this was his first time playing Dota. The Bat Rider and Wisp on the middle lane played by Kuroki and Dendi, they were stomping him into the ground and saying, this is our house. We've been in this final before, and we're going to take it this time around.
So do you think it was overconfidence by Na'Vi, just giving them Bat, giving them Wisp, giving them Alchemist too, and with a third pick Venomancer? Was it just overconfidence, hey, we want to beat you with style because we think we're way better than you?
It certainly smells like that, definitely.
It's interesting because I was trying to find or understand what Alliance was going for here. And a year ago, it would have been impossible to talk about whether another team ran the exact same lineup as someone in the international finals. Actually, Alliance, and I was talking to Melk about this, copied something that EG did before. This combination of, let me remind the full heroes, Nature's Prophet with Spectre for the global gank and Visage and Venomancer as support is something that EG did before. They beat Alliance with it at the Defense Season 4. And they were doing successfully. The success rate of this lineup was 4-0. I think they were very convinced with that. But Na'Vi took everything to the next level. And it didn't come to the picks. It came to the amazing plays from everyone. Then the Kuroki. The Wisp was always there. There was not a Wisp that was waiting until level 6 to be active. This Kuroki was rotating way before. And same with the Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter was there jumping and getting kills way before he got the truck. And putting that early pressure on Alliance made it so that the rest of the team, especially Bulldog and Loda, became non-factors really, really fast.
Yeah, just the Wisp combo was incredible for every single gank that Dendi wanted to set up on the Bat Rider. But we'll talk about that in a little moment after the replays. You can see actually S4 does get away. That was a nice little Shadow Blade last hit there from Havost, who's kind of... I mean, he just wasn't scared of anything in the base. There was nothing
well, look
they
at
could
his
do.
items. Yeah. Assault Cuirass, harder to rest. We're 10 minutes into the game. Come on.
I wanted him to buy a Rod of Athos when he had for his next item, because he just sat around like 3k gold, but he finished up a heart. I just want to be funny, just not let them run away whatsoever. But a big victory there. So yeah, we'll talk more about the game in just a moment, but I believe that Casey is ready for an interview with some of the fans, so we'd quite like to see what the fans...
The Immortal.
And they're probably going to get a lot of Aegis this game as well. Hopefully we're not going to see a 16-minute route this game. We're going to see something, a closer game, just echoing what the sentiments of our analysts outside.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about level 1 Roche, so I do want to say this is not a great level 1 Roche lineup. They can't really do it.
They got Light Striker in.
It's going to take forever.
They got
this is not a level 1 Roche lineup, so
right,
Na'Vi don't have to worry about that.
All right, let's see who's actually playing what here on the Na'Vi side. 3-time finalist Kuroki will be playing your support Rubik. Dendi has swapped back to his Wisp. And is he going solo mid? We'll have to see. Funik is going to be on Razor. Havos 4 on Alchemist. And last but not least, Puppy, the drafter, your support player on the Visage.
On the side of Team Alliance, yet to drop a set at the International 3. They lost a game, but this happened to them before, and then they took down DK. Can they do it again? Can they shut the door on Na'Vi? We'll start to answer that question now. Alliance EGM, your 4-position Lina. Ake, the 5-position Ogre Magi. Loda, normally the hard carry, on the semi-carry, the Mirana. Bulldog will be going mid as the lone druid, and that puts S4 into the safe lane on the Batrider. So already, it looks like Alliance expecting Na'Vi to do something weird, and they will be right about that, in fact. So these lanes now, I think, looking pretty good for the Alliance, actually.
Yeah, I mean, there's just mind games all over the place. What Na'Vi wanted to do is get a Wisp Batrider matchup on the mid lane, because it's actually somewhat difficult for a Bat to get the kill. You can always tether away to a creep wave that's coming to you and then run away from the Bat. Now, instead, he's going to get a Wisp Lone Druid matchup, and of course, Lone Druid has a ton of early game harassment power, especially coming from that Spirit Bear. And if you look at that Wisp, 0 armor. He is going to be taking a ton of early game harassment.
Arrow to fly, Kuroki calmly dodges it, and from
Haste.
the high ground,
Nice.
Puppey denies the haste. Smooth and polished teamwork from Na'Vi. Alliance now will make a foray into the enemy jungle. They're going to wrap around. You're up against the solo mid-wisp. Generally, you want to ward block the small camp. But right now, Alliance not doing so. So Dendi, early access to a whole lot of stacks. Here we go. The creeps have spawned. The players approach their lanes. What are we looking at?
I mean, we're looking at Dendi not really having a good time mid. How does this guy win this lane? I mean, he has 50 base damage.
He gets level 6. That's how Dendi wins this lane.
I suppose.
Don't die, get level 6. You're not going to out-farm Admiral Bulldog unless he gets a gank supporting him. He's probably not going to find a kill, but then they've got the mid-game to fall back on. So the other matchup will be the Funnick Razor against S4's Bat. S4 starting with the Ring of Protection, not rusting the boots early on. So far, both teams passive, but that could all change in a heartbeat.
I mean, for Na'Vi, they just want to keep it a passive, because if they ever make a go on this Alliance offensive tri lane, it's going to be tough to find those kills. Loda with a Sacred Arrow right now, but most likely going to take Leaf in level 2, and he's really the only person you're going to be able to initiate on. Both supports staying rather far back.
Yeah, if you don't catch Kuroki, then he can disrupt your follow-up. So let's say they arrow Puppey or Havos. Then when you come in to throw a Light Strike Array, simply Kuroki just lifts you. We'll see if it works, though. There's a Light Strike Array. No follow-up yet. Now, pulling an EGM, throwing him directly back down. Both teams a bit tentative here. So far, mid lane looking good for Dendi. 2-2 already. Very impressive against Denad, the Admiral Bulldog Lone Druid. He is slightly ahead in CS, but that's to be expected. Early on, blows being traded, but still, nobody really committing. The off-lane Razor 3-0, S4 winning this lane pretty handily.
Actually, Dendi on the mid lane is doing quite an admirable job
really
against Bulldog, because if you see the Wisp Spirits, he's doing a ton of damage, and he could actually get a bottle. Now, Admiral Bulldog definitely would not have the bottle crow option, so you can see Dendi, he's trying to cancel that south, trying to extend it, trying to get it. Nice juke backer by Bulldog.
It's worth mentioning, you talked about the 0 base armor for Dendi. If he overextends and takes like one tower shot, that's probably a quarter of his HP. There's a regen rune top though. Dendi is about to be very, very happy. Now, generally, Lumi, when you're a mid-lone druid, you use your bear to deny the enemy solo runes, but Bulldog, he's using it to last hit, and he's too late. So Dendi, he gets a great rune, and now the lane really going well for him.
Yeah, Dendi surprisingly.
I mean, he's 2-5, Bulldog 6-7, but that's to be expected. Like, honestly, this is good for Dendi.
Well, I mean, those deny is going to hurt him a little bit in terms of hitting level 6. This is a lane that we haven't talked about too much. Let's look at top here, as Funnick is on that Razor and S4 is on the Bat. I got to say, this is a fairly Bat favorite matchup.
Yeah, Funnick, when you look at Razor, he's all about draining the enemy carry's damage, but
there he goes.
The sticky napalm allows you to disengage generally. He's actually going to lose quite a bit here, and he will be driven back for now. Funnick giving chase, really committing to this. We'll tank the creep wave, we'll back off.
I'm surprised that S4 has not skilled Firefly and used it when the chase comes, because you could just Firefly and fly over, and what is... I mean, Funnick's not going to chase you through the flames, right?
Yeah, holding on to his abilities here, maybe wants a Flame Break to go for an early kill. Take one in Flame Break, then one in Firefly. If you get in range, you can run him down. There's no mobility skills on the Razor, aside from his passive. Now he's going in again. S4 driven back, being lashed by the whip of the Razor. Funnick starting to come back in this lane a little bit. It was hard at first, but now he's zoning out the Bat. Still no bottle forthcoming. Both teams very passive on the bottom lane. And if they're passive on this bottom lane, I gotta say that really favors Na'Vi.
Yeah, it does, because once level 6 is gonna happen, we're gonna see Kuroki most likely, not Kuroki, Dendi, because Kuroki generally plays the Wisp, but Kuroki most likely making a relocate, maybe even walks top, relocates the Razor bot, and suddenly you have 5-man team fight for Na'Vi on the bot lane.
And then you can bring the Razor back to top lane, so he wastes minimal time. Relocate, such a potent ability. Dendi, already level 4, close to 5. Bulldog leading in terms of experience. You'll notice this time around, sends the bear, checks the top rune. Now it's an invis, and it goes bottom. So they'll get that rune. And the denies that you mentioned are really important here. Like every deny, Wisp is a ranged hero. It delays the level 6. But as you also stated, once he hits 6, this trialing could really fall apart for the Alliance. They're all level 2, and a level 6 Wisp can just absolutely dominate supports.
Yeah, at the same time, Dendy's got to be somewhat careful when he relocates in because there's nothing but burst damage on this Alliance trialing. So we have Arrow, Fire Blast, Bloodless, interesting second level of from Aki. Of course, EGM has 2 nukes on his own, so if he comes in and he missteps a bit, he could just get blown up.
Yeah, Bloodlust is really nice early on because auto attacks are pretty important, and I mean, it's such a great chasey ability. We'll see if he levels it up. It synergizes great with the Bear, and when you're support Ogre, levels are at a premium. He's not a great flash farmer. He's in the off lane, so going for early Bloodlust, he might not get to level up both of his other skills until much later on. I actually think this is a great build, and it could really accelerate their push and their Roshan attempts if they go for them later on.
Dendy coming on the mid lane here, using those spirits, harassing away at Bulldog. Bulldog dropping to about... Is he actually going for the kill? He really can't, but good harass.
19 and 12. Dendy, though, really holding his own. 14 and 8. And he's been saying that Wisp is underrated as a solo mid. I did cast him playing this once. It was not against the Alliance. It was against sort of what we would call a tier 2 or tier 3 team. He crushed. We'll have to see if he can crush them, though. They're going to be a much stauncher opponent here.
Well, level 6 is coming quite soon. I mean, generally the timing for level 6 on the mid lane is around this, although the harass... Oh, the root comes here.
No tether. Dendy's in trouble. He's got nowhere to run. He's going to be the first blood. The Bulldog root does it. And now, Alliance in a commanding position.
When you have no base armor and when he gets a lucky root on you like
Meanwhile, top lane, S4 prepping with the Firefly, but with the damage stolen, does he look to go? He's got a bottle charge here. No, he'll back off.
Yeah, he can make plays like these, and if it doesn't work out, he has a very safe escape because of Firefly.
Not once Dendy's level 6, though. Not once he's level 6, you make that play, you might just die.
Back in mid lane here, Spirits are coming in against Bulldog, trying to get the root. If he gets a root, he could get the kill.
There's always a tether for Dendy. The next creep wave's coming. I mean, that situation mid for Bulldog was very unique, right? Because he got the root right after the creep wave was there, and Dendy was next to it. So there was no ally to tether to. It's not a dual lane mid, and there was no creeps to run away from. Sure, you can tether to them, but they're right next to you. You're not getting away. So this time around with full mana, with bottle charges, Bulldog can maybe zone him out, but getting a kill will be a bit tougher.
Yeah, we're talking about Dendy leaving his lanes when he gets level 6 for a relocate. Gank is making it happen right now on the bot lane. Kuroki, there's a leap. They want Aki first. Toss him back. One-man stand against Loda. Loda dropping low. They're going to focus him down. That's 2 kill going to Na'Vi. We expected the rotation. Here it comes, and Dendy strikes fast and hard.
Yeah, solo mid Wisp, lose your lane, gank the other lane. That's the power of this hero. Straight back to mid, back to farming. Bulldog going for early phase boots on his Bear. He loves to rush Midas, but this game, he's not doing it. Back when Armlet was something that really worked well on Lone Druid, we saw him always go for it, but phase into boots, in the safe lane, it's almost always the Midas into Radiant. So Bulldog is making an interesting adjustment to his item build.
Not too bad in this game. Again, Wisp is a very, very squishy hero in the early game, so if you kind of hit him a couple of times in lane, eat with your face boot Bear, that's going to do it. But I really want to point out that normal other solo mid heroes, when they make a gank to other lanes, it takes a long time. You know, you walk there, you make the gank, you walk back or you TP back. By that time, the creep wave is working your tower. There's a barrier on your tower. But because you can relocate, spend 10 seconds there, and then you're instantly back, I mean, the creep wave never even got to his tower, so Dendy protecting his tower while putting up pressure on the other side of the map. That's a huge deal. Yeah,
the other nice thing is not only does he get the kills, but he drives Alliance off of the offensive tri-lane. Havost has a point in Greeble's Greed. It's not a Greeble's Greed max. Now they're going to mid. Tether's there. They're stealing Bulldog's damage already into Big Bear form. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough? Funnick taking a lot of damage, but Bulldog more. Thrown from high ground to low ground. Now the chase is on. Funnick dropping fast. S4 chasing. Tether's there. He's too hard to kill. They can't bring him down. Alliance getting outmaneuvered at every corner. The bottom lane in disarray. Driven off of that. Now Bulldog falls mid. Not rushing a Midas. Nobody's really farming that well. Loda not on a hard carry. They don't have the best split push lineup. This game, Alliance, at pretty much every game, they start ahead and they stay ahead. That's not the case here.
Relocate on the back line. EGM trying to protect himself. Tether, and the EGM's going to go down. Kuroki will pick up that one. And Na'Vi, very similar to game 2, are rolling hard right now.
The Alliance yet to drop a set at the International 3, yet they didn't drop a game in the group stage, but here, 4-1, trailing already by 1,500 gold, 1,500 experience. Alliance has to feel like they're on the back foot. Now Loda farming top lane. Dendy relocates down, but that doesn't stop him. from going to play some aggressive wards. And this is a cute thing you can do with Wisp is, hey, if you get ganked, you've always got Tether to get out. So not an easy hero to shut down. And as a highly leveled Wisp, not an easy kill. So Dendi, he's transitioning, not that semi-carry role. He's going to show an additional form here.
Also, very interesting skill build coming out from a Razor player, Funnick. He's gone. Generally, you definitely pick up your ultimate as it's a huge early game damage, but he's just maxing his nuke. He's static link is his second priority. Very interesting.
Yeah, the nuke's just some nice burst damage, and it synergizes very well with these other supports, which are all about instantly blowing someone up. You look at an Alchemist, that's his goal. It's similar for Dendi. The orbs do an absolute metric ton of damage. So when you max the Razor nuke, if it hits you at max range, it does extra damage. You can see there, 370. It really adds up.
Well, I think they're going to try to set up a play here on the mid lane. A little bit of a tether movement speed being granted to KuroKy. By the way, Relocate's going to be back up in about 5 seconds.
S4's got to be very cautious. If he overextends even slightly and they get a tether stun and a lift, he'll be dead to the follow-up. Here we go.
Bot.
He's overextended perhaps. Firefly's there, heading already to the tree line. S4 juking away. They can't really do much to him here. Havos self-stunning. S4 maybe going back in. He could grab Havos. Not just yet. Waiting for Dendi to go back. Dendi's gone. And now S4. He can't go in. But Batrider, great defensive movement by S4 dodging the gang.
How is that fair? You just go off the map. They can't even kill you.
Yeah, that's actually off the map. Like, if you're not Firefly, you can't go there. Nothing. Nothing will get you there. Firefly, though, it knows no boundaries.
Well, actually, missing that gank and not having Relocate for the next 50 seconds or so is going to be somewhat annoying for Na'Vi, because what they want to do right now is keep up pressure and make sure that nobody on the map is farming. You can still load up very confidently, going up forward up top, getting a couple of last hits. Mid lane, they're not really scared too much either, because Relocate is down.
Yeah, I agree. It's a setback for Na'Vi, but I feel like the rhythm of this game is a Na'Vi rhythm. Lots of early clashes, the potential for more, Havos farming, not having to join the fights, but being able to very soon. Alliance, they're so used to playing from being ahead. They're so used to the defensive tri-lane, stacking the neutrals, stacking the Ancients, Bulldog catching up on Prophet, Bulldog going for an early Midas on Lone Druid, S4 getting a very fast tempo controlling item like a Blink. They're not getting those items. It's just a game pace and a style that they're not accustomed to being in. They'll really have to show some versatility here, because this is not their comfort zone.
Yeah, Na'Vi definitely has shown that versatility. That's why they're always deep into those tournament running, and that's why they're still here fighting on against Alliance, despite Alliance having a great run to tournament so far.
So now, I mean, the clock's starting to tick. You're seeing big items come out. There's a Shadow Blade for Havos. There's an Urn for your Wisp for Dendi. And that next level of aggression, the second wave, it's going to be a lot scarier. Here we go. It's going to come soon. Don't be surprised if Havos TP's in. He can farm. He's going back to a Grievel's Greed Max, but we know Havos, man. He wants to fight.
I really like the way that Alliance is playing so far right now. They know Relocate's up. They got to respect the ganking power of that Relocate. But look at the player's position. You have your supports just hiding behind the mid tower, hiding behind the top tower. They are not going to show themselves on the minimap. They're not going to get picked off. Druid just jungling. He's going to slowly rotate back to the other lanes. And of course, Mirana as well as S4 will back up on the mid lane. They could confidently show themselves. So despite having very aggressive hero on Na'Vi's side, S4 and the rest of the team not too scared.
Yeah, the problem though is they're not, I mean, they actually are keeping it even in terms of golden experience, but some of these supports are starting to feel a bit underleveled. EGM only level 4. You look at KuroKy, he's already level 6 on his Rubik. Na'Vi just getting ahead in terms of experience on these supports, and that's a big problem. Wisp, all about burst. If supports are squishy, they just melt. They also melt to Alk. And here comes your push bottom lane. Na'Vi looking not only for the first blood, but now for the first tower of the game. No defense mounted by the Alliance. A bit lacking on counter push, to be honest, Lumi. All they've really got is the loot nukes from Lina, and the first tower of Game 3 will go to Na'Vi. 13 minutes in, Dendi with the last hit.
Yeah, great play here by Na'Vi, striking something, getting something off the map, because if you look at the experience graph for the past 2 minutes, it's all Alliance advantage. Nothing is happening. They're a lot more efficient in jungle. They're jungling with Admiral Bulldog, and now Ake's right next to him, giving him Bloodlust. If this goes on and nothing happens, Alliance will come back, and they're definitely already coming back. So Na'Vi need to get something going. Dendi looking for a Relocate.
So do you think that Alliance just have this flat out late game, or does it just come down to execution if it goes late?
I feel like there's a ton of chain stun, a ton of tank already on Alliance side. I mean, sure, Havos is going to be scary. He's going to be big, but a single root, right? A single stun against Havos, he can't really lock down. He's a melee carry at the end of the day, so that's going to be a concern. But Na'Vi right now going towards the top lane, trying to get something going, but they are scouted by Observer Ward.
Yeah, they're scouted in their rotation to the top lane. They've got familiars here, and it looks like if they want to pressure this tower, They most certainly can. The Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider for S4 finally about to come out. 14 minutes in. Call it a pretty late blink for him. And now, Havos duking it out with the Bear. He'll take a bit of damage. Blink now secured. Na'Vi, all these early to mid-game items, Shadow Blades, Power Crits, Phase Boots, Drums, Urn. They want to fight. Will they find that fight?
Nero narrowly missing on the mid lane here. I think they will find the fight because S4 just picked up on his Blink Dagger. He's going to be looking to play very aggressive, maybe defend his tower or something. So far, Tier 1 tower dropping a little bit up top. Again, I feel like Alliance is very comfortable giving this early game tower. Here comes a Moonlight Shadow. I think they're trying to set up some ganks.
Na'Vi, meanwhile, they're heading towards top. Alliance too late in pursuit. They'll back off towards mid. Kuroki is spotted. There's a blink. There's a lasso. He's running. Does he get off the limb? Too late. He's been caught by S4. Now he's dead in an instant. No relocate. Alliance finally getting on the board in the mid game. They'll pick up their second kill. And now the Tier 1 mid, it's going to fall fast. Bulldog getting closer and closer to that relic. 2.2k gold. I'd be shocked if he doesn't go for it. He really likes his farm.
Yeah, and Relic is going to be an issue because if you look at Navi's side, they have a ton of heroes that are very, very low in terms of health. So I think Alliance right now is fully in the advantage. They got a kill in the mid lane. They have got a Tier 1 tower. And in fact, in theory, they should be behind. They should be scared. But as they're roaming as 4 or 5, they're not going to get picked off. Not by Dendi.
And you talked about the tankiness of them, maybe allowing their tanky lineup just withstanding the ganks. They're also very elusive on these heroes. The Blink Bat with Firefly, we saw just with Firefly, he can dodge away from relocate ganks. Your Mirana's got leap. Your Lone Druid's not mobile, but he's very hard to kill. So if the relocate ganks stop and they're not finding them, Havos didn't go Battle Fury, he didn't go Midas, he didn't go for the greedy build, or the more farming-oriented build, I should say, that we saw last game. So they're not just going to win by out-farming their opponents. They're not building for that style. So now, they've oriented themselves to fight. They're not finding fights. Alliance are feeling more comfortable.
Yeah,
but now Na'Vi putting on pressure mid.
Tier 1 tower siege on the mid, but I guess S4, he's got his flaming lasso and I got a couple seconds.
Oh, flies the arrow. It lands on Funnick. Too far away, though, is his team. They can't engage. But that was a nice arrow. Here comes your bear. If it gets a root, they might jump. No, not yet.
This bear is already really scary. He's got no item aside from phase speed on top, but with Bloodlust, he's running very fast. He's attacking very fast.
Yeah, in theory, you talked about it, how Razor is a counter to Lone Druid, but that's assuming that Funnick can withstand the damage that comes out from Alliance. And to be honest, if he runs in with no BKB, he's in a lot of trouble. The bear starting to take some chip damage. Funnick low. Arrow to fly. Hits. What a snipe. But is there follow-up? S4 looking to leap. Not going yet. Tower's low. Familiar stun. It gets denied by the Bulldog. Now Havos fishing for a stun. He's about to self-stun. Alliance, though, not going yet. Aloda's just sniping them all over the place.
Again, I mean, that denial was absolutely huge. Na'Vi spent 5 members on the mid lane, and they're now going back. They don't have too much to farm. If you look at the creep wave, there's a huge wave up top, so Alliance is going to clear that up. In fact, you see Na'Vi farming the jungle as 5 members. They are definitely falling behind in terms of gold experience, and they will not keep up with Alliance. They don't have an answer for that Lone Druid once he gets a Radiance.
Yeah, and you're talking about the gold, and it is going Na'Vi's way, but you got to keep in mind that they have 1, 2, 3 towers down. Alliance only have 1. So once Alliance, if they win a fight and they get 2 towers, they maybe get a Roche. That gold graph that looks like it's Na'Vi's favor will instantly go the other direction. Here we go. Leap onto Havos. Trapped in the jungle. Sentry Ward's prep. They found it, but Dendi wants to bring him home. No, not relocating yet. Turning around. Throwing out the stun. It's a trap. And S4 will fall. Na'Vi were ready. They were prepared. Alliance thought they had him. There was no, even with the Laguna Blade, it just wasn't enough damage.
Very, very important counter gank here. And Dendi now have both traveling as a pack. They're thinking about relocating. If they see anybody, they will see EGM on the mid tower. Oh, EGM, you thought you were safe. You are never safe from Dendi.
Wow, that was a pure anticipation gank. Because you look at it, they have vision now because their heroes are here. This Observer Ward spotted him running back, and they just knew he'd keep on running all the way to the base. Beautiful movement from Na'Vi, leading 6-2. But they got to keep it up. They get the kills. They can't sit back and relax too much. Late game, Lone Druid, very hard for an Alchemist to deal with until he gets to 6-slot status. He can just man-fight the Bear. So the mid game going to be tough. In comes an arrow, hits a creep. Off the mark from Loda, unfortunately. Now the tower falling fast. They'll maybe look for a deny here. They're still defending. Na'Vi are going to back off. So, I mean, Alliance, they give up a kill. They're hanging on, though.
They're definitely hanging on. Again, it goes back on how the next 5-10 minutes is going to play out. For right now, in these last 2-3 games, Na'Vi's playstyle is actually reminding me quite frankly, of Orange. I mean, if they are getting kills, they're rolling hard, they're getting everything on the map. They're getting enemy camps, they're getting towers. But when they're not getting kills, it doesn't feel like it's the same team. So on that last 5-6 minutes where they didn't get too much done, we saw Alliance slowly accruing gold, slowly coming back. And when they do get the kill, obviously Gate Towers. Back in the mid lane, they're trying to gank that bear, but it's elusive. And by the way, that bear has a sacred relic, so...
Yeah, he's had it for a little bit now. 100 gold up on Bulldog. Radiance is forthcoming. And once the Radiance is there, Na'Vi, they really want to gank, but they'll have to defend against that split push. The tower low, no defense in sight. The tier 2 mid will fall to Na'Vi. Alliance, they're bending. They have not broken yet, and they're just waiting for some items here. Once those items come, though, they'll change their tenor.
Yeah, at the same time, you can't be too comfortable if you're Alliance. Sure, Radiant Spear is a big deal, but at the same time, your Mirana right now not really doing too much damage. Bat Rider is more or less just a kind of a great initiation hero. He doesn't do too much. Doesn't have a Force Staff, for example. Doesn't have a Shiva's Guard. So they are very reliant on Bulldog surviving in these team fight, and that really comes down to how well the focus fire is going to come from Na'Vi. So we'll see how Na'Vi places. The ball's definitely in their court.
This is yet another game that Alliance has given away the Wisp to Na'Vi. We've seen this quite a few times, and it does force you to play differently, right? Because normally Alliance would be stacking the jungle camps, they'd be maximizing their jungle farm, they'd be stacking the Ancients, and they wouldn't be rotating as 3 or 4. They'd spread out, they'd use their wards and just their predictions, and their map movements, their anticipation, to bait Na'Vi into fights and win those fights. But you can't do that against Wisp. If you're just there like, okay, we'll TP and we'll counter gank, no, too late, you're already going to be dead. The tier 1 bottom, now denied by Funnick. The Wisp is really forcing Alliance into a less... They're not farming as much as what they want, and it's because of the Wisp.
Volt's dropping quite low here to Ancient Stack. Really want to finish it, but probably need to pop his ultimate. And
but he's got 4.2k gold. You get an AC, and it won't help you against Radiant Spur, but it will help you kill off the bear, and it helps you 5-man. It really helps you push.
Do you think he'll favor the AC here or the BKB? Because there's also a ton of Suns and nukes coming on the other side.
Yeah, it's a tough call. There's a lot of stuff that goes through BKB. We'll just have to see which direction he wants to go. I think AC is a bit better as far as the Death Ball item. It makes your whole team stronger, and Reaper. Oh, he's going hard.
Yeah, so
pure tank from Havos.
I mean, we saw in that last engagement where they used the Lasso to initiate on him. They didn't even really kill him, so now with the heart, he is really safe on the front line.
That's a 21-minute heart on Havos.
Oh, that's bad farm. I mean, last game he had like a 10-minute AC and like 20 minutes the game was over.
He's probably very disappointed in his 21-minute heart.
I'm disappointed in Havos.
Havos, though, he didn't go for the Midas this game. His farm has been delayed a little bit. Didn't max Greevil's Greed. Remember as well, this farm, he's up against aggressive tri-lane early on. So Havos right now, 2-0-2, weathered the storm. Dendi really blew the lane open with that early relocate, and since then, he's been farming. Now, though, set the clock, because Bulldog just got his Radiance. 22 minutes. We've seen him get one at 14 minutes along with a Midas. So it's late by Bulldog standards, but he's got it now, and now he can work towards those next big items. It's game 3 of a best of 5. Whoever wins this is 1 win away from claiming the Aegis of the Immortal and being the International 2013 champions. Still, though, the game very much in the balance.
Again, for the past 5-6 minutes, we see Na'Vi not really doing too much over the map. Again, the experience slowly dropping down to Alliance side. Go definitely still going towards Na'Vi though, because they're a little bit more efficient. They're farming the Ancient Camp.
And they have 4 towers to 2. So they have the tower advantage here. Here comes the smoke though. They've got Radiance. Na'Vi, will they be caught out? If they 5-man smoke gank into you, relocate will be pretty much useless aside from just running. So here comes S4. Firefly up, looking to leave. Is he gonna go? He's still prepping. Now they have Moonlight Shadow, but Na'Vi's on the run. The bear losing damage fast. Havos trying to fight. Everybody from Alliance backing off. No engagement yet. Looks like they're just scared to fight. And in the end, they're gonna be running. Moonlight Shadow blown. Initiation, smoke gank. Not gonna work. Na'Vi just standing and Alliance run away.
It's very, very important for S4 to find a lasso, get a quick kill, and then you move on, because as a unit of 5, Na'Vi is very difficult to walk into. They have a very, very tanky Alchemist in front line that you cannot ignore because he's doing a ton of damage. And now Na'Vi deciding to go into the Roshan pit. I mean, Firefly is down, but it's back up now, and you gotta expect him. Here we go. Havos being pulled out here, and there's nobody helping him out except for relocate. Can Dendi bring him home? He's not doing anything just yet. Havos still very tanky. Dendi walks into it. Oh no.
They're still raging on. Kuroki to fall. 2 dead. Now they're on the run from the backside. Comes Fronic. Laguna Blade as well. That's 3 for 1. Alliance, where there's a will, there's a way. 4 for 2 and haunting a Vos. He's going to be a tough kill, but there's your arrow. Loda is sniping them all. Cannot miss, will not stop. That's them. 5-4-1, and now directly into the Roche pit. Actually 5 for 2, but here we go.
That was a huge advantage won here by Alliance. And I mean, it just begs the question of Na'Vi going into that Roshan pit despite having Flaming Lasso up on S4.
That's just really confident. I mean, to the point of you could even call it cocky.
Yeah, and well, they definitely now understand why they can't do that.
And now if Roche goes to the Alliance, they have so much more confidence to move around this map. Puppey, he's sending in his familiars, they'll stun, they'll slow this Roche down, but when you have a bear that's hitting this hard, can they actually go?
Keep in mind they got relocate. Dendy's thinking about relocating in.
Roche is low, it's about to fall. Relocate comes, Roche not dead yet. Aegis to Loda though, he grabs it. Now Havos trapped in the pit. Bulldog will fall. They lose the bear, they get the Aegis, and they get out with it. So all in all, pretty close there. Slight advantage maybe to Alliance.
Yeah, I know it was really crazy down in that pit. I'm not sure whether it benefits Alliance a little bit more by having Bulldog pick it up, for example.
Yeah, I think you really want Bulldog to pick it up, but they do hold on to it, and Loda's going to be a credible damage threat. He's got a Yasha, drums, as well as phase boots. Now he goes towards the Manta or just the next damage item.
It doesn't seem like it's actually a lot of damage because he's only hitting for like, 125 damage. Keep in mind with the drums activated, with the attack speed that Yasha grants, and of course Bloodlust, like he is going to be hitting quite fast. So there is some legitimate damage coming out from Loda, but Tier 2 now goes to Na'Vi as they're securing more and more advantage. But this gold graph and experience graph, it's not really leaning on any team side. Again, Alliance getting more experience is a concern for Na'Vi because this team, they always have to roam as 3 or 4, especially Dendy, right? He's always sitting with a Volts. That means his experience gain is not going to be too impressive.
Alliance has just shown remarkable resilience this game. I mean, you look at the way the game developed. The lone druid mid got picked off. The tri-lane fell apart. They were forced to abandon it. They were farming a Mirana, not the hardest carry. Na'Vi, early success with tower pushing as well. They once led by, I believe, 3 or 4 towers to 1. Then it was 4 to 2. Then Alliance finds a huge fight near the Roshan pit. It's been a topsy-turvy game, but if you want to be a champion, this is how you're going to have to do it, the tough way. Alliance standing strong, Bulldog, now a Hyperstone up, working towards an AC. He's keeping up decently with Havost. I mean, he's still behind, but Lone Druid, only 3k gold down to a Grievel's Greed max is pretty decent.
Yeah, it's actually very, very impressive, and we'll see how Alliance takes this game. Again, they'll keep playing on defensively until they need to react. So far, I still believe that they have the later game, but let's revisit that question again. You asked me that earlier. Who does have the better late game? Is it going to be your Mirana as well as Admiral Bulldog's Lone Druid, especially with Bloodlust as a big buff?
Yeah, I think that's a big thing to mention. Bloodlusting the bear means if it comes down to a base race, you're going to have a huge advantage there. You also have to look at Na'Vi and say, well, it can't just be one fat carry, because if it's only a Vost who's farmed, there is Flaming Lasso on the other side, and if he does get caught by arrow, by lasso, if he gets rooted, if there's bashing coming out from the bear, I mean, one fat carry against disables doesn't matter how many items he has. So this is where they want Funnick to get items. Funnick, however, is a bit poor. 7k net worth. Razor, one of his weaknesses is he's not the greatest flash farmer.
He's got a Mithril Hammer, so
he'll have a BKB soon, but Razor, he tends to fall off in the late game. He can be a nuisance if he gets the Ags, the Refresher. He's a great pusher in his own right, but can he keep up to me? That's the big question.
Yeah, I think right now going with the BKB is not too poor of a choice. Like, he could just pop the BKB and run towards Alina, run towards the Ogre Magi, and basically zone them out because there's no way that these two support can handle him. In fact, he could do that against the Mirana as well, but eventually there comes a stage where you just cannot ignore the bear that's mauling on you. You cannot ignore the damage that's coming out from Mirana. So eventually I think the Razor is going to fall, but for now, he's definitely king.
Yeah, Mirana has the big mobility advantage over Razor in fights. Bloodlust, Phase, Drums build, now Manta. Loda can find anyone who's alone and kill them, and he can run really effectively. So if he doesn't die to burst, he's going to be around on the fights. Razor, not very mobile, can be caught for the most part, doesn't have access to leap, doesn't have Bloodlust on his side. Sure, he's got his passive, but Alliance has the more reliable lockdown here. So they'll take a tier 1 top. The Alliance answer back. 9-7 the score. Na'Vi going for tier 2 bottom. It looks like Alliance will try and turn 2. Glyphs down, tower falling fast. Na'Vi, tier 2 bottom to fall. It's a trade from both teams. Nobody fighting. I think
don't
Alliance...
base trade.
No, they've got Bloodlust here.
Yeah,
Na'Vi cannot go for this.
You cannot base trade. In fact, it's not really even traded. Traded a tier 1.
Glyph. This tower might just die before they get back.
Like you cannot look at this bear with the bloodlust. Tier 3 is gonna go down for free.
Tower's gonna fall. Now they're just gonna back off. Havos launching a stun. Does hit Bulldog, force-staffed away. Now Moonlight Shadow. Is there a gem? There is on Havos, but Na'Vi forced to back off. They can't trade like that. They just can't. Not against the Bloodlust Bear.
They did not respect the power of a Radiance, Bloodlust Bear. I mean, they got a tier 2, which is nice, but they gave up 3 towers on the top lane for it. I mean, if you look at this gold graph, well, we haven't registered yet, but it will be a spike downwards.
Yeah, right now it's basically just like a 3k gold difference for these teams. And again, that's where having a gold advantage that comes from tower gold is easily recovered if you can push them down. So Alliance now coming back. They've got a haste rune up on S4. And now Loda can work on his next item. We don't see too much Mirana Lumi, and generally she's not thought of as a hard carry. She doesn't have a steroid skill aside from Leap, which gives her a little bit of move speed and attack speed, not a whole lot, but she's a very mobile carry, and if she gets enough items, she is an agility hero. She can pack a punch.
Yeah, she doesn't really get there very quickly. She needs like 2, 3, sometimes even 4 items to start dealing out, very respectable damage. But as an early game semi carry, she gives a ton of utility. We saw the random arrow that hit Dendi when he tethered in during a team fight. We've seen great usage of Moonlight Shadow so far. So Loda is not really a big deal just yet, but he definitely will grow into a carry that you cannot ignore.
He's a living legend. He just hasn't revealed it yet. Yeah. So we're going to see his big deal come out soon. And now I just got to say, I got to take my hat off to Alliance right now, no matter how this game turns out, because a lesser team just would have broken after the way that tri-lane went, after Bulldog dying mid. This is resilience at its finest. It's patience from them. Now Na'Vi farming a stack of Ancients. They're going to try and get Havos even fatter. He is still ahead by about 3.5k gold. He's still leading that lone druid. He continues to farm. The other heroes are somewhat struggling. There's a mech up on Puppey. That's about it. Kuroki, it's 31 minutes in, and how often do we see him not having Blink Force, not having more mobility items on his Rubik? But he doesn't this game. He's just not getting the farm. It's all Havos, and normally with Na'Vi, I feel like it's a more balanced split than this.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everybody. Meanwhile, S4, he's thinking about jump. He's got the haste rune, so here he goes. He's scouting over
this
everybody.
Could be a disaster if Na'Vi get caught. But they're in the enemy jungle. There's no dire vision of this. Not going to be an easy engage, and now it's that dance before Rocher respawns. It's just good positioning from the Alliance. Loda tucked away to the right. If he gets relocated on, I mean, basically it's a big bait right here.
Right.
They want them to go on Loda, and then they'll all turn it around. But Na'Vi not taking the bait.
I mean, speaking of relocate, when's the last time we've seen it? If you go like 5-10 minutes without using a single last time it was during the Roshan fight, right? That's when we saw it last. That was 6-7 minutes ago. If Alliance is dodging relocate ganks for 6-7 minutes, you have done well. Support, again, always hiding in fog. And nobody exposing themselves to the danger of that Wisp.
And look at this. They're just going to keep on taking trades because they have the Lone Druid Bear, which hits like a truck. The tier 2 bottom's going to fall. Now they have to defend mid, but S4, he's got a Blink Force. He's got a Lasso as well. Dendi will be essential to keep him safe. The tier 3 mid falls. There's no glyph available. In comes the Bear. They're looking for a root on Havos. The Bear's damage being stolen. S4 leaps in, grabs Funnick, but can't kill him off. He's low. He's not dead. No damage to bring him down. BKB from Funnick. Na'Vi standing strong, but they lose him. Loda snipes the kill. The Bear's dead. Soon to be resummoned. Puppey falling fast. Loda with a DD. Plinking. He's starting to hurt. That's 2 down. The Alliance not dead. Turning it around. Havos in trouble. Chain stun City, but he gets a 2-hero stun. He's going to turn it back the other way.
Havos right-clicking force walk. He's going to get EGM as well. That's a triple kill, but Aggie says skill cast, baby.
Team White for Alliance. They completely win the fight.
How often do we see Havos get a triple kill on the other side, and it's the Alliance winning it back? How many buyback were used that team fight was just so chaotic.
2 buybacks from the Alliance, so they lost 3, but they got 5. And the Alliance right now can barrel down the middle lane, will be able to take a tier 2. They'll set up for the next Roach. Their position on this map on the back of that fight just got a whole lot stronger. And I gotta say, man, Loda, these DD runs coming at just the right moment. And you can see, you kill the Bear once, you focus the Lone Druid Bear. That's great. Bulldog resummons it, and he goes right back to work.
Yeah, you gotta kill the actual Bear back in the mid lane here. S4 gets dragged, and Funnick, he's gonna get blown up. No BKB being activated. The familiar drops a little bit too slow, and with 2-3 heroes still dead, I think they're gonna try their high ground look.
Yeah, there's no relocate right now. It is cooling down very soon. I do want to mention Kuroki stole Lasso, but doesn't have a Blink Dagger or a Force Staff, so can he actually use it? That'll be a lot tougher. Now gets hit by an arrow. Uh-oh, here comes the bear.
No, they want the tower. Look at this tower.
Look at it melt. Now Glyph forced out again. You know, Na'Vi,
Pavos self-stun.
Na'Vi keep on having to use Glyph just for these casual pushes. Like, Alliance aren't even committing to a fight, and Na'Vi have to Glyph for that. So if they lose another fight, that could just be Rax and maybe even game on one bad fight.
Basher's coming now, so if you think you could run away from this bear, I mean...
Arrow to fly, completely off the mark, but yeah, the bear, one good Basher on Havost and he's probably dead.
I mean, again, Basher, it's a very standard item, but we have not seen Basher with Bloodlust. Like, this guy's attack speed is just so far off the chart that what do you do? I guess the best thing to do is to focus and finish Admiral Bulldog, but so far Na'Vi has not been making that play because you cannot ignore Mirana, you cannot ignore the 2 support that could, in theory, blow you up with things like Laguna Blade and a multicast. So right now Na'Vi has a ton of stuff to worry about and not nearly enough DPS to actually get all those kills.
Na'Vi, though, they did take a tier 3 mid. They defend their base for now. So in terms of the tier 3s were even, the tier 2s were even. Gold experience really close. 7.5k gold. This is really a slugfest. The analysts wanted a closer game, and we're getting one. And here we go. Havost on the front line. They found Aki, but they relocated forward. Kind of wasted, but they will get the kill. Not really ideal. Now Aki just says, okay, I'm buying back. Lasso, though, stolen by Kuroki. He'll find S4. S4's dead. Now they relocate a few steps away. Dendy's low. Dendy's not dead. And Havost is on the hunt. No, stunned, isolated, can't finish the job. Bulldog cleaning up on the backside. He's not been focused yet. And now he might find Funnick. Where's that bear going to go? Nothing just yet. Now he's on the run.
Amro in a little bit of trouble.
There's a haste run on Dendy. Uh-oh, Lumi. Uh-oh. Bear's going to drop. He's got to resummon. Are they going to fight? No, another bear death. More gold into Na'Vi's pocket.
Na'Vi's gotta try to get something done right now. Gotta focus at Rex. Bat Rider dead for about 20 seconds. S4, does he have buyback?
No buyback.
Yes, he does.
No,
yes,
he already used it.
No, use it. Cooldown.
Already used it. Cannot buy back. There's no glyph here either. It's all up to the bear, and if the bear dies, it's dead for a good minute and a half. But an arrow nails Havost. Where's the follow-up? There's a Dendy relocate soon, and he just can't really be damaged here. That overcharge starting to kick in. And in the
Bash,
end...
Roots, oh my god! Funnick's just gonna melt. Here comes S4. He finds Havost. Havost is gonna get focused as well. Dendy does not get the relocate out. They want more. The arrow. Oh no, it does not hit. S4 says, I'll clean up, no problem. And that's yet another base defense. This Rax is just immortal for Alliance.
Sweden's finest are standing strong. The Alliance, 17-14, leading in gold. The experience now heavily their way, gold even. But this Roche will break the game open. Alliance, now we're going to see Loda. Another damage item. The MKB's on the way. And this game, it does start to feel like if Alliance gets a lasso, Na'Vi just can't fight. Alliance seem to be gaining momentum, seizing control of this game. Aegis, this time, no, it's on to Loda again. And one step closer they are. One more good fight and Alliance could easily win.
Alliance thinking about setting up shop on the mid lane, maybe starting that stage. Kuroki picks up a very important item. We saw what he did without the blink on using a flaming lasso against S4. That was a beautiful play, but let's see what he could do for his team, because his team definitely needs him right now. He needs to make some huge plays.
37 minutes in, it's been a very back and forth game. Nobody with a clear edge, but Alliance gaining steam, looking for a pick. One good lasso could just spell doom. There's only buyback on Havost and Funnick. In comes Havost, looking for a stun. It's gonna hit, but it's very far away. S4 not an easy target now. Still chasing, arrow to fly. Loda nails it again. Where's that lasso? Baiting out the BKB. Havost slapping and choppy, but not finishing a hero off. And now his BKB ends. He's on his own. Lassoed and pulled back into 4, but tethered up. It's up to the bear. He's got himself stunned. Oh no, Havost is gonna fall.
Oh no, Havost getting caught out. Now Dendy being chased as well. They're not going to get the kill. Just a buyback coming out from Host. Dendy tethers backward here. We'll reset and reload here, but Alliance getting every advantage
They just forced out a double buyback for absolutely nothing. Didn't lose their Aegis. Did not use a buyback on their own. That is so big.
And I mean, there's no Aegis on the Amber Bulldog. They're absolutely confident that he is not going to die. Every time that Havost is diving in, going for kill, it's Amber Bulldog that finds the kill faster because his bear's attacking faster. He's chasing a lot more effectively with things like Phase Boot and Bloodlust. this is why you do not give Admiral Bulldog his lone druid, because it's just amazing. Like, how do you stop this guy?
He always finds a way. And I mean, it goes back to the Ogre Magi of Ake as well. But without Bloodlust, I think this bear could be dealt with. But with it, it's just too much right now. It's a max Bloodlust. 16% move speed, 50% attack speed on a hero that's got very low base attack time. He hits really hard, really fast. And now Loda, close to an MKB. Already we see a BKB coming out for S4. There is only one way to cancel a lasso initiation. That is to steal the lasso and use it the other way, or get a very lucky bash. And Havos does not have a basher, so Na'Vi smoke up. They're heading to the top lane, looking for a pick, but maybe not expecting Loda. Throws out the arrow, hits Kuroki. Do they jump this? This is dangerous. They didn't see a hero. They just saw the stun. Now a sentry deployed. Still diving. Havos, long range stun. EGM gets caught. He forces up. He's on the high ground. He's going to fall, but I think it might be too late. S4 held in position. No BKB. Now
EGM TP's out. He survives.
Wow, actually there was a BKB, and S4 is going to live. Na'Vi, they force something out. Another arrow. Another one. He keeps on fishing. Sooner or later, you're going to get a bite.
Yeah, Na'Vi just have to back off right now. They use both their BKBs. Theirs is on cooldown. Meanwhile, nobody's actually dead on Alliance. And of course, they have their BKBs available, so, or they have their spells available, excuse me. And Alliance now looking for something themselves. S4 smoked, hasted.
He didn't use Lasso there, so keep that in mind.
Yeah.
If they find someone, they're going to go. And Na'Vi, very confidently, will head in. They do have an Observer Ward here, but right now, Alliance are smoked, no sentries up on the map. And we might just see a pick. In comes S4, wrapping around towards mid. Na'Vi scurrying to retreat. Kroki's got Blink, but no, it's too late. They found a both, the worst hero that ever could die.
Relocate back here, and they want to bring Funnick back in the fight. Double damage on Dendi. Let's see how much you do. Zap, and Lina's dead, and now they're going to go for Aki. Arrow's going to miss. They find Aki. Aki just melt. Gank the bear. Don't let the bear go. He's running fast. He's running hard, and nobody could chase it down. Havos, Blink, and there's a recall. That bear is amazing.
No buyback here on Ogre. No buyback on Lina. Is there a glyph? Alliance does have one. They're going to need to blow it now. They might have to forfeit this Rax. They're strong, but I don't think they're 3v5 strong. Glyph is out. Havos, he'll keep on swiping. They're going to lose a lane of Rax here. They'll have to decide if they want to contest. It's not an easy go. S4, he wasn't sure. He didn't jump yet. He gets lifted. Chain stunned and brought down. Now Funnick duking it out. Havos smacking the bear, but it's living. It's winning the fight. Loda, MKB up, standing and delivering. They get the Rex, they lose a Razor, and they get a bat as well. Na'Vi, big win for them there, but their work is not done yet.
Definitely not. That Na'Vi will make the retreat, but huge plays from Na'Vi, because if they didn't get that Rex, they were not going to win this game. They needed that Rex.
The crowd now cheering for Na'Vi. 17-20 your score. 42 minutes in. Gold, experience. Heavily in Alliance's favor, sure, but we're at a point in the game where that experience starts to trail off in terms of how much it matters. Everyone's got their level 11. 16 still elusive for a few, but now items, gold, they matter less. Positioning, buybacks, Roshan matter more. Roshan, 5 minutes off coming up. Loda, he's still got Aegis here, but the other big thing about that fight for Na'Vi is the timing window to use Aegis to win a fight and take Rax off of it, well, it's about to close because the Aegis is about to expire. I think there's 1 minute to go.
Well, here they come. They could storm down the mid lane, definitely, but they're going to have to do it with basically huge creep waves.
They really have to stay together, though, because you're up against Wisp. If they're off on their own, if they spread out, then relocate will just ruin you in these fights.
Right. I don't think they will make the push. In fact, they want to get a gank team fight up top here. Of course, with Moonlight Shadow, you definitely have the element of surprise on your hand, but smoked up here from Na'Vi. They want to go for a pick.
Not sure where it is right now. It looks like Na'Vi coming in. Havos channeling a stun. We'll see the bear, but he wants a hero. Relocate as well. Nope. Lasso's going to be there.
They find S4.
S4, no. BKB. He gets caught yet again. The stun's there. Loda, Aegis soon to expire. No Manta driven back. No buyback on the Batrider. Very far away. Is this 2 lanes of Rax, Lumi? Could this even be game?
I don't know, man. It's gonna
mid lane is pushing, though.
Let's quickly check on buyback status. There is no buyback on anybody. Oh, this could be game.
There's no glyph here.
I mean, this
Alliance are going to have to find, they're going to have to really muster their courage. They have to find a good fight. It's tough. Remember Havosta's overcharge. This ain't your average Alchemist. This is a very buff one. And in they go. Hard to kill. Kuroki with the blink, the lift. Ake caught. Na'Vi finding the pickoffs. This could be game. 2 lanes of racks soon to fall. Loda though, driving them back. Starfall's there. Something stolen. The bear, man fighting out with a boast. Loda locked in position. Does not give 2 hosts. Then the arrow comes. Another blade.
Again, Kuroki just connecting. Lina melts. The Rax melts. Loda trying his best to hold off whatever he can, but Hovos just does not care on the front line. That second lane of Rax. S4 is back, and I think that's time to get the hell out for Na'Vi. They got exactly what they wanted. Hovos says, no, I want more. I'm going to just storm down and get the mid-Rax.
Give me a range Rax as well. If you're not buying back, you must not have it, he says. And in they go. Kuroki, another leap. This time a BKB from S4, but he's not using it to fight. Now, they grab Loda. He gets force-staffed into the fray. Lifted up, dropped down, and dead. Loda has fallen, and the Swedes are in a headlong state of disarray. Na'Vi on the brink of being 1 game away from taking the entire tournament.
Can they make a safe retreat? That's a big question right now. S4, big chase, but if you see the Na'Vi S5, they're rotating, they're moving bot. They don't want to chase, they don't want to go back, they just want to win the game right now. They have about 48 seconds without buyback on Loda. This is a go time.
Remember, if Na'Vi do die, they've got a buyback relocate available. So they really have 7 heroes here. They really do have an Aegis in this fight. And in they go. It could be 3 lanes of Rex. It could very well be game. Alliance might be trailing for the first time ever in this series. Here we go. Funnick falling fast. The tether stun's there. S4 lassoing Funnick. Funnick will fall, but EGM's been caught, and EGM is dead. Havos is merciless. That's 3 lanes of Rex. That's probably game. He's got the buyback. He's still alive, and Alliance are on their very last legs.
Then the overcharging, blocking damage, earning himself. Havos is immortal. They disarm, and they're going to keep on right-clicking. Havos still alive. How is this man alive?
Finally, he'll die, but he buys back. Dendi will too. They're coming right back in. Actually, no relocate. They do lose a few. They lose 4, but that's Mega Creeps. And Alliance now, good luck leaving your base. Na'Vi pulling this game out of the hat. It felt like the momentum was tipping against them, but they found the fights. They found the pickoffs, and all of a sudden, this is their game.
Alliance has 1 minute to prove themselves. They have to just storm down the mid lane and go for the throne right now because they will not win extend the game. You can see entire team is just trying to A-click down mid. Let's see if they can do it.
Remember, they do have the bear. Remember, they do have extra attack speed on him. Remember how hard Demolish hits. If Na'Vi screw up here, they did use a buyback on a Vost. If somehow he dies, if they mess up this defense, it could very well go the other way. But here comes. This is the last fight for Alliance.
It's going to be really hard. The one thing that we have not talked about at all is that Dendi's got a Heaven's Halberd. That is disarm against the bear. When you rely so much on a single target, deal that damage, and obviously...
And a Divine.
Oh,
they're
here we
going
go.
for it. I love it. Alliance showing some real cojones in this match. They've got to win this fight. Loda has a DD as well. This bear will absolutely murder anything. Bears win games. Will it win this one? There's a glyph on Na'Vi. There's a buyback on the Wisp. Arrow not going to accomplish anything. In comes the bear. In comes S4. He's found Funnick. In comes the Vost as well.
Disarm against the bear. He's not doing anything. Funnick survived the initiation. Havos says,
bear.
I want the
rapier.
I want your Aegis. Thank you very much.
The Divine Rapier is now on Funnick, and Na'Vi are going to cut Alliance's head off down the middle lane. GG! They started this series off 0-1. They started this series off looking like they had no idea what they were doing. And yet here they are, leading 2-1. The defending International 1 champions.
The efficiency of the jungle, and the fact that they are so on top of every single pool and stack and just slowly beat Na'Vi.
And it's a Night Stalker. There's your tempo controller. There's your aggressive solo mid. A great ganker. Very hard to kill. The silence fantastic against Puck. Batrider as well. BKBs are now essential for Na'Vi or Yule Scepter, at least for Dendi. And game 4 is about to get underway. Na'Vi dropped game 1, took 2 in a row. They now find themselves 1 win away from $1.4 million. Alliance, well, they'll have to battle back. They got to win 2 in a row.
Can they win 2 in a row? Your thoughts?
Absolutely. They definitely can. You win this game, you go into the final match point with the momentum, with the advantage, and with the confidence to take
right
the
now,
series.
Na'Vi has all of that because it's their match point. They have a very, very stable draft. They have great heroes. They have Batrider, who, I mean, has been on and off depending who's playing what, but he's still a huge hero. I think we're going to have to look towards EGM and see what kind of impact he's going to have in this game.
EGM on the Wisp. Game 4 now underway. Here we go. Na'Vi so close. They can taste it. They can smell it. But they have not yet secured that Aegis for themselves. And on we go to introduce the players. S4 on the Alliance, the captain, the drafter. Heading towards mid is the Night Stalker, rushing the bottle. Ake, support Crystal Maiden. Alliance, they've been denied in the aggressive tri-lane in the past. They won't go for it here. They'll go defensive. Loda on the gyro. EGM, your support Wisp. Bulldog, the Nature's Prophet. And on the Radiant side, Na'Vi, a lot of momentum riding on them for right now. Havos, your Alchemist. Funnick, your Jungle Batrider perhaps. Dendi could be playing the puck. Kuroki on the Rubik, that puts Puppey onto the Bane. We'll have to see where Na'Vi go, but it looks like both teams want to go defensive, so expect a very fat Alchemist right now.
Yeah, at the same time, though, keep in mind that the way that Emerald Bulldog likes to play on the spot lane is send a couple of Treants, block the 2 camps early on, block the second spawn of that camp by 1 minute, and then go back to the jungle. So I think Kuroki as well as Puppey is going to have a little bit of difficult time finding early levels.
Yeah, and these are 2 very level-dependent supports. Bane, Rubik, they need level 6 a lot more than other heroes like Shadow Demon, Earthshaker, Jakiro, who is somewhat level-dependent, but they still offer you AoE. They still offer you a lot of control with minimal levels. So if Bulldog is able to slow them down early, it could really limit their ability to impact the mid-game, put more pressure on the carries. And now Bulldog, he's going for his very standard build. Gloves of Haste, double Clarity. He'll send his first 2 Trants into the jungle, 1 each direction, and then he'll simply look to block the camp. He'll do this again before the 1-minute spawn, and then, since at that point the camps only spawn once every minute instead of 30 seconds in a row, he'll head into the jungle and he'll rush the Midas.
Yeah, Funnick's going to be jungling, as you said, and they do not want any camps to be blocked off, but these Treants are being really, really annoying.
Yeah, he'll send 1 to block the camp, he'll send 1 to pull the lane back. So the lane is going to push a little bit, at least for now. The camp is blocked. This camp, however, is not. And Funnick's jungling is not going to be denied, so he's slowing down the supports, but Funnick should have an easy time of it.
Yeah, Emerald Bulldog's one of the best players. You can do these like jungle shenanigans, and so far he is effective. Look at this creep wave with 8 creeps. It is slowly going to push in against Emerald Bulldog eventually.
Yeah, he'll be resummoning Treants in just a second. 50 seconds in. He may actually miss the second block, though. No, he should just get it in time. Puppey can't sleep on both. So this camp has been blocked twice, and generally he goes right back into the jungle now. And that's what we're going to see. No, staying up the tower.
He knows a big creep wave is coming. He knows.
And Na'Vi have had enough already. Right. They're going for him.
This is actually very smart because you know that's going to be a creep on the tower, and it's going to be a very, very easy dive. So you have things like Nightmare, you have things like Lift to set it up. And let's see if Admiral Bulldog senses it coming. They don't have ward, they don't have vision. Oh, he's going to go check.
Early boots for Havost. He's got to push this wave in. Doesn't have acid spray.
These Treants are coming up the hill. They will see the Na'Vi supports. Just expert micro. He knows. He knows what Na'Vi wants to do against him.
Yeah, he scouts them out. He'll back off. Bulldog playing cat and mouse here. So the trades elsewhere. It's a free farm Alchemist. Maxing Greevil's greed for Havost. Not rushing the Midas fully, though. When Loda rushes it, he skips Boots. Havost going for the more aggressive killing build. Might be able to run Bulldog down, but right now, Bulldog very defensive. He's getting experience off this lane.
Yeah.
You compare that to Funnick, he's not, but he is farming faster. He'll stack the jungle, he'll rush the Blink, so a very different approach from these 2 offlaners.
We see a little bit of a tower damage on tier 1, but it's not going to be significant in any sense. Havost struggling to find a little bit of farm as, well, you're kind of between 2 towers, so in fact, he's being harassed here by
yeah, he's taking tower shots as well. We'll have to wait for this next wave. From both directions, the tower's really working against him. He has a South here. He'll be okay, but he's being forced to use his regen early. Meanwhile, top lane, you're getting Wisp a lot of levels. EGM already hitting 2, so his level's not being denied. And actually, I think overall, I give Alliance a slight edge here, because if you have underleveled supports against Wisp, I mean, we know what happens. They just melt.
Well, the thing is, if you see them, right? Again, last game from Alliance, they dodged most of the relocate gank. Let's see if Na'Vi support's going to do the same. Back in the mid lane, it's a lane that we haven't really talked about too much. It's going to be, ooh, Kuroki's here.
Looking for a kill, but S4, Night Stalker, one of the hardest heroes to gank. He's got incredibly high base armor, already 6 and a lot of HP. Not going to be an easy nut to crack. They'll go in now, though. They hit him. Bunnick's coming as well. Could be a first blood to Na'Vi. S4 falling fast. Not going to have a fast start. He is going to drop. Na'Vi, once again, a first blood going their way.
And it's always on the mid lane here.
And they force a Bulldog TP. That's pretty huge.
Well, he's going to get a ton of EXP on the mid lane, so he should be okay. But I really like what Navi's been doing in this entire series. They just have a vendetta against S4 saying, we know you're a great player, we know you can facilitate it in teamfight in the mid game, but we'll shut you down hard. Remember the first game on Beastmaster? 0-5-0. They have made so many ganks against S4, and this game, it's the exact same thing. S4 not getting too much done here, so far at least.
S4 is so accustomed as of late to playing these tempo controllers mid that dominate the lane. The Puck, the Bat Rider. Lately in this series, we've seen him on the Beastmaster, we've seen him on the Night Stalker, we've seen him on heroes that aren't really as good at winning the lane, and Na'Vi are not only recognizing that and punishing him, but in terms of winning the lane, because Denny was already winning the lane, but they're also ganking him a lot, so it's really a two-pronged assault. Ban out the supports and gank S4, and on the back of that, already gold experience, I mean, it could be much farther in Alliance's favor, but instead it's pretty close.
Yeah, again, Na'Vi has made the adjustment in this series. They have changed up the picks and bans, they have targeted different players, and Alliance need to answer. So far they are doing the absolute standard, and it seems like the standard game is not good enough.
So far, S4 though does have his basic items. He's farming okay. He's got Bottle, Magic Wand. The tier 1 mid did fall earlier, so he got some gold and gold off of that. And ultimately, Night Stalker isn't as item dependent as other heroes. Night Stalker doesn't really need a Blink Dagger. He doesn't need big items to initiate. And he can still have an impact simply by running around and threatening to gank. Remember, they do have Relocate. They've got the global lineup. Here we go mid.
3 or 4-man gank. All you need is a Dream Call. Ooh, Orb's going to be used.
Oh, they can't get in range yet. 4 heroes. Ooh, that's some hate on S4.
They actually lift him, toss him back. No Nightmare, nothing. TPC's being come here from Wisp, and they'll back off.
Yeah, now they'll tether up. EGM ushering them away, slapping down Dendy with some orbs. A lot of deaths, and, well, Alliance have the Wisp, so I suppose they should feel pretty good.
So should we go to game 5 now, or?
I think we'll play it out, Lumi.
Okay.
I think we'll play it out.
Fair enough. One thing to point out here is Loda's skill build. If you can see that he's actually maxing Rocket Barrage, and that goes back to the playstyle of Wisp and Gyrocopter. He knows he's going to be in the middle of the fight. Back in the mid lane though, Dendy dropping low, but he should be okay. But yeah, Gyrocopter, he knows he's going to be in the middle of the team fight. He knows his magical damage is going to be intense, so that's a spell that you definitely do want to max when you have Gyrocopter in team.
Havost is free farming. Havost is up to 2k gold. We've seen him normally, he likes the treads into straight Shadow Blade. He's been opting to skip the Midas most games. If he wanted a Midas, he'd already have it, so we'll just have to wait and see what he goes for. There is always that Battle Fury build, but against such an aggressive ganking lineup, it seems pretty greedy.
Yeah, maybe you think he's straight rushing a BKB? That seems like overly defensive for Havost.
Yeah, I don't think so. If he wants to go for that, I imagine he'll stop off at the treads, the phase boots, and to me, it's most likely a Shadow Blade, but just it's interesting to see that he's holding on to his gold. Seems like he wants to keep his options open and isn't really sure what kind of game we have in front of us yet.
Well, at the same time, Dendy has been pretty active on the bottle crawling on the mid lane, so maybe he just haven't picked it up. But we'll see exactly how it's going to go. But it's nighttime now, so Night Stalker, it is his time to shine. The first Nightfall, it is so important for the NS. And we'll see whether he's going to get his moves. Yeah, you can already see Night Stalker at the end of the nighttime, as you might expect, has superpowers, right? He's got great vision, whereas a lot of other heroes can barely see at night. So S4 will see you, and you might not see him coming. No one on Na'Vi, well, actually Puck, I believe, does have pretty good night vision, but overall, S4 could get the jump here. One way to deal with the Night Stalker, though, is simply to group. If you're all together, then there's no one to gank, and he can't do much to stop pushes. He's not particularly dangerous with farm compared to other mids, so Na'Vi, they'll say, great, you pick Night Stalker. Come stop our push now. Good luck with that. The tier 1 falls bottom. Na'Vi, first blood, second tower, and now, well, gold. Got it heading their way. Experience, though, still very much in Alliance's favor. Despite the fact that Na'Vi has pushed down tier 1 tower, keep in mind that they're doing it with 4 or 5 heroes on the bot lane. Meanwhile, up top here, we see Loda pushing in. Meanwhile, mid lane, we see S4 crushing the tower. So, despite losing at tier 1, I think Alliance is actually ahead. But if they successfully get this tier 2 without spending too much time, then, you know, all of what I said goes out the window. Funnick now using Firefly to clear out the creep wave. Na'Vi continuing to keep the pressure up here. And for the time being, S4 sitting back. He's rotating into the lane. We'll see some additional support coming soon. It's coming from Ake. He's jumping in, looking to go. He's got a Nova. Not cast it yet. S4 on the prowl, but lifted up, thrown in. Coil as well. Here's your call down. Loda unloading the damage. 2 to fall. Make it 3. Out Na'Vi
in a headlong retreat.
And Night Stalker's so alive right now, trying to get the slow. He does find it, and Funnick trying to fly off the cliff. Not going to be, as we see EGM picks up a triple kill on the Wisp. Well, that's its level 6 if he ever needed one.
Meanwhile, Dendy, though, he can make a play here on S4. The silence is there. Can't
Double
use,
damage,
no,
S4.
Dendy's going to go down. It's a team wipe.
Get out of here, says S4. I have a DD, I'm Night Stalker, and I'm moonwalking all over the bot river. And now they're going to be pushing the bot lane.
Lumi, this game was 1-0. Na'Vi had the first blood. They took tower for tower. They were free farming their Alk, and in one fell swoop, Alliance is now leading 5-1. My goodness.
They're not done. They're going to get the tier 1 tower. And you got to keep in mind, Night Stalker nighttime. I mean, he's only strong half the time, right, in theory, but
Mid lane, Bulldog's in trouble. Now an Alk stun. They're really diving for this. They've got to live. Kuroki coming in. It's 4 heroes mid. They do get Bulldog, but Ake's TP'd in. He's got a Frostbite, holding Host in position. Hello, S4 coming in. Tether's there. Relocate from EGM, and Dendy's on the run. S4, how far will he go for this? How deep will he dive? He finds another kill. Dendy did not port to his orb and will fall.
How did he not go to his orb? Did he get stunned?
Just got picked off.
I guess so.
S4 able to run him down. Now, S4, now he's starting to demolish these towers. Treads up. Remember how poorly his lane went? He wasn't farming well. He got shut down. They ganked him, but all of a sudden, 3-1-2. Your Wisp 4-0-1. Earn and Arcane Boots for EGM. And now Lotus in his comfort zone. He's a one-position carry. He can go stack the Ancients if he likes. His team is map control. The one piece of good news for Na'Vi is that this aggression will end at a certain point. Nighttime will end. S4 will have his ult on cooldown, and the Alliance will be forced to play a bit more defensively. But that time is not now. This time is Alliance's. And here they go again. Smoked up. Na'Vi, no blink on Funnick. Puppy only level 4. Supports the reliability. He's about to get caught.
He is so dead. Puppy not going to make it back from Dendy, trying to do whatever he can for his ally, but you see how dangerous it is to actually go into the jungle. That's the Prophet not teleporting. That is the Wisp not relocating. It's just S4 with the Crystal Maid and ganking, so this has got to get really, really dangerous very quickly for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the kills are really important, but I actually think the fact that they took down that tower.
Silence. It's going to be nukes. The teleport rotation from Dendy. He's got to cancel it.
That's going to free up Loda. That's going to free up Bulldog. They can farm Na'Vi's jungle. Na'Vi are really getting constricted. This is how Alliance were winning all their games throughout the group stage, throughout the main event. S4, he finds a few kills, and the game just breaks wide open. They starve you. They put you on a diet.
Relocate back mid. They see Kuroki, and he is so dead. Kuroki, no chance. Back on the bot. We see Admiral Bulldog trying to stop the TP. Can Puppy make it home? Yes, but barely makes it home.
Just by the skin of his teeth. His tread's coming soon. The Alliance right now, S4, he's looking for more. He's hunting Dendy. No blink for him. In fact, they'll back off. They'll head back towards mid. But another tower falls for the Alliance, mustering their courage.
And they're pinging Roche.
And look at this map right now. Na'Vi, their map control, they're in the dark, and you do not want to be in the dark against any of these Alliance heroes. Not Night Stalker, not Prophet, and most certainly not Wisp. Na'Vi way farther behind than any graph could ever show you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just spectacular play. Alliance recognizing when they're strong, when they could snowball out of control. And here comes a Roshan. Will not be able to defend this. Orb already thrown out, so Puppy or Dendy's not going to have it for quite a bit. I think the A just goes freely to Alliance.
I mean, normally you look at Na'Vi's lineup and you say, oh, they can easily contest Roche. They've got Blink on Bat. They've got a Puck with Blink, but no, they don't have any Blinks. They don't have level 6 on Rubik. And Puppy, well, he's walking around right now, level 4. So that Roshan falls, and Alliance, 10-2. They're really hanging on here, turning this series around perhaps. They need this win. Then we go to a decisive game 5. And Lumi, I gotta say, if they win this game, are we gonna see a Wisp ban?
No, I don't think.
No.
Puppy's gonna say, I'm gonna stick to my guns here.
Okay. Well, maybe he'll get the Wisp. We'll see who gets that first pick.
Well, Alliance haven't won it yet. You do not count on Na'Vi. This is a team that has a ton of resilience.
Watch out though, Na'Vi, 5 heroes top.
S4.
Oh, S4. He's not the best hero to go on generally. He's got Aegis, he's got Armlet. And actually, this is it looks like Navi's going to back off. So we can talk about S4's Night Stalker because he plays it a lot differently. The old Night Stalker builds, I mean, we've seen a lot. Synderen love to go for Yule Scepter. You can Yule's one hero while you focus another. We've seen other Night Stalkers. The standard build is earned into BKB. Here we go, though. They found a both. It's nighttime of both, and Night Stalker's on you. Relocate comes. Havos to fall. Instantly it melts. Down again. Still no Shadow Blade. Not having that free farm he had previously.
Yeah, you were talking about the build that S4 has gone for. He's going for armlets, he's going for treads. That is a ton of HP on the front line. And a lot of teams like to just blow up, or at least try to blow up S4 on the front lines when he initiates. You're not going to do it against Night Stalker.
It's a semi-carry build. The armlet toggling as well, just really hard to deal with if you're not able to fully chain stun him. And you look at Navi and you say they should be able to fully chain stun him. They have so much lockdown, but a lot of it, it's hard to get into the fights and use it. Like, this Bane doesn't have his grip, and even if he did, it's tough for him to jump in. Same for Kuroki. Level 5. I still think the key to this game is that Navi supports have been shut down. Alliance's supports are on a roll. There's a Crystal Maiden with a friggin' Ogre Club. If she gets off a roll, which, by the way, Ake has skilled. Ake has used with great effect that freezing field in previous matches. I just feel like Navi, their supports are too poor and too under level to have an impact, and their 3 cores are not equipped to fight this game 5v3.
I absolutely agree. I mean, earlier you were talking about the lack of vision for Navi. It's not like the Navi support don't want to ward, they just have no goal to ward. So you see Puppey kind of walking around with a new sets of wards being picked up, but he can't really ward by himself. He doesn't know where the enemy wards are. He could get relocated upon, he could get teleported upon by Prophet, so you can't actually ward unless you go into the jungle as 4 or 5. Think of that. Like, what does Puppey do? His warding going to be very defensive.
We were casting a game earlier with Havos where he had a Midas, a Phase Boots, or actually it was Treads, a Lothar's Edge, or rather a Shadow Blade, and more gold at this stage in the game. He doesn't even have upgraded boots. He doesn't even have a Shadow Blade. He went Greevil's Greed Max, and his net worth is sitting 3k gold behind that of Loda's. And it's not because Havos is missing last hits or can't farm. It's because it's not safe to farm. If he goes to farm, he dies. The map control of Alliance is allowing them to do what they do best, which is once they get ahead, to pull farther and farther ahead. At the same time, Navi have a lot of lockdown, a lot of heroes that can go late. I don't feel they're 100% out of it, but it's like right now, Alliance probably 80-20, 90-10 that they take this.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking too good, but at the same time, keep in mind that Night Stalker, again, only efficient like half the time, not counting his ultimate, obviously. So right now, we don't see too much aggression from Alliance because of that. And I think right now Navi needs to get something done, whether it's setting up a gank, whether it's just passively farming. It seems like they have chosen the latter.
Loda now has a BKB, and now if you're Navi, you need to start worrying about your physical damage. They'll need to secure some, but here we go. It's a smoke gank. Ake, EGM, S4, they're all here.
Oh,
Remember,
Kuroki.
the night, everyone can get here quickly too. Kuroki right into the middle of them. Look at him melt! No chance, no way out. He'll take a spill. That was too easy.
That was too easy.
That was way too easy. I mean, how is Kuroki going to make the spectacular plays of last game when he dies that fast? It's nearly impossible to do anything with that Ruben.
Yeah, you were talking about Navi needing some physical damage. I mean, there is none aside from Havos, who has some. But if you look,
he's got 900 HP. Like even in Chemical Rage, he's got 3 armor. He is not going to last long.
Right. I mean, you imagine, when the fights are coming out, he's going to have something like a BKB. Maybe if he's going to have an AC. But if you look at the build that Loda's going for, he has a ton of tank. I mean, once he finished the Helm of Dominator, he's going to have like things like 18 armor, magical immunity. He's going to be shooting with lifesteal. And of course, let's not forget about Overcharge. That thing blocks a ton of damage as well.
Nighttime is available for S4. He's level 11. They took the tier 2 top. Navi, the map feels really claustrophobic right now. They've got their blink on Funnick. The blink's out on Dendi. They have a smoke. They want to be fighting with these heroes. They want to be finding kills. So much aggression in this hero composition, but the way they're playing, very passive. As they roam around, they're spotted by dire observer wards. Alliance know where Navi are, and if they do want to fight, they still have the Sages. It is going to expire pretty soon, but with 1 minute to go and a BKB up on Loda, I think it's go time for the Alliance. Navi, their backs are against the wall here.
Well, it looks like we're going to see a deep roam. I mean, a Crystal Maiden solo roaming into the enemy sticker shop. Yeah.
This doesn't happen.
Like, she's not afraid because if she gets jumped, there is relocate, there's TP. So this Crystal Maiden's actually running with 4 of her allies. And here we go. They want Havos up top. He's got the Shadow Blade and Azure Detection on the Dire.
This is like watching a Cocker Spaniel run up to a Doberman and just say, I got you, man. Here we go. Havos, he's Shadow Bladed up. Aegis soon to be reclaimed. They have Sentry Wards, but Havos juking into the trees. He's got a TP. He's quelling blading through. Not TPing out yet. He'll dodge the gank, so nice movement by him. But again, Alliance aren't investing too much in that. They smoked, but Bulldog's farming. They always have relocate, so Loda's farming during this time. When they go for ganks, they don't have to invest as much as Na'Vi.
Right, and even if those ganks fail, that's okay, because you know Na'Vi's constantly farming as 4 or 5, so they're definitely losing out in terms of gold. Yeah, the charts are just not favoring Na'Vi right now.
Still, Na'Vi withstands the storm. They hold on to their tier 2 mid. The Aegis now expires, so they'll have a respite. But nighttime number 2 is coming, and let me tell you, Night Stalker, it really is a nightmare playing against this guy when he's winning, because that second nighttime lasts a whole lot longer than the first.
I mean, he's also got 2,600 gold in Spank. Any guesses on what item he might have?
BKB would be the obvious choice, but I mean, a Basher's a possibility.
Does he even need
Heaven's
a BKB?
Halberd is a possibility.
Yeah.
Hell, a straight heart for S4 wouldn't surprise me too much.
Aghanim Scepter is often not bad either.
If you want a map control, I think Ags and then get a gem is the single best build you can go for.
Well,
and the reason for that is, for those who don't know, Night Stalker's ultimate darkness, when he's got an Aghanim Scepter and it's, or when it's nighttime period, he gets flying vision around him. So if you have a gem, there is no way to ward the map. Everything will get dewarded.
yeah. Vol's being forced to TP back. He's getting farm, but his farm is coming very slowly. He is forced to go at BKB. He needs to tank on the front line. I'm not exactly sure how much that is going to be effective.
He needs armor too. Like, there's a lot of physical damage on Alliance. I mean, Bulldog now, he's got his Shadow Blade up. He's working towards the site. Sure, he's got a BKB, but that's only the start. There's so much physical DPS from Alliance that he needs AC, and he might even need the start makings of his next item to live through that next team fight.
Here comes S4. He's roaming again by himself, but if he finds a good one, he's going to be expecting a relocate. He's expecting a TP, checking all the obvious kind of neutral camps to find one. But again, Na'Vi forced to rotate as 4 or 5. They're smoked up as well, and if that smoke breaks, they will know if this hero's nearby.
Again, I just want to point out that every time it's nighttime, Na'Vi are playing differently. When it's nighttime, they roam as a pack, they don't farm on their own, they're playing more defensively, and if they go for aggression, it's as 5. Whereas Alliance have that option, or they can just farm. So Na'Vi all grouped up, farming 1 creep camp, while Alliance spread to the wind from the entire enemy jungle, also push the lane. They've got a mech now on EGM. He's level 11, he's not an easy kill, and I think we're going to see a tower trade. It's a tier 2 for Alliance, a tier 1 for Na'Vi. And taking this tier 2 for Alliance, the Roshan control for Na'Vi, already weak on the Radiant, gets a lot weaker.
In fact, Alliance could even defend their tier 1 up top, because all they have to do is TP S4 in, and then just relocate.
And already he's TPing. They're going to defend, and they're going to take the tier 2 bottom. And Na'Vi either back, or they might just get wiped.
They have to back now. Like, they don't see Night Stalker on the bot lane.
There is an observer ward here, but S4 is so far back that even if they want to go on him, there's just no way.
Right, they see S4, right? So they just have to back. They can't even take that tier 1 tower as 5 players. That is how far Na'Vi's behind.
Yeah, again, it's one of those games where if you don't know how Wisp and Prophet work, you look at it and you just think, why are Na'Vi afraid of one hero? But it's not one. It's really their entire team. Between relocate, the Prophet TP, suddenly it's 4, 1 more TP's in, it's your entire squad. Now the tier 2 falls bottom. They defend their tier 1. They take a tier 2. It's been all Alliance all the way since about the 6-minute mark. 20 minutes in, leaving 12-2, striking back in game 4, and well on their way to forcing a decisive game 5.
I mean, that just speaks to the power of one single engagement. Normally we think, oh, early game engagement, you lose a fight, you know, you have a lot of time to make a comeback, you only lose like your outer tower, but it was a 1-0 start in favor of Na'Vi. In fact, first blood against S4 in the mid lane, and suddenly, after a 5-man wipe, the game just changed, right? Now Na'Vi have to play defensively.
Yeah, just look at where their heroes are. They're usually at the base. If they're leaving the base, it's S5. Alliance, they can farm, they can split push, they can gank, or they can do this. 30 seconds before Rosh is up, say, we're not going to wait for the Rosh. We're going to force the fight mid now. Glyph is up for Na'Vi. They've got a blink on Dendi. They've got Kuroki with his level 7. So Puppey has Fiend's Grip. They've got the makings of a team fight, but is it really enough?
It's not
tough
enough
to say.
Yeah, Loda's got a BKB. S4's got his BKB being delivered, and with these two on the front line dishing out a ton of damage.
Yeah, you can't go on these guys and you can't ignore them. Rock in a hard place right now. Na'Vi caught between them. Well, BKB now complete. Alliance really forcing this mid fight. The Rosh, they'll go back for it. Once this tier 2 falls, the way lies open, and it will be denied. Great play by Dendi, but I mean, the bigger thing is the tier 2's now down mid.
Havos.
He can't be. He's got a BKB. There's actually no way to cancel it. So if he just TPs out in time, he should be okay.
Oh, Shadow Blade does come. Yeah, he's got a BKB. He's got a TP right now. He did not. Oh, the right clicks. Oh God. Oh god.
Yeah, not popping Chemical Rage, the extra HP and regen, it almost cost, and that's what I'm talking about, that physical damage.
Right.
You can see it right there.
I mean, that was too close for
That was scary. That's with S4 not having any big damage item. Just Armlet, which is big, but he hasn't gone for like the pure damage item that comes next. Be it the Basher, the Abyssal Blade, the Desolator, I mean, whatever he wants to go for. Then he really packs a punch. And into the Roach Pit, the Alliance go. Eagle Horn up on Loda. Feeling like an Alliance tempo. Feeling like an Alliance game. Not over just yet, but this Aegis, it's big, and they're about to get it.
And Na'Vi knows they can't really do anything about the Roshan.
But I don't think they can push either.
They can't. Aki just TPs in, and if you see Aki, with this ward, they do see it. You can't push.
Yeah, like
a single Crystal Maiden is defending against 4.
Crystal Maiden is scaring off.
Well, obviously it's a relocate, it's a the follow-up TP.
Right, but at face value, it's Ake scaring off the entirety of Na'Vi. Roshan will fall, Aegis on the Loda, and now Alliance one big step closer to taking this game. So if you're Alliance, you're close, you have your BKBs, Butterfly's coming soon to Loda. Do you just sit back and farm? Do you force the fights now? How much more do you think they want to wait?
I think a lot of it is being dictated by the Nightfall. I mean, we generally don't say something like that in a lot of professional games, but you have Night Stalker, so you definitely need to plan something around that. And obviously, you have to kind of intertwine with your Aegis timing as well. I think they have enough items to go right now, because if you look at Na'Vi, sure, they have decent team fight with a, let's say, good Alchemist stun, with a Puck Dream Coil. With so many BKBs available on lines, they don't really have to be afraid of anything. They could just charge right in.
Yeah, Firefly just used Alliance. If they wait this out, S4, or rather Funnick, is going to have a hard time getting into the fight. We'll see if they actually commit. S4, onto the high ground he goes, toggling the armor. Now he turns it off. No leap yet. Funnick, Firefly will soon fall. He has managed to delay the creep wave, but Alliance will just wait it out. They haven't even brought Bulldog to the fight. Ultimate Orb up, now he'll TP in. Could pressure bottom. He's pressuring top though. He's looking to force this. I think Alliance, if they just get a buyback out from Na'Vi, you just back off and you keep on farming.
Well, the one thing that they have to be careful about is Funnick. If Funnick gets a Blink, Lasso, and then Force Staff, there is no way.
Habos coming in. Alliance, they don't have a gem. Actually, they do have a gem on EGM. S4 just doesn't care. He gets stunned and he keeps on rolling. There's no glyph. This tower's falling soon. Kuroki, something stolen. There's no
Force Staff backwards. You gotta kill EGM quick, and they will not.
Back.
The mech coming out, the call down comes down. Habos trying to right click, but he just does not do any damage. S4
double
melting.
kill for Loda. 3 on the deck. Habos not gonna win this fight. Not against Alliance. Their foe might unveiled. They take 4. They only lose 1. This is Rax. This might well be game. 16-4. 25 minutes in. Na'Vi getting smashed.
Yeah, they lost a Crystal Maiden, they lost a Wisp. Wisp popped back and relocated back in the fight, but immediate Rax. In fact, Dendy trying to make some play. Dreamcoat used Lotus dropping low, but lifesteal and armor, as well as HP from the BKB, says no problem.
Yeah, that was a really nice play by Denny, because if you can at least pop the Aegis there, it's a pretty safe play. He's going to be able to jump out, but not able to do it. So the top Rax will fall. Ranged and melee. Alliance are really on a roll. They're feeling hot.
Yeah. I mean, Na'Vi, I'm not exactly sure how they're going to make a comeback, but it's got to come through from Havos. And Havos dying in these team fights and not picking up any kills is an issue. In fact, in that most of the team fight, he tried to focus on the Ake. The Crystal Maiden could not get the kill. And by the way, Crystal Maiden's going for a BKB. And when she gets a BKB, I'm going to lose it because we're going to see some fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, actually, they did kill her there, but it took so long.
Right.
It's like, is it really worth it? Probably not. S4 in the front lines. He's got the gem now. BKB off cooldown. He's got a haste as well. If Na'Vi got to run, they're screwed. They already are, but here we go. There's 3 minutes to go on this Aegis. Silence thrown out. Funnick jumping in. Does catch EGM. EGM, no buyback. If he gets caught, could be bad. Low, but Max up. Puppy just gets smacked down. This Puppy will fall. Dendy next. S4 out of control, and it looks like possibly the end. 3 dead. Double buyback from Na'Vi. Just giving too much ground here. Dendy leaping in, jumping out. Still no reward.
They got some chain stun, they got some lift. Kuroki trying to fight against everybody. Kuroki though can't tank it up. Lotus dropping low as well. That's a 2-man coil. They want Ammo Bulldog, but Lotus gonna get dropped.
They spent a lot to defend this. A lot of buybacks
another buyback coming out here. Ammo Bulldog gonna get focused. Navi's gonna make a successful defense.
Oh no! Lotus alive. Can they lock him down? They need a stun. Nothing there. He slept. They prep and they wait and they get the gem as well. If Na'Vi hold, now it becomes a big fight. But Havos falling fast, not dead yet. There's no Fiend's Grip. Now Loda tries to run. Oh, wow. I think they might actually do this. There's a Wisp relocate. Too late. Loda's dead. 21 to 9. Na'Vi hanging on for dear life. But Lumi, they spent a lot there.
They spent a lot, but it's definitely a ray of hope as Na'Vi wins. That is their first team fight they won in 27 minutes. So buyback be damned, they got to get something going their way. Let's quickly check out what they have made out of that team fight. Funnick up to about 1,600 gold. Puppy spending buybacks, got nothing. Then he's picked up an enemy gem and has an ultimate orb. So if he ever picks up a Hex, perhaps, maybe we're going to see some signs of life. Kuroki obviously as a support and also dying quite a bit. Not gonna have too many items.
Yeah, I think Alliance just got a bit overconfident there. Na'Vi didn't spend their buybacks right away, and they felt like we can just force this fight and win the game right now. You know, they're anxious to get to that game 5. They're anxious to have match point for themselves, and Na'Vi held their buybacks for a while, used them when they knew they could secure kills. Na'Vi played it really well, but for Alliance, they're normally such a patient team. I mean, you can tell. This is the Grand Finals, man. Everything's on the line.
Right. There is a gaping hole in the Alliance strategy, and Funnick has kind of exploited it twice, which is if he jumps in, lassos one, and force that backwards, there's no stopping it, right? There's really no real stuns that could actually stop that movement. He's been focusing on EGM every single time because he gives his team so much. He gives his team overcharge, which is 20% damage reduction. He gives them mech, he gives them a ton of healing. So Wisp is a person that you gotta focus, but at the same time, you have to have enough burst damage. He's been surviving these team fights. He's been meching, and once he gets his off his mech, you have wasted way too many nukes, you have wasted way too much right click, so the focus fire on EGM has to be perfect.
Yeah, it's been great. Funnick's found a lot with minimal farm, with a hero that is a bit squishy at this point. His timing's been impeccable. Still though, Alliance, that next Roche is coming, and this next one's gonna matter a whole lot more. Because now Loda is one item away from being God in these fights. Once he gets Satanic, there's just no killing him. I mean, I just don't think they have the damage yet. Maybe if they lock him down before he BKBs, maybe if there's no Wisp relocate to save his life and turn around, but then you give him an Aegis and they gotta kill him twice, and that is very difficult.
Yeah, take back what I said about Flaming Lasso. That is not an option anymore because Admiral Bulldog's got a Cypher Vice. So he blinks in, you lasso the Wisp, yeah, he's gonna get hexed, and Bat's gonna get focused. And like you said, he's not tanky at this point, so Admiral Bulldog and the rest of Alliance is just closing the gap, and I don't know where Na'Vi's going to find some wiggle room, but they need to find something.
Yeah, I think we're going to see them just settle down, maybe go for a relocate gank, but if there's no easy, safe kills, they'll just farm until the next Roche. They've got the positional advantage for it. They have a lane of Rex down. You can see that right now they see most of the map. Na'Vi sees maybe a quarter of it or so, and a lot of their jungle is completely dark. Alliance, map control solid. Roche should be advantage to you, and with the BKB on Loda, it's hard to actually go in on him. If you go in with Bat, like you said, you just get scythed up. Alliance, patience from them. Now, a BKB coming for Ake, and we've seen him have some amazing freezing field. So don't be surprised if Ake is the secret MVP in the next team fight.
I'm expecting 3 cheers for Ake once he picks up the BKB, because we don't see BKB Crystal Maiden a lot in pro games, so get ready,
it's a rare treat.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you cannot blow Fiend's Grip or Lasso on Ake in a team.
You could.
Not in a team fight. If you find a pickoff, that's fine, but if you blow that on him in a team fight, that means that the Night Stalker, the Prophet, the Gyro, the real damage dealers, or usually the real damage dealers, are just going nuts.
Right. So very, very huge item pickup here in the form of Assault Cuirass really allows Alchemist to tank at least respectively up in the front line. Still can't really deal with the right clicks coming out eventually from the Admiral Bulldog, and definitely now from Loda, but once he gets his Basher, or maybe even he's forced to go MKB at this point, considering that there is a Butterfly, whatever item he goes next is going to help him to really stay in the front line and start killing EGM, because I imagine the Bat Rider Initiate will still go to him.
I'm really curious to see what S4's next item is. He's up to 3,000 gold, and there's a lot of different ways to take Night Stalker. If you want to go for more of a carry build, then you can go Assault Caress, you can go Basher. Desolator is a decent, but I think something that helps him tank and dish out damage is probably ideal here, since Na'Vi are going to go on him if they can. So
what about something like a Heaven's Halberd? You're dealing with a one... Yeah, there you go.
That's 3 cheers and then some for Ake. Give the Crystal Maiden a big BKB. The little Crystal Maiden that could.
But back to S4, back to the good stuff, right? I mean, what about something like Heaven's Halberd? Because you're dealing with a 1-row carry lineup.
He's got BKB though, so
sure.
Disarm not going to help you
He
again.
says, all right, forget the... I know you got BKB. I will raise you with a Basher.
I think this is the better choice.
Yeah.
Because there's no evasion on Evost right now. All they really need is 1 bash in the team fight, And Havost, if he dies, I'm sure you can buy back, but you're probably buying back without Chemical Rage. You're buying back when your team's on the run. Fight's going to fall apart. So you get the Basher, you pray for one good Bash, and that could very well be all she wrote. I just want to point out that Na'Vi have actually managed to stem the dipping in the gold graph. It's close to a 20k gold lead, but it's not getting worse for them. It's plateaued a bit. Perhaps the makings of an epic comeback.
Yeah.
If they come on to win this game.
Hold your thoughts on that one.
Yeah.
Hold your thought on that.
They need a lot. There's a lot ahead of them. They've probably got to win 2 or 3 good team fights, but this is a lineup that can really scale. Dendi could get a Scythe Device. Havos can get a Super Basher, his Abyssal Blade. Your Rubik for Kuroki, Blink Dagger, Force that. If they do win fights, they've got a lot of room to grow. It's not like they're running out of options in terms of late game.
Yeah, the reason that why we don't see the gold graph dipping as much is because, first of all, Alliance is not really taking over the enemy jungle just yet, so Na'Vi is still finding some tiny bit of farm there. The other thing to talk about is that top lane, the fact that this Rex, we see 20 gold creeps being pushed towards Na'Vi side, and that's.
But they're really not 20 gold creeps because you have Greevil's Creep.
Exactly, so that's keeping him up as well. And you got to keep in mind, Alliance is never going to see this particular creep wave because the creeps on the other side are bigger, so it's always going towards Na'Vi side. I mean, this is like digging deep, but Na'Vi quote unquote has the advantage in terms of farm because of losing a Rex up top.
In theory, we'll see though.
Theory,
with the next Aegis, with Wisp relocates, I mean, you're still looking at a lot of heroes who don't have much. And now Roshan will fall. Na'Vi never intended to contest, and this is already Aegis and Cheese. Give it to Alliance. They're close. They need one good push, one good fight. If they take 2 lanes of Rax, Na'Vi pretty much out of this game.
Right, yeah, right now Na'Vi simply just do not have enough damage output. In fact, everybody from Alliance could just like right-click with their BKBs and they probably would just straight up out-damage Na'Vi. And yeah, that's the tactics to do. They will glyph and they will TP for this Rex. Havost, you need to get the hell out of there.
He gets the tower, now can he get out? Relocate comes, he's got a BKB. They head the wrong way, they're not gonna find him. Great juke by Havost. He takes a tier 1 top and keeps his team alive. He's also, by the way, got a Demon Edge. Are we looking at MKB?
No, there's a butterfly up, so.
Should be MKB. We can always pray for one.
Sorry, I thought you meant Divine. Not yet.
We can always pray for one, but not going to happen.
Well, they do
mid lane, Havost. He's Shadow Bladed up. It's not going to wear off too soon.
Do you perhaps think that?
Oh, they knew.
How did they saw me? Like, how did they know that he was there?
Oh, they thought he was close. Uh-oh. Ake's got a DD. And the thing is, he's got an Aegis. BKB does remove the double damage, but he doesn't need
BKB. It's go time.
Okay, yeah, they're going down mid now. Na'Vi, they're going to have to really force this. I mean, if they don't, Rax is down.
How do you stop Loda?
They don't have buybacks, by the way. Just the Batrider buyback for Funnick. So maybe he jumps in, dies to slow this down, and then buys back, but we'll have to see. Here comes Loda. He's going to start chipping away. He's very hard to deal with the Rax, the tier 3, all in jeopardy as the tier 3 melts. Still, there's Cheese on S4. Can they really bring him from 0 to none? If not, he's got 2 lives. Loda's got 2 lives. Bulldog's got buyback, so give him 8 heroes in this push. And now, well, a leap away by our bat. Funnick not ready to go. They lift S4. Very hard to go on him. Remember, he's got Cheese. And still Alliance standing strong. The glyph's been used. The tower's about to fall. They nuke and then silence Funnick. Now the tier 3's down. Funnick out of this fight for quite a few seconds. The tier 2, the Rax is gonna fall. Loda's taking it. Now Havost backstab on Bulldog. He's gonna drop. On to Funnick, last way up Loda, but Loda is still alive. He's still got a Satanic. Havost is hexed, and Havost will fall.
S4 and the rest of the team triple buyback coming up from now. Quad buyback. They need to make something of this happen. Dandy finds a 2-man coil and they're gonna go right in Funnick. Oh, he's silenced up.
Relocate here. Loda still got BKB. Bulldog will fall though. I think.
No, he's still
not
alive.
dead yet. Havost buyback into death again. And S4, he's gonna chase. The other dead. Alliance, the Swedish monsters. They force a game 5.
Credit to Havost making something out of nothing because that backstab took Alliance out of the comfort zone. Was able to get a ton of done in that team fight, but they were just out-itemed. They were outgunned.
Way too far behind. If it was close, that could have made the difference. Yeah. But Alliance, give it to them. They went for a Night Stalker mid. They pulled something out of the hat, and it's tense.
It's tense.
There's
indeed.
a palpable air in this crowd.
Everybody's just waiting with bated breath. And I mean, obviously, they're just strategizing. We're going to see Dendi on the Templar Assassin. We're definitely going to see Puppey on the Enigma. Kuroki going to handle his world famous Rubik, Batrider. It's going to go to Funnick, and last but not least, Havos. He's been playing Alchemist all day long, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been playing a lot of Alchemist. Of course, this is another game of Dota, right? It's still Dota in the end. $2 million on the table, but it's a very big game of Dota. Na'Vi, the International 1 champions, they've attended now 3 grand finals. Can they make a second championship theirs? Can they take another home? Havos the Alp, Funnick the Bat, Kuroki on the Rubik, Dendi the TA mid, and last but not least, Puppy on the Jungle Enigma. Our first ever Game 5 at the International. On the side of the Alliance, the Kings in the North, yet to lose a series at this tournament. They've lost a few games in a row here, but they battled back to force this game. S4 on his signature puck, EGM, the EO, the Wisp, Ake the Crystal Maiden, Loda on the Chaos Knight, and they're heading to the bottom lane. Last but not least, it's Admiral Bulldog expecting to go 1v1 against the Funnick Bat, starting with a Magic Stick, heading to the top lane.
So Loda and his team decides to go offensive tri-lane with the Wisp. Now Wisp generally considered very weak on the offensive tri-lane because he has 0 armor, but I think they're definitely on the offensive. And let's see if Havos, and of course with Kuroki's backup, whether he could handle it. Back in the mid lane, Dendi is going to have a little bit of assistance. Puppy will destroy the first creep with Demonic Conversion, and that should be a tiny kind of assistance there. And of course, he is going to be matched up against S4's puck. By the way, no polling here. So this is as true of a 1v1 as it possibly gets.
Yeah, nice work by Bulldog here. Sends a trance to the top rune. Will deny the creep, and meanwhile,
Havos,
bottom lane, they're
Havos.
hunting Havos, but unable to pick him off. He's way off. So, aggressive tri-lane, and the reason this really could work is because Na'Vi are running a jungle Enigma. So, at best, it's a dual lane bottom, and in fact, it won't be a dual lane bottom. Kuroki's gone top.
Want to get a first blood top. I don't think Admiral Bulldog was expecting this at all.
Yeah, this lane could get first blood, but really not until level 2, I feel. Let's see, though. Maybe you can run him down with Napalm.
If you get like 4 stacks on him, just with Napalms and right clicks, it could do it. One stack?
There's not many stacks now. They're going to have to really wait for this.
2 stacks?
Meanwhile, Alliance, they didn't ward the pole camp. It seems like they want Na'Vi to go for the poles, expecting Kuroki to be there and then kill him, but he's not. They just have vision. So Havos sitting back, both teams, it's a tense moment. A first blood could very well decide this game. Such snowball-oriented lineups on both sides.
Mid lane here, Dendi dropping out a ton of harass with the side blades. Last hit, denies, and of course, a ton of harassment. Now S4.
This is a very hard matchup for Puck. TA is going to have the better damage as you level up the refraction, and ultimately S4 cannot kill a TA by himself unless he gets a big rune, and Dendi gets ganked, overextends hugely unless there's another hero in support. So Dendi's going to have an edge mid in the mid lane. That could be huge. They're trying to force this first blood top. It's not going to happen, though. Kuroki, in the end, will back off.
Yeah, so Admiral
Bottom lane. Havos on the run, gets pulled into a tether. He's channeling a stun, but he's been locked in position. Dropping fast, not dead yet. Loda's low. Loda is going to die.
Havos drops the first blood. Admiral Bulldog going for the kill right now. Tanner to break the trees. Tango up here by Havos. He's got a juke. He's got a
low. Ake's
charging
low.
him aside.
Is he really going to do it?
Oh my god.
He might get two.
Going for the kill. Is he going to get it? Havos gets the double kill. My god. Havos is simply too damn good.
1v4. He finds 2. He does fall, but man, Na'Vi, talk about a clutch play there. That is so huge. That could just win them the game. That one moment right there.
I'm shaking my head in disbelief.
They're tri-laning against an Alchemist. Alchemist is not good at the early levels. He's got 2 armor. He's got 700 HP. Just great juking. Now they're going again. Once more. They'll go for a boast. A 1-second stun. The luck not with them.
He's got Magic Stick. Magic Stick, 4 charges. Can he get to the trees? He will. He's going to be saved. Tango.
He's going to live. They're still going for this. Bulldog taking the
jukes. So much jukes, but the trees being destroyed. One more stun. He's still juking to the right side. Tower. EGM's low. Can you get the kill on EGM? Oh my god.
He's got another tether here.
Acid Spray. Acid Spray gets the kill. Havos.
So they're quad laning bottom. Let's just call it what it is. It's a quad lane. That's 2 Bulldog TPs to the bottom lane. They have 4 heroes bottom, and he is leading 3-2. And meanwhile, Dendi's 1v1 mid. He's winning his lane handily, 11-10 already. And Funnick, free farm top lane. There's nobody here. Puppy, he's got the jungle to himself. He's just rubbing his palms together. Alliance is really shooting themselves in the foot, and Havos is putting them in a horrible position.
Well, they got to keep up the aggression right now. I mean, Kuroki is pretty much a free kill if you get that tethered in. But so far they don't find it. Meanwhile, Hopeful's just picking him items after items. The boots and speed pickup, as well as the magic stick pickup after his death, was absolutely huge and allowed him to survive long enough so that tower could do the rest. But let's quickly check out the mid lane. You were saying that Dendi was leading quite a bit, and look at the CS difference, 15 and 13.
He's crushing this lane. He's got 14 denies against the ranged hero. Look at the level disparity already. Dendi versus the Puck. He's a full level ahead. He's halfway to 6. S4, not even halfway to 5. And once
Ooh, they want it one more time on the bot lane. Volt's down to about half HP. Pops a magic wand quite early. Drops a stun. Needs to get a lift. There's a lift. Defensive toss back. And Na'Vi stays death once again.
Havos lives yet again. They keep on trying to find kills. When you run an aggressive tri-lane Wisp, when you run an aggressive tri-lane in general, you need to get those kills. They were up against nothing but an Alk. It felt like it should have been easy, but Havos just outplayed them. Absolutely outplayed them. And now Alliance, it's still close in terms of gold experience. It's not out of reach by any means, but this lineup really does rely on getting ahead, and they're behind. Na'Vi is looking so masterful right now.
Well, Na'Vi, you know when they're ahead, they definitely want to apply pressure, and the pressing question is, when is that pressure going to come? Is it going to come from Dendi? Is it going to come from Funnick? Or is it going to come from Enigma, from his pushes? As well, Jungle Havos says, all right, I had it all on the bot lane. I'm rotating. I'm ganking Havos?
He does have 2 CS. I guess that's the one good piece of news, but that's about it, Luby. And it's not a 4 protect 1. They have Dendi mid on TA. They have plenty of other damage, so they don't need Havos to be the hard carry. Simply dropping acid spray, throwing out stuns, Dendi can carry this game. He's going for the phase boots. He's got his magic wand coming soon. And with this kind of start, 26 and 17, they need to gank him, but their lineup isn't that good at ganking TA. The refraction charges are going to be a real pain for them to deal with.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden's Frostbite is going to be their best spell to get that gank off, but she is so slow that if she makes a gank at TA kills her. So yeah, I think Alliance is definitely out of options. Now, we've seen Alliance in this position in the past where early game they struggle, but mid game they always come back. And it's going to be on the back of an S4 Puck. I have absolute confidence that we're going to see a lot more better fights out of S4.
But he's losing his lane. He's 19 and 3. Dendi's 29 and 18.
Lane's overrated. S4's S4.
He is really losing his lane, though. This is going to be tough for him. Not yet level 6. Nowhere near a blink. He can't even get the runes because Havos is denying him at every corner. More things going Na'Vi's way. Funnick, level 6 as well. He's got 900 gold. Once he gets a blink, you look at Alliance and just look at these heroes. Ake, no Ogre Club for him, no Tranquil Boots, sitting with 500 HP. The Wisp.
They want Loda.
Nothing.
They want Loda. Loda's going to get lifted. He's going to get tossed back. We're going to see a stun to the face. Malefice on top as well. And Loda being left alone. 4-second stun, trying to get the kill. He's not going to do it. Oh, Foes! Oh, nice pickup by Alliance. Nice pickup.
Great pickup by them, but Loda dies as a Chaos Knight. This hero does not flash farm. This hero does not really catch up from farm. So dying there, a huge loss nonetheless. Havos falls, but Dendi's still farming. Funnick's still farming. Puppy's still farming. And we're so used to when Alliance is winning, Loda gets off to a hot start and never looks back. He's being shut down right now. 30 and 8, but his net worth.
Top lane, they want Funnick. Funnick gets relocated back here, and Funnick just melts to the pressure. Can he make it out alive? Magic's no.
Dead. No. Big kill for the Alliance. All of a sudden, EGM's level 5. He's close to level 6. That was an off-lane bat who was level 7. I mean, getting that... The gold is nice, but the experience, the big thing there.
Yeah, unfortunately, he did not have a magic stick or a point into his flame break, so he basically had no defense mechanism against that.
Going in on S4. He's not killing him, but again, continue to zone him off the lane, winning in terms of farm. He's prepping with the traps. S4, got to be careful
Have
here.
we ever seen S4 be this pressure in a true 1v1? There's no pulling, there's no ganks. It's just Dendi straight up 1v1ing and outplaying S4.
It's the matchup. I mean, TA really does crush Puck 1v1. You have no way to remove refraction. You don't have as much damage as the TA, and he's not getting ganked. So without that, I mean, they'll need the Wisp, they'll need the Prophet to get involved to catch up.
Now, Orb's being tossed out, trying to push the lane back. Dendi's going to blind check top here. Hopefully, he finds himself a rune, and it's going to be in bot lane. Of course, Puppy's already on top of that.
Oh, watch out. Ooh, Puppy's on the hunt.
Traps.
There's a lot of traps here. S4 heading down the river. He gets Malefice Black Hole as well! And S4 will fall. Another kill for Na'Vi.
Oh my goodness, every single lane being decimated by Na'Vi. Are we going to see a two-time champion?
It's a little early yet, Lumi. It's close, though. Leading in terms of gold, leading in terms of experience. Alliance will need to dig deep here. It's a triple gauntlet build from EGM. Pure tank. He wants to live through the burst. He knows it's coming. And now with Black Hole down, they do have Phantasm here on Loda. They will have Relocate soon. Alliance, they'll need to rely on ganks to get back in this game. Because when it comes to farm, Boast, he'll get Greevil's Greed very soon, I imagine. And he'll start catching up. The rest of them are out farming Alliance right now.
Yeah, we have seen how Alliance snowballs. They were behind before. Keep in mind, last game, after one 5-man wipe, they just win the game off that. So Alliance definitely very much so still in the game. EGM gotta get to level 6 though, so he needs to turn back to the jungle with the Crystal Maiden, and hit that 6.
The first tower for the Alliance falls top. The tier 1 is down, and now they can go back, continue to pull, get that Wisp a level 6, and go for some ganks. They'll have a Bulldog Midas, so that tower pretty important in that regard. Still though, it does feel like Na'Vi were very comfortable giving it up. Did not force the defense. They're waiting on some next items. Funnick, his Blink Dagger coming soon. Puppey, Mech not too far off. He's about 1,200 gold away. Dendi, close to his next item. And I think this is a BKB game to me. We'll see what Dendi wants to go for, but here we go. Relocate on Elbows, trapped in position. This time does he get out? Not that easy. Alliance strikes back with a vengeance, 5-5, and a much needed kill. They continue to shut this out down.
A momentary lapse in Havos's judgment. Does not see Havos turn level 6, and that was an instant game.
EGM just hit level 6 there. Very quick relocate. Now we'll go for an Urn. And hey, Loda, no time wasted in farming. Chaos Knight's not a great farmer, but when you have Wisp, you spend less time on the ganks.
Yeah, when you're participating in those kills and you get those kills, yeah, it helped you farm quite a bit. Meanwhile, Kuroki is level 6 as well, so we saw a game where last time he did not get anything done because he was getting picked off. This game, he's got a quick level 6, and what are some of the good spells that he can steal this game?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing to point out is, sure, Havost is getting shut down, but to me, Na'Vi and Alliance both are winning when their supports have the hot start. And right now, Puppey's level 8, Kuroki's level 6, they're both having a hot start. I think after the Arcane Boots, Kuroki maybe just tank up a little bit, get your Magic Wand, work towards your Blink Dagger. Puppey will go Mech, and once they get that next level of items, finding pickoffs gets really easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, Kuroki could tank up or he could get a Blink. And I'm more leaning towards a Blink.
We'll see. Yeah. He's got a lot of options here. He'll wait. He'll bide his time. There are other heroes to initiate as well. There's Funnick to jump in first. There's nothing that big to steal an Alliance. Maybe Dreamcoil or Silence, but I think the big thing is just to stay alive and find a good jump. 5 heroes mid for Na'Vi. They love to fight early. They love to fight constantly, and they're hunting S4. There's a Blink, a Lasso as well. Locked in place, and just look at it melt.
Oh, Aki, you're in the wrong neighborhood. One more trap's going to give Malefice on top. They're backing off because there's a huge backstab from Loda. Oh, EGM's going to get... Oh, there's the kill. And now Loda in huge trouble. Can they have traps? Can they have stun? Meanwhile, Loda somehow finds a double kill. Oh. The stun comes out. Aki, couple more hits. But it's a 2-second stun. Aki still alive. Kuroki on the backline trying to get the right glow. The zap from Kuroki. They're not done just yet. Dendi trying to get the Mel Strike. He finds it. Kuroki.
But Dendi! Out of his mind right now. In comes S4. There's a stun from Avos with his dying wishes. Dendi, though, will fall. And immediately the Alliance replies. But they do buy back on Loda. A costly defense for them.
Oh my goodness, I thought he was gonna Mel Strike dodge that stun, but of course there was a Sentry Ward down, so Alliance getting some critical kills. Tier 1 tower under siege right now. Funnick, shift Q on the Blink, but they are not done defending this.
There's no lasso here, the orb was stolen.
Kuroki!
What a play, he's caught S4! S4 orbing out, still alive, even better he replies, still standing strong. Funnick, one more hit, not enough, he will not die. 2 dead for Na'Vi. And S4 is really playing with fire here. How does he live? How does he live?
With all these frequent team fights, very, very hard to judge who's actually ahead. You want to take a stab at it, LD?
It's so close. I don't think there's a clear advantage. It comes down to the next level of fights. It comes down to the next items. Dead even, both teams going blow for blow. Who's going to win the bigger fights, though? I think the one thing to consider, Na'Vi, very close to key items. Mech on Puppey coming very soon. They've got Black Hole. We didn't see it in that last fight. And then you look at some of these other heroes. Havost is very poor, but Dendi's working towards a BKB. So looking at the items for Na'Vi, I'd say they've got the items to fight now, whereas Alliance, they're more focused on farming, and the items that they need are going to take longer. You have a lot of gold on Bulldog, and it's going into a Shadow Blade. So if Na'Vi continue to fight with those items, they're ahead. If they don't, then Alliance could easily come back.
Yeah, and like you said, Na'Vi definitely looking to fight right now because once the mech is up on Puppey, we saw how close that team fight was in the mid lane. And if you pop the mech, that is a 250 HP heal. That's a ton of armor per activation. So I think Na'Vi can take an engagement. They got to focus down on this tier 1 tower though, because that will open their gank path by quite a bit.
And there's your mech on Puppey. That's a big item to pick up. He's actually your lead farmer in terms of CS. Of course, net worth won't be going his way. A lot of them are jungle creeps, but here we go. Havost in the front lines. Don't even need to say that. He's always in the front lines.
He shouldn't be leading the front line because there's no stun on him.
Yeah, can't really get the jump. Ideally, it's Funnick, so Smoke ain't gonna fail. That's 5 heroes wasting their time. Meanwhile, Aki and S4. Puppey's gonna find a mid, but is it Puppey who gets caught or mid? But S4 just walked into a gank party. Here's your relocate. Here we go.
Oh, Black Hole still ready to go. The Kuroki's dropping low. Oh my god, hit so hard. Both trying to find a kill. Meanwhile, Dendi trying to focus on S4. S4 dies again. The relocate goes back out. Loda says, where's my bus home? Where's the bus? Because Dendi is dropping big Mel strikes.
And Na'Vi are pulling away with this game. Bulldog caught. Bulldog will fall. Triple kill for Dendi.
Dendi looking for more. He got Mel Strike Funnick. Oh, what a tether away by EGM. But the trap, will it hit? No, he will not. EGM will survive.
If Na'Vi win this game, they will be the first team in the history of Dota 2 to win 2 internationals. There's only been 2 winners. Na'Vi could be the team that takes 2 in a row. Well, not 2 in a row, but 2 total. It's looking closer and closer. They're starting to snowball. They've got more pickoff potential. Alliance, they desperately need their next items. Lotus BKB, the blink for S4, the buyback crushing him. And you look at the gold earned, forget this, because with the buybacks, it's a lot worse. With the heroes they have, they need more gold. Alliance, the giants from the north, from Sweden, are in a lot of trouble.
And they're in trouble because Loda, like we said earlier, really used to having a ton of farm. He's on a hero that can't farm that well. But ping out Loda saying, man, he's only got a drums. He really needs his BKB as soon as possible.
Meanwhile, Dendi's got one. There's nothing to stop him. There is not a single ability that can hold him in place. They can slow him down. If he gets off the BKB, all Alliance can do is head for the hills. That is it.
The only thing they have, and this is kind of like a really stretching out there, as a ground target Sprout. If you could Sprout Dendi within the BKB, he doesn't have anything like a blink to get out. Now with that said, you have things like Midnight Pulse, you have things like Firefly, those will easily break the tree, so I don't count on that one being effective against Dendi.
Yeah, with a BKB, he doesn't have to fight now. He can continue to farm. And Na'Vi are going to push the bottom lane. The tier 1 bottom trying to trade for the tier 2 top. But Alliance, normally on top of these trades, seems like they're going to be on the losing side. Na'Vi, tier 1 will fall. And if they want to defend top, they most likely can. The tier 1 falls. Na'Vi inching closer. Inching closer. Not there yet. No relocates. But we'll see. There's always the threat, right, of Alliance having a big relocate gank, picking Na'Vi off 1 by 1, and rolling from there. So Na'Vi are doing the right thing. Not overextending, not forcing it, playing, keep ahead. They're not afraid to fight, but they'll take their fights selectively.
I think Alliance may be angling for a Roshan snipe here.
Oh, Dendi's already on the ball. Traps at the pit. You ain't going to pull a fast one on him.
Yeah, you talked about having Alliance having the ability to do a gank. I really think they need to reserve their relocate and do counter ganks because Na'Vi's definitely quite far ahead. Perhaps they will be a little bit over aggressive, and if you have a good relocate on top, you could take advantage of Na'Vi's over aggression. But that predicates on Na'Vi making mistakes, and so far they're looking pretty good.
Another tower falls. The Alliance, they just kept on rolling in game 4. But now it's Na'Vi who take yet another tower, feeling confident to force fights. When you're up against a superior 5-man, you normally want to gank or split push, but Alliance not going for the ganks, not really split pushing that quickly yet. Bulldog working towards the Shadow Blade, but will he be able to get them creeps going their way? Loda wants to go bottom. And all of a sudden, that Havost that had 2 creeps at like 8 minutes, look at him now. He's got a Shadow Blade. Only 1 point in Greevil's Greed. He's catching up. Alk, one of the best in the business for that.
Yeah, then he continue to farm on the top lane. 1,300 gold in the bank. I imagine it's gotta be a Blink Dagger. One of Dendi's favorite item, and to be honest, a really, really good item in this game. If you could blink on the back line and focus on EGM or focus on Aki, they just melt in like 2 hits.
Yeah, Dendi can go in 1v5 and make this with the BKB and blink and make this a 5v3 instantly by himself. They actually can't kill him before he does it. And here we go. Alliance going for Roche, but they're going to back off. It's very tense here. A terrible fight at Roche is probably GG for Na'Vi. Alliance are not ready to take that risk yet. There's so much at stake for these teams. So much, and Na'Vi, they might even go for it. Remember, they've got Acid Spray Max.
They got Meld.
They've got Meld.
Yeah.
And they've got the vision superiority with Firefly. So I think Na'Vi can just take this. Alliance are going to have to fight. No Blink on S4. No Aegis shenanigans easily available. It comes down to a relocate gank. It comes down to vision. Will they get it? Trance into the pit. Na'Vi bringing down Roche fast. S4 prepping to jump. Firefly's there from Funnick. Not going to let him go in easy. Relocate's there.
Black Hole! Loda gets caught here. Where's the physical damage? There's nothing. The Black Hole gets canceled. Where is Dendy? Puppy's dropping low. Puppy's dead. But S4 is dead now. Two-man sprawl on top. Loda still racking everybody away.
Dendy is still alive. They can't stop him. EGM in a whole world of trouble. He's going to live. But the way lies open. Bulldog TP's in.
Relocate TP with buyback. CK's here. Dendy, get out of there.
He wants to fight. He wants to fight.
There's no detection. There's no
EGM,
detection.
no, he came by his lonesome.
Oh, trying to get out to left, but the sun's gonna hit. And my God,
Jams it in. Blows him up, and now Roshan. How do they fight it? They've used so much to contest this Roche. The buyback on Wisp, the buyback on CK. Now Funnick wants to go again. Firefly's up, Loda, EGM. If they die again, they've got no buyback. Dendy muscling forward. Will it matter though? Dendy's here, and Dendy is ready to fight. Roche dropping fast. He's not in the pit. Alliance heading on.
Oh, Ake trying to do something here. Volt's dropping low. Ake's going to drop as well. And Dendy, he's doing way too much. Nobody's actually focusing him. Dendy perhaps trying to right-click on Loda. Down to about half HP backline here. Admiral Bulldog getting focused. Meanwhile, Dendy is just cleaning house. EGM comes on the right side, trying to help us out. Like Hiroki gets picked up. Flamebreaker on 3. Funnick's trying to survive. Sprout giving vision. And Admiral Bulldog trying to get a kill on Funnick. Firefly on the low ground. He's going to be fine. He will have a Blink Dagger up very, very soon.
Still Roshan stands. This time, Dendy wants to go in. While that's happening, Batrider's back to the pit. It's low. There's no black hole. Is there a way to steal this? S4 looking to leave. Roche is low. Can he grab it in time? Dendy backs off. BKB's up. On the backside, Funnick falls, but EGM will as well. And now, Roshan just with a sliver of HP. If Dendy gets this, they might not be able to stop him.
S4, TP back in here, and he bashes. There's a stun on Dendy. Dendy's dropping low. Roshan.
S4 picks up the Aegis. Alliance is still in game 5.
Back in the mid lane, Loda looking for a chase. Puppy barely gets away. Kuroki barely gets away. 22-19. And Dendy just dropped a beyond godlike streak to S4.
Gold heading Alliance's way. Experience heading Alliance's way. Is this the makings of one of the biggest comebacks, hell, perhaps the biggest in the history of Dota? On this stage, in this moment, can they find a way? S4, he got the Aegis, he got his Blink, and now he's moving through the jungle. Kuroki stealing the orb, the Waning Rift actually, and backing off. Bulldog up to 2.7k gold. Loda, BKB, not that far off. And with no Aegis, can Na'Vi keep on snowballing? There is 3k gold on Dendy. Havos, no item progression at all. Puppy, no BKB. Kuroki, no Blink Dagger, and no Force Staff on Funnick. It seems like Alliance may, just may, have started to turn the tide.
They have to keep playing on perfect until the game ends, because I believe that Na'Vi has a better lineup walking into this matchup, because once Puppy gets his BKB, what is the answer to him? There is no answer.
The only answer is to avoid Black Hole or catch him.
That is not a good answer.
Tether stun into Reality Rift. Yeah. That's about it.
That's tough.
Maybe a Scythe. Puppy, sure, he's got Black Hole, but Alliance do have the superior split push. And we've seen them win so many games at this very event using that style. Bulldog on his Prophet. Once upon a time, Lone Druid was his go-to hero, but nowadays, it seems Prophet just might be it. In comes Funnick, scouting out through the river. He's Fireflied up, looking to leave. He could go on Bulldog. Bulldog, though, Shadow Blade up and backing off. Na'Vi always wanting to fight. They're going to force one again. Meanwhile, Wisp CK grouped up top. Loda, he's got a BKB recipe now. All he needs is a Mithril Hammer. 1,500 gold, and then he may be able to take some big fights for Alliance.
This is a very important push for Na'Vi. They gotta keep in mind that there is gonna be a relocate coming in, and any second they're gonna waste on the bot lane, not getting a tower, is Loda farming up top. So they gotta make it quick. If they're ganking, make it quick. If they're pushing, make it quick. If not, just back off.
For now, Alliance, as long as they're not getting picked off, Loda is farming, Bulldog is farming, S4 is alive for now and clearing the wave. So they're farming a little bit more than Na'Vi. The gold is dipping their way. It's kind of plateaued for now. Remember though, they've used a lot more buybacks, and S4 getting towards his next item now. He's already got his blink now. We'll see what he works towards. A lot of options available for him. What are you thinking, Lumi? Is this a Scythe of Ice?
Scythe of Ice is always your go-to option. I don't see anything that could be useful. Things like Force Staff, for example, or things like Yule Scepter, they are just not that useful. Maybe if you truly are afraid of Dendi, you could go Gold Scepter for yourself, but I think if you want to win this game, maybe you have to go late, and I think Scythe of Ice is the best option.
Yeah, and Scythe of Ice is also a play-to-win kind of item. You get a Ghost Scepter, that's a play not to lose, and it feels like if you're just trying not to lose against Na'Vi, they're going to punish you for that, they're going to force fights, and sure, you run, but you're not killing anyone, you're not dealing with Puppey.
Radiant's bottom
I agree, I
tower
lean towards
is
the
under
Scythe here.
attack.
Now they're pushing bottom, the tower will fall. Alliance still in this game, 24 minutes in. That Roche fight could have sealed their fate, but somehow, some way, using that dire advantage, they found a way. They're hanging on, and now Na'Vi, such a fast start. Can they keep it up? Can they push the final mile, the last leg of their journey, and take home the trophy?
Alliance perhaps had some fate going their way with that Roshan. It was bashing Dendi non-stop. But, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, as we see S4 securing that Aegis. Top tower is going to go to Na'Vi as well. And
Na'Vi strikes back. They take a tier 1 top, one step closer. The towers are starting to fall in a big way. The territory for both teams that they safely control shrinks, and soon we may have a decisive clash. Dendi up to 2.3k gold. Daedalus will be his next destination. It's coming soon. For now, he saves for buyback, but only for now. And keep an eye on him. By himself, even if Loda uses Phantasm, some well-placed side blades can blow him up. But Loda will get the biggest item for now. It's his BKB. And now, if anyone for Na'Vi tries to fight on their own, a relocate BKB gank, there is no way to deal with it.
Well, Na'Vi will slowly push down the top tower. They're not receiving any response just yet. They do see a TP away from the top lane. Havos has TP away. It's time to run. You cannot fight without Havos. BKB gets activated by Loda. Misclick, perhaps?
Thought they were going to relocate, I guess. I heard the BKB and I thought he was coming in. So
bot lane here, S4 trying to run, and he should be okay.
Dire tower. Dire gets the tier 2, not denied by Na'Vi. That's a 10-second BKB charge. I believe Na'Vi did see it. I'm not 100% sure, but either way, those BKB charges matter.
They do.
Sure, there's Black Hole, there's Lasso, there's physical damage from Dendi, but there's a lot of other stuns. Now Havos, a BKB of his own. It seems like Na'Vi have said if we get enough BKBs, there is nothing the Alliance can do to stop us.
I do definitely believe that Alliance is right now split pushing a bit better. Simply because they have the ability to relocate and join in if S4, for example, ever got in trouble in that bot lane. So he was able to get a tier 2 tower. And I think Na'Vi don't really want to fight until the Aegis runs out. And guess what? Aegis down about 24 minutes. Yeah, 24 seconds.
Trap detonated mid. Gem picked up by a Rubik for Kuroki. BKB for Puppey. This next Roche class will be hotly contested by both teams. For Alliance, they're going to have some big items of their own. S4 might manage to farm a Scythe device. Bulldog will have his, and Alliance will have their shots on this next clash.
Yeah, I just want to comment on how well Dendi's been map controlling for his team. If you look at the mini-map, all those green dots are just Na'Vi's traps all over the place. It's scouting Roshan, it's scouting the mid lane. It really helps you to know where that Wisp is, to see if the relocate gank is coming. Also, it helps your bat to find those ganks, and so far, he's perching on the mid lane. Not going to see anyone just yet.
If it goes on like this, you have to look at Alliance and say, some of these heroes aren't necessarily that useful in a fight late game. So like they always have the better split push, and we know that. But in a fight, Crystal Maiden, once Na'Vi have mass BKB, she's not going to do anything. Wisp, sure, a fantastic hero to buff up your carry, but if the enemy team is mass BKBs and you're not stunning them, then, well, she's just dying to the mass burst damage of Na'Vi. Even a Nature's Prophet, faster farmer than anyone on Na'Vi's side, but doesn't use the items as well in the clashes. S4, Puck, weak against BKBs, reliant on the scythe. Na'Vi, it seems like their heroes will use the farm a bit better. And right now, the farm is still their way. Now a Daedalus, and now we can really say Open Dendy.
Yeah,
now he's going to hurt.
It also depends on how these team fights are going. BKB's nice for that 10-second duration or 9-second duration, but if the team fight goes longer than that, and we definitely saw team fights in the Roshan pick going way longer than that. That Crystal Maiden suddenly frostbite by S4, talk about that later. Trying to blink out, he will make it out alive, and he'll jump to the right side as well. S4 says, not today. Not today.
Too fast for now. Now a scythe picked up on your Admiral Bulldog, Nature's Prophet.
That's huge.
And by the way, he's very close to buyback if he doesn't already have it. In fact, he does. Reliable gold 1100, really managing his economy wisely. So Na'Vi, they've got a gem, they've got a BKB Daedalus on Dendy, 4-staff blink on the back. They've got all these items to fight now. Mass BKBs as well. Do they fight? Should they fight?
I think they do. When you have BKB Black Hole, Alliances have to tread carefully. The only thing they have to go against it is an instant stun coming out from a Reality Rift tether stun, so your Wisp and CK's relocate have to be on top. So here we go.
So they're forcing the tier 2 bottom, and they're doing it shortly before Roshan respawn. There's only a few minutes to go, 1.5 to 2 at most, and that means that Alliance will have a harder time contesting this. So instead, Alliance says, we don't want to fight against your 5-man. We're going to rely on our split push. The tier 2 bottom falls. Na'Vi yet another tower for them. 2 remaining for both teams, but
if he cancels some TPs,
he's on the prowl. Havost maybe in trouble. Havost is going to head the other way. Did spot him in his daytime and jukes out.
Yeah, when the entire Na'Vi team TPs out like that, anybody that S4 could find is an instant easy kill because you have Wisp as well as Loda coming back in. So you can see how Wisp really is turning kind of adding a whole bunch of extra elements in this game.
Absolutely. Now Funnick in the jungle, continuing to farm, but here they go. They spotted him out. He's caught. He will be picked off. Just great movement around the map. Alliance, these wards are just every single ward. They had so many earlier, now they've only got one, but this is what when you run Wisp, you don't just pick Wisp and say, okay, we win, Wisp is a good hero, she's too strong. But you run Wisp and you have wards to back it up, you have other gankers to back it up, you move in a way that supports the Wisp. And now, well, they might catch S4.
S4, he's in trouble. The stun in the face.
What a player!
Not today.
What a friggin' player!
Not today.
But Dendy's on the hunt. He's not giving up that easy. No, he'll back off. Man, by the way, he had no idea that was coming. No vision, no wards to speak of. That was pure reactions from S4. He saw the stun coming and he hit that face shift. And it might sound easy, but trust me, it's not.
That earlier kill in the jungle for a Bat Rider, that's actually a huge deal for Na'Vi because, I mean, if you can't farm your jungle as one of your most survivable hero, a Bat Rider with Blink and a 4-staff, that's issue because where do you find? You have to farm as 3 or 4 and credit to, again, Lions not taking really kind of bad fights. If you look at the experience graph, it's dipped down to 0 at this point. Again, if there's nothing really happening, Alliance's lineup with Wisp, they could find a more efficient farm. Na'Vi's going to try to take Roshan once again, but they got burned there last time. They got to be careful.
Puppey does have that BKB, but always the Scythe could pose trouble for him, and he's on the high ground. He's in a very bold move. Roche dropping fast. No reaction from Alliance, but they just give this up. They're still not committing. Now, they found S4. He's the key to their success in these fights, and he does die. He's got a buyback, but it's too late. Roche is dead. Puppey moving forward. Aegis to Na'Vi, and now it's time to see what they're really made of. They're pushing in mid, and they may just force the high ground.
Great split push coming in from Admiral Bulldog, trying to pressure top.
I don't know if it's fast enough.
It's not. It's not. Tier 2 is going to drop in the mid lane very quickly. I think Na'Vi, they want to go high ground. They see the victory. They need to claim it. 33 seconds. If they can force out a buyback from Puck, that's an extra. There's a buyback. There you go.
Do they back? They're sticking around mid. They really want to fight. They're going to stay on the high ground. They pop the mech. There's their trap deployed. Meanwhile, the Alliance pushing the top lane, pushing the bottom lane, but the tier 3 mid falls. Na'Vi going for the mid racks, dropping it fast. Alliance, no sign of wanting to defend. S4 is here. Ake baits out a stun. Na'Vi not finishing the racks yet, but they've lifted S4. He just bought back. If he dies, that could be game. Blinks away. They take the racks.
All TP. TP quick right now. S4 is going to try to cancel as many as possible. He'll cancel 3. My God. Funnick's going to try to TP, but he's going to defend against everybody. Meanwhile, Loda working on the melee racks on the bot. Reality Rift. Oh, Funnick, you are getting stopped hard. He's going to get back out, but the racks in huge trouble. They will defend.
Alliance outmaneuvering Na'Vi. Have almost taken broken.
Byrax, Loda,
That's two. That's Kuroki. He's dead. Kuroki's down. Loda, Alliance, the Kings in the
Top lane,
north.
Admiral Bull, the Hexes and Funnick. Funnick's gonna go down as well. Oh my god, Alliance.
They're doing it. The Alliance is doing it. 2 lanes of Rex. It's so hard to come back now. Na'Vi, they've got
They're
an
not
Aegis.
done yet. Hobol sees Loda. Can you drop that stun?
EGM.
Oh, BKB, TP. Oh my god. EGM's gonna try to TP as well. We need a Malefice. We will get a Malefice.
Na'Vi not 100% out yet, but they're up against Profit. They're up against Relocate. They're down to Rax. The gold, the experience, so even. It comes down to buybacks. It comes down to who pushes faster. You look at the buybacks. Everyone's got one except for S4. He's still dead. He won't have a sight. Man, Lumi, what a play. 3 hero Dream Coil wins them 2 lanes of Rax. Without that, they lose a Rax and they don't get one. This Rax, the tier 3 had just fallen. The Rax was still at full HP. The bottom Rax was sitting at 3/4. S4, despite getting completely crushed mid lane, is showing why he's respected as one of the very best, if not the best solo mids in the world. Not necessarily for winning his lane, but for his mid-game decision making.
It was amazing pressure being played on the both side lanes by Alliance. It forces the quick rotation from Na'Vi, and I think Na'Vi perhaps they panic a little bit. They're saying we need to defend our base, and they TP right in front of the Alliance base, and of course they got Dream Coil cancelled, so Na'Vi cannot make any more mistake this game. Havos invis on the mid lane. He says, can we get something going?
They're going on Loda now. Loda.
No BKB this time.
He's dropping fast. There's a black hole from Brubby. No, there's not. It's on cooldown. Unable to use it. Loda low. Armlet toggling on. He's still got BKB. He's baiting this with buyback. EGM's low. EGM not dead yet. Loda standing strong. And Blake's Funnick caught by the tether stun. He might end up being in trouble. EGM running, but will get caught. Loda as well. Do Na'Vi go throne? Do they do it right now? Is it all in?
They don't have enough time to throw him right now. Keep in mind that Admiral Bulldog pressuring in the bot lane as well. Na'Vi, I think they have to back off. No, they said we want to go in. Havos, no BKB. Nice ghost after blocking the stun, but he gets lifted. EGM, oh no, Akin, you draw. What a grid.
Dandy unloads, but it's Bulldog
bot lane.
going for the throne. There's no glyph. They must defend.
Oh, S4 is going to try to jump to the right side. He won't make it there, but again, Bulldog trying to get the Rex. Puppy's here. He's got to drop the Malefice, but he has to respect the Hex as well. Admiral Bulldog could just Hex him and kill him.
EGM, he's still alive. He's baiting them all. Bulldog still working on those tier 4 towers. Alliance losing 2, but they get 1. Gem hits the deck. Still, the creep's pushing in. The base might soon fall. It's coming down to the wire. Bulldog, cat and mouse with Puppy. The tier 4's in jeopardy. Na'Vi running out of options. It's a Necro 3. It's all in on the push.
Oh my god, Rax is going to go down. We're going to see a TP from Dendi, and that will drive Emerald Bulldog out of the base. Meanwhile, you see Havos still trying to run. Every buyback being spent on both sides.
But look at the damage he did. That's the last tier 4. The way to the throne is now open. Admiral, Bulldog, Alliance, they find a pickup as well. They found it both. He BKBs. Does he get out in time? No crits. No crits. He will live.
Oh my god.
So Na'Vi, they're out of options here. They gotta force a fight and take Rax very soon. They're not gonna win in a war of split push.
They are not gonna win in a war of attrition because you have Relocate, you have Profit TP.
Oh, look at it, look at it. Boots of Travel and Puppy. He's got BKB, he's got Blink, he's got Black Hole.
There's no way you're gonna break 2 tier 4 towers before they break the throne because there's just no damage output from Na'Vi.
Yeah, they've got a lot of damage, but things like Meld don't help you against towers. There's no Desolator on this team. You can't crit on structures. They're not the best lineup to push the base. Alliance, fantastic pushing lineup. Now they're relaxing. They're sitting back. They know the next Roche is coming in a few minutes. Pressure's on Na'Vi. For Alliance, farm your buybacks, wait for the next Roche. If you take the next Roche, you pretty much can just throw bodies at the throne and win the game via that.
You gotta keep in mind that also if you take the Roshan, that will give the Radiant, and they have the glyph already available, so I think perhaps they're trying to angle for a bait. Meanwhile, you see Puppy smoked up in the base. He has a breach of travel. He's looking to join his allies, but it has to be a clean sweep. If you leave Admiral Bulldog, the base.
Meanwhile, slow, steady siege, 2 TPs drawn back. This throw.
Oh, 1 micro kills the gem. A little bit of extra gold.
Kills the... Was there anything?
Not gem, the courier, the courier.
Nothing on that
It
courier?
was going to the secret shop.
The Weasel Crow falls. There was nothing on it, but it's just gold, and it's a courier they don't have. By the way, I do want to point out, Admiral Bulldog bought that Necro 3 from the enemy fountain, so that's some next level stuff.
It definitely was.
All the little things right now, they matter so much. They're magnified in the big spotlight, in the moment. Na'Vi, backs against the wall. If they can win this game, then they really deserve the title of champions. But right now, Alliance have battled back. It looked to be Na'Vi's game, and yet here they stand. It's not about the kills. It's not about the gold. It's about the throne. And right now, Na'Vi's throne exposed. Alliance is standing strong. Tier 4's up. Glyph is up, and the throne at full HP.
I think what Admiral Bulldog's going for with his ultimate orb is going to be a Manta style. Just have as many things as you can to
push as quickly as possible.
Throw at the throne, throw your Necropros, throw your Manta Legion, make treants. In that one final push that Alliance is going to try to win with, they will try to surround the throne from all sides and siege.
$2 million hangs in the balance. 1.4 million and then some to the winner. Only 600,000 to the loser. Nobody will settle for second place. Who's going to claim it? Who's going to rip it away? We're still waiting. And once this Roche comes, I think we're going to see it decided. Because if Alliance gets that, Na'Vi have to know the chances of a comeback get virtually impossible.
Also, Na'Vi's definitely running out of resources. There's no Smoke of the Seed available in their shop. Meanwhile, Alliance has 2. So there's a lot of options for Alliance in terms of how they want to angle this. They could take the Roshan. They could force a 5-man team fight in the enemy base. Keep in mind that when you have buyback, you could buy back and relocate in. So if you add buybacks, if you add Aegis, and if you add relocate, and if you add teleport buybacks, that's like 9-10 lives that Na'Vi has to deal with. Do they have enough?
Alliance, like you said, they should have the strategic advantage in a throne race, in a base race. 2 lanes broken down, tier 4s to fall. But if you're a Na'Vi fan, you must believe in miracles now. You can't count them out yet. They've been in these incredible situations before. Can they find a way? Loda now, DD. This is very important in a base race. He's going bottom lane. He's got his Phantasm maxed out now. There's a Glyph on Na'Vi. They've all got TPs. We also should keep an eye on that to make sure.
You gotta keep
everyone with TPs. Right now, for Alliance, they don't have that many, but they've got all the TP abilities. Teleportation, relocate is there.
Yeah, you also have to keep track of buyback. Hovosa's got 1. We have 1 on Rubik and 1 on Dendi. That's all of Na'Vi's buybacks.
Na'Vi, they felt like they had this game in their grasp. You could sense it. They were confident. They pushed
Amro, if he gets caught here, they see him. They know where he is.
The trap's there? No, they don't. No wards. Gem out of range. Speaking of which, Gem's another important resource. And right now, there is a gem on the side of both teams. S4 carrying Run, and I believe it is Funnick the other.
Vol's picking up Butcher Travel as well. That's definitely the item that you want in this stage of the game.
Roshan up in 30 seconds. The clock's ticking right now. Na'Vi, they know they have to fight Roche, and they also know Bulldog's going to come straight for the throne. He's going to go for the jugular. He wants to chop them off at the knees and end this game. They know Loda can relocate in. If those TPs get canceled, if they get caught, they could lose without ever getting to fight. Will S4 be the hero? Will he play that role yet again? He's already been the hero thus far. Can he do it one more time?
Yeah, you can see that Na'Vi is trying to gank 3-man parties, 4-man parties. If they find a pickoff, they have more options to do with what they want to do. Not having Smoke of the Sea at this stage of the game is a huge deal because those ganks are going to be less efficient. It's going to be less reliable as well. But they are definitely pushing out the base. They also have to keep in mind that relocate gank is always an option with CK Wisp. But here comes a big push down the top lane. I really don't think Alliance need to do this. They could just play it slow and go for the Roshan.
And that's what they're doing.
They turn back.
They push it past the river as a group, then they back off. They've got the wards. They don't necessarily know that Na'Vi don't have smokes.
All these treants. Damage is damage. Can't let them in.
Every little bit. The throne, it does regen slowly, so it will gain back some HP. Dendi cleaving them through. He says, not today. Meanwhile, there are Eidolons at the pit, and that is worth noting is that they can boots of travel to those Eidolons. So in a throne race, Na'Vi have a much inferior option to try and TP around the map, but they do have some ability to move around the map. It's all these little things.
I think the best possibility of a throne race is perhaps smoking in through the mid lane and start a fight there. And if Alliance decides to throne ratio, you breach travel back.
It's hard to say though. Here we go. Could be a huge clash in the river.
Oh,
Blink, Malefice as well. He will get Claudia's buyback. It's a Crystal Maiden down, but the push comes top. It's a nice pick for Na'Vi. It's not enough to put this game in their grasp.
They can't roach. They don't have enough damage. They don't have enough time.
S4,
oh, cancel TP.
He cancels the beat. Puppy, he's not going to be back in the base.
He's got BKB, but no boots of travel. Coil on two.
Cancels Dendy's TP as well. They are in huge trouble.
Funix caught. Now if they go for the throne, it could be game. Funix down. Alliance are doing it. They need a little more. A ghost to fall. Throne in jeopardy. There's a glyph. It's going to be their last stand.
Dendy's back. He's going to try to focus everybody, but there's so much stuff hitting on the throne. There's no more glyph available. Down to about half HP, a quarter HP. Alliance surrounding from all sides.
BKB, they won this round. They're going to do it. The Kings of the North.
Alliance wins. They win TI3.
The Alliance just won $1.4 million. They are your International 3 champions. They have taken home the first ever International for the Swedes.
One more time for your champions! Congratulations! Congratulations! I think I can speak for everyone watching at home and everyone in the audience when I say we were all having heart attacks for that entire last, 20 seconds. How do you feel right now?
It's hard to describe. I just can't believe it. I don't have no words.
Talk to me about the moment you knew you had grabbed the game back.
Oh, sorry.
Tell me about the moment you knew you got the game back.
Oh my god, it's amazing. To beat Na'Vi 3-2, oh my god. We never knew when we got the game back. It was so close. We were, oh my god. Oh, I can't speak.
What do you have to say to these guys who really put up a couple of really great games?
A big thank you to Na'Vi. They are great players and persons. Thanks to all the fans, the audience, all the Dota players for making this possible. Thank you. Thank you.
James, back to you. One more time for Alliance.
Absolutely the worst thing you can do. So maybe Chen is a bit more likely here. And I do like the idea of the Sand King too, just because it leaves your draft very ambiguous in the first two. It's like, okay, well, like you said, it can be general, it can be Dendy, it can be safe lane. Who the heck knows where the Sand King is actually going? It's just going to be all about how they want to shape up the lanes. So there's the Wisp we kind of expected.
Yep. And the Mirana ban, this is, so the question, right, once they've taken out Mirana, the question for Na'Vi is, are you willing to play against a Drow? Because Team Secret have shown that they'll first pick the Drow as well as the Shadow Demon.
I felt like that game where they had Drow yesterday, Secret, I think, was it the third game that they had Drow?
I think was it the first one? I thought it was the first one with like Razor.
Okay.
And,
maybe
there's the Drow ban, and Team Secret do opt to go with the same. And yeah, it was the second game where they ran the Drow Storm Spirit combination.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was the thing where I felt like Na'Vi could still have won that game, and they were getting a couple of nice team fights. It just sometimes you're not hitting buttons as well as the enemy team. Like that's literally what I attribute that game to.
I thought it was just a really good, that particular game, I thought it was just a really good adjustment by Team Secret. In the last couple of fights where they were finally able to take the engagements, Envy and Artur were positioning really well. But Team Secret are going to show us something new here. They're going to open the void off the Dire side.
ET Shadow Demon left in the pool.
Yeah.
And this is why I don't try to anticipate what Secret are going to do.
No, I would have bet.
They just pick whatever.
I would have bet you a good amount of money that first pick from Secret would either be Shadow Demon or ET.
I'm not sure if they run the Void as a carry as much, or if this is most likely an offlaner. But if they do run it as a carry, it might fit a little bit more of that mold you guys were talking about, with maybe Envy picks a bit more of an active carry instead of someone who wants to farm the whole time and tries to set the pace a little bit more.
You can still always just leave it open too, like you're saying. They counter pick always, so this can just be like a gent. It can just be like a wide open.
I think
pick.
they almost want Na'Vi to take ET, because it's like saying, okay, we're first picking Void. If you don't take ET, we're definitely taking ET.
Beastmaster.
Now, it reminds me a lot of what EG did to CDC last year in the TI5 Grand Final. They basically caught on to the fact that Leshrac was such a prominent hero in that meta, and CDC didn't play Leshrac. And this is kind of the same thing with an Elder Titan.
I mean, to a certain degree, I see what you're saying, but I think that Na'Vi could run ET if they wanted to.
Seneca plays it.
We've seen some
Seneca does
dazzle.
play it, but it's not a hero that they've shown a lot of in this tournament. Na'Vi are going to go for the double aura strat, so Beastmaster provide the vision. Again, the Winter Wyvern, anytime you see double auras, is very much on the table.
That's a very heavy counter pick opening here from Na'Vi.
Yep.
Yeah, you've got the swap out of the Chronosphere as well, but also there's a lot of push potential depending on how they choose to pair these two heroes up. So could
a lot
still
of
be going
flexibility.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say the same thing for Void. It's like Void can do everything.
Yeah. So your classic Void opens in the recent metas. Mirana has definitely been a part of those, but she was banned out. Phoenix is definitely a good Void partner, but that hero's fallen out of favor in the recent meta. And Team Secret, oh man, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if that's the play. You give them their Elder Titan, which they've just shown they're so comfortable with at different phases of the game.
I mean, it's one thing to... You're basically making a statement now. You're saying, we're going to let you pick the heroes that you want to pick because we can just beat you. That's what Na'Vi is saying. And I do feel like these two heroes in particular are very comfort zone for them. You know, we've seen Art Style Venge a ton, General Beastmaster, and I think that between those two just being on like those heroes, it's still okay for me personally because they have vision. And I think vision is one of the keys when you're playing against Faceless Void, because oftentimes you don't want to try to take direct 5 versus 5 engagements. You want to split up the map and do your own thing, maybe pull them apart a bit and go for some small skirmishes. So I think they have the tools and the heroes that they opened with to deal with the Void ET, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, that's what I really worry about, because the Beastmaster vision is a really important way to offset some of what Elder Titan brings to the table, but at the same time, they basically showed the other day against Complexity that they can stop a push with an Elder Titan almost single-handedly. And that, I worry about Na'Vi if Secret is just able to play that stalling game.
I mean, when you have Bubble and Elder Titan, you can stall for days.
Right.
Like, that's one thing that lineup can do, for sure.
We mentioned it during the draft too. We said Secret wants to take it to the later stages, and this is definitely an approach to go for that.
And a stat that I tweeted out this morning too, with Radiant coming into today, Radiant was 5-1 in sub 30-minute games. Dire was 7-1 in games that went 40 minutes or longer in this tournament. Interesting, a lot of teams being, I guess not too surprising, but a lot of teams showing a lot of respect for Dendy's Tinker in that second phase ban. I think this is the third straight game we've seen it taken out in the second phase.
Yeah, Tinker can take over a game, especially with the Beastmaster. You have a lot more freedom on the map. You know, you can obviously bot the Hawks and whatnot and just be generally annoying. If you get ahead and you have high bursts with a Beastmaster, you can just get quick picks and pressure the map in a ridiculous fashion. So you're going to have like massive amounts of wave shove, you're going to have good high ground defense and a lot of vision. It's just, I think that combination is a little bit too much. You don't ever want to be in a situation where you have 1 or 2 lanes being constantly pushed in, and whichever lane is, you know, not pushed has a Hawk near it, so you just can't really make anything happen around the map.
Timber saw. Timber they go for here.
Yeah. Quick reply by Na'Vi.
I mean, it's not like Team Secret have anything that directly lane counters Timber or anything like that. It's not at a point now where I would say, you know, they could also be deny picking it.
Because Team Secret is a little annoying, but it's not a laning disruption.
Right. It's not a lane counter, and we've seen like Bloodstone Lotus a few times as well on a lot of the Timber saws. And once you get to that point, it's like if you get chronoed, sure, Now they're going to need to decide if they want to pick up some more magical damage burst inside of the Chrono for the Timber Saw, or if they want to go for maybe something now that's going to counter them in lane, but...
Yeah, it's one of me. This is one of those picks to me that can really go very, very strongly in either direction, because on the one hand, the Timber is not nearly as bothered by the ET aura as a lot of other heroes are, because he's going to get those reactive armor stacks up anyway. At the same time, the Chronosphere and the Stomp are just two amazing zoning tools that can hinder the Timber's ability to freely move during fights, and that's just the #1 thing that hero needs, is that ability to just zip in and out.
Oh man,
wow!
Coddles, this hero is so good versus Timber Saw at all stages of the game.
Yeah, Mono League just, ugh.
Navi with an instant Chen pick, though.
It's really good. It's really, really good, because right now, you know, Team Secret, they can only pick up, that's a support ET. So both supports are shown. The Navi have done this almost every single game in the second phase. If they see both supports and neither of them deal with the jungler, they snap pick Chen every time. And this is the same thing. So now they just want to go for a lot of lane pressure, and they're going to pick, you know, the Beastmaster and the Chen. If they go to that safe lane, now Team Secret have to think, okay, what can we pick that's self-sustainable, or are we going to put NB on Void? Because now that's a choice that they have to make.
Wow. Unusual in this tournament that Batrider would make it all the way to the 8th pick before being touched in a draft. But what do you think? What do you see for Secret? What's the purpose behind this Batrider pick, guys?
I mean, playing Batter on a Beastmaster is kind of...
That's what I'm worried
It seems
about.
a little bit difficult personally, and there's Avenge. So I'm kind of wondering what the idea is as well. I kind of, to be honest, I think Navi are outdrafting them.
I do too.
If I'm just being blunt, I think that Navi have the better team right now. Because realistically, okay, you might have an okay laning phase, because, you know, the Keeper of the Light's going to be annoying to whatever offlaner, but they don't really have the heroes to pressure the lanes, and if General decides he wants to go to the jungle, the only person who can test is ET. I suppose Coddle can stack. Maybe that's the idea, that they want to play a more greedier early game that forces the Chen to bother the Coddle instead and take pressure off the safe lane. But either way, I think that Navi have everything they need to win this early game, and if they do, you know, we've seen what they can do with an early advantage.
Yeah, they even have the Venge for the Batrider later on.
Yeah.
The one thing I'll say about Secret is that they have a metric ton of D push right now.
Yes.
So if they can avoid just getting run over in lanes, it could be difficult for Navi to sustain these mid-game pushes.
It's going to be tough for them to hold the line, it seems, though. It seems they're very dependent on ults right now in terms of for damage and control. And if you get run over in lanes, you're behind in experience, you could see Navi just come high ground with that horde of Chen creeps really early, and that's something they have to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing they could fall back on is, like we were saying, mass D-push. Like Coddle, ET, good luck breaching high ground with your Timber Saw in that matchup. It's going to be really annoying, so I'm wondering how hard they want to go with the late game here.
I mean,
because I feel like that's their only choice now, right?
You're
like,
almost all in at this point.
I don't know, maybe they're going to do puppy things and just pick something random that we're not expecting. Because I'm guessing that's...
trying to preempt that.
Well, they need damage. I mean, they need right click. They need some damage.
They need something that's
even
not
if this is a carry void.
Something that's not so level dependent.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess you.
Ursa.
Razor. Okay. Yeah. So this is what they went for Artur in the first game yesterday against Navi, and again, it makes it so that at least one of your lanes is going to stand up very well to this kind of pressure. And with this pick, it's almost certainly that Envy will be on the Void, Artur on the Razor, and you'll see Bobo on the Batrider.
It's also like Navi's kind of picking a single core hero here at the end, even though they do have like the auras and everything to amp it. The Razor pick here is going to be pretty cool because you can just static link if it's going to be a physical damage dealer. That's pretty much only the one to deal with.
Here.
But then it's either Husker Lycan's still on the table that can get it, they can run out of that Razor static link. There's just a ton of things on the table for Ditya right here.
Oh, Lycan? I would not like Lycan actually.
Yeah, well, he does maybe give you the ability to counter some of that deep push, but yeah, now that I'm saying it.
If they go with something like the Huskar and Timbersaw, they kind of both dare you to open with big ults on them, and if you don't, they just have a crap ton of sustain going on in the fight. And so I think that kind of fits how they've been playing.
My only concern with Husker is they don't have a good Husker, like, they don't have a Husker sustain hero, you know what I mean? There's no Oracle, there's no Dazzle.
Don't have a steroid form.
It seems like that hero needs a secondary hero behind him most of the time. And it's also kind of tough, I think, when you're playing against Razor in particular, because when you dunk him, you get purged. And then, you know, if you get kited out during that fight, you get your damage drain. There's ET Aura as well. I guess it doesn't really matter for Husker so much that ET Aura is there, because he builds mostly plus armor items. But
How do you feel about the Razor Timbersaw matchup?
I mean, it's obviously Razor favored.
Yeah, it's super Razor favored.
I think that's what Team Secret wanted to do because they saw the fact that they were going to be pressured in lanes after the Chen pickup from Na'Vi. So they needed to decide if they wanted to have something that was going to be so lane dominant that it would force the attention of art style.
Raver. Okay.
Yeah, this is a really good pick too.
Yeah, looking at these drafts though, we're going to get final thoughts from you guys. Starting with the two on the right here, Jack and Fog. What do you guys think about this game?
I think Na'Vi, I think if they haven't taken this game within about 20-30 minutes, if they don't have all the towers and have full control of this game, they're going to be in some really deep trouble later on. It's a tough way for Secret to play, but they've shown that they can handle that.
All right. Fog, who do you like here, man?
I like Secret's draft just a little bit better. Just breaking high ground is going to be very hard for Na'Vi, but it's really a lot depending on art style's Chen in this early 10 minutes.
All right, Draskell, give it to me here. I think this is a good Na'Vi draft, but that Razor pick at the end made me reconsider some things. I think Secret might be able to sustain the early pressure.
I'm actually going to give Na'Vi the benefit of the doubt. I know I said that Secret will win the series, but I do feel as though that Na'Vi have all the tools they need in the early game. I don't feel like they're going to be able to pressure the lanes enough on Secret to stop Na'Vi's onslaught. I'm going to say they're going to win it.
All right, I will take Na'Vi as well in game one, and with that, we get our grand finals underway. I'm going to throw it off to our casters, LD and Winter.
Well, that's certainly not Jack and Fog. Made a quick switch here, Winter. We're ready to go. It seemed like there was a slight edge given towards Na'Vi by the panel, but you did not seem to agree, my friend.
They don't have any good last picks when we were talking about their draft. They finished their draft with a Weaver, which is kind of okay. Not very good versus the Monolith Chrono. Those spells are very good against Weaver.
So, looking at the Secret draft, they drafted a ton of D-Push, the Elder Titan, the Keeper of the Light, even the Razor you were mentioning with the Plasma Field. It's a lot of wave clear, Bat Rider. Only hero that doesn't have wave clear is Void, basically.
I was speaking in Mandarin to Roland. How do you understand what I was saying?
Yeah, I have my ways. He was translating a bit. You were too busy talking to even hear him what he's saying. But they obviously have a lot of wave clear. They have decent late game as well. Not really the best Roshan lineup for Secret, but they are dire side. And normally we've seen Na'Vi just snowball the lane. So do you think there's any way Na'Vi can get control of this game early? Or
one way, like Chen rotations. Maybe they have to do dual hero rotations, VS Chen and the Creep. It's very difficult for the Chen alone because Elder Titan can, basically what he has to do is always scout out the smoke movements of the Chen if he's moving alone. If there's two heroes, the Venge and the Chen and the Creep, then they have a chance to kill the Elder Titan.
And we have seen, obviously Puppy has played a lot of Chen and Enchantress in his own day, so he knows pretty much all the tricks of the trade.
Isn't he playing Kotal? Or he's playing?
This game he's playing Elder Titan, but so he can he can probably more easily anticipate art style's movements than someone who's not a
So
Chen player.
basically, Na'Vi finished their draft with a Weaver, so their safe lane doesn't need too much attention, so it might signal for the fact that Na'Vi wants to move with Venge and Chen a lot in the early game. So for Secret, if they anticipate that, Elder Titan would want to scout that out, break their smokes, and stop the ganks from happening towards the Razor.
Speaking of which, I believe we do already see a Dire Ward here up on the cliff, which did scout out that Chen's early positioning as well as the Beastmaster and Timbersaw. So for the moment, they had an idea of where Artstyle was maybe going to start his game. We'll now see Suneko moving down the river. There's a quick static link from Envy to get things underway. Ra trying to contest this rune as well, but it's a bit too much damage. Can't stick around, so a double bounty rune to get the game underway for Secret. General unable to grab one top. And it will also be a one-position Void. Thoughts on the one-position Void? We see it run occasionally, but it's definitely the less common way to play the hero.
I mean, they wanted to accommodate Bat Rider into the draft, so they had Void on safe lane. They wanted an off lane that has a deep push because they needed wave clear against the Chen. So that's why they had the Void onto safe lane. And overall, as soon as they see Beastmaster's item this game, he didn't start with Iron Talon. He has a Tangle Assault and a Stout Shield, so they're going to anticipate Beastmaster trying to lane and a possible rotation from the Chen or the Venge early to the lane.
Yeah, but the question for me is where is that Chen going to go? Because he's scouted if he heads towards top already. Currently, Secret see his position. Just dewarded now, but they know where he started. This tournament, Artstyle's almost always pressured the off lane when we see him on the Chen or the Enchantress. Arteezy's not an easy kill. Keeper of the Light's likely to sit far back. So do you go for the Razor mid? It seems like it may be tough for Artstyle to find that early pressure.
In most cases, I would say you pressure the enemy safe lane. You want to help your own off laner get to a good start, especially a hero like Beastmaster, get to that level 6 ASAP. with good amount of farm on the hero, so you can actually allow the offlaner to influence the game.
Can see Secret farming quite well here early on, and they are putting a lot of pressure, even on the Na'Vi safe lane, running that Elder Titan Batrider dual lane. Bit unconventional, but it is working out.
This is basically the same reason with the Chen helping his offlaner, the Beastmaster, sometime soon. Basically, you want to just get your offlaner a good start so he controls the game. It's a very, very simple plan that they're executing right now.
Art style, true to form, is going to make his way up into the enemy safe lane, but Piledai sitting very far back. And isn't going to get caught out here early. Arteezy still farming well. All 3 cores after Great Star. And Keeper of the Light getting a lot of creeps.
I would favor maybe Secret a little bit, because when the 2 side lanes are occupied, Razor versus Timber would favor the lane matchup for Mr. Jackie Mao here to get more farm than the Timber.
Yeah, you can see Envy with the early boots grab, just going for the 0-1-1 so far. We will see him leveling up the link, so looking to crush his lane as much as possible.
He should be able to pull ahead with this second point in static link. So I would expect the Razor to get ahead in terms of CS compared to the Timbersaw. And look at Beastmaster, 6-1. Chen so far he's left the lane. He went to look for creeps. Artstyle, see if he gets any good creeps here.
Is there any kill potential on the mid lane? Because this top lane just doesn't seem like it's going to happen for now. As Soneko getting caught out bottom, does lob in the stun, but Puppey continues pursuit. He won't have the mana for another Spirit for some time, so we'll back away. Meanwhile, also the Beastmaster top getting low. Na'Vi under heavy duress in the lanes, chewing through regen. Yet to see that successful Chen movement. I mean, it has been the hallmark of Na'Vi's. Most of their victories at this event have just come off of excellent support dominance in the laning stage, but so far Secret support's getting the upper hand.
Yeah,
Keeper of the Light keep you up in farm. Elder Titan doing more in terms of lane pressure than the Chen. It's looking good so far.
Like you mentioned, it's very difficult for the Chen to get any kills now. I think they might need to wait for level 6 on Timber or level 6 on the Beastmaster.
They have the 4 top farmers in this game, Winter. That's pretty unprecedented, I have to say, especially against Na'Vi.
I mean, like we mentioned, Na'Vi, the way you pressure the enemy lanes is you have to have kill potential. Right now, they do not have kill potential with the Chen movements, unless they bring the Venge together with the Chen. Then they can kill the lanes. But as long as they can scout it out for Secret, then they are not too worried about that. Because when you move 2 heroes to kill other lanes, it's very obvious.
Oh, here comes the rotation by Puppey. Oh, Capitan moving in at the same moment that Artstyle joins the fray. Suddenly General, well, he would back. Most players would, but he moves forward. That does allow him to dodge the stomp. Looks like he might make it out safely. Blocks himself with his own board for just a moment. Now they're turning on to Artstyle. Secret will repel this Na'Vi offensive in the top lane.
Yeah.
If General did the normal thing and backed away, he may have given up a first blood there.
That was close, but like I said, the Elder Titan has to just mimic the Chen's movement. Just make sure that he's there every time Chen tries to gank a lane, and he should be able to neutralize the gank and just make sure that the Chen doesn't get his team a head start.
So when is it going to change for Na'Vi, and then how is it going to change? Because right now, this looks like a pretty big train wreck of a laning stage.
Level 6 Beastmaster or level 6 Timber. I mean, I think Beastmaster's level 6 is by far the most important level 6 on their 3 cores.
Should the Chen just stop trying to gank? Should he just focus on farming at this point?
I think he needs to keep helping, even if they're not getting kills, because by pressuring, it's going to allow his cores to have a better time. And the Chen's levels and farm this game, I think, is less significant compared to the speed of the Beastmaster getting his level 6, or even the Timber getting the level 6. So I think he might probably just want to help his cores a bit more here.
Yeah, the one man who is doing pretty well for Na'Vi is De'Ara the Weaver. Not slowing down Bulba, but is getting his own farm at least here. Pretty self-sufficient.
To be fair, it was a 2v2 lane earlier, so being equal with the Batrider or a bit ahead is fine for the Weaver at this stage of the game.
Oh, in fact, does bring Bulba very low here, but reluctant to go in with Puppey in reserve. That Weaver's a bit frail at this stage. Bulba will just salve up back away, but did have to commit the Firefly, so won't be able to go to the jungle.
Yeah.
It's going to be slowed down a bit now.
Secret right now is very happy with the situation because they're up against the Chen, and if the Chen doesn't provide his team...
Oh, maybe this is the opening they needed. They do catch out Piledai, bring him down somehow, some way.
Well,
he's still finding that first
He was
blood.
actually really patient. He was actually waiting behind the Beastmaster for quite some time, and we saw Piledai there trying to run up and maybe try to harass the Beastmaster there, getting caught by the ensnare into the stun from the Centaur creep.
And you can see General getting a lot more confident now, but reinforcements are arriving. Pile Die will be here to slow down the push. Artstyle wrapping around. If he can find another kill, this could transition into a lot of tower pressure, and he's got the right creeps for it too. There's the Troll Trap to start. The stomp could likely follow. He gets off the Monolith, but the Hadouken, the test of faith. Artstyle make it 2-0.
Damn, that was
sick micro.
That was perfect positioning for him as well, like anticipating that the Cotter would just TP to return to the lane, and he was just waiting for him to come into the woods, so either pull or place wards. Very good anticipation there by Navi's Artstar.
But the big thing for Secret is, although they give up the kills, Winter, they're not giving up too much tower HP as of yet. That's where the Elder Titan comes into play, the Keeper of the Light. So they still maintain their objectives for now.
Yeah, but it's going to speed up the Beastmaster. I mean, in fact, he's already level 6 right now, so we might see further action on the Beastmaster's lane right now since they have the Raw plus the creeps from the Chen. They might be able to pressure right now.
Let's see if they go for it. Artstyle still hanging out near this top lane while Arteezy farms. Has gone for the early Ring of Health. Are we expecting that Vanguard Radiance build? Is this going to be a Battle Fury? We've even seen Lincoln Sphere rush on Void.
Yeah, I like the Lincolns. It's primarily done by Shadow from Wings. He's the only Void that does.
Little skirmish in the jungle, and Artstyle again. The man to come on top looks like Seneko stole the last hit there with the Wave of Terror.
This was what I was expecting earlier when I mentioned that the two supports need to move together this game, especially because they picked Weaver that doesn't need too much babysitting in the lane, so it's going to allow this to happen. But right now, Secret is just going to have a hard time going into the jungle with the Venge joining up with the Chen here.
Now the wave is getting cut. The spam continues, but the Puppy Stomp to slow it down. General moving into position. They get the Wave of Terror. General just barely clipped on the boundary of this one, but a good stun from Seneko to limit the damage Arteezy can put out. Now the Roar. On to Puppy. Will they follow this up? Na'Vi, they have second thoughts. They will disengage with the Hand of God, and more importantly, Eternal Envy is rotating in. Has the ultimate now deployed. Wants to try and take some creeps away from Artstyle here. May be able to get this one Centaur with an extra Plasma Field, or maybe just one more right click, but he does force them back. Still, this frees up the mid lane, and boy, Dendi definitely needs it. Down 18 CS, down about 20 denies. Normally Dendi known for being the Lord of Denies, but in this matchup, not much you can do there.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult matchup for the Timber here. And like I said, when Beastmaster hits level 6, Na'Vi immediately move their supports towards the top lane, and Secret, once again, rotating their heroes there. They use their Chrono, but not successful in getting any kills. So I would say Na'Vi is still happy with that. Chrono down, no one lost their lives, and it's going to be a Vanguard on the Void here. So
how do you go from here? Is this the Radiance build up? Do we see a Crimson Guard?
I guess Radiance. I don't think you do Crimson. Crimson is not a very good item on Void, in my opinion. You want to go for damage item after the Vanguard. So I kind of expect most likely Radiance here. I mean, I think I've seen Vanguard into Diffusal and Manta without the Radiance.
Doesn't seem that there's not like a Medusa this game or something where you really need the Purge, so.
The Radiance is pretty good versus all the creeps.
And all the physical damage they have. The Venge Aura, the Beastmaster, attack speed Aura, so anything you can do to limit how often those right clicks are connecting will go a long way.
Yeah, but then again, if you're talking about solo kill potential, if you're going for a Chrono to kill one hero, Diffuser plus Manta build is definitely the build that helps you with that more. The Manta is more like the team fight build.
So Na'Vi still keeping the pressure up top. The tower is low, but not dead just yet. And still Puppy sticks around, wants to hold on to this thing as long as humanly possible. The creep army is in position though, and the Gen creeps caught out a bit here. But still, even with an Illuminate, it's not nearly enough damage to bring them down at this stage. For now, Envy holding serve in the mid lane. Seneko making aggressive play towards bottom. Still Secret. You can just see how crucial this tier 1 top is for them. They are constantly parking 2 supports there. They will not give it up without a fight. But the cost is that Boba gets left alone on the bottom lane, and unfortunately the Swarm not going to connect, so he's able to walk away.
He missed the Swarm there, so there's going to be no chance for them diving for that kill.
Would have been a big one too. If Secret rotate to help him, then this top tower likely falls. And if they don't, then they get the kill, pressure bottom.
Yeah, just look at what they're doing now. They're parking the Chen at top, making sure that there's going to be constant pressure on the Void's lane. And the Venge is just running around, trying to set up a kill mid lane, or even on the Weaver's lane, like we saw.
Well, Artstyle did back off after all that. Dendi moving forward here in the mid lane. Still getting out farm, but he's holding his own okay now that he's got the chakram.
I think they might be able to set up a kill on the Razor if they actually TP Beastmaster mid and maybe run the Venge mid as well if they want to kill the Razor. Like, I don't see the Venge rotation alone to kill him. They need the Beastmaster for sure for the Razor kill.
Yara doing some tower pressure of his own, trying to avoid that puppy stomp. Still gets slept up. We'll take some tower pot shots here, which do not wake you up. But he will eventually Sakuchi away.
Yeah, I guess they'll focus on getting this tier 1 in bottom first before they try and
top lane. Looks like they've made their go. The roar, the stomp. Stop number 2. Arteezy, still not enough damage to bring him down.
I guess that's why you get the Vanguard build this game.
He's unkillable, it seems like. At least unless they... Maybe with the Timbersaw there, but... Not going to be an easy takedown. And in fact, he doesn't even really need to go Fountain. Still very healthy.
Yeah, and Keeper there to give him mana if needed. So, has HP regen, has Keeper. He's going to be able to sit in his lane for a long time.
And now Secret maybe hit their timing window where they're going to get the blink on the Batrider. Do you see them finding an opening here, Winter?
Maybe on the Timber. I guess they can try to go for the Timber with the Razor. Bat plus Razor. Or even rotate to top as well. He definitely has a lot of opportunities to kill in this situation right now.
Do you feel like Na'Vi are getting enough done right now? They still have not taken a tower.
In terms of tower, it could be better. I think now, if they want to get a tower, they have to pressure the other lane, so Yara on the safe lane here can actually get the tower at bottom. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for them to actually get a tower here, because Secret has a lot of D-push.
It's going to be another go on Arteezy. He really doesn't want to have to use that time walk, but test of faith. Now that the damage comes out, he will. Uh-oh, the Stomp Ambush connects on 2 heroes. Arteezy, though, is very slow because of the boar. He does manage to get the ultimate off, combining with Puppey, but Artstyle tanking his own right. He's going to turn this one. The creeps are swarming onto Puppey. They bring him down, and suddenly the whole Na'Vi host descends upon Secret. Arteezy down to the south, though, is healthy, survives through it all, and now Envy moves in angry, out for vengeance. The Void Time walks away. Arteezy escapes. Envy survives, and Na'Vi give chase. Dendi, can he bring down Arteezy? This will be a huge kill, but he time walks back. Doesn't heal himself in doing so, but he survives, and meanwhile Arteezy continuing to run while Envy cleaning up. He's gotten a triple kill, looking for more. Can he make it an ultra? Dendi will chain away. Still the pursuit. Envy's fast. Just needs 1, maybe 2 more auto attacks to finish this one off, but it won't happen. Yara will have to disengage, so an excellent hold in the end there by Secret.
Dude, that was 4v5. They did that 4v5. Oh my god. That Vanguard purchase from Void actually was just game-winning, man. Changed so much of the game. It allowed him to tank the gang, stay in the lane against the harass from Chen and Beastmaster.
And Na'Vi keep on trying to go on him. They've been very almost stubborn about it.
I mean, if they don't kill him first before the fight starts, they go on his teammates, he's just going to drop the chrono on the rest of the heroes coming in. So they kind of have to focus him to try and bring him down before he drops chrono.
The bashes are stacking up here for Arteezy, but the swap from Seneko will save the day. The problem is they can't really go on this Faceless Void. He's just hitting Seneko now instead. He's almost brought 2 heroes down, essentially by himself, and there with 1 more auto attack, Arteezy will get the job done. They just don't seem to have the damage. Can they at least kill Envy, who is probably the bigger damage dealer at the stage? They'll bring him down, then Arteezy starts to whack away at Artstyle, brings him down to half HP. Bulba is here, meanwhile has the lasso, going to drag Dendi back. They'll look to focus the Timbersaw with the Arrow Splitter coming through as well. He gets pushed back into it by a beautiful flame break by Bulba. Secret just keep on connected, and now the bash on Yara as well. 1 more could put him into harm's way, although Puppey is a bit low on the mana, doesn't have the Echo Stop combo.
Damn.
So Secret again taking the favorable trade. 2 for 3 there.
What a flame break, Gorman. What a flame break. And this time dilation is also going to ruin the Timber and the Weaver. These 2 heroes are extremely weak versus time dilation. They need to somehow get, I guess, Lotus up for Timber or even a Yules on Timber, and Weaver at some stage has to get a Manta or BKB to deal with that.
They just seem to lack the burst damage. And they're going to get a Necro 3 eventually. That could help force the Void.
Yeah, I guess the burst will come from Timber plus the Book at the later stage of the game. But right now...
But can they win the arms race is the question. Right now, the Razor's on top in net worth.
Yeah,
the Void is staying up there.
Secret has been using the map much better. And look at their cores. Everyone is much more farm, and I mean, the only thing is like the Void went for Vanguard, so he's not as farm as he would want to. But apart from that, everyone else is getting very, very good net worth.
And in good news for him, it's most of these Na'Vi heroes aren't exceptional farmers. Timbersaw can flash farm pretty well, but Weaver doesn't farm that quickly. Beastmaster could if he's just sitting in the lane, but isn't there and is spending a lot of time moving around. So and once Arteezy gets the Radiance, if that's the build, he will be able to accelerate his farm.
But then again, you know, it's Navi's game plan to be, you know, playing around as 2 to 3 heroes. Like the Beastmaster will be most likely around the Chen or the bench all the time. So it's kind of hard for him to just go on his own to just keep farming, because he needs to play around his team to make this draft work on Navi's side.
That echo.
So that's going to be the use on the Timber to deal with the time dilation.
Elder Titan has to be a real thorn in the side of Na'Vi right now, as Arteezy will muscle down this tier 1 mid. Meanwhile, the Elder Titan preventing the tier 2 top push. So Na'Vi took a tier 1 for free top, but in trying to go for tier 2, they gave away a tier 1 for free as well.
The smoke.
And now they may get caught on the way out. The Spirit moving towards them. They get off a static link. Seneco is done for unless Artstyle can send him home in time. The Stomp comes through. Didn't get it off, it looks like. Oh, did, and Seneco will escape. So he makes it out. Good play by Artstyle, but then the Chen instead, the sacrifice, and the Creep Army may drop as well. This would be a big loss. Centaur Stomp and Angry rebuff, but Secret just keep on marching forward. These Chen creeps getting massacred on the way out. The zoo has been slaughtered.
And that is huge. That is absolutely huge.
Way worse than losing Avenge.
That is like 2 minutes or even more for the Chen to be able to regroup his army and before Na'Vi can actually move and plan their next objective. That is absolutely a big disaster for the Chen. So right now the overall situation does not look good for Na'Vi at all. They have to be able to grow up as soon as they can with the Chen and just smoke, look for a play. They can't just sit and just, you know, let the game flow by itself.
You don't see them being able to take this late.
No, I think it's very difficult against what Secret has. Like, if you look at all their 5 heroes, all their 5 heroes are exceptionally good in late game.
They have the better push later on, I would say, as well, when they can just massacre the Chen army with ease. Yeah. Things like Necrobook fall off later on in the game. Weaver is not the best scaling core.
Weaver is not very good versus the Kotal and the Void.
Even the Razor, he can't really man up on him once the Razor gets big enough.
Unless your Weaver is a hit.
Yeah.
Then maybe you can make a case for it.
Oblivion staff already coming out.
Echo Saber? Vanguard Echo Saber? Huh. So he's going to be rather tanky with that build. A lot of HP.
That's an ungodly amount of HP. He was already doing a lot of damage just with the Vanguard and Treads.
Yeah, basically you can see they're all itemizing to increase their durability in teamfights. Here we can see a fight at top, Lasso onto the general Beastmaster, but Razor in the meantime, he was running one of the supports down, but not going to proceed with the kill there.
It just, Secret's cores just don't have any fear.
Yeah, they need to survive in the team fights. That's all they have to do. And all their heroes, if you think about a long team fight, all their heroes are very, very good at long team fights. Spamming Illuminate, spamming the Spirit, the Stomp, even Batrider with the Sticky Napalm.
The score now 7-8. So on paper, it doesn't look too bleak for Na'Vi, but when you look at their draft, very early to mid-game push-oriented, bit single target focused aside from the Timbersaw, and not snowballing the objectives here. Tier 1 still standing mid for Secret as well as bottom. Secret building for the late game, and with the Boots of Travel and the Razor, the ability to keep all the lanes pushed out with the Keeper of the Light. If you can't take towers now, it's only going to get harder later as Envy drives by this top lane. He gets clipped by Aurora, and reinforcements arrive in the form of Dityara, but can he really move on to this Razor with Arteezy there in reserve? The Timber Chain coming through as well. Dendi is going to lend assistance, and Arteezy drops a defensive Chrono. TP's out. He's going to play it safe. Perhaps a window now for Na'Vi, knowing that Chronosphere is down. But already you can see Secret. 3 heroes bottom, 1 to mid. They are ready to dodge the fight if need be.
Yeah, I think that was pretty important for Secret not to lose any important heroes there, because it was a 5-man rotation by Na'Vi, and right now Secret are doing the right thing, pushing mid, pushing bottom, and making sure that all the other lanes are pushed out in case Na'Vi want to commit for the objective. Yules onto the Batrider.
They do find Bulba, but he just calmly fireflies away. They're going to commit more for this with the smoke now revealed. No follow-up available. They just don't seem to be able to land these clean kills.
Good recall. He might be able to catch General here.
Oh, at the very least, we'll force
Blink
him back.
Force, grab him.
Bulba is visible, and now the boar is going to start hitting him. So, looks like General makes it out.
Yeah, this is basically what Secret needs to do. Move Na'Vi around and use the recall to their advantage to get pickoffs when they are splitting up to defend their other lanes.
Where do Na'Vi find their opening? It's been so quiet for them. There's Envy, roared up, but very fast with the Boots of Travel. Won't be an easy grab. The Chen army gets in range. Chakram committed. The Stomp as well. They do bring Sama down. But man, they had to commit for it.
That is a huge, huge pick-off for them. Very good.
1,400 net worth swing.
Yeah, very good positioning by all of the heroes to surround the Razor there around the river area. But RTZ gonna get a tower here. At least something is gained after losing the Razor there.
Well, they'll finally claim this tier 1 mid. Can't believe it's still standing with a Chen, Beastmaster, and Venge on the Na'Vi side. But the Air Splitter comes through. The swap out, trying to keep General alive, and the stun forward from Seneko. But Bulba wrangles him even deeper, pulling General out of position a bit further. They'll get the kill there. They're fighting without the Chrono. Now they've got it available. Arteezy laying into Seneko. Even when Na'Vi find their opening, they kill the Razor. They still give up 2 heroes. They do get a second tier 1 bottom now. That going to Dityara. But Dityara will get stomped in turn. And he'll be put under for a little while by Puppey. Coming from the rear is the Batman. Bulba on the hunt, but doesn't have the lasso.
No lasso, so probably not going to be able to kill the Weaver there. He's going to calmly TP himself in towards the mid lane to continue farming. He needs to be like very, very farm this game to be able to do a lot in team fights. Like even with a lot of farm, Secret still has very good heroes at dealing with the Weaver.
I guess the one piece of good news for Na'Vi is they did get those 2 tier 1s. So a bit better access to the Roshan pit, but you look at Secret Winter, they've got the Spirit to scout the pit, the Illuminate spam, the Chrono, the Bat Rider. Like, they might not be the best at killing Rosh, but they are great at contesting it.
Yeah. Roshan has to be a very important point in the game where if Na'Vi want to be able to come back into it, they have to be able to take a successful team fight with the Hawk. And good initiation from the Timber or the Venge starting the fights there. But overall right now, Secret are still in a very, very good position with the overall game. And Razor they're building into a Dragon Lance as well after the SMY.
Just going for the extremely cheap, cost-effective HP and stat items.
Like I said, they just aim to make everyone as tanky as possible and to draw out the fights.
They are moving forward here. Secret, they get revealed. Dityara trying to scurry away. Will the Chrono connect? It will. Arteezy finds him. Bulba's going to swing around and try to get that lasso follow-up for this. Dityara continues to just Sakuchi away. Bulba doesn't look like he has the detection.
Oh my god.
Won't be able to lasso him, so Dityara forces out the Chrono, lives to tell the tale, and maybe Na'Vi look to turn.
They didn't land their spells correctly there. They have to use Chrono, then use the Storm from the Elder Titan to be able to buy enough time for the Split Earth to land and the Illuminate from the Koto to land. So, not the best execution there from Secret.
With the Chrono down, it does feel like every time that gets wasted, Na'Vi really need to push the advantage.
Yeah, but then again,
and they will try. They smoke immediately.
Once the big spell is down, if they try to push a tower, Secret are going to be able to defend with all their spam. So they're going to try and make a hero kill or happen before they go for the push. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for them to get an objective.
One other thing we're noticing here is just how annoying that Spirit is for the Hawk.
Oh, Roshan will be very dangerous against Elder Titan.
Na'Vi are saying, come at us, Secret. We've had some miraculous fights around the pit so far this event. Let's roll the dice again. The Swarm onto Arteezy, setting things up here, but again, Puppey will be prepared with the Echo Stomp, trying to make sure he gets that Spirit on every single hero. Then back into the pit, it will go, and meanwhile, a lasso grab to the south. They found Seneko. There won't be a swap counterplay, obviously, as the Venge gets caught out. Will be brought down. Radiant, though, do get the Roshan, the last hit as well. The Aegis going to Dityara, and then the real fight breaks out. General on the run, getting surrounded by Secret, pounded, brought down, and now turning back for Dendi with Arteezy there on the chase. Bulba in pursuit. They are out of ultimates, and proper lockdown, but a bash from Arteezy may be enough. Bulba can try to slow him with the sticky, but Dendi, he says that's sicky, and he just keeps on going. Looks like he should be okay, though. They continue chasing, maybe not yet. Secret going deep for this one. Envy getting the damage stolen, and now Dendi going to turn the other direction, but oh, there they go. They managed to disable the cooldown on the Timber Chain. It has to Bloodstone deny, so Dendi falls in the end. Weaver did hold on to the Aegis.
Well, it was a very, very costly Roshan there. His team had to...
And that was without Chrono.
His team had to like buy time for them to be able to finish the Roshan. So not sure if that was worth it for Na'Vi losing 3 heroes right there. Great grab from Bulba as well. Getting the bench first so he can't really cancel the swap.
And that time dilation is really going to give this Timbersaw fits later on in the game. Arteezy doing a lot of work here on the safe lane Void.
He does have the use for that if he hasn't used it on any other target, so he can use it to dispel it. Maybe he's going to consider to get a Lotus, like I mentioned, if he's going to use the use offensively every time.
Still, it's a lot of reactions and adjustments he has to make, and it still feels like Na'Vi are lacking in the damage department. And he's going to try to change that equation. Does set up here on Jackie Mao, then chains forward, but it's a bit of a short chain, and meanwhile there's a lasso available. They're even recalling Envy to be safe. Bulba's going to blink out to the south, likely look for the TP soon.
Man, damn.
He too will escape. Secret, if they don't like the fight, they just don't take it.
How many times have we seen this from Secret, outmaneuvering their enemies and just making them run around and not be able to get
It has to be
kills?
their greatest strength as a team, is being able to dictate when the fights happen for the most part.
Yeah, they're one of the teams that uses the quarter recall very, very well. Offensively, defensively, they just make sure that they understand that there's always this recall and everyone on their team plays to their limits, where they try to drag the enemy to a corner and just make them try and kill them, and they recall out.
And it's even just the little things like, you know, when you're TPing out from a gank, you TP not to the fountain, but to the other lane, so you can immediately start pushing. You know, even itemization, Envy getting the boots of travel, just knowing that they want that extra mobility to deal with the Na'Vi split push. Secret definitely doing a good job at halting that Na'Vi offensive so far. And with the Veil that Elder Titan got a little while ago, it's even easier for Puppey to clear out these waves. Seeing Roch still chipping at that tier 2, but it's slow chipping. Meanwhile, fast action bottom as Bulba leaps in. Arteezy here to follow it up, gets off the dilation. The roar comes from General. It's on to Bulba. They commit the chrono as well. It does catch Saneko, but he's in pretty deep. Not sure they want to chase that one, and Dendi out for vengeance, but Bulba able to blink out again. They got to at least kill up Arteezy here. Na'Vi really got to start finding something. Will they have any lockdown, any ability to kill up Arteezy? It seems no.
Jeez.
He too will escape. Candy taken from the baby.
He chose a very, very good spot there to TP, and in all his chronos so far have been really, really good from Arteezy on the Void here this game. Getting the Venge in multiple occasions, so he can't really swap out the target that they are focusing.
They just seem so comfortable right now, Secret. They're dictating the tempo. They're not afraid to go for their pickoffs, but they're also not forcing it.
They're just choosing.
Na'Vi are not getting, like, they're not getting their grip on the game the way they have been when they've been winning.
Yeah, they're choosing their fights very well and being much more mobile on the map. Like you mentioned, the boots of travel and having the recall, just playing into Secret's favor against what Na'Vi want to do this game. They want to 5-man, move around, get a kill, push towards your tower. It's very difficult to do against the lineup that Secret have and the way they are playing the game.
Well, as though their cores weren't already looking tanky enough, and now Puppey has a Solar Crest. So they get even more difficult to bring down during the roar, during the swap. BKB to add to that defensive capabilities.
Yeah, he's like one of those players that buys all his team items on his supports all the time. The Crimson Guard, the Pipe, Solar Crest.
A man after your own heart.
Team player, a true team player, unlike Mr. Gorman here.
That's what I have you for. You're Mr. Pipe. Before pipes were cool.
Not anymore, you know.
Now they stack.
Not anymore. I mean, Pipe is still a great item. It's even better nowadays.
Na'Vi are going to post up a bit here in the mid lane. Do they dare walk into Secret with all their ultimates, their full combo ready? They're going to chip. They let the swarm fly. Clips only Arteezy and the creep wave. And say goodbye to your creep wave.
There's no way they push like this. They have to, you know, send the Beastmaster behind with the bench or someone else, get a kill, and then they only can push the tower. If they're just 5-manning in front and knocking on their door, it's never going to happen. Elder Titan Spirit and Kotal, good luck with that.
It's hard to find that pick, though, because
they have to try.
The Elder Titan is always going to sit really far back.
Yeah, but they have to try.
The Keeper of the Light also. I agree they have to try. Bat Ride, you also have the Spirit always scouting is the other thing. And you really, it doesn't seem like they can burst the Void. Or the Razor now at the BKB, so it's very tough to get that kill. And well, for Secret, the kills seem to be a little bit easier. They're moving on to Dendi now. The lasso comes through. Will he get the Bloodstone deny off? Not going to happen. Deleted. What is so hard for Na'Vi is so simple for Secret.
I mean, all their heroes just move around very quickly. Time Walk, then you have the Razor's item build. Bat Rider with the recall as well. Oh, Chrono onto
Speaking
Tiara.
of kills, Arteezy going to work here, gets off the dilation as well. Tiara, see ya!
This time is perfect execution to get the kill, and meanwhile, General getting a solo pickup on the Bat Rider here on top lane.
Might find Pile Die as well with the Necro Bulk, but then he brings in Envy, so Beastmaster will also need to back away.
He says, stop bullying him.
Leave him alone. Well, at least Pile Die is farming this game.
Will you do that more for me when I support you?
What, help you?
Yeah, help me.
If I can get a kill out of it.
That's why I'm not buying wards anymore for you, dude.
Oh, come on, Winter. Don't be like that.
You only buy wards for me when you're 6 slotted.
No, even then I want to save for my moon shards and buyback, bro. Then you got to get that Necro Book to swap in and out, you know, pocket refresher. Then I'll buy wards.
Yeah, hopefully it happens, you know, someday in the near future.
It'll happen in the subsequent game, but that's the game that Na'Vi might have to look forward to if they can't turn this one around soon. 15-9 the score, 32 minutes in. They are keeping form up decently, Winter. Do you feel like they can... You said earlier you didn't think they could go late game. Anything to change that equation for you?
They're not as strong as Secret, in my opinion, late game, but they have to go late game if you can't finish the game or can't push high ground right now. So I don't think there's other options here for Na'Vi. Their late game scaling is not exactly terrible with the Weaver, Beastmaster and the Bench. It's just, I feel what Secret have is superior in late game. But it doesn't mean that Na'Vi doesn't have a chance in late game.
I mean, we've seen them down Mega Creeps and still diving the enemy tier 4s in games that looked over, so not a team you want to count out lightly.
Man, this Secret itemization on their heroes is just very, very good this game. The way they are approaching the game, get the items that RTZ specifically chosen for this game.
It feels like an almost solved jigsaw puzzle, you know, where they...
This is like one of the games where I feel like Vanguard actually did a lot. I don't really say that often, but Vanguard actually changed the face of the game.
I got nervous and started looking around because I thought Merlini was gonna punch you for saying that, but
Where's Banwu?
He's outside playing Hearthstone. He's lost his passion.
Didn't he say Vanguard is a decent item now?
No, he's said reluctantly it's actually pretty good now. Okay. In the right situations. But you know it kills him to say it.
Yeah, I know.
But it's like we've seen Secret, like their biggest flaw I think has been, aside from, you know, questions about some of the drafts, is just when they've struggled, it's being too greedy. But they've had like the right mix of items that get them towards the late game, a draft that can scale, as well as you know, not too much greed.
Yeah, I
and
think
things like the Vanguard are kind of finding that balance. But here comes the smoke from Na'Vi, looking for the opening here. The swap onto Arteezy. He mantas quickly. The bench stun not gonna be there in time. He jumps out. Had plenty of time to react to that one. They don't have that swap into Hex type of combo. And now Secret looking to turn this one around on its head. Dayra getting pulled back. The Chen Hand of God not enough. There's the Chrono. On to Artstyle, logging Seneko down too. And Arteezy surges forward. The creep army's here for now. Artstyle completely held down. The Weaver dead. Arteezy actually going to back away and play it safe because the Timbersaw is in far. Dendi, looks like it's going to be his turn next. Flame Break back in. Will not get off the Bloodstone Deny. Now down to a lonely 3 charges.
Damn, that coordination was once again so good from Secret. They get the lasso onto the Weaver, and then immediately RTZ comes in with the Chrono to stop the backup from coming into the Weaver. Just excellent display of teamwork there from Secret once again.
Yeah, I don't think they could have saved him anyway because they already used Hand of God. They had no swap, but even so, it just helped secure an additional
it was
kill.
like there's no chance at all after that Chrono. Bench was trying to come in even though he was really far away, but you could see everything on point for Secret there in that team fight.
Secret looking very disciplined here. This is a much different Secret from the one we saw in the European qualifiers for TI.
Yeah.
And
you know what?
Considering how little time they've played together, this is perhaps a scary sign of things to come.
The addition of Sam actually changed a lot of the way the team plays. Even though sometimes I think that Universe is a better offlaner than... Wait, here we go. Pile Die gonna get caught.
Oh, Pile Die. He's had a relatively low death game. And that will continue for now, although General says, I just want to kill something. Come back here, Gandalf. I'm not done with you yet, but apparently he is. Envy will now be joining his buddy mid. I'll get away. But you were saying about Universe versus Bulba.
Yeah, I think even though Universe is probably the better offlaner, but Bova is probably much more willing to adapt towards the team. And he's more willing to play around the team. So
he's the better fit for the team.
Yeah, he fits better in this team right now, as we can see, and allowing the team to have much more dynamic playstyles. And Dandy gonna get the use onto Jackie Mao again. Gonna get the static link on him, but not gonna be having the true side to actually run him and chase him down.
No, Secret. They don't really care about that kill. What they will truly want is this Roshan, and then I think, Winter, we will see them start aggressively pushing towards Na'Vi, who don't really have the best wave clear in their own right. They've got the Timbersaw and the Axes, and that is about it. So if Secret want to start applying some pressure with that fresh Assault Caress on the Razor, they certainly could try.
Well, they're going to be too late for that. Right now, Secret are going to be able to secure the Roshan to further solidify their lead in this game onto RTZ. He has a lot of gold though. Wonder if he's going for Butterfly next on the Void with his build. Diffusal, Manta after the Vanguard, and Echo Saber.
It's very easy to build and cost-effective items.
Yeah, something you don't see too often. So very tanky build on the Void.
Yeah. It's not like the best, you know, pure 6-slotted Void build, but it gets you through this stage of the game, and it doesn't look like Navi's prospects are getting any stronger as the game goes later. They're going to need to pull out some crazy plays to turn this one around.
Probably some split push and catching with the Beastmaster.
It's hard to split push though. I mean, we've talked about it. Boots of Travel on Razor,
but they have to try something. They have to try something with the Beastmaster,
Right.
Hawk, Scout, maybe the Bat or the Keeper of the Light when they don't see them, and pick for a fight or pick for a hero off with the Boots of Travel and Timber onto the Hawk. They have to try and kill something. If the game just goes on like this, it's very difficult for them.
Secret looking to ensure that it does continue to go on just like this. Puppey holding the mid lane. 4 heroes spreading their web over the Na'Vi jungle. And you can see Na'Vi are the ones forced out, forced to play defensive to react.
Sad 3 Bloodstone charges on the Timber. Very sad.
This is not the Timbersaw game Denny was hoping for, but a lot of that goes back to the lane. You know, it's Timber versus Razor. What are you going to do?
And now Kotal with the Ags. So he's going to have that ultimate up all the time. It's going to be also very annoying for Na'Vi.
TZ will bring this tower down now. That tier 2 mid drops. His butterfly, I believe I saw quarterstaff earlier.
Yeah.
Likely coming soon.
That's going to allow him to have
He is just going to be
so much
unkillable
damage
at that point.
It's not only that, it's like the damage. He's going to get so much damage for the...
With the illusions as well.
Yeah, with the illusions. And obviously the attack speed great for...
I mean, Weaver just got a BKB. Weaver is not even going to scratch this Void. They're going perhaps double butterfly too, as General will get caught out here. Secret, they caught one. It's a Beastmaster, and down he goes.
Yeah, the Solar Crest earlier on the Elder Titan, plus the butterfly on the Void. You are definitely not going to kill him. Without MKB here.
That Beastmaster working towards a refresher orb now. We'll have to see if that can turn the tides of the upcoming engagements, but I'm not even sure if they can kill the Void or the Razor, even with a double roar.
Kill the supports first.
That would be ideal.
The Keeper and Elder Titan.
Elder Titan, yeah. Those two seem like the big two.
Because in the team fights, the Timber and the Weaver, if they're not locked down by the Chrono or the Lasso, they can actually move around.
Hey, come back here. Where do you think you're going, Dendy?
They can move around and try to, you know, kite them. And in the meantime, Na'Vi with the Beastmaster can try, like, he's the one that can solo kill the supports. So they have to just hope for the best and try to outmaneuver Secret in the team fights.
So TZ does complete the butterfly now.
Oh, this is like one scary Void right there.
Give this man another item. Now at 180 agility, forces out a Timbersaw deny with basically just right clicks.
At this point, the Weaver needs another item. Not
He
the
needs
Void.
an MKB stat, but I don't know if he's going to have a chance to farm it. Winter, he just bought a BKB.
Like, he's definitely feeling the effects of the Elder Titan Stomp plus the mana leak.
And if he ever gets caught by a Chrono and there's not a Venge swap, he's just done for. As Arteezy is going to calmly mad to dodge a Venge stun, just keeps on moving forward. He may look for the Chrono here momentarily. No, he's going to zippity-doo-dah right out of there. Instead, going in deep is General, and they're going to immediately focus that Beastmaster down. Axes get lobbed out. He will fall as well. Dendi going deep for this one, but Arteezy is on the case. Moving for Dendi and gets the stomp off, follows it up with some auto attacks, finishes the job, gets the kill. 2 cores down. Arteezy at full HP, just healing time walk after time walk. The damage is just shaken off with ease as he moves forward deeper. Is starting to get a bit low. We'll time walk that off as well. Stomp coming through, just barely failing to clip Yara, but the Napalm prevents him from turning easily. Secret, a 3-for-1 there, and now looking for more.
Man, Secret is just showing so much finesse in this game, like team play on top of things and all the spell usage, positioning.
I mean, it's great overall strategy and team play, but it's also the little individual mechanical things, like what we saw from Arteezy there, Bulba with the flame break back into the Earth Splitter earlier. They're doing the little things right here too.
Yeah, I think I'm most impressed with the way they itemize this game and the way they approach the game. That was, I think, by far the biggest deal that made Na'Vi struggle so much in this game.
Oh, Yara trying to hit Envy and quickly finds that Envy hits back a lot harder. Arteezy will bring that melee Rax down. He does get swapped in into a roar. Do they have the refresher, or it doesn't look like it? Can they focus him down, or is he going to time walk it all off? Oh no, he's out of there, and now General gets pulled back in. Na'Vi just don't have the firepower required. The Purge comes through. Yara committing for Arteezy. He just can't scratch him. The man's too tanky. They can't kill Arteezy without a huge overcommitment or the refresher, and I don't know that they're going to get a chance to farm it now with the Illuminate coming through. Secret could maybe chase for more kills. They have the Chrono again, but they don't feel the need to force it.
So disheartening failing to kill the Void there. He's just way too tanky. If only someone had an extra item or something.
They don't have that like mega carry who can just dish out heavy single target bursting like a TA or something, or I don't know, a Phantom Assassin. Not that we see that hero anymore. Like an OD type hero. They can't burst him. They don't have the firepower. Lina?
Maybe if Weaver and Timber were a bit more farmed, then it's possible.
They can't even get into the fight, Winter. Like, if one of them gets caught, they either run or they die. We saw Dendi just got killed by auto attacks, basically.
They have to try and initiate with the Beast, and then kill Secret first before Secret initiates with either the Lasso or the Chrono.
Well, they may try, but Arteezy just being healed up now. Gandalf unveils his shiny new white staff. They get the swap off. It's into Aurora. Arteezy isn't deep. They do finally manage to bring him down. Perfect combination there.
That's very well executed. They initiated first.
And now Na'Vi are going to look to push the advantage here. Puppey being pursued out, but Envy is still there with the BKB, doing quite a bit of damage. Can they focus Envy down? If not, he is going to turn this fight. He has stolen a lot of damage with the static link, plus 226 there, it looks like, and now turning back and laying into art style, bringing them all down on the courtesy of the Chrono with the buyback from Arteezy. They re-engage the Era, chasing. They've lost 3, the buyback, and another death, a dieback for him. 4 heroes down for Na'Vi, and in moments, likely a GG to come out. They are just out of horses at this point. They'll blink away with General, but they lack their carry. Arteezy, he gets the bash, insult to injury, the stomp, and then a couple more auto attacks will bring General down, and Dendi frantically moves in, but he gets purged. He gets focused down by the Void. Bash after bash, crushing Na'Vi spirits and crushing their chances of taking this game on. Secret had all the answers. They now lead the best of 5, 1-0.
Man, what a game by Secret Goblin. Man, absolute top-class
clinic.
Dota.
That was a clinic.
Overall team play, excellent.
Second pick.
I wouldn't be surprised if Na'Vi tries to switch gears entirely the second game. I think trying to go for these kind of timing window plays that they've done against Secret hasn't really worked out the last 3 games. I wouldn't be surprised if they went more towards the other look that they gave occasionally through these last 2 tournaments and at the Manila Major, more of a big ult type of lineup. So I wouldn't be surprised if they went that direction this time.
Yeah, we commented too how Secret wants to ideally take these games into the later stages and just turtle out a bit. So we probably want Na'Vi to be picking up more core heroes, more heroes that scale better into the later stages.
I would kind of like them to see, you know, maybe if it's like a last phase pick, maybe Alchemist, bring that back. If you don't have to deal with like a Razor lane counter pick or something like that. They're going to let ET through. I mean, they did ban Void, which maybe they're assuming that the Void was the issue and it was too easy to set up the Elder Titan combination.
They take the trade. They take the Mirana wasn't banned this time. All right.
But again, one of the biggest mistakes of the last draft, right, was leaving the ET for Team Secret to take second. in the first phase, and I really wonder if ET is going to be part of the open here for Na'Vi. It's not.
I don't feel like they're as comfortable with it, obviously.
I agree.
So that it's just kind of like, you know, when Shiki didn't play Leshrac at TI5, and then you were just like, oh, we just can let the Leshrac through. So.
Well, as Jack brought up, maybe this disruptor signals a more team-fight-centric approach from Na'Vi.
Yep. The Batrider is one of their very comfortable heroes. I thought they wouldn't really favor it so much because of the Oracle that we saw yesterday from Pi, but they do go for it, and of course, Secret, with no hesitation, picks up the Oracle.
Yep. And it wasn't just the Oracle either. It ended up being a double cleanse counter with the Abaddon last pick for Bulba.
They do have a lot of pick-off right now to open up their lineup, so they can still go a number of different ways. Disruptor and Batrider, both obviously good single target, and for escaping heroes like Mirana, for instance, on the Disruptor.
They may go back for the bounty, honestly. Team Secret don't take it out. Because right now, I don't feel like Oracle is really that good at dealing with bounty. Mirana, sure, maybe if you land an arrow or something, but just the laning presence that it gives you, and the way that Na'Vi ran it the other day, I feel like was quite strong. And it's also nice to have another Vision hero with Disruptor, so you can really abuse your glimpse as much as humanly possible.
At the same time, though, do you feel like Disruptor offers the same aggressive potential in lane that the other supports that Navi's been running?
I mean, it doesn't offer the same aggressive potential in the first, like, 10 minutes or so, but as soon as the bounty gets to, like, level 6 and Disruptor is even 5, you know, you just want extra points into Glimpse so you can abuse people being out of position. And in this type of game, I can already see there's going to be a lot more movement. You know, you have a Mirana and an Oracle, a Disruptor and a Bat. These heroes are not, by nature, always just stationary farming lanes all the time. You know, they want to try to do something. So in those types of games, I feel like Bounty thrives, because it's not as often you're going to be running into, like, 3 or 4 heroes. You're going to be running into, like, 1 or 2. And those are the types of situations that he wants.
So both cores from the Team Secret lineup of the last game banned out by Na'Vi in their first 3 bans, the Faceless Void and the Razor. I wonder if this signals that Na'Vi might be thinking about going back for the Timbersaw second phase.
Definitely a possibility. Razor also just very good versus Batrider in general with the Purge.
They've been banning the cores quite extensively. I'm not sure who else does this against Secret, but last game they had the Invoker early on as well and the Mirana, so very heavy focus on the cores for Na'Vi.
I think it's good, though. I think that's what you want to do against Secret, because the supports, sure, they do a lot during the early game, but I always felt like Na'Vi's game style revolves around them not getting to a point where the enemy cores are too strong, you know, because they always like to play aggressive. They want to make the early game the best it can possibly be. And to give yourself even more of an advantage, you don't have to worry about this one core who's just going to be like, all right, well, it's Artor, we can't kill him. He bought a Vanguard, literally invincible. I feel like it's a good way of banning for their style of team.
Interesting, this Darkseer ban. Disruptor naturally pretty good versus Darkseer in the laning phase, but I guess they are looking at, like we mentioned, overall theme of the game.
Yeah.
And boy, we talked about it with Shadow Demon in the last draft, hero that's been so prominent in the tournament coming in. Elder Titan, though, still not touched through the first 10 here, or first 12.
I think it's a bit harder for Secret to just pick it up now, because you already have an Oracle. And I don't really feel like ET Oracle does a ton during an early game, unless they were going to go back for, again, another one of those strategies like Giannis was saying in game 1 that just has a better late game transition. I'm not really feeling like they're going that way necessarily this time around. Obviously, there's only 2 picks, but I still would like to see Na'Vi take bounty. It's obviously it's a little bit all in, but I feel like that's the kind of the Dota that they want to play.
Yeah, it's good versus the Moonlight Shadow and stuff too. Oracle can be pretty decent for it though with the Fortune's End for purging off tracks, but that's only like every couple seconds.
Or perhaps a Ricky who's been bounty's replacement so often in these last 2
that could
matches.
be good too.
Pretty surprising that it's
there.
There it is. Yeah, you called it.
Easy peasy.
Easy.
I just think that it's just, you know, when you lack the ability to go high ground, one of the best things you can do is pick a hero like Bounty Hunter, because then you get so far ahead of the enemy team if you're taking good fights that it just doesn't matter, because each of your cores has like 1 or 2 extra items in progression.
I think just the way Seneko played it earlier today is a good enough
That's
reason, right?
True, that's very true.
You know, 5 kills, 3 assists in on all 8 Na'Vi team kills, and 2 courier snipes by the 11-minute mark. Unbelievable. And I think it is exactly as you said earlier, Draskell, that the substitute for breaking high ground is just to choke the enemy team inside their base. And Bounty Hunter definitely helps you establish that control of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you can keep them in the base and drown them in money, because that's pretty much what Bounty Hunter likes to do. He just gives your team ridiculous income.
We go for the axe again.
Yeah, and that's something that Team Secret showed extensively in the TI6 EU qualifiers. Puppy played that hero most of their games coming through, at least the opens that I saw, and a number in the group stage as well, I believe. But that's also, Bulba can also run that in the offlane.
Yeah, they could even do the Abaddon thing again. Abaddon X, right?
I like that actually a lot.
Very good versus the bounty and the bat. You have multiple different forms of removing things, just like you were talking about, multiple cleanses.
Yeah, it's also kind of showing that, you know, they're scared of a strong offlaner by banning the Darkseer. So if you do like this aggressive dual lane and it's just a disruptor, there's like not a lot he can do in that situation, I feel.
Yeah, and you don't really want your Axe to be like jungling versus a bounty hunter anyway. It's not the most ideal. So it's definitely a cool setup that Secret could have open for themselves.
What if they just pick Omni Knight again?
Right? I mean,
oh my goodness.
Omni Knight actually owns all 3 of their heroes.
Yeah, it's very good.
That is just actually so dirty. So there is the option, of course, to put Dendi on the Batrider mid, but most likely it seems like these are going to be Dit'Yura and Dendi's last 2 heroes here for Na'Vi.
Terrorblade.
Oh my.
This is a very good pick in this situation.
You like this?
Yeah.
Even out of Na'Vi?
Because of the idea that he can actually pressure towers so early.
Okay.
And because it's, again, more like passive pressure on the map. So now Secret, I would like them to go aggro even more now, just to deal with that TB. Have like one, maybe an Abaddon, maybe an Omni Knight, who knows, and just have the Axe down there as well to disrupt the lane. Because otherwise, I feel like Navi's early game, they have the ability to play aggressive. They have a Terrorblade that you're super scared of.
They go for it right away.
There's the ding dong. So I like it. I like it a lot.
I would have liked the TB pick a lot more back when Axe's counter hero licks damage was physical. Now that it's pure, that just ridiculous base armor of the Terrorblade helps him a lot less.
I really like the Axe Abaddon here because Disruptor, he's good versus 1 hero for zoning, but when he's dealing with 2, it's a problem. And especially when you can just shield off if he does go for Thunderstrike.
Right.
He doesn't really do the most damage. Bounty Hunter also, you don't really want to be forced to start in your like safe lane tri-lane with these 3. They're probably going to if Secret does do the dual aggro, but that's not the ideal. That's not why you pick the bounty. So this is just Secret putting a bit of like pressure and maybe even like a little bit of a mind game onto Na'Vi.
So now Seneko needs to just go ham like he did in the series earlier.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really difficult for him to do so because apart from the Oracle, it's not like there are a lot of Secret heroes here that are easy kills.
Yeah, I mean, there is one weakness of things like Axe Abaddon. It's like during the mid game, you can actually kite them. Like you have track speed, you have a lot of capability of kiting with the sticky napalm and whatnot, kinetic field. There's a fair amount of ways that you can just run around them in team fights, and that's typically what you want to do if you can't just engage it head on. So I suppose they have that option. But yeah, laning wise, I feel like Secret are going to be fairly advantaged right now.
Yeah, I guess maybe they picked the TB2 just to make up for the lack of damage in that tri-lane.
Yeah, they had no physical DPS.
Yeah, just to fix like their problem they lack in the first few levels. Just to, like if Secret does go for that, they try to just kill them right away, and then all right, then whatever, we killed them. That's good. We push them away from their plan.
Yeah, it was an interesting pick though, because he doesn't seem particularly self-sufficient, and he also doesn't really combine well in terms of getting pickoffs, maybe as much which they need from the bounty hunter. It feels like.
And he's also in essence kind of squishy. He requires a lot of items to get tankier. And Mirana is very good at clearing illusions once you get your Aghanims. Oracle also has a heavy amount of burst if he gets early levels, so Terrorblade can suffer a bit from those things.
So Na'Vi will have the overall last pick in the draft. Presumably this is going to be Dendi's mid hero, although of course there's always the possibility of picking an offlaner, shifting Dendi over to the Batrider in the mid lane. Secret likely going to be looking for their mid as well, although that's probably going to be Mirana. So Secret going to look for a safe lane carry.
Yeah, I guess.
What did they run with the Abaddon Axe yesterday?
They had Drow and...
No.
Drow and
Storm.
Drow and Storm, yeah.
Oh, it wasn't. No, it wasn't a bad Nax though. I think it was Oracle, Drow, Storm.
What about the game they had the Abaddon Axe though? That's what I'm trying to remember.
No, they definitely had Abaddon in the Storm game because that was the game where General was playing Slardar.
But I don't. Do they have Axe in that game? That's what I'm trying to remember.
So many Dota games they're all running together now.
What about like a Medusa or something here?
For Secret?
It's interesting. It definitely would be the same kind of style they played in the first game. Just the inevitability of having like the multiple cores that are going to outscale you.
Not the best D push this time though. They don't really have any on their lineup.
Ursa Warrior.
They go back for they're going for their comfort, Ursa. But this is also a hero that scales, so they have multiple different cores. Abaddon also benefits everybody, of course, with the Frostmourne. Or wait, is that what it's called now? What's it even called now in this game? Whatever.
I don't remember. Honestly, I don't remember.
Curse of Avernus?
Yeah,
maybe that's it.
The passive?
I can't believe I still call it that. That's just like, I don't even think about that. Whatever. But it benefits everything for the Roshan too. It helps your Mirana gain a little bit of potential for damage, but yeah. It helps for your objective taking on buildings for sure.
And we mentioned earlier the importance of diversifying damage types. Ursa does give you that physical damage, and we are going to see the Dendi Invoker in the mid lane. Guys, quick final thoughts?
Ooh.
This, I don't know, this looks like it would be a much more interesting game. Na'Vi doesn't feel as all in, but they're still going to want that early map presence. And for Secret, they don't scale as well as they did in previous games, perhaps, so I think this is going to be an action-packed game.
Yeah, I'll go Na'Vi. I'm gonna say Na'Vi. I think
you
it's
have
gonna be very
to.
action-packed. I have to anyway.
Yeah,
they
you
have to win 3 games now.
I'm actually gonna say Secret this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna get us over to our casters here in just a moment. But boy, I think that Na'Vi is going to be able to even up the series here. I really like their lineup. I want to see some fireworks out of the Dendi Invoker. And with that, it is Secret holding a 1-0 advantage in this best of 5 series. Na'Vi looking for that win to even things up. We'll throw it over to our casters, Eldian winner.
Thank you very much, Alan. That's right. I'm joined here by Winter. Winter, do you agree? Will this be tied up 1-1, or is this going to be 2-0 for Secret?
2-0.
Wow, very confident. Well, with that, guys, the teams enter the field of battle. We get underway. Na'Vi on the Radiant side, Secret on the Dire side. You're going to have to explain yourself. You can't just say 2-0 like that.
Why not? They have Abaddon and Oracle. It deals with Track, it deals with Lasso, and Disruptor is very weak versus a dual lane. Abaddon plus Axe. Are you happy now?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Sure.
We'll see if it pans out.
You're not too happy.
What do you think about the Na'Vi 4th pick Terrorblade? That to me is like the biggest curveball this draft. It's not a hero that they like to run. It's a hero that doesn't generally do very well against aggressive lanes. They already had the Abaddon Axe at that point. And they had Mirana, who's good at dealing with the illusion. So were you surprised to see this TB?
Yeah, very surprised. Counter Helix and the Aghanims from Mirana are definitely very, very good tools against Terrorblade. So, I mean, the idea behind the Terrorblade here, I can see, is they needed a hero that can help them push towers, get objectives, because the rest of their team are not very good at that. But I'm not sure if that's the hero here.
Yeah, the Invoker, if he goes for the Exort build, which it looks like Dendi is, could be, but they had not even picked it at that point. So Saneko scouting things out. He has been the X factor for Na'Vi. I'd say probably more so than anyone so far in this event. Do you see this being a game where Bounty Hunter can get things done? Like, I think the last time we saw him play Bounty Hunter, he got 2 courier snipes in one game. He won all the lanes. He had a really fast level 6. Is that going to happen?
He has to make it happen. If that doesn't happen, and TB has a bad laning phase, I think Na'Vi is just going to straight up get run over by Secret. If they get some sort of advantage from the laning phase for the Axe and Abaddon lane, and Ursa gets an early rush, the game might just get really, really difficult for Na'Vi. So this Bounty Hunter has to somehow kill couriers, whatever, help the lanes. He has to be able to allow TB to farm.
So the one good thing I think for Na'Vi here is they have dodged that Axe Abaddon dual lane. They put the Batrider down there. They expected Secret to run it this way as they did it the last time they ran this combo. So they at least get their carry into a lane where he's more likely to farm, but is he going to get enough out of the off lane, I guess, is still the question.
I'm thinking whether Secret should actually move the Axe towards the jungle now and just leave the Abaddon against the Batrider, so they are going to be able to get more levels across the board. Because I don't think they're going to move their lanes, like move the dual lane towards the TB's lane. So maybe Axe going to jungle. Well, he has Battle Hunger at level 1, so he needs to have counter Helix first before he's going to be able to go into the jungle to allow his team to amass more resource.
You can already see the Bounty Hunter harassment in the mid lane onto Arteezy.
Nice try.
That's for the Sunstrike there. Won't be able to cancel the South, but...
Give the man some credit.
Ursa is not an easy hero to harass if you're a Bounty Hunter. You go and you hit him once, he comes right back with some Fury Swipes, and you've lost as much health, if not more than him.
Yeah, and poor Manchu. Good luck with that.
He's even trading with Dendi here. Arteezy very confident. Ursa has above average base move speed and Invoker below, and going for the Exort build you don't get anymore, so it's pretty easy to run in and go for those right clicks here and there.
Yeah, this item has just allowed a lot of the melee heroes we're seeing recently. The Junk mid, Ursa mid, Alchemist mid, all these heroes.
We were seeing the PL a while back.
Yeah, but you don't get Permanent on PL, most cases. But this item just allows all these melee cores to be able to go hand in hand against all these range heroes that are very heavy in terms of harass. But overall state of the game right now, TB is getting farm, but Ursa is just steamrolling in his lane. 15-2 against the 6-1 on the Invoker.
And Puppy did make that adjustment, by the way. He went to the jungle. There's Radiant Vision scouting him out. So Saneko's going to reply and make his own way down there, but Puppy now level 3, and immediately the Battle Hunger harass returns, and he heads back in the lane, holding that 3rd skill point for now. Maybe would skill up the call if he thinks it can net him a kill.
Yeah, if he's going for jungle, I expect him to go for the second point in Helix. But, yep, saving a skill point, deciding when the situation arises. But right now, TB still getting, I mean, overall pretty okay farm. If you put him in the Axe and a Venom lane, I would expect him to get a lot less farm than what he's getting right now.
But he's not dominating here by any stretch.
Yeah, he's not. But I think that it's good that they actually leave him here instead of the safe lane. I think overall that's a good decision for them.
The mid lane, though, is the problem lane. Arteezy's got no help, and he is crushing this
I
lane.
am very, very surprised that this lane gone so one-sided for the Ursa.
And Dundee even got a little help. He had the bounty hunter come in, and it wasn't a lot, but it was something. You can see he's out of mana. Arteezy free farming to this point. 23 CS.
And I have to ask some mid players after this, is that lane actually that bad for Invoker? I did not expect the lane to go so bad for him. Like this, he's just getting totally destroyed.
Oh, Courier maybe gonna be sniped here. One auto attack. Saneko doesn't quite have the firepower to bring it down, unfortunately. And Puppey now with the dust could potentially turn around for kills. We see Pilot die in art style, duking it out, but guess who's there? It's Puppey, and Pi will burst him. Ra unable to assist. So Na'Vi again giving up a first blood here.
Man, Secret are just
struggling a bit.
Getting all kind of things done all over the map. Getting the kill there, getting good lanes, using the jungle.
Again, they're leading the farm charts as well by a significant margin because the Axe is also farming.
They are just outplaying Na'Vi, despite Na'Vi making good adjustments towards their lanes.
Saneko's going to have to make that walk of shame back home. Unable to find a courier kill, a hero kill, or really a kill of any kind. Man, Arteezy just munching up the fire spirits. It seems like Ursa just has a field day.
Extremely disturbing to me to see Ursa actually totally dominating
just
this
crush
match.
his lane.
Man, Na'Vi has to rely on someone like the Bat to be able to turn things around. Like right now, I don't expect any of the other heroes to be able to do much to change the face of the game for Na'Vi.
Yeah. Disruptor not getting particularly fast level progression. We're not seeing any sort of explosive play out of Saneko.
Can they get this kill with the glimpse?
Oh, they glimpse him. Envy's been fairly patient with the leap, but still he might get caught out. One more auto attack. Should do the trick. No, Envy lives. They can't let him get away like that.
Oh,
and Saneko will just barely secure the kill.
If that kill didn't happen, I mean, it's so frustrating for Na'Vi. At least they get a kill right now to try and get their Bounty Hunter and Disruptor towards their level 6 to be able to influence the game much more.
I mean, still look at the support levels though. Secret with a level 5 and 4 hero already.
This is definitely not looking good for Na'Vi in the grand scheme of things.
So it's all about the Bat then?
I'm afraid so. He is the only one that can use his blink timing to be able to just find a pick off, then hopefully Na'Vi can.
Unfortunately, though, as you mentioned, it's a tough Bat game. They have Moonlight Shadow to maybe save the heroes getting ganked. They have the Aphotic Shield, and they're going to have the Oracle Ultimate fairly quickly.
I mean, right now it's still okay since Oracle's not 6 yet, and Abaddon most likely going to be at the bottom lane the whole time. So, because it's not a support Abaddon, you won't be seeing the Abaddon sitting behind the cores most of the time. But he's right now running down Dityara.
They do make that adjustment of sending Dityara bottom, but it comes at a cost. As his farm is already going to be under heavy pressure here. Saneko back towards top again. Looks like he may just finally start leeching experience, stop the roaming. But in doing so, it'll make things even easier for Secret to farm the jungle.
Yep. The other thing
pull farther ahead that way.
They need to worry about is this Ursa getting the Roshan at some point, and we're going to see another initiation on towards Arcstar here with the call.
There's the call, just looking for a Helix or two to finish the job, and there you go. The spin, the kill. Bulba just going to heal himself up with the ultimate on the way out. No answer for this aggression, even with a glimpse, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, again, a very good rotation by this Axe. He's not just sitting in a jungle, getting towards his blink timing. He's just moving around, helping his team, securing their lanes.
Even carrying the dust here, so if the bounty tries to come and help out, they can maybe get the kill there too. That might be required soon, as Na'Vi have brought 3 in. Saneko, they know the Bulba ultimate's on cooldown. Bulba's in pretty far. They have the vision here. Do they have the glimpse? No, it's 6 seconds on cooldown. Bulba will probably get away scot-free. Saneko coming in, but backup arrives in the form of the Axe. The Aphotic Shield's there. He's got stick charges cooling down about 3 seconds until he can use that stick. may tick down. Even the Moonlight Shadow used to help secure his escape. He gets glimpsed back, and Na'Vi will just barely get the kill there. But they have to hustle for these kills, Winter.
He got the drums on the Bat Rider. Oh dear. I mean, he's not going to have a blink at a good time then. He's going for the much more, you know, run at you kind of Bat Rider to do damage with the sticky napalm and the Firefly. I'm not sure if that's the right call here though.
Who can he run at, would you say, right now? Is there anyone?
I don't know, man. I don't think he can run in against that lineup.
Secret are running at him.
Yeah.
General almost dead here as the Purifying Flames continue to nuke him down, and nice drums, says Envy, but not enough. Pilai getting the last hit. Cheesy meanwhile diving the bottom lane.
I'm very surprised that he's not getting the blink right now. Bounty Hunter gonna TP into his bottom lane to help out his captain art style.
They do have... oh no, actually, sorry, the dust was on Puppey, so they don't actually have detection here. And Arteezy, he's gonna turn and he massacres the little yellow goblin instead. Looking for a bit more, pop the ultimate for that clap. Follow up onto art style and Sunstrike.
Oh my god.
Not even gonna matter. Spread evenly between all three as Puppey splatters Na'Vi blood all over the earth.
It's just so difficult for Na'Vi right now. And they're gonna get the lasso to cancel off the leap from Eternal Envy here.
But he's got the raindrops. Is it gonna help him?
Stick
Just
charge.
the one coming out, but a lot of this damage over time is not negated. Still getting the kill. Even when the bat finds something, though, he goes down. So, nothing for free here. But, well, you mentioned the Oracle ult not being ready yet, Winter. Now it is. Level 7 nearly as Secret. 4,000 gold lead. About to take down the tier 1 bottom, then it's just that mid tower, and away to Roche they'll likely go.
Yeah, now the problem with Na'Vi is they are going to be hard-pressed to find lanes for the BH and the Disruptor to get levels. That's why I was kind of expecting the Bat to go for the early blink, so he's going to be able to make space, and it's going to allow BH and Disruptor time to catch up to their level 6. But without that, I'm not sure how are they going to get to their levels. Only one of them can get the Tomb of Knowledge.
Oh, and that's if they don't die first. The Seneko gets caught out here by Pi. That's the opposite of what Seneko wants to be doing, running away from enemy supports instead of running in to kill them.
Yeah, and Axe is going to be the one getting his blink timing soon.
And he does manage to get his Midas, and then good news for Na'Vi with the Ursa's movement. At least he's farming. 4k gold now, slightly ahead.
Dandy has caught up significantly. He's now top of the net worth.
Is this like the kind of game where you think an Invoker can take over?
Possibly if you go towards a late game and, you know, the Wizard with Aghanim's and Octarine.
Should we say like the Maybe or Miracle style where you get like the BOTs, the Ags, and just split push everywhere and play for late game?
Yeah, I could see that happening for them. They have Bat Rider as well, like heroes that can allow them to catch heroes, prolong the game.
Bulba posting up on Diyara here.
And this TV is just not having a good time. Everywhere he goes, he's getting harassed, he's getting chased down, not farming well.
Oh, they are wrapping around though on the Abad, and they're going to commit a lot to try to bring down Bulba. Lasso is available as they glimpse him on back into a kinetic field, and he will pop the ultimate now. Bulba has been left to the Wolves, but backup's coming. Envy's inbound, gets up the Starfall. Full HP now with the Oracle False Promise. They can't bring him down just yet. They actually splatter the TB. They finish him off, then Bulba drops, but small consolation, losing the carry, maybe losing more. Seneko getting dunked as well. That's 2 down. Deadly found a Sunstrike killing the Oracle while that was happening. So a nice pick off there with the Forge Spirit assist, it looks like. Still a 2 for 2. And now Puppey has his blink. They lost their TB. That is the big concern, Winter. He is not farming.
A poor TB is just going to get destroyed this game by the... They have so much like nuke that can burst him down. Like you saw in the last fight, Oracle just using the Purifying Flames to just destroy the TB in the fight. A poor TB is going to have close to no impact in team fights.
This is not a hero that can calmly transition into a utility or support role.
They have no defensive supports to help him in team fights.
No Dazzle, no Oracle.
No Venge, nothing. No SD.
No SD.
Okay.
Well, Dandy not able to find
that was some
Puppey on the second one there.
Footwork there by Puppey.
Looking very agile.
So Roshan is still up for the Ursa. With their dominant position, I kind of expect them to be able to claim the Roshan soon.
Now the BOT is out for the bat. So you gotta imagine the next item will be a blink.
What? He gone full greed this game?
Do you think they like if they keep even close in farm? Do you favor them late game? Oh, Seneko. Well, it's not going to help Na'Vi access late game.
I mean, they do have pretty good late game with TP and Invoker, but it's just that getting there right now, Secret is just going to up the tempo of the game. They get Roshan right now, and they have the blink on the Axe. Pretty much everyone else has their levels, so I expect Secret to just up the pace of the game after the Aegis being claimed onto the Ursa.
Jackie Mao going to admire his teammates' ability to beat the crap out of Roshan from above, cheering them on.
I'm sure that was part of the plan. I'm sure.
It's the vision. Oh yeah. But they get their Aegis. It's relatively easily done here for Secret. Doesn't seem like Na'Vi has any ability to contest with still no blink on bat.
And they're not looking to contest at all with the boost of travel. They're just going to try and split, try to push out the waves and use the map much more efficiently, because Invoker is also going to use this time to farm a lot. And they're going to be most likely only go for singular pickoffs if they're 100% sure that that target is alone. And it's not going to be easy as well if you look at their heroes with the two defensive supports, Abaddon and the Oracle there.
Whereas like if this Invoker gets caught out, you can maybe glimpse back one hero. That's about it. If he gets caught by too many, he's just going to die.
I mean, Soneka is going to do the scouting for his team and make sure that he's the one tanking the ganks. Like typical bounty hunter stuff.
Yeah, poke his head out mid lane and Arteezy. He sees him. Lets him go for now.
Yeah, he has to like keep doing this, like scout the enemy team out, make sure that his team has enough information to understand, is it safe in the mid lane, is it safe on the top lane, so that they can just keep farming and drawing the game out.
Are there any unusual items you have your eye on this game, Winter, that you feel like could be really impactful for either team?
I'm just worried TB will not get any items this game.
Any items are good items. Well, he's not getting track gold either, which isn't helping.
I mean, they're not trying to fight, so
Right.
he's just trying to look for singular.
But you picked Bounty Hunter, so normally you are trying to fight.
But the early game went really bad for them, so it's really difficult for them to try and fight head on right now, unless they pick people off, lone targets. But you talk about items, I don't think there's any specific item that Na'Vi is going to get on. You're going to say, oh, they're going to start to turn the game around. Like, even the blink on the bat right now, it seems like it's not going to do a lot because he's not rushing the blink. So it's just more of the overall state of the game that Na'Vi wants to draw the game out. They want to get farm on and levels on all their heroes, especially the Invoker. Get him to that, Ravage, so that he can use it in the team fights.
Here we go. Na'Vi are going to engage in the bottom lane now. It looks like they get the track out onto Puppey. Glimpse is available. They'll pull him back in. He gets off the call, but you can't really stop your own reflection from doing some damage here. As Deyara lays into him, Puppey dropping fairly quickly. The False Promise now committed to keep him in fighting shape. Secret are very durable. Bulba almost finished off, but not quite. And now Puppey re-engages. Looks for the dunk on Seneko. Does not manage to get it. Seneko will end up dropping eventually, but now Puppey won't be able to give his team that extra move speed, attack speed, and Envy will drop as well. That's a track kill. Na'Vi finding a couple key ones here, perhaps, as Puppey continues to retreat out. Sunstrike is going to connect. Lays out Pylai Die, and then the chase onto Puppey, but he still manages to blink out before that flame break damage ticks in. One more sticky napalm isn't enough. He turns, he calls, he dies anyway. General makes it 3. A 3-for-1 exchange and the lone death. A bounty hunter. Not sure who got the tower there, but that was still great for Na'Vi.
Well played by Na'Vi there. As soon as RTZ TPs and shows himself on top lane, they immediately jumped the gun, and Secret there was just way too greedy after their carry left the fight, and they thought that they could still secure the tower. So Na'Vi understanding that they had the numbers advantage there, taking full advantage of the situation that Secret allowed them.
Guess what, Winter? Now they have a blink.
Sure, now they have a blink. So we'll see how much it's going to affect the game, whether he's going to be able to get any big pickoffs with track and with the Sun track to get kills. He does have the mobility from the Boots of Travel to allow him to have a lot more opportunities to do that.
So as for Dendi, he went Blink into Force Staff here, so it is not that like hard carry Invoker build-up.
Force is very good against the Ursa. I mean, Blink for positioning, it's like... I understand that not every Invoker actually goes for this build. It's just Dendi that loves this build a lot.
He loved this build like for a long time. This is definitely not new by any means. Oh my god. Jeez. Had to be glimpsed back, it looked like. Yeah,
I mean, right now, Invoker has caught up significantly, and if you look at the net worth as well, because of the greedy build, Batrider has, yes, he's second in net worth, and he's going to get the lasso onto RTZ, but going to blink out after.
RTZ just wondering where his bash is.
Radiant's middle tower
Look at it next time.
attack.
Yep, and Abaddon transitioning into his Midas.
So Midas Ags this game, any deviation? Uh-oh. This could be big for Na'Vi. Another track attempted. They don't have the lasso here, and Boba still has his ultimate available. Do they continue pursuit? It looks like they're going to try the tornado. Get off the mark there from Dendi. We'll have to back away.
You talk about items on the Abaddon before. So I'm thinking maybe Lotus Up could also be a really good pickup for him.
Just super hate on the Batrider.
And even the track, you know. You can't really shield everyone at the same time, so having another option would be nice. But I think overall, Aghanim's is definitely the item that's going to allow Abaddon to do the most in the team fights.
So Secret, just hanging out in the mid lane. I think the Aegis expired, or yeah, it's expired now. So how much pressure do they need to be putting on Na'Vi here? As RTZ looks to make his move. Hold that thought. On to General, gets the bash, has the DD rune, grabs the kill. Now turns for De'Ara, scrambling backwards, slowed down by the reflection, but Puppey, he found the backliners here, moving onto one. That dunk's gonna go straight through the hoop, and now RTZ chasing for more, but the move speed from the track does allow the rest to disengage. So they try to limit the damage. Still, it's 2 kills, and now Puppey blinking forward again, just threatening for that bounty. Secret, all heroes alive will push. Well, I was going to ask how much pressure they need to put on, but apparently Secret feel a lot, Winter, and they get right to work even without the Aegis.
Yeah, they should. This is right now their time in the game. 20 minutes to maybe around minute 30. Their lineup excels, and they are at the strongest during this point of the game. They do not want to draw the game out. Like I mentioned, for Na'Vi, they want to draw the game out with their Invoker and TB.
And track gold.
So overall right now for Secret, they're going to look to push forward to gain more advantage. Envy going to get caught by Cold
Envy,
Snap.
this is a big one. 4-hero track takedown.
Oh, that is huge. That is absolutely huge. All these small pickoffs.
Before he gets his BOTs as well.
It's allowing Na'Vi to slowly get themselves back into the game. They are already at a pretty decent spot after getting 3 kills in the earlier fight where RTZ left his team during the bottom push.
Crimson Guard is completed on Puppey now. So a great tool to deal with any illusion-based carry. But again, Na'Vi, they're finding their pickoffs here, Winter. It's on to Pylai Dai. He purges off the track almost instantaneously, courtesy of the False Promise. Will they get that next track? Yes, sirree, they will, and they'll get Pi too. Track kill after track kill in general with the vacuum lasso sucking Puppey back in, straight into another track. Well, quite likely into another kill. Na'Vi with 5 heroes on top of him. Just rampaging through Secret out of nowhere, a complete collapse.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they're leading by a lot now as far as gold goes.
Last few minutes by Secret were really not coordinated at all. The fight at bottom and now the pickoffs here and there, losing the Axe and the Oracle. And they have to get their momentum back together.
So saw the Grathen fully updated, but Na'Vi, they want this tower as well. That's going to go a long way, but De'Ara does get bursted. Had no chance there to pop the ultimate. Good follow-up by Secret as they look for more. They're going to chase onto the bat. General forced to retreat. Dendi scrambling backwards, has the mobility to get out of here. General, though, moving in. He wants to go for the Pylai Dai kill, or at least drag Secret away from Dendi. He will do so, then he'll TP out. Envy does opt, not for the BOTs, but for the blink first. So he grabs his next item now. But there's the Dendi Boots of Travel. Little bit of gauze to stem the bleeding there for Secret, but still these last 5 minutes have been very good to Na'Vi.
Yeah, so they're going to have 2 sets of Boots of Travel right now, going to allow them to be able to maybe move around much better to find pickoffs. So Secret...
Oh, they're going to maybe find another here. Looking for... No, never mind. Nobody in the mid lane.
I mean, this guy is a hero that you do not want to go on.
Well, if they have 4 or 5, they would, but... just general for now.
Yeah, I think overall what Na'Vi has to do is just find pickoffs if possible, if Secret allows that to happen when they run around alone, and use track to their advantage to get their team even more resources. And Secret just needs to avoid that, they have to be much more cautious when they're moving around. Whenever they're not 5 together, they have to be very, very careful.
So Neko makes his move into the Secret Woods. Is it time for either team to be looking towards a gem winter? Are you particularly worried about map control at this stage? 23 minutes in, there's Bounty Hunter one team, Maran on the other.
Yeah, it's important for both of the teams. Because Bat Rider right now, he wants to ensure that there's no vision whenever he's moving around to set up a kill with the Sunstrike. So, and for Secret, obviously, they're playing against the Bounty Hunter. They want to have a gem as well.
I'm wondering if either team's going to go for it soon. As we see another 4-staff pick up here on the Disruptor.
It's a great item against Ursa, like I said.
Yeah.
You need to kite him around.
We've seen teams going for the Ghost Scepter build in the past, but the problem is he just gets a Diffusal and then your Ghost Scepters are pretty useless.
Yeah, the other usage of the 4-staff here on the Disruptor is you have a secondary 4-staff. So in case Bat Rider blinks very far ahead to drag a target back, he can use his own 4-staff plus your 4-staff, so there's double 4-staff for that.
Puppey looking to pounce here on the bottom lane, but Dundee sitting far back, anticipating his old teammates' movements. The Moonlight Shadow will be the way that they move in. Puppey and Arteezy moving together. General's there to tank the gank, and it looks like tank it he will. Mauled by the bear, but better him than Dendi for Na'Vi.
Yeah,
Still Secret, looking for the Roach now.
He just spent his go as well, so he didn't lose too much there. But that's going to allow Secret to claim their second Roshan of the game. I mean, it's kind of an inherited advantage when you have Ursa and you're on Dire. There's not much Na'Vi can do in this situation here.
Dendi looking for the steal or the pick off, but last hit will go to Arteezy, gets the Aegis as well.
He's saving up a lot of gold though. Is he going to go straight to Abyssal?
We've seen, what have we seen on Ursa? The Ags is a big item.
Yeah, Ags is really good on the hero.
CTY loves that Mask of Madness, but it seems less popular now.
But if you think about it, since they have Oracle and Abaddon, maybe it's better for him to just go for an offensive.
More damage.
Yeah, more damage.
Yeah. So Abyssal would be your item of choice then?
I'm thinking of other items, like even Diffusal is really good on the hero right now, I think. Despite not playing against any Ghost Scepters yet.
It's just such a value item that if you don't get one, you got to assume a support's going to go for it at some point. Secret slowly creeping forward here. We'll see the track onto Bulba now. Shields it off. And TB calmly farming away. Ra has the complete man style, but as right as I say that, Casters, Curse.
Calmly farming away Gorman.
He was, though. He was so calm, and now he ain't. Secret lunging forward, diving towards the base.